The story unfolds with the protagonist, Truman, awakening to find himself adrift in a powerless escape pod amidst the vastness of the cosmos. Unexpectedly endowed with dimensional fragments, he gains the ability to transform the escape pod and resolves to commence his journey by salvaging from a derelict garbage planet, gradually assembling his own dimensional warship. The novel's premise, centered around the theme of zero-budget warship construction, elegantly intertwines elements of science fiction and mechanical enhancement and adventure. As the protagonist gathers resources and confronts adversaries, he continually unlocks the unique functionalities of his vessel. The narrative style deftly balances hardcore technology with humorous satire, exemplified by the protagonist's playful quip referencing the popular internet meme, "Is there a picture for the garbage collector?" Meanwhile, the primary storyline of constructing the dimensional warship leads to explorations of cosmic civilizations and the enigmatic realms of the unknown. Now, Chapter 1, The Escape Pod. Amidst the acrid scent of burning plastic, Truman's hazy consciousness gradually began to awaken. He lifted his feeble hand to gently massage his throbbing forehead, only to discover that the wound had already scabbed over. "Is there a fire somewhere?" Truman's nostrils flared as he inhaled the charred aroma, prompting a complete return to awareness. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was confined within a cramped space. Before him stood an ergonomically designed seat, precisely the one he was currently occupying. Above him loomed a circular hatch adorned with a red label, seemingly indicating an exit. Opposite him was a control panel inscribed with intricate symbols, the meaning of which eluded him. It appeared to be a form of pictographic language, yet entirely foreign to NESP. Open on Earth. On both sides, there are portholes through which the outside world can be observed. The right side is securely covered by a blackout panel, while the blackout panel on the left appears to have loosened during the impact, revealing half of the porthole. Truman turned his head to gaze through the faintly illuminated porthole on the left. Amidst the enveloping darkness adorned with stars, only the floating debris reflected a modicum of starlight, hinting at its existence. A frown creased his brow, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his forehead, causing him to grimace in pain. In the midst of this discomfort, Truman's arm inadvertently brushed against a button on the side of the seat, and the safety belt, which had secured him firmly in place, emitted as oft hissing sound, instantly releasing him. Startled, Truman's body trembled, and in the weightless environment, he unexpectedly lunged forward, colliding with the control panel. Beep, beep. The control panel responded with a series of button sounds, sending a jolt of fear through Truman. In such a precarious situation, a misstep could lead to the opening of the hatch, and he estimated he would not survive more than 5 seconds. Fortunately, after the beeping, the hatch above did not open. Instead, a ring of lights surrounding it illuminated, allowing Truman to discern the arrangement of this cramped space more clearly. He finally deduced that this contraption appeared to be a single-person escape pod. The debris encircling the pod outside must belong to the mothership that had launched the escape pod. Taking a deep breath, Truman attempted to calm himself. Acutely aware of the limited oxygen supply, he could not fathom how he had inexplicably transitioned from the comfort of his bed at home to this escape pod. After regaining his composure, Truman first reached out to steady himself against the seat and gently floated to the left porthole. That he leaned close to the glass, peering outside, yet his view was largely obstructed by the debris of the spacecraft, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether there were other eight pods nearby. Inside, he discovered 2 square containers filled with water, a box that resembled compressed biscuits, a redandant white medical supplies kit, a toolbox containing a lighter and implements, and even a fully charged advanced firearm akin to a handheld laser. Truman was uncertain whether the food within could meet the survival needs of a human being, but the gnawing hunger in his belly compelled him to tentatively extract a piece of the compressed biscuit. Upon tearing open the packaging, the pure white square biscuit emanated an enticing aroma. Truman swallowed hard, contemplating, "It smells so delightful, it must be edible." With determination, he bit off a small amount of the biscuit, savoring the flavor, and his eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Delicious. Setting aside his reservations, Truman devoured the entire palm-sized biscuit with great enthusiasm. Overcome by thirst, he then opened one of the water containers and took a generous gulp. Half an hour later, Truman leaned back against the seat, his stomach almost bursting, as he gasped for breath. Beside him, a pocket contained the remnants of what he had forcefully expelled from his throat moments earlier. He had never anticipated that a mere morsel of compressed biscuit, no larger than the palm of his hand, would gradually expand within his stomach. Had it not been for Truman's swift reflexes in retrieving a bag from the toolbox to induce vomiting, he might have been suffocated by the very sustenance meant to sustain him. A single biscuit could suffice for 3 meals. The provisions here could sustain me for several months. Truman exhaled a heavy sigh, kicking the bag filled with his regurgitation into the corner, choosing to dismiss the unpleasant sight from his mind. With the immediate threat of starvation temporarily alleviated, Truman forcibly settled into a semblance of calm, reclining in his seat as he contemplated his next course of action. Yet, perhaps due to the overwhelming shock and exhaustion, he inadvertently succumbed to slumber. The park's sunlight felt almost blinding and somewhat scorching. "Huh!" Truman screamed as he jolted awake from his seat, the glaring and searing rays of sunlight streaming through the left porthole and striking his body. "Is this the sun? Am I within a stellar system?" Truman was somewhat elated by the sharp sting of ultraviolet rays burning his skin, relieved that he was not adrift in the void but in galaxies. Tearing a strip of fabric from his clothing, he dampened it with fresh water and applied it to the sunburned areas, allowing his earlier excitement to subside slightly. In his current predicament, drifting in the void or residing within a stellar system seemed to hold little distinction for Truman. Unless he were to fortuitously encounter a passing spacecraft capable of discovering and rescuing him, his fate remained uncertain. Feeling a tinge of melancholy, Truman casually tossed the packaging of the compressed biscuit that had floated onto his face towards the left porthole, then nestled himself deep-airy into the remarkably comfortable ergonomic seat. He sighed deeply, retrieving an emergency folding toilet from the toolbox, carefully fitting it with a bag to address his physiological needs. However, just as Truman struggled against the sensation of weightlessness, he noticed the very packaging he had discarded lazily drifting past him, eventually landing on the right porthole. Truman blinked in surprise. "What's this? Are you afraid of the sun too?" Yet, he quickly realized that, despite the absence of any force acting upon it, the bag had floated from the left to the right. This indicated that he was not in a state of complete weightlessness. After all, some gravitational influence remained. Disregarding his immediate needs, Truman hastily adjusted his trousers, gently pushing against the seat to propel himself towards the right porthole, which he had never before opened. After disengaging the physical lock of the sunshade, he cautiously pulled it back just a fraction to avoid being scorched by the fierce sunlight. To his surprise, rather than the searing rays he had anticipated, a softer, more gentle light poured through. With utmost caution, Truman tentatively peered outside, only to be met with the astonishing sight of a colossal brown planet right before his eyes. Chapter 2. The drift bottle upon the deep brown planet. Several grayish-white spots were scattered across its surface, while leaden clouds drifted slowly, revealing the presence of atmospheric circulation. Truman then realized that he was not truly adrift in deep space. The escape pod he occupied had been ensnared by the planet's gravitational pull, orbiting it in a steady revolution. This revelation rekindled a flicker of hope within him. "Stay calm. Remain composed." Truman inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and gently tapped his forehead. The escape pod's landing system was uncertain. He must maintain his composure and ponder carefully. As he gazed at the square screen displaying flickering characters and the multitude of buttons, a dull ache began to throb in his head. The inscriptions appeared akin to hieroglyphics, yet they bore no resemblance to the Chinese characters he was familiar with. The distorted lines left him utterly perplexed regarding their meanings. Truman pursed his lips and focused intently for a while, but he could not discern any clues sufficient to decipher the enigmatic script. Suddenly, a memory struck him. In his earlier flurry, he had inadvertently activated the seatbelt release. He shifted his attention to the side of the seat, leaning down to inspect the button. Adjacent to it were 2 distinct block characters. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that these characters might signify switch or lock. He committed the shapes of these 2 characters to memory before darting back to the control panel to compare them, discovering that several buttons bore the same inscriptions nearby. However, one of the buttons was adorned in a striking red hue, closely resembling the color of the hatch above him, which made Truman hesitate to press it recklessly. The other buttons, devoid of any ominous warning signs, caught Truman's attention. After a meticulous examination, He boldly selected one that appeared relatively safe and gingerly pressed it with trembling fingers. A crackling sound of electricity resonated around him, and Truman was momentarily blinded by a sudden burst of light. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, and when he gradually acclimated to the brightness, he cautiously opened them. A light switch? Truman blinked against the harsh glare, his excitement mounting as he realized his earlier assumption was correct. The characters he had noted indeed signified a switch. Eager to experiment further, he pressed another button tentatively, yet he noticed no changes within the escape pod. Unbeknownst to him, however, a valve in the coolant channel at the bottom of the pod had silently closed, causing the entire cooling system to slowly falter. Oblivious to this development, Truman pondered whether this button was malfunctioning. Just as he was about to proceed with his next attempt, the screen on the control panel began to flicker rapidly. A line of hieroglyphs appeared within a red box. Cooling system failure. Tragically, Truman was utterly bewildered by the message. What is happening? Startled by the sudden alarm, Truman found himself at a loss, frantically tapping the control panel in a desperate attempt to make the warning subside through sheer will. Yet the alarm persisted, and Truman speculated that the buttons he had pressed must have malfunctioned. Adopting a mindset of desperation akin to treating a dead horse as a live one, he resolutely pressed the sequence of buttons once more. The lights extinguished, and the cooling system rebooted. To his relief, the warnings on the screen vanished with Truman's efforts. Cold sweat trickled down his face, and he paid no heed to wiping it away as he collapsed against the wall of the control panel. Realizing how narrowly he had avoided disaster, Truman gently bit his lip, the slight sting gradually restoring his composure. Unbeknownst to him, within the now reactivated cooling ducts, the cooling system resumed its operation. However, the brief minute of inactivity had significantly elevated the heat accumulation at the bottom of the escape pod, approaching perilous temperatures. Compounding this peril, the escape pod was presently on the sunlit side of the planet, where direct sunlight not only hindered the dissipation of heat, but also gradually escalated it. In the upper right corner of the control panel's screen, a temperature gauge was steadily rising, yet Truman, unable to comprehend its significance, remained oblivious to this alarming information. At that moment, as he sat languidly on the ground, Truman noticed that the scenery before him appeared altered. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he opened them once more, and he was certain that what he beheld was anything but ordinary. A network of pipes and wires unfolded before him, revealing the intricate composition of the entire escape pod in meticulous detail. Strangely, Truman discovered that he inexplicably grasped the systems and functions controlled by those pipelines. Truman had no time to ponder why he suddenly grasped and understood the escape pod, which transcended the technological advancements of humanity before his arrival. The issue with the cooling system captivated his attention entirely. Following the conduits that controlled the cooling system, he glanced at the control panel and, to his astonishment, discovered that the second button he had earlier attempted to press was indeed the switch for the cooling system. The accumulated heat could not dissipate. If this continued, overheating would ensue. This thought flashed through Truman's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to why he suddenly comprehended these complexities. However, in the next instant, another idea emerged: to unfurl the circular solar sails, which would not only store energy but also mitigate some of the heat from the sun. Truman looked at the control panel. Though he still could not decipher the intricate hieroglyphs, he surprisingly understood the significance of the buttons. He swiftly located the system that controlled the solar sails, and after executing a series of intricate operations that astonished even himself, the solar sails on the exterior of the escape pod gradually unfurled. Beneath the shadow of the solar sails, the imbalance of heat from direct sunlight was alleviated, allowing the cooling system to gradually fulfill its purpose. Truman exhaled in relief, seizing the moment to continue inspecting the various functionalities of the escape pod. Yet, despair washed over him as he realized that this escape pod lacked not only a landing system, but even the most fundamental propulsion system, rendering it nothing more than a vast, drifting vessel in the cosmos. Chapter 3. The world ship Truman sighed, confronted with the powerless escape pod before him. In this omniscient state, he found himself utterly helpless. He casually picked up a cup of water from the emergency supply compartment, preparing to drink, when suddenly he halted. Frozen in place. How did I obtain this? Leaning against the control panel, he faced an ergonomic seat, while the emergency supply compartment lay behind it. Nevertheless, despite the seat's barrier, Truman could still perceive the supply compartment in his all-seeing state. It was precisely because he discerned the items within the compartment that he had instinctively reached for them. After all, to him, Those objects appeared almost within arm's reach, devoid of any sense of distance. Suppressing his mounting excitement, Truman attempted to extend his hand once more, reaching toward a dislodged screw within the cooling system that fell within his line of sight. The frigid sensation registered in his mind the moment he touched the screw. Subsequently, he retrieved an electric screwdriver from the toolbox, bringing it close to the screw and tightening it. At the very least, this would endow the escape pod with some rudimentary mobility, affording Truman the chance to land upon the planet before him. With this thought, his spirits lifted somewhat, and he endeavored to gaze outside the escape pod. That nearly omniscient vision expanded with his gaze, swiftly encompassing a piece of spaceship debris situated over 100 meters from the escape pod. The fragments of the spacecraft's exterior, primarily composed of titanium alloys, appeared to serve little purpose. Truman took a deep breath and attempted to manipulate a nearly intact metal fragment, roughly the size of the entire escape pod. Using his omniscient vision, in the vacuum of space, he effortlessly nudged the spacecraft debris as if it were mere leaves swaying in the breeze. In a microgravity environment, even the slightest force was sufficient to maneuver colossal objects. With no time to ponder other concerns, Truman continued his search amidst the drifting debris for the components he required. Soon, his eyes lit up as he discovered the less damaged aft section of a small skiff within the rubble. This skiff was likely employed for routine maintenance of the mothership's exterior. The impact on this section seemed minimal, and Truman assessed that the damage to the thrust engine and energy control center was within manageable limits. In his current omniscient state, he determined that the level of damage amounted to merely a few burnt circuits, easily rectifiable with replacements. He tentatively dragged the skiff's half closer to the escape pod, where he utilized his omniscient vision to thoroughly deconstruct it into sizable components. The toolkit within the escape pod was well equipped, allowing Truman to remove some inconsequential wiring from the skiff while focusing on repairing the damaged thrust engine and energy control center. During the repair process, he noticed that a macro clamp he had carelessly discarded earlier was now bizarrely embedded in the wall of the escape pod. Gazing at the half-exposed micro clamp, Truman seemed to have discovered a temporary method to install the thrust engine and propulsion energy control center within the escape pod. He merely needed to securely embed it at the pod's base. Maintaining it for a few hours would suffice for him to control the descent. Without hesitation, Truman disregarded considerations of power balancing and gravitational equilibrium. All he required was a source of propulsion capable of mobilizing the escape pod, which he deemed a success. As for the landing, Truman had his sights set on the abundant composite materials within the remnants of the mothership, still unweathered by ultraviolet exposure. Planning to fashion a makeshift parachute by hand, paired with the propulsion engine, it should adequately facilitate the descent. When the time came, he intended to choose a cushioned landing area, such as an ocean or lake, and he felt confident in his ability to land successfully under full visibility. Before long, Truman assembled the composite materials into several large parachutes, folding them atop the escape pod, and crafted a simple controller to manage their deployment. The initial transformation of the escape pod into a powered vessel was thus complete. Externally, the escape pod now resembled a patched robe, reminiscent of a monk's garment. These patches were the thermal insulation panels Truman had affixed after dismantling the spacecraft's outer shell. Given the considerable heat generated by the intense air compression at the pod's front during descent, such insulation was essential. Everything was in place, save for the final piece of the puzzle. Like a scavenger rummaging through the wreckage of the mothership, Truman searched for any potential remote sensors, a necessary component for his planetary landing endeavor. After all, from such a distance, Truman could not discern with the naked eye where on this planet would be suitable for landing. The omniscient state could not encompass a planet situated over 100,000 kilometers away. Fortunately, Truman soon discovered a sidewing early warning detector amidst a pile of debris. This detector, intended as a backup for the mothership's peripheral surveillance, boasted a detection range of up to 600,000 kilometers, a capability ample for Truman's needs. After a straightforward repair, he installed the detector onto the patched escape pod. Gazing at this fully transformed vessel, Truman, filled with satisfaction, christened it with a new name. "I am Truman, and you shall be called the World." With hope in his heart, Truman pressed the start button on the control panel of his newly modified pod. The thrust engine trembled for a moment before erupting in a cascade of blue propulsion flames. The world began to move slowly, propelled by the fiery tail. This powerless escape pod embarked on its maiden flight. Under Truman's guidance, the world circled its initial position gracefully before coming to a gentle halt. The experiment of its first flight yielded an almost flawless result. However, despite his excitement, Truman did not succumb to impulsiveness and set sail immediately. He was acutely aware of his ignorance regarding the conditions of various planets, even uncertain whether they could sustain human life. Were it not for the fear that excessive weight might impede his descent, Truman would have even considered adding a towing box to continue gathering data. Once all preparations were complete, the vessel world departed from the remnants of its mothership, embarking on a journey towards an unknown planet. Chapter 4. The garbage planet. The brackish, deep brown waves lapped against the beach composed of shattered refuse, creating an unbearable stench in the air. Amidst this foul environment, a small boy, unprotected and barefoot, leaped nimbly between the heaps of debris. It seemed as though he was impervious to the noxious odors of decay and fermentation, his brow unwrinkled in discomfort. Instead, he was intently sifting through the mounds of garbage in search of any remnants that held even the slightest value. At that moment, a sharp metallic clink echoed across the beach. The boy raised his head, momentarily surprised, and then hesitantly approached the source of the sound. There, amidst the fragmented plastic granules, a complete silver bottle, approximately the length of an elbow and forged from an unknown metal, emerged as the waves caressed the shore. Skillfully, he navigated around the area littered with jagged shards of glass and reached the beach, where he used his calloused hands to excavate the metallic bottle from the plastic rubble. Gently shaking it, he heard a delightful metallic clink emanating from within. It appeared that the sound he had heard moments earlier originated from this very bottle. Filled with excitement, the boy was about to stow the drift bottle into the cloth pouch strapped to his back when a deafening explosion erupted above him. The thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, its resonance palpable for hundreds of miles around. The boy gazed upward, his eyes widening in shock, pupils constricting, his face a canvas of terror. The sky had shattered. The boy stammered a few words. Above in the sky, a fireball broke through the heavy, leaden clouds, the resulting turbulence shattering the clouds as it surged forth. Suddenly, a blue-violet glow emanated from the bottom of the fireball, radiating a dazzling light. However, as this brilliance emerged, the descent of the fireball significantly slowed. Its speed quickly diminished from over 200 meters per second to just above 50. As it decelerated, the fiery glow gradually dissipated, revealing the charred vessel known as the World. Fortunately, the thermal shield of the mothership ensured that the internal temperature of the World did not exceed 40 degrees Celsius. As it approached a height of nearly 10 kilometers above ground, Truman pressed down firmly on the control panel, causing the composite parachute atop the World to unfurl abruptly. 4 gray-brown parachutes captured the air above, further reducing the vessel's descent rate. Truman activated a full vision state, intently watching the composite parachutes above, hoping they could withstand the pressure. Thankfully, the inherent strength of the parachute's material, combined with Truman's layering in full vision mode, allowed it to endure the intense impact. 8,000 meters, 6,000 meters. The propulsion engines continued to work in reverse thrust, stabilizing the World's descent speed. Their role now was merely to correct the landing angle, ensuring that the strong winds would not alter the vessel's landing position. Once everything fell into a proper rhythm, Truman finally took the opportunity to observe the planet through the porthole. The insulating shell that obscured the porthole was removed by Truman, who leaned closer to gaze outside, only to be struck by a revelation akin to a thunderclap. Signs of life. Truman inhaled sharply, and he could distinctly see that the brown expanse below was the ocean, while the grayish-white mass consisted of heaps of various debris. Although the sight left Truman somewhat perplexed, questioning whether he had descended into a refuse dump of this world, he could hardly contain his excitement. The existence of any signs of civilization was infinitely preferable to a desolate planet devoid of life. Hastily, Truman manipulated the controls, and under the operation of the air monitoring system, the atmospheric analysis report was swiftly generated. To his astonishment, while the composition of the atmosphere differed slightly, it was more than adequate to sustain his existence. However, the pollution levels on this planet were rather severe, prompting Truman to search his supplies for a portable filter. The World vessel descended steadily into the dark brown waters, subsequently deploying several enormous airbags, a feature originally designed for emergency rescue. Thanks to the airbags, the World vessel bobbed precariously on the surface, preventing it from sinking outright. Truman steadied his racing heart and trembling hands, donning the filtering mask he had found, before opening the hatch above. The moment the hatch swung open, a wave of briny, foul odor surged in, and even before stepping out of the World vessel, Truman sensed the overwhelming hostility of this world. Goodness, not even the filter could guard against the stench. Truman, cursing under his breath, clambered out of the vessel known as the world. The tumult in his stomach and the briny taste in his throat compelled him to remove his filtration mask. However, the removal of the mask only exacerbated the turmoil within him. Overwhelmed, Truman could no longer contain himself and leaned over the edge of the world, heaving until his stomach was utterly emptied. Only after clearing the remnants did he manage to rise unsteadily to his feet. In a daze, he retrieved a bottle of water from the vessel to rinse his mouth. As he raised his gaze toward the shore, his eyes met those of a bewildered boy. A human. Truman blinked in astonishment and, overtaken by excitement, leaped atop the vessel, calling out, "Hey. Hello." He waved his hand vigorously, indifferent to whether the boy could hear or comprehend him. Yet, the boy seemed startled. Clutching a nearby cloth bag and darting into the heaps of refuse like a startled meerkat, disappearing from sight in an instant. Observing the boy's evident fear, Truman furrowed his brow and then shook his head. It was entirely understandable for a child to be frightened upon witnessing his sudden descent from the sky. Upon reaching the shore, Truman employed his omniscient state to anchor the world securely among the rocks, ensuring it would not be swept away by the waves. Before finally emerging from the cabin, at this moment, he bore a composite material backpack filled with provisions and water. He had also taken a laser pistol from the emergency supply compartment, fashioning a makeshift holster to secure it at his lower back. Upon glancing back at the world ship, Truman realized it contained all his possessions. He once again entered the omniscient state, now effortlessly able to control whether to activate this mode. In this heightened awareness, Truman seamlessly merged the hatch and door of the world ship, effectively locking it. With everything in place, he finally had the opportunity to thoroughly examine his surroundings. Chapter 5. Morgan and Neo arriving in this ambiguous locale, Truman deemed it prudent to first familiarize himself with the area. To gain insight, he needed to find a local inhabitant. The young boy he had glimpsed earlier confirmed his suspicion that this planet was indeed home to a civilization, and that life persisted here. However, as he surveyed the towering heaps of garbage and the foamy, deep brown waves, it became evident that the environmental conditions in this region were dire. Reflecting on the appearance of the planet he had observed prior to his descent, Truman could not help but conjecture boldly that the entire planet likely suffered from similarly poor environmental conditions. The deep brown waters enveloped the globe, with only a few landmasses marred by an assortment of refuse, presenting a lifeless grayish-white visage. Tightening the straps of his backpack, Truman cautiously navigated through the debris, making his way toward the direction in which the boy had fled. Since the boy had dashed away in that direction, it was reasonable to assume something awaited him there, perhaps an adult from the boy's household, or possibly even a refugee camp. After traversing several hills formed by heaps of plastic waste, Truman lifted his gaze and beheld a path evidently crafted by human hands. Though referred to as a road, it was merely a modest trail made by slightly rearranging some refuse, compacting it into a relatively level and sturdy pathway. Truman hurried down the slope and crouched by the edge of the path, inspecting the surface. He confirmed that it indeed bore the marks of human intervention, prompting a small surge of excitement within him. He then rose and cast his gaze along the trail into the distance. Unbeknownst to Truman, atop a nearby mound of garbage, two emerald green eyes watched him intently through the gaps. "Father, he is the one who descended from the heavens," the boy blinked, his green pupils mirroring those of the middle-aged man beside him. The man, referred to as father, lowered his breath, his eyes glinting as they scrutinized Truman's finely tailored attire. In truth, Truman was clad in a simple sweatshirt and jeans, yet such garb appeared exquisitely refined compared to the patchwork cloaks worn by the boy and his father. "Be quieter, follow closely," the middle-aged man instructed, running his fingers over the scar on his face. Instantly, the greedy gleam in his eyes vanished without a trace. He inhaled deeply, touched the dagger at his waist, and, accompanied by the boy, stealthily descended the garbage mound, weaving silently between the refuse without making a sound. Suddenly, the man seized the boy, stepping protectively in front of him. Before the middle-aged man, Truman gazed at the two. "Can you comprehend my words?" Observing the man's right hand resting upon the hilt of a dagger at his waist, Truman likewise grasped the laser pistol concealed within its holster. "You can understand?" Truman's eyes widened in surprise. Although he distinctly heard the man babbling incomprehensibly, the language abruptly became intelligible in his mind. Despite the uncertainty of this phenomenon, the resolution of the language barrier instilled in Truman a semblance of calm. He shook his head and stated, "The issue is not what I intend to do, but rather what you wish to accomplish. You are the two who have been lurking atop the rubbish heap, watching me, are you not?" A flicker of realization crossed Truman's eyes as he released his grip on the pistol. With a subtle gesture, a crudely forged dagger materialized in his hand. Once the all-seeing state was activated, quietly seizing a dagger was hardly a challenge. The middle-aged man felt his hand, which had once clutched the hilt, suddenly empty. The dagger at his side had vanished without a trace. Upon glancing at the familiar dagger in Truman's possession, he could hardly deny the fate of his own weapon. The man's emerald-green pupils narrowed, and with lightning speed, his right hand grasped the spinning dagger's hilt with unerring precision. Morganio, Truman murmured the names of the two, then nodded. Very well, gentlemen. I shall overlook your earlier pursuit of me. Might you share some insights regarding this planet? Morgan hesitated, regarding Truman with uncertainty. The latter's demeanor had left him somewhat flummoxed. After all, on this planet, had others found themselves in Truman's position, they would likely have lost at least an arm. Noticing Morgan's hesitation, Truman raised an eyebrow and casually tossed 2 bottles of purified water towards him. Care for a drink? We can discuss matters while we sip. The bottles traced an elegant arc through the air, refracting the light in a captivating display. Initially startled, Morgan was taken aback, only to realize in the next moment what had been thrown at him. He hurriedly caught the 2 bottles, cradling them carefully in his arms. Is this purified water? Morgan's eyes widened, his emerald pupils shimmering with a faint luminescence, revealing his astonishment. He lifted his gaze to Truman once more. I apologize. As you have just arrived on this planet, you may not grasp the circumstances here. Uncontaminated purified water is virtually priceless. Uncontaminated purified water? Truman observed the surrounding heaps of refuse with keen interest, dismissively waving his hand. It's nothing. Consider it a gift. He had ample supplies of such purified water aboard his world vessel and felt no sense of loss. Furthermore, with a mere modification to the thrust engine aboard his vessel, he could easily desalinate the local seawater, ensuring an infinite supply of purified water. Morgan carefully stowed the 2 bottles in the cloth pouch strapped to Neo's back and bowed deeply, sincerity evident in his demeanor. I sincerely apologize once more for my rudeness. If you would be so kind, I invite you to my home, where I can provide you with a detailed explanation of the situation here. Chapter 6. Tonkagus. In the settlement of Tonkagus, Morgan led Truman and Neo through several structures crafted from corrugated metal, eventually entering a modest abode constructed from the same material. Throughout their journey, Truman surveyed the architecture with keen interest. The settlement appeared to be a makeshift shelter fashioned from refuse. Yet the signs of habitation indicated it had been in use for many years. He also observed that Morgan seemed to deliberately steer them away from the gazes of the other inhabitants. Fortuitously, the settlement was rather sparse at that moment. Even with his heightened perception, Truman could discern only a few men, leaving primarily the elderly, weak, women, and children. Once Morgan had secured the metal door with a bolt, he exhaled slightly in relief and turned to Truman, stating, "The inhabitants of the settlement should all be out. The commotion from your landing was quite significant, and it's likely that all the men are outside searching for traces of your descent module." Indeed, Truman nodded slightly, fully aware of the noise he had made upon landing. However, curiosity piqued within him, prompting him to inquire, what would happen if they find me? Naturally, they would seek a way to extract themselves from this wretched garbage planet through you, Morgan replied, his emerald eyes briefly illuminating with excitement at the mention of escaping the refuse-laden world. I understand. Your prolonged stay on such a planet is surely not by choice, is it? Truman raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let me guess, was it exile or disaster? The young boy, Neo, wore a look of confusion. He had lived here with his father for as long as he could remember and had never heard them speak of any specific past events. Morgan pressed his lips together, then lowered his gaze to Neo, gently ruffling the boy's tousled hair with his rough, dark hands. In a somewhat somber tone, he remarked, "It was a disaster, though one of our own making. We have been marooned here for nearly 11 years now, back when Neo was still a helpless infant." Morgan observed Neo, who had grown to the height of his elbow, and sighed. He himself was not particularly tall. Typically, a child of 11 or 12, given adequate nutrition, should reach a height of approximately 1.5 meters. Yet Neo barely measured 1.2 meters, his slender frame evidently a result of environmental constraints and malnutrition. Marooned? Did your spacecraft encounter trouble nearby? Truman seized upon this critical information. If Morgan's ship had not sustained severe damage, he might leverage his inexplicable omniscient state to attempt repairs. After all, for Truman, Transforming a fate of drifting through space into a landing on solid ground was a significant achievement. However, the dismal conditions of this wretched planet were proving quite intolerable for him. Given the choice, no one would wish to reside here for an extended period. Thus, when Truman heard Morgan mention the term marooned, his ears perked up immediately. Immediately noticing a hint of skepticism in Truman's gaze, Morgan added, "I am the chief pilot of the Tonkuga spacecraft. No one is more knowledgeable about its condition than I am. This is precisely why I mentioned that our predicament is of our own making." Morgan rummaged through the room and produced several stools crafted from metal plates and supports, gesturing for Truman to take a seat. Naturally, Truman remained vigilant. He carefully scrutinized the metallic stools, examining every detail of their construction with acute clarity, and found no cause for concern. The edges of the stools had been meticulously smoothed to prevent any risk of tearing fabric or injuring skin. Once he felt assured, Truman nodded for Morgan to continue speaking. And Morgan did not withhold the truth, revealing the reason for their presence. "We are, in fact, employees of the Tonkuga Waste Management Company, numbering around 5,000 to 6,000. Our primary duty involves the disposal of refuse and waste generated by space cities. Typically, incineration by stars is the standard procedure. However, for the upper management, having a spacecraft approach a stellar orbit significantly shortens its lifespan. Consequently, we resolve to discreetly deposit waste on this uninhabited rocky planet." Upon hearing this, Truman experienced a moment of realization, understanding the origin of the countless refuse scattered across the planet. Morgan took a deep breath and continued, "We have clandestinely engaged in such violations of planetary protection laws for many years, during which we have indeed profited immensely. However, no one anticipated that our spacecraft, Tunguska, would meet with disaster during a routine garbage transport." Truman cast a sympathetic glance at Neo. At the time of the Tunguska incident, he was merely an infant, yet he had been compelled to endure life here for over a decade. Nevertheless, the matter of the spacecraft remained Truman's primary concern, and he inquired, as the chief pilot, "You must know the cause of the incident, right?" Morgan nodded, his expression somewhat complex. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. "Morgan, that outsider is in your home, isn't he?" A gruff voice called from beyond the door, followed by the sound of fists pounding on the wood. Truman turned his gaze towards the entrance, activating his all-seeing state. Chapter 7. Encirclement. Upon hearing the shouts from outside, Morgan sprang to his feet, immediately gripped by tension. Yet, his anxiety stemmed not from the intruders, but rather from the concern that Truman might misconstrue the situation. He had keenly observed Truman's initial reaction upon seeing him, instinctively reaching for his lower back, only to later relax and engage in a display of deft weaponry. How could they have discovered us so swiftly? Morgan's breath quickened. While he was not intimately familiar with Truman, he possessed a deep understanding of the inhabitants of the Tunguska enclave. Without further ado, he drew the short blade from his waist. "I will intercept them. Please, take Neo and exit through the window." Truman's eyes shimmered with a faint glimmer as he discerned the situation outside. Morgan's metallic abode was encircled by over 100 individuals, with even the drainage outlet at the rear being closely monitored. Under such a formidable siege, it was virtually impossible for anyone to make an escape. However, Truman remained unperturbed. He glanced at Morgan and then at the somewhat startled Neo, offering merely a nod. Receiving Truman's tacit approval, Morgan exhaled slightly. Placing his right hand over his chest and bowing slightly, he declared, "I entrust Neo to you." Subsequently, Morgan grasped a short blade, pried open a narrow gap in the metal door, and swiftly slipped outside. He was careful to close the door behind him to prevent the onlookers from perceiving the interior circumstances. Once outside, Morgan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The leader of the group, clad in a slightly faded opulent uniform, stood at the forefront, flanked by dozens of men, effectively sealing off Morgan's threshold. Moreover, more personnel patrolled the nearby intersections, keeping a vigilant watch. It was evident that Morgan and Truman's movements had been closely observed today. Otherwise, such a rapid response mobilizing so many individuals would have been inconceivable. A muscle in Morgan's face twitched as he forced out a somewhat obsequious smile. "Captain Jack, why such a large entourage? Is there something amiss?" The man in the lavish uniform, referred to as Captain, was named Jack Smith, a name as common as Zhang Wei. Jack glanced at Morgan, yet his gaze incessantly darted towards the tightly shut metal door behind him. He rested his hand upon the intricately carved hilt of a dagger that hung at his waist and spoke, "Morgan, the one who made an emergency landing today is in your house, is he not?" What emergency landing? A hint of confusion flickered across Morgan's face, as if he genuinely did not comprehend the words of Captain Jack. However, Captain Jack seemed to perceive Morgan's thoughts with uncanny clarity and snorted disdainfully. Do not attempt to buy time. This place is surrounded, and should they try to escape through the back window, I dare say that intruder has already fallen into my grasp. Enough of this trivial chatter, Captain Jack commanded, waving his hand. The two men flanking him stepped forward, ready to take Morgan away, for he was still of some use. As the chief pilot, Morgan possessed a valuable skill, and Captain Jack intended to retain him, realizing he was outmatched under the threat of the two men. Morgan relinquished his dagger, understanding that any resistance would be futile. Once Morgan was escorted away, Captain Jack cast a glance at a burly man who received the silent cue. The man approached the door of the metal shed and forcefully kicked the bolt aside before leading the way inside. Captain, there is no one inside, the burly man reported after surveying the room. Captain Jack raised an eyebrow and scanned the area. There seemed to be no suitable hiding places, and the windows at the back were tightly shut. He walked over to the window, pushed it open, and called out, "Have you captured anyone?" A few individuals emerged from the alley outside the window, casting awkward glances at Captain Jack and shaking their heads. The leader spoke, "Captain, that man did not come this way. Did he not go behind?" Captain Jack, confronted with a misjudgment, felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could so many fail to keep track of a man with a child? Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, locate him. If you wish to escape this wretched planet, exert every effort. Yes. In an abandoned metal shack several dozen meters away, Truman appeared, pulling Neo along with him. He stifled the urge to gasp for air, scanning the surroundings to ensure he remained undetected. Utilizing the omniscient state to transport someone across such a vast distance for the first time, Truman felt his stamina deplete even more than when he had stitched the spacecraft. However, time was of the essence. The searchers were nearby. He activated the omniscient state once more, stepping forward and bringing Neo to another deserted metal shack a short distance away. Thus, moving as if leaping between islands, Truman swiftly led Neo away from the settlement. They crouched atop a nearby mountain of refuse, camouflaged by the shattered debris, observing the activities within the settlement. Meanwhile, Captain Jack was seething with rage. He had witnessed Truman enter Morgan's metal shack through the surveillance system. How could he possibly have escaped under such tight surveillance? In a fit of fury, Captain Jack ordered the immediate demolition of Morgan's shack, digging desperately for any trace of Truman, yet there was no sign of his departure. As if he had vanished into thin air. Could it be that I'm seeing ghosts? Captain Jack gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Even if this Truman is a specter, surely Morgan's son cannot also be a phantom." Chapter 8. The dungeon. The burly man escorted Morgan to the fortress where the captain resided, a structure that, despite being called a fortress, was merely a miniature castle constructed of stone. Once inside the fortress, Morgan was not subjected to excessive hardship, as Captain Jack's entire focus was devoted to the search for Truman. Nonetheless, he found himself confined in a room situated in the underground section of the fortress, under the watchful eye of a dedicated guard. "Hey, Morris," Morgan called out through the window, which was sealed with a metal rod, to the guard outside. This guard was no stranger to Morgan. He had been the forklift operator responsible for logistical support on the spacecraft, delivering various parts and tools for the chief engineer, thus making him somewhat of an acquaintance. Morris raised an eyebrow and took a few steps closer to the door, leaning against the wall as he spoke. "Morgan, tell me about that outsider. Care for a drink?" As he spoke, Morris produced a metal flask from his pocket and offered it to Morgan. Morgan accepted the flask without hesitation, taking a sip that lit up his eyes. Greenbud wine. A splendid find. Morris observed the fluorescent hues of Morgan's pupils and frowned slightly. "Your condition is worsening." In truth, Morris's own pupils bore a hint of green, though his situation was not nearly as pronounced as Morgan's. After all these years, it was the first time someone had descended upon this planet, and I was well aware of the extraordinary nature of his arrival. Morris shook his head, took a swig of the green sprout liquor, and then offered it to Morgan. However, Morgan gently declined, saying, "This wine is quite precious. Let's not consume it all at once." He continued, "When I say extraordinary, I do not mean it in the way you might think. The abilities of that outsider will likely yield little benefit for Jack and the others." "Oh," Morris yawned, casting his gaze around the room, before inquiring, "Can that outsider truly help us escape this planet?" "How would I know?" Morgan replied, shaking his head. "But I have little hope. It seems that the outsider also arrived in an escape pod, perhaps merely another castaway like us." "What makes you think he possesses the means to rescue us?" Morgan stared at Morris, lost in thought, and remained silent for a moment. Just then, a familiar voice unexpectedly broke the stillness from behind Morgan. "Hello, gentlemen. This is hardly the time for idle chatter." Startled, Morgan spun around to find Truman had mysteriously appeared in the room where he was confined. "How did you get in here?" Morgan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. This room had no alternative entrances, not even a window. It was merely a solid iron door, and he could not fathom how Truman had managed to appear. "Just a little trick," Truman shrugged. "It's time to leave. Neo is quite concerned about you." With the omniscient state, entering a sealed cell was almost effortlessly simple. "Hee, there is a guard here." Although Morris was somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of Truman, the foreigner they had just been discussing, he expressed his dissatisfaction upon hearing Truman's intention to take Morgan away. Besides, without Captain Jack's key, no one can unlock this door. Click. In a state of full awareness, Truman reached through the keyhole and effortlessly turned the lock, subsequently pushing open the iron door with ease. "All right, let's go." Noticing Morgan's dazed expression, Truman waved his hand in front of him, awakening him from his stupor. Morris, as the guard, grew anxious. If Morgan were to escape right under his nose, he feared he would not fare well with Captain Jack. Consequently, he drew a somewhat crudely crafted long knife from his waist and menacingly waved it at Truman in an attempt to intimidate the outsider. With a sigh, Truman produced a laser pistol from the small of his back and aimed it directly at Morris. The moment Morris glimpsed the laser pistol, he froze. Then nervously fiddled with his long knife, saying, "How about I perform a sword dance for you?" Seeing Morris's unexpected compliance, Truman chose not to press further. He led Morgan out of the underground cell. Once Truman and Morgan vanished around the corner of the staircase, Morris let out a huge sigh of relief. He had never anticipated that this outsider would be armed. Their own ship, carrying 4,000 to 5,000 people, was devoid of firearms. Yet Truman managed to produce an Imperial Standard laser pistol. It appeared that this foreigner was not to be underestimated. He finally understood why Morgan had remarked that Truman, the outsider, was certainly no ordinary individual, because he was armed. Of course, Morris could never have anticipated that, upon witnessing Truman draw his weapon, Morgan's astonishment mirrored his own. Furthermore, when Morgan referred to Truman as not simple, he was actually alluding to Truman's remarkable skill in disarming an opponent. Once out of Morris's line of sight, Truman surveyed his surroundings to ensure there were no surveillance cameras, then firmly grasped Morgan's shoulder and instructed, "Relax." Before Morgan could react, he felt himself spinning in disorientation. He realized with clarity that they were no longer in a prison bunker. After examining his body and confirming that he was whole, Morgan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Truman, exclaiming, "How did you accomplish this? I haven't engaged with cutting-edge technology in 11 years. Has this emerged as new tech?" Meanwhile, Captain Jack remained oblivious to these developments. After fruitlessly searching, he ordered his subordinates to continue the search while he hastily departed the settlement, striding northeast. Chapter 9. The captor Captain Jack, alone and without any subordinates, traversed a narrow path through the heap of refuse for over 10 minutes, eventually arriving at a massive boulder. He glanced around to ensure he was not being followed, then discovered a switch nestled within a crevice of the stone. Shortly thereafter, a slab beneath the boulder abruptly opened, revealing a hidden staircase that descended into darkness. At the end of the staircase lies a small chamber hewn from the rock, shrouded in darkness, where the occasional clinking and dragging of chains resonates ominously. Captain Jack, with a casual flick, retrieved a torch from the rocky wall beside him and ignited it. The flickering flame intensified the sound of the chains sliding against one another. A chilling wail suddenly filled the chamber, echoing through the layers of stone, silenced from the outside world. A viscous, grayish-brown liquid meandered along the uneven floor. Jack fanned the air with his hand near his nostrils and produced a thumb-sized, transparent glass vial from his pocket. Carefully, he used the edge of his dagger to scoop a portion of the thick liquid and meticulously transferred it into the glass container, sealing it with a blackened rubber stopper that had aged with time. Paying no heed to the creature's cries of anguish, Jack cast a cursory glance at it, akin to observing a lifeless dog, before wiping his dagger on a ragged piece of cloth on the floor. Subsequently, the stone door slammed shut, leaving behind only a tattered cloth and the lingering echoes of lamentation. 2 kilometers southeast of the settlement, Truman successfully reunited with Morgan and Neo, who had been waiting on the spot. Together, the trio sought refuge and established a temporary resting place in a sheltered nook. It was then that Truman prepared to inquire with Morgan about certain matters. He too harbored confusion, pondering why the entire settlement regarded him, an uninvited outsider, as the beacon of hope for their escape from this planet. They were even willing to resort to force in their attempts to seize him. Upon hearing this, Morgan furrowed his brow and remarked, "From a technical standpoint, I do not believe your arrival, or rather your landing pod, can significantly alter the plight of the Tunguska settlement. Currently, there are merely a little over 2,000 survivors remaining. Even if your pod possesses the capability for re-entry into the cosmos, it is insufficient to facilitate the escape of so many individuals. Perhaps we could send just one person to seek assistance?" Truman pondered, daringly hypothesizing. However, Morgan shook his head with a bitter expression. "That is an impossible proposition. From an initial population of over 4,000, we have dwindled to just over 2,000 survivors. Too much has transpired in between. It is likely that no survivor here is entirely innocent. No one would dare to trust another to genuinely seek help rather than abandon the rest in this dire situation." Truman blinked, gradually grasping the reality that most individuals within Tunguska must now exist in a state of profound distrust. No one would entrust their chance of survival to another's hands. In such an environment, even if Captain Jack were to exhibit a hint of intention to escape alone, it is highly probable that his seemingly loyal subordinates would go to any lengths to drag him down. Thus, a question arises. If this technical dilemma is so evident, why does Captain Jack so fervently believe that I represent your opportunity to flee this planet? Truman's eyes brimmed with confusion. He had only just transitioned from a state of drifting aimlessly in orbit, awaiting death, to one of survival in an alien wilderness. Morgan shook his head, unable to comprehend the true motives behind Captain Jack's actions. As the conversation reached an impasse, Truman suddenly recalled their previous discussion that had been interrupted in the tin house. "Morgan, do you remember the reason behind your spaceship's mishap? A massive cargo vessel should not encounter such calamity so easily, should it?" Upon Truman's abrupt change of topic, Morgan paused momentarily before responding. In fact, that disaster was orchestrated by human hands. He hesitated briefly before continuing. The Tunguska Corporation had been engaged in the illicit transportation of waste. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, there is no wall impervious to whispers. An environmental activist learned of our operations and infiltrated our ship. Morgan elaborated. He secured a position within the company and boarded the vessel. Sensing that his explanation lacked clarity, he offered a clarification. Truman nodded, attentively listening. "During our final descent to dispose of waste in the near-Earth orbit of this planet, that activist, Jeff Klatt, initiated a suicide attack in the energy chamber. The assault inflicted irreversible damage upon the energy compartment, and by the time we realized what was happening, it was far too late. This behavior seemed inconsistent with that of an environmentalist, resembling more the actions of a terrorist." Truman shrugged, expressing his regret, but promptly inquired, "And what of Jeff? Was he confirmed dead in the attack?" "Not a trace remains." Morgan sighed as he entered the energy chamber alongside the crew. The situation was already in disarray, with Captain Jack busily orchestrating the rescue efforts. "Captain Jack arrived before you?" Truman, now sensitive to the mention of Jack's name, found himself perplexed. Under such pressing circumstances, it was expected that the maintenance team would be the first to respond. "No," Morgan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Captain Jack had sealed off the area with the security team until all safety hazards were addressed, allowing us to commence repairs only thereafter. Indeed, there were multiple risks of catastrophic explosions in the energy chamber. Truman nodded, having gathered a general understanding of the sequence of events concerning the Trunkus accident, yet he lacked any substantial leads. The sole aspect that piqued his suspicion was the rationale behind Jack's insistence on securing the area during the energy chamber's crisis. Wouldn't it have been more prudent to permit the maintenance team to commence repairs at the earliest opportunity? Before Truman could contemplate this conundrum further, a cacophony of hurried footsteps abruptly resonated nearby. "Intruder, you are indeed here." Captain Jack's voice rang with a hint of triumph, and moments later, he appeared before Truman and his companions, flanked by dozens of others. Chapter 10. Surrendering Arms Indeed. "You are here." Truman narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze with Captain Jack's. He noted that Jack's eyes, much like Morgan's, shimmered with a deep verdant glow, even more profound in hue. As he surveyed the crowd, Truman observed that not only Captain Jack and the Morgans possessed this peculiar green luminescence in their eyes, but it was also present, to varying degrees, among the others. However, this is not the opportune moment to investigate the issues with their eyes. Truman placed his hand on the grip of the firearm at his lower back. ever ready to draw. Observing Truman's movements, Captain Jack appeared to anticipate the situation as his subordinates collectively raised their heavy metal shields, forming a solid barrier around Truman. Upon seeing those formidable plates, Truman's expression shifted slightly, yet he proceeded to draw his laser pistol from his waist. "Truman, that is your name, is it not?" Captain Jack's voice resounded from behind the metal barrier, imbued with a sense of triumph. "The laser pistol indeed caught me off guard, but you wield but a single weapon, which is quite manageable." Upon hearing his name called, Truman's brow furrowed instantly. "Are you inquiring how I know your name and how I am aware of your laser pistol?" Captain Jack chuckled. "Heh, once you cooperate obediently with me, I assure you there will be a place for you on the spacecraft when we escape this planet." Truman tightened his grip on the laser pistol, his eyes glimmering with intensity as his furrowed brow relaxed momentarily, only to revert to a facade of calm composure. "Can you enlighten me on how you located us?" he inquired, sheathing the laser pistol and raising both hands to signal that he posed no threat. Seeing Truman holster his weapon, Captain Jack felt a measure of relief and cautiously peeked from behind the metal barrier. "First, hand over the pistol, and then we can engage in a gradual discussion. That is out of the question. Surrendering the pistol, you become the fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to anyone's whims." Morgan heard Captain Jack's demand and approached Truman, whispering to him. At this moment, within the entirety of this planet, the laser pistol in Truman's possession stood as the sole long-range weapon of lethality. Even swords were rare within the Tonkiss settlement, let alone the more sophisticated bow and arrow. "Morgan, do not forget you are an employee of Tonkiss." Captain Jack, although unable to discern Morgan's words to Truman, nonetheless inferred Morgan's intentions from his demeanor. With a derisive snort, Morgan retorted, "The employee handbook of Tonkiss makes no mention of the captain's authority to imprison staff." Truman extended a hand to halt Morgan, patting his shoulder, and then gestured for Morgan to step back and stand with Neo. "I acquiesce to your demand." Truman unbuckled his holster from his waist, gave it a slight shake to indicate its weight, and then casually tossed it. The holster, along with the laser pistol, traced a graceful arc through the air before being securely caught by Captain Jack. Feeling the weight in his hand, Captain Jack let out a subtle sigh of relief. Truman's possession of the laser pistol had instilled a profound sense of insecurity in him. Now that the firearm was in his grasp, it would further solidify his standing within the camp. Opening the holster, he examined the pistol, ensuring he was not the subject of Truman's trickery. Satisfied, Captain Jack waved his hand for his subordinates to remove the heavy metal plates. An astute individual, Captain Jack remarked with a smile, nodding in approval. Before fastening the holster to his waist, the laser pistol firmly positioned against his lower back. Captain Jack, feeling assured that he had the situation firmly in hand, squared his shoulders and faced Truman, even taking a moment to adjust the captain's uniform he had worn for over a decade. "Of course," Captain Jack nodded. "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would ensure your safety. Morgan is one of our own. Not to mention that you are our sole hope of departing from this planet." The hall of the fortress had been arranged with tables and chairs, set for a simple repast. On the table lay some basic sustenance: dark bread, a viscous substance reminiscent of jam, and a large barrel of a beverage known as green sprout wine. "Well, the fare may be rather humble, yet it has sustained us for over 10 years, he mused. "Given the severe pollution of this planet, the mere ability to produce such food is a remarkable feat." Captain Jack raised his glass filled with green sprout wine. Devoid of any guilt about being a principal contributor to the planet's contamination, instead, his tone betrayed a palpable discontent with the environment. Truman lifted his own glass. Inhaling the aroma, the drink labeled as green sprout wine hardly resembled any true wine in his estimation, more akin to a fermented concoction of plants. The dark bread appeared somewhat more palatable, yet the thick, jam-like substance emitted a faint scent unique to this planet, failing to stimulate Truman's appetite. In fact, the compressed biscuits in his backpack were infinitely more appetizing than this fare. However, in such a setting, he refrained from boasting, prioritizing the need to discern Captain Jack's intentions above all else. Captain Jack, oblivious to the flicker of disdain in Truman's gaze, considered it entirely normal for Truman to find the food unappealing. After all, Truman had scarcely arrived on this planet for a day, still struggling to acclimate to the harsh environment. "During the first year of our ordeal, I commanded the crew to establish an indoor farm where we cultivated rye and ground grapes. It was these two crops that enabled us to endure for 11 years amidst such adversity." Captain Jack, shaking his half-filled goblet, spoke with a tone of considerable pride. "However, in the second year, Some individuals harbored sinister intentions, seeking to seize control of the indoor farm. This conflict resulted in the sacrifice of thousands. At this point, Captain Jack forcefully slammed his cup onto the table, creating a thunderous sound. Fortunately, under the captain's leadership, we successfully vanquished the traitors and expelled them from our camp. One of Captain Jack's subordinates sycophantically glanced at him, adding a crucial remark. Chapter 11. Conflict following the simple banquet. Captain Jack's subordinate escorted the other unrelated individuals out of the hall, leaving only Captain Jack and Truman within the chamber. Observing the departure of others, Truman understood that Captain Jack was likely preparing to address matters directly. As anticipated, once the door to the hall closed, under the soft glow of white luminescent lights, the greenish luminescence in Captain Jack's pupils intensified. His glowing green gaze fixed upon Truman, and the smile that once adorned his face gradually faded. Truman, tell me, do you possess the means to repair the spacecraft, or perhaps to construct a new vessel capable of breaching the atmosphere? Observing Truman's calm demeanor, devoid of any semblance of crisis or alarm, Captain Jack furrowed his brow, subtly brushing his right arm against the holster at his lower back. Once he was convinced that Truman posed no trickery, he continued, enough with the circumlocution. I shall speak plainly. I am aware that you intend to depart this planet aboard a spacecraft. He paused, reflecting on his own journey. To be honest, I had exerted every effort to make a crash landing before arriving here, yet upon my arrival, I found myself regretting it. Truman's nostrils flared slightly in response. The conditions of this planet were indeed abysmal. If there were any possibility, he mused, I would certainly seek a way to leave this place. At this juncture, Truman rose from his seat, stretching languidly, the day's multitude of events weighing heavily upon him. However, this was hardly the moment for repose. Captain Jack's gaze remained fixed on Truman, as if he sought to uncover any signs of deception in his expression. He spoke slowly. Since you appear to be unaware at this moment, allow me to rephrase my inquiry. Have you ever studied ancient knowledge? He rapped his fingers lightly on the table. Ancient knowledge? Truman replied, his expression one of confusion. Could you be more specific? You are unfamiliar with ancient knowledge? Are you not human? Captain Jack responded, a hint of surprise in his voice, yet his vigilance returned. He elaborated. Ancient knowledge refers to the academic disciplines of centuries past, such as materials science, dynamics, and so forth. To simplify, even classical physics falls under the umbrella of ancient knowledge. Truman paused momentarily. While I may not grasp the intricacies of materials science or dynamics, I have certainly acquired some knowledge of physics. Concepts such as Newton's 3 laws and the principles of thermodynamics are fundamental, are they not? It seems modern individuals neglect these essential teachings. Captain Jack shook his head, remarking that the depths of contemporary scientific inquiry are exceedingly profound. If we were to commence our ascent from the very roots of science at birth, by the time we reach the twilight of our lives, we would scarcely have traversed half the distance. Modern individuals typically embark on their journey from the midway point. Therefore, how can those among you who operate and repair spacecraft profess ignorance of Newton's laws? Truman raised an eyebrow, finding it difficult to fathom such a notion. Captain Jack sighed. It's not that we are entirely ignorant, but rather that we lack mastery. Do you understand? Prior to your arrival on this planet, the only conceivable means of escape was to create a spacecraft anew from scratch. Initially, you had a contingent of over 4,000. One cannot claim there was no opportunity. Can they? No, you do not comprehend. Captain Jack shook his head. Constructing a vessel capable of accommodating 4,000 people necessitates a floating dock, thousands of specialized operators, the collaboration of at least 15 corporate entities, hundreds of departments, and a unified coordination body. To achieve this on this planet, our 4,000 are utterly insufficient. Even the creation of a rudimentary spacecraft requires us to begin with the most basic materials processing. If we cannot even accomplish that, how could we possibly hope to attract the expertise of aerospace dynamics specialists? Thus, to expect anything from me would be utterly futile. Truman spread his hands, stating, I studied liberal arts in college. If you had asked me about high school physics before I entered university, I could have engaged in a discussion. However, Captain Jack, undeterred by Truman's admission, gazed at him with unwavering conviction, proclaiming, surely, you must possess an alternative method to construct a spacecraft. Without a doubt, you will embark on a journey off this planet. Observing the oddly confident Captain Jack, Truman raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Well, even if I could indeed fabricate a spacecraft, do you not fear offending me with such grandiose endeavors? Humph. Captain Jack scoffed lightly, but before he could articulate further, the door to the hall was abruptly thrust open by an underling. "Captain, there is trouble at the camp." Until that moment, with the door closed, soundproofing had effectively concealed the commotion outside. As the hall door swung open, Truman began to discern the cacophony of shouting beyond. Captain Jack sprang to his feet, his pupils glowing with a vivid green luminescence. He glanced at Truman before addressing his subordinate. "First, take him to a secure place. I shall attend to the situation outside." Once he departed, the subordinate approached Truman, resting a hand on the hilt of his knife. "This way, please." It appeared that the notion of Truman being the hope for leaving this planet was widely known within the Tungus community, leading the bearded subordinate to treat Truman with a degree of respect. Truman had initially intended to gather information from Captain Jack, thus he made no sudden movements, cooperating fully as he followed the bearded man towards the corridor adjacent to the hall. "Hey, could you share what has been happening outside?" Truman inquired as they walked. "I see." He nodded thoughtfully, refraining from pressing further, as it was evident that the other party was reluctant to divulge too much. Amidst the glow of flames, a group of ragged individuals surged into the camp, wielding makeshift knives and guns, their battle cries echoing as they charged deeper into the encampment. Chapter 12. The Spear of Light. A middle-aged man cloaked in a grayish-brown mantle kicked down a barrier, leaning his long knife against the ground as he gazed into the depths of the Tonkagus camp. The flames illuminated the southeastern side of the camp, revealing a terrifying scar that stretched from his right eyebrow to his chin. He was the notorious rebel leader, Scarface Rick. "Light it up," Rick bellowed after taking a deep breath, summoning his comrades with all his might. Upon hearing Scarface Rick's command, the other rebels wasted no time, hurling torches into the piles of flammable materials. And in an instant, the southeastern sky was ablaze. The cacophony of screams and battle cries blended with the crackling of flames, merging into a symphony of hell. Yet, Scarface Rick showed no regard for the elderly, the weak, or the women and children. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Captain Jack is on his way. Gather around. Draw your blades." With a swift motion, Rick unsheathed his long sword from the ground, taking the lead as he advanced along the broad main street of the Tonkagus settlement towards the stone fortress at the center of the camp. A smirk flickered at the corner of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "I did not come here for your indoor farms. Such trivialities are of no use to us now. Regardless of your intentions, be prepared to remain here permanently." Captain Jack's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Rick's words. He drew his intricately designed knife and pointed it threateningly at Rick. Observing the eerie, luminescent green glow emanating from Captain Jack's eyes in the darkness, Rick let out a derisive laugh. "Hand over the outsiders, and I shall take my leave. Otherwise, prepare for the annihilation of Tonkagus." A similar green luminescence ignited in Rick's eyes, a characteristic that seemed to have become a hallmark of their kind. "Annihilate Tonkagus? With you and your motley crew?" Captain Jack scoffed, dismissively glancing at the ragtag band that Rick had brought, which even included children as young as 15 or 16. The laser pistol holstered at his waist instilled an unparalleled confidence in Captain Jack. Although the energy reserves of the laser pistol would not suffice to eliminate them all, he reasoned that if he could dispatch Rick and his few leaders, the rest would merely be a disorganized rabble. Rick, however, displayed no signs of panic, even in the heart of enemy territory. His emerald-hued gaze remained fixed on Captain Jack as he raised his right hand with a subtle wave. Before the inhabitants of the Tonkagus camp could speculate on Rick's intentions, a brilliant white beam of light suddenly descended from a mound of refuse on the outskirts of the camp, striking a corrugated iron structure with a resounding crash. The metallic groaning echoed as the iron building was instantly melted, leaving behind a crater approximately a meter in diameter on the ground. A rapid-fire particle spear. Captain Jack was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the scorched and glowing edge of the hole before lifting his eyes towards the refuse hill. However, cloaked by the inky darkness of the night, he could discern nothing. "Where did you procure such an item?" Captain Jack's eyes widened with fury, realization dawning upon him that these traitors had surreptitiously acquired such a formidable weapon. He could surmise that this rapid-fire particle spear must have been unearthed and repaired by Rick and his group from the refuse. Yet honestly, the odds of such an occurrence were exceedingly slim. All the refuse on this planet had been collected by the Tonkagus Waste Management Company from the Space City. And while it occasionally contained some discarded large weaponry from the Space City, those devices had been thoroughly dismantled. This was precisely why the inhabitants of the Tonkagus settlement were so astonished when Rick produced a functional rapid-fire particle spear that night. The likelihood of assembling parts from countless heaps of garbage into a working rapid-fire particle spear was akin to a monkey producing a Shakespearean play. Don't inquire how we acquired it. The situation has changed. Even you, Ghost Jack, could never anticipate our trump card, could you? Upon witnessing the evident shock on Captain Jack's face, Rick allowed a faint smile to emerge, clearly pleased with the impact of his recent discharge from the near-light particle spear. However, atop the inky black refuse heap, several insurgents maneuvered makeshift electric trucks, hastily dragging away a gargantuan device imbued with the acrid scent of charred materials. Indeed, their cobbled-together near-light particle spear was merely a disposable contraption. The successful launch of such a device, devoid of energy relievers or subatomic fission apparatus, was nothing short of miraculous. Rick was acutely aware of the precarious situation regarding the near-light particle spear, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Gazing at Captain Jack as if to assert his superiority, "My patience is finite. Surrender the outsider to me, or the consequence shall be the entirety of the Tonkigas camp." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jack's forehead, for it was the first time since arriving on this planet that he felt events slipping beyond his control. Recently distracted by the outsider, he had inadvertently relaxed his vigilance, only to find that you had managed to fabricate a near-light particle spear. Taking a deep breath, Captain Jack lowered his hand from his waist and, in a surprising turn of events, retrieved a silver flask from his pocket, trembling as he brought it to his lips for a sip of its contents. "Stop feigning composure. Even the Qingyao liquor will not save you. Hand over the outsider immediately," exclaimed a girl with a striking black ponytail, brandishing a narrow blade threateningly towards Captain Jack. However, Captain Jack, after placing down the silver flask, astonishingly closed his eyes in front of everyone. It was a revelation. When he reopened his eyes, the emerald glow within his pupils intensified dramatically. In a fit of rage, Jack surprisingly wore a smile, his tongue gliding slowly over his teeth as he drew a laser pistol from his waist. Chapter 13. The laser pistol. With the laser pistol firmly in hand, Captain Jack cast a sinister grin towards Rick, his eyes radiating an air of confidence, as if everything were under his control. Scarface Rick, observing the flickering light illuminating Jack's face, felt a twinge of hesitation. Yet, as the light flashed once more, revealing the unmistakable shape of Jack's laser pistol, his eyes widened in alarm. "Cover! He has a gun!" Rick shouted in panic, swiftly seeking refuge behind the collapsed tin structure, pressing himself against the wall. Once concealed, Rick called out towards Captain Jack, his voice resonating with urgency. "Ghost Jack, what do you mean by this? Surrender the gun, or the entire Tunkus settlement will suffer the consequences of your actions." "Oh?" Jack chuckled lightly, unfazed by Rick's threats. Had this confrontation occurred earlier, he would have certainly felt the tension when faced with Rick and the other rebels. However, now that he possessed the laser pistol, the threat from Rick and his associates had diminished significantly. In a duel between cold steel and a laser pistol, Jack could hardly fathom any possibility of Rick turning the tide. He smirked, his lips pursed, and said with an air of superiority, "Rick, should you possess the capability to fire the rapid light spear once more, I shall remain here, immobile. Direct your aim at me." With these words, Jack stood resolutely, arms outstretched, resembling a figure awaiting crucifixion by the light spear. Initially, Jack's subordinates had been thoroughly intimidated by Rick's formidable rapid light spear, and some had even begun contemplating how to seamlessly align themselves with the traitors. However, upon Jack's proclamation, a realization dawned upon everyone. If the traitors' rapid light spear held such formidable power, their connection with Jack would preclude it from being merely a tool of intimidation. "Come, open fire upon me." Jack's voice, tinged with a growing madness, echoed under the scrutiny of the onlookers as he vehemently struck his chest. In the glow of the flames, Jack's visage radiated a vivid crimson. Conversely, Rick, the scarred-faced adversary, appeared increasingly agitated. At that moment, the girl accompanying Rick inhaled deeply and conjectured, "How could he possibly know that our rapid light spears are limited? Could there be a traitor among us?" "No, it is not a matter of betrayal," Rick replied, peering through the crevice in the wall towards Jack's direction. After hearing the girl's speculation, he shook his head in refutation. Initially, Jack had indeed been cowed, and I could discern his expression clearly. Furrowing his brow, Rick observed that a palpable silence had descended upon the ranks of the traitors. Previously emboldened by the intimidation of the rapid light spear, they now found themselves inexplicably exposed. It was Captain Jack, wielding a laser pistol of mysterious origin, who now held dominion over the unfolding situation. Everyone was acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between their cold weapons and the laser pistol, knowing that victory was a mere fantasy unless they resorted to a calculated ambush. Yet, how could Captain Jack, the formidable Ghost Jack, afford them such an opportunity? He commanded a loyal cadre of over 100, overseeing a populace exceeding 2,000. Rick seethed as he repeated Jack's moniker, Ghost Jack. Had he once again seen through their intentions? How could this be? Initially, he had not anticipated such an outcome. Over the past decade of encounters, Captain Jack had consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to foresee the rebels' movements at crucial moments, effectively quelling their insurrections. Today, he had once more unveiled the rebels' hidden cards, positioning himself as the likely victor of the evening. Wait, could it be the drink he had consumed earlier? A sudden spark of realization illuminated Rick's mind as he recalled Jack's demeanor before and after being threatened by the close-range laser spear. He discerned that the shift in Jack's behavior coincided with his sip from the silver flask. Nevertheless, even as Rick pieced together these clues, they bore little significance in the current predicament, for their most potent trump card had already been laid bare. Close-range laser spear, Rick, he acknowledged. I concede that you indeed possess considerable skill to have fashioned such a device from refuse. However, I fear it may only serve a singular purpose. Without an energy release mechanism or a subatomic fission reactor, a single discharge would likely render it inoperative. Captain Jack burst into laughter, raising his gun-wielding hand. Do you see clearly now? This is a standard military laser pistol, fully charged, capable of firing at least 50 times. Which of you rebels do you think will be eternally left behind this time? His words instilled doubt among many rebels, their gazes converging on the low wall where Rick was hiding. At that moment, Rick was in a state of frantic despair. He had never anticipated such a turn of events today. In his mind, the worst-case scenario was that Ghost Jack would not be intimidated by the rapid-fire laser spear, but they could still retreat unscathed. However, this mysterious laser pistol had shattered the equilibrium they had maintained. Amidst the flames, everyone clearly saw the laser pistol raised high in Captain Jack's hand. It seemed more potent than a national treasure, and anyone wielding it could effortlessly suppress all dissenters present. Yet, just as this seemingly invincible artifact was poised to assert its dominance, it suddenly vanished from Captain Jack's grasp in the next moment. Realizing the emptiness in his hand, Captain Jack's heartbeat faltered. He looked up, but found no suspicious presence. The laser pistol had indeed disappeared from his hand. This scene was witnessed by all, as they saw the pistol evaporate into thin air. By the way, I wonder if you are interested in hearing something from me? As everyone stood in a daze, uncertain whether to continue battling the enemy or to maintain a standoff, a voice suddenly pierced the tension in the air. Illuminated by the flickering flames, a man adorned in exquisite attire emerged between the two factions, one hand gripping a laser pistol and the other hoisting a backpack. It was Truman. Captain Jack, astonished, exclaimed the name of the newcomer, who was indeed Truman. Upon hearing Captain Jack's voice, Truman turned to face the leader of the Tonkugas settlement, who had once graciously hosted him, and offered a broad smile revealing all 8 of his teeth. Captain Jack, this device is far too perilous. It is better that I keep it safe, Truman remarked, weighing the laser pistol before it swiftly vanished, replaced by his original holster. After leisurely securing the laser pistol into the holster at his lower back, he surveyed both groups and spoke. I have a proposal regarding our departure from this planet. I wonder if you would be inclined to hear it? Chapter 14. Collaboration in the subterranean chambers of the central fortress of Tonkugas. The Sentinel Morris once again welcomed his old acquaintance, as this prison had once more become the venue for Morgan's reception. However, this time, Morgan was accompanied by his son, Neo. It is worth noting that Morris is quite an intriguing character. The last time he oversaw Morgan, the latter was brazenly abducted by Truman right before his very eyes. Yet he faced no repercussions whatsoever. Naturally, he continued to recline leisurely on the chair he had forged from metal plates, sipping the slightly bitter green bud wine in small gulps. Upon observing Neo, who was anxiously clutching the hem of Morgan's clothing, Maurice raised an eyebrow. Is that you, Neo? It has been years, hasn't it? Come here, and let your uncle take a look at you. You've grown so tall. Would you care for a drink? Maurice, you've had quite enough. The man responsible for escorting the Morgan father and son wrinkled his brow at the pervasive scent of alcohol that filled the room. He turned to the slightly inebriated Maurice and said, if you allow things to become muddled again and someone disappears, Captain Jack will not let you off easily this time. With that, the man escorted the Morgans into their cell and then turned to leave, taking care to brush off his thin robe as if repulsed by the stench of decay that clung to him. Maurice paid no mind to the man's rudeness. He gently rocked in his somewhat unstable chair, glanced at the Morgans, and waved his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement before closing his eyes. Whether in slumber or intoxication was uncertain. Neo inhaled deeply, and to be honest, the odor in the prison was almost fragrant compared to the putrid stench of the seaside. He lifted his head to look at his father. "Father, do you think that outsider can truly take us away from this planet?" In his youthful innocence, Neo's gaze held a hint of confusion. He did not fully grasp the concept of leaving this planet, yet he understood that anywhere would undoubtedly be an improvement over their current surroundings. Morgan's gaze was imbued with contemplation. He had just slightly shaken his head. Yet he hesitated and interrupted this motion, declaring, "Father is uncertain, yet the outsider possesses some peculiar qualities. Perhaps, but within their civilization. This remains merely a concept of science fiction, lacking any technological pathway to realization." Nonetheless, Morgan had undeniably experienced the kind of spatial leap that exists only in the realm of science fiction, rekindling a flicker of hope in his heart that had long been extinguished. Perhaps he truly could. With this thought, Morgan wholly aligned himself with Truman. Thus, despite being acutely aware of Truman's ability to disarm an opponent, he refrained from offering Captain Jack a single word of caution. He understood that Truman's decision to surrender his weapon was deliberate, a calculated move. Otherwise, given Truman's capabilities, it would have been utterly impossible for Captain Jack to capture him. At the edge of the Tonkus camp, Truman stood resolutely between two factions. Alone, he faced nearly 400 individuals, yet none dared to make a move. The reason lay in the fact that he bore the focal point of their attention at his waist, the laser pistol. Thus, until the leaders on either side issued their commands, no one was willing to risk their life in a reckless advance. In that moment, Truman alone created a peculiar tranquility between the two groups. Captain Jack's gaze was fixated on Truman, the eerie green glow of the pistol illuminating the darkness. And he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You still have an ace up your sleeve? Enough, enough. I owe you nothing, and you do not deceive me. Do not adopt a victim's demeanor." Truman nonchalantly waved his hand, redirecting his gaze towards the menacing visage of Rick. The grim aspect was, of course, attributed to the deep scar that marred Rick's face. Truman lifted his chin slightly and inquired, "Have you considered my earlier proposition? Collaborate with me, and I shall escort you away from this planet." Rick scrutinized Truman closely in the flickering firelight, astonished by the laser pistol holstered at Truman's lower back. He had entirely missed how the weapon had vanished from Captain Jack's possession and reappeared in Truman's grasp. Truman shrugged casually, stating, "Truman is my name. I hail from the cosmos. You may inspect my landing pod." He glanced around before indicating the coastline where his vessel rested. However, Captain Jack interjected at that moment. "I have already examined it. Your so-called landing pod is merely a modified escape capsule, utterly incapable of breaching the atmosphere." In response, Truman revealed a confident smile, asserting, "Previously, I was uncertain about my ability to depart from this planet, but having observed your swift particle spear, I am now quite assured that it is not a significant issue." With that, Truman picked up two metal pieces from the ground, activating a state of readiness and interlocking them in a cruciform arrangement. "Behold, observe this before making your decision." Truman stretched languidly, casually discarding the metal pieces onto the ground. Then, with a swift motion, his form shimmered and vanished from sight. The metallic clattering of the fallen pieces reverberated incessantly, reminding everyone that this was no mere dream. Yet, compelled by an instinctual urge, each person pinched their own thigh to affirm their reality. What on earth was happening? Chapter 15. Murder. Even Rick had begun to take action, and naturally, Jack was not one to be outdone. He gestured to his subordinates and, with determination, approached the amalgamated metal fragments. However, Rick's steps were swifter, while Jack, exercising caution, lagged slightly behind. As Rick picked up the fused metal piece, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing it meticulously. He tugged at it forcefully before directing his gaze towards the flickering flames. This examination elicited a sharp intake of breath from Rick, the small metal shard evoking a sense of unease. Noticing the change in Rick's expression, Captain Jack's curiosity piqued. In a generous gesture, Rick tossed the metal fragment towards Captain Jack. With a soft huff, Captain Jack deftly caught the piece, remaining vigilant towards Rick while examining the object in his hand. He observed how the two thin sheets of metal had fused together in a manner beyond his comprehension, seamlessly, as if cast without any visible seam. Even with considerable force, there was no way to separate the two pieces. Captain Jack inhaled sharply, quickly contemplating the implications. Perhaps this individual truly possessed the ability to transport us from this planet. Rick clenched his fists, the extraordinary potential igniting a flicker of hope within him. For Rick, the conflict between the rebels and the Tunguska camp, though acutely pronounced, seemed trivial in the face of their desperate desire to escape this accursed planet. Having languished on this fetid world for over a decade, none would willingly endure another 10 years in such a wretched environment. Moreover, as the direct facilitator of Tunguska's smuggling operations, every one of the over 4,000 souls aboard the ship had profited handsomely. The most agonizing plight for a person is to exist with wealth unspent, yet unable to indulge. Once they depart, a life of affluence awaits, contrasting sharply with the continued struggle in this dismal existence. It is hard to believe anyone would hesitate between these two options. Should hesitation arise, one could only conclude, in the vernacular birthed by their surroundings, that they must have ingested the tainted waters of Columbird, leading to a befuddled state of mind. Rick's gaze fell upon Jack, their emerald green eyes locking in silent communion, though Jack's seemed to shimmer with a more vibrant hue of neon green. Perhaps out of an unspoken understanding, neither spoke. They merely regarded one another before instinctively turning away towards their respective paths. "Rick, what are you looking at?" the girl inquired, her eyes glinting with curiosity at the remnants left by the outsider. The rebels departed the Tunguska settlement with a fervor akin to their arrival, leaving behind a scene of chaos and smoldering debris. In the subterranean holding cell, Maurice lay motionless in a recliner, drunkenly cradling his flask. Truman flickered once more into the confines of his prison cell, the jubilant cheers from the outside world reaching his ears. The choices made by both parties filled him with profound satisfaction. Observing the inebriated Maurice, Truman shook his head. Perhaps this fellow was the least inclined to escape from this planet. For Maurice, as long as there was liquor to savor, any place would suffice. Without rousing Maurice, Truman deftly reached for the door lock, clicking it open without the need for a key, and nodded towards Morgan, the chief engineer. "Morgan, I suspect you will soon find yourself quite occupied." Morgan lifted his gaze in astonishment towards Truman, this elusive outsider, his emerald eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and intrigue. The Tungus settlement and the rebels had forged an alliance, mending the rift that had divided the two factions for a decade, now united in pursuit of a common goal. Fragments of spacecraft and debris were excavated from the mountains of refuse, each salvageable part meticulously categorized and gathered. At this moment, Morgan finally comprehended the meaning behind Truman's earlier remark about becoming busy. As the former chief engineer of the Tungus, it was his responsibility to assess each component of the spacecraft to determine if it could be restored for reuse. Upon seeing the standard weapon of the warship, the rapid-fire light spear, Truman quickly realized that this garbage planet likely housed a considerable number of decommissioned vessels. Despite having endured the ravages of time and the disassembly by human hands, those derelict spacecraft often reduce to shattered fragments and debris. However, the prospect of assembling a functional large crude vessel from these discarded parts and systems is not entirely implausible. To ensure that these forsaken components could be effectively repaired and reassembled without disintegrating upon leaving the atmosphere, Truman's omniscient state became paramount. Truman and Morgan swiftly tested the spacecraft components, meticulously selecting the usable parts and gathering those that could be repaired. Amidst their industrious efforts, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the Tunguska camp. A calamity had occurred. Scarface Rick had been murdered. Chapter 16. The sinister flesh and blood. To the southeast of the Tunguska settlement lies a designated housing area, graciously relinquished by Captain Jack, a testament to the cooperation between the Tunguska and the rebels. Yet, in the very heart of this area, emblematic of collaboration, stood a pristine metal shack, where Scarface Rick lay horrifically slain in the living room. Upon arriving at the scene, Truman's immediate reaction was to turn away and seek a secluded spot to vomit. The overwhelming stench of blood combined with the shocking imagery proved too much for him to bear. Scarface Rick's body had been contorted into a grotesque shape, his features carved away with a knife, leaving only a few gory orifices. Had it not been for the distinctive scar remaining on his facial skin, he might have been rendered unrecognizable. Furthermore, the perpetrator had even eviscerated Rick, with blood and organs strewn around him, forming a disturbingly indecipherable pattern on the ground. The rebellious girl, her hair tied in a ponytail, stood stunned upon witnessing the dire state of Scarface Rick. Yet, in an instant, she drew her curved dagger from her waist, pointing it towards the heart of the Tonkish settlement. This must be the work of Jack's people. No one else but the malevolent Jack would commit such an atrocity. Her emotions surged, causing her eyes to redden with fury, rendering her vibrant green irises even more sinister. Charge. Eliminate the malevolent Jack. Annihilate those Tonkish lackeys. In a fervor, the gathered rebels brandished their weapons, poised to storm Jack's fortress. Wait, Truman interjected, stepping forward in an attempt to quell the rebels' impassioned cries. However, the grief-stricken rebels disregarded Truman, even though this outsider represented their hope of escape from the planet. In that moment, they were united as avengers for Scarface Rick. Seeing that the crowd was unresponsive, Truman steeled himself and fired his laser pistol into the air. The blinding beam pierced through the tin roof, emitting a sizzling sound as molten metal dripped down, bringing an abrupt silence to the rebels. Everyone, calm down. Truman surveyed the scene, the authority of his laser pistol proving effective. After casting a stern glance at the girl, he continued, do not rush to conclusions. The murderer of Rick may not necessarily be a Tonkish. The reason Truman expressed such sentiments is that even though the Tunkus and the rebels reached a form of collaboration, both parties maintained a respectful distance, each governing their own domains. Truman had consistently observed whether there were any covert maneuvers from either side, at least today. He had not noticed any approach from Tunku's personnel towards the rebels' makeshift camp. Indeed, this does not entirely absolve the Tunku's settlement of suspicion, as Captain Jack's faction, being the most direct beneficiaries, remains the prime suspect. However, after examining the scene of Rick's demise, Truman found numerous inconsistencies that suggested the matter was far from straightforward. Thus, he resolved to prevent the rebels from rashly destroying the fragile alliance he had painstakingly established as an outsider. For Truman, if a confrontation were to occur, it should wait until they had departed from this planet, lest it impede his shipbuilding endeavors. First, restrain your people and secure the area. No one is to enter or exit. Then, please summon Morgan for me, Truman instructed. Yet, he suddenly recalled that he was unsure of the girl's name, which made him feel somewhat awkward. He added, how should I address you? The matter was fraught with too many uncertainties. Summon Morgan to assist me, and I shall provide you with an explanation. Truman patiently reiterated his request for the girl, named later, to call for Morgan. As Morgan was still a member of the Tunku's settlement, she had instinctively refrained from following Truman when the disturbance erupted among the rebels. In such a moment, Truman required a trustworthy ally to assist him in his investigation. Morgan, a peripheral figure on the fringes of the Tonku's settlement, naturally became Truman's preferred choice. Moreover, for Truman, Morgan was the most reliable individual he could depend on in this world. The rationale was straightforward. Neo's existence assured that Morgan would wholeheartedly endeavor to help him construct a spacecraft, aligning their core interests unequivocally. Lade cast a deep glance at Truman, her gaze lingering momentarily on the laser pistol in his hand, before she turned to organize the trustworthy rebels to secure the scene. Of course, she did not overlook Morgan. Shortly thereafter, he arrived alone at the metal shack where Rick had met his demise. Although he heard the clamor of the rebels, Morgan had long prepared himself mentally. Yet he was still taken aback by the gruesome sight of Rick's death. Was it Captain Jack's doing? Morgan furrowed his brows, immediately suspecting the captain, known for his intense hatred towards the rebels. However, Truman was taken aback that Morgan, a resident of the Tonku's settlement, would instinctively suspect Jack. He shook his head with a bitter smile. It's still uncertain. Something feels amiss. Why would Rick meet his end at such a time? Precisely as cooperation was beginning and the spacecraft project was taking its first steps? Truman's expression grew serious, as if he had formed a suspicion. Could it be that the perpetrator does not wish to leave this planet? Morgan shook his head, unable to fathom who would relinquish the chance to escape this world. Truman glanced at Morgan, who was crouched down, meticulously examining Rick's lifeless body along with the peculiar patterns surrounding it. Certain aspects of these patterns seemed vaguely familiar to him. Furrowing his brow, Morgan pressed his hands against his knees and stood up again, scratching his head. However, he felt that his memory was somewhat hazy, and he could not quite recall where he had encountered them before. Chapter 17. Clues of crime. Previously, while assisting Truman in surveying the scene, he had experienced a similar sense of familiarity, yet he could never pinpoint where he had seen it. After failing to uncover more evidence at the site, Truman resolved to adopt a different approach in his pursuit of the potential perpetrator. Captain Jack had established an extensive surveillance system within the Tonku's settlement, and Truman intended to visit him to ascertain whether any leads could be gleaned from the footage. Nevertheless, Truman harbored doubts about the likelihood of finding any clues with Captain Jack, considering that he was, at present, the primary suspect. The notorious reputation of Scarface Rick was not merely built upon the fear instilled by his scarred visage, it was forged through his own ruthless endeavors with blade and bullet. To eliminate Rick without a trace, and to orchestrate such a complex pattern, the individual responsible would be exceedingly rare among the 2,000 to 3,000 survivors on the entire planet. Among these individuals, Captain Jack's prowess was well known and formidable. This strength encompassed not only his physical abilities, but also his ghostly aptitude for strategic planning and scheming. This is precisely why Captain Jack was notorious among the rebels as Ghost Jack. To inquire who is most likely to orchestrate a grand scheme without Rick ever sending a distress signal, both in terms of identity and capability, the notorious Captain Jack emerges as the prime suspect. Upon arriving once more at the fortress gates of Captain Jack, Truman discovered the captain already awaiting with an expression of knowing anticipation. "Truman, the monitoring room is this way." Before Truman could utter a word, Jack moved aside, gesturing for him to follow into a side chamber. It is often said that while one may bear an erroneous name, a nickname can seldom be mistaken. Indeed, the reputation of Ghost Jack is well-deserved. Truman squinted slightly, scrutinizing Captain Jack closely. The captain exhibited no unusual demeanor. However, the emerald glow in his eyes appeared more pronounced than that of others Truman had encountered. "Ha!" Captain Jack chuckled heartily, seemingly unperturbed by the somewhat pejorative moniker of Ghost Jack, dismissing it as mere frivolous gossip. After speaking, Captain Jack stepped aside once more, and Truman nodded, following the captain into the fortress. Inside, the fortress was eerily vacant, devoid of its usual bustling subordinates, who were likely scavenging the junkyard for usable remnants of spacecraft. Captain Jack led Truman directly to the monitoring room, a space previously accessible only to him and his core subordinates. Inside, an array of over 100 screens was meticulously organized, each displaying 4 simultaneous images. Together, these screens formed a comprehensive surveillance system, meticulously covering every corner of the Tonkus settlement, leaving virtually no blind spots. Without a word from Truman, Captain Jack proactively approached the control panel, summoned the historical records, and magnified the surveillance footage near Scarface Rick's residence, fast-forwarding through it. Truman fixated on the images. The rapid pace of the playback was considerable, yet his keen observational skills prevailed, allowing him to swiftly peruse the footage from Rick's last entry into the room. Was there any footage from inside the room? Truman turned to Captain Jack, having discerned no irregularities in the previous videos. It appeared no outsiders had entered Rick's quarters. Captain Jack shook his head, stating, "Do you have any notion of how many metal huts exist in this camp? Over 1,700. It is merely an ordinary house. It would be sheer folly to squander resources on surveillance within." At this, Truman sighed, realizing that no useful clues had emerged from Captain Jack's insights. Observing the flicker of doubt in Truman's eyes, Captain Jack added, "You may review the surveillance from last night near the fortress. Not only I, but none of my trusted subordinates ventured outside either. Furthermore, the rebels at Garbage Mountain should have seen me this morning." "Understood," Truman nodded, choosing not to elaborate further or actually review the night's footage near the fortress, and turned to depart. From Captain Jack's tone and demeanor, Truman sensed no deception in his words. As Truman activated his omniscient state, he observed that Captain Jack's heart showed no signs of accelerated beating, which lent some credence to Jack's words. After the fortress gates closed, a drop of murky rainwater suddenly fell upon the parched ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Walking along the street, Truman felt the onset of the rain. This was his first experience witnessing the rain on this planet. A tin-roof shack on the roadside had its eaves slightly extending outwards, perhaps due to a miscalculation during construction, yet it conveniently provided Truman with shelter from the downpour. The raindrops quickly intensified, transforming from a gentle drizzle into a torrential downpour. The cascading water pooled in the ruts carved by the wheels on the ground, flowing forth and seeping into the drainage system along the roadside. Could this be it? Truman suddenly sprang to his feet, disregarding the heavy rain, and boldly dashed towards the area of the rebels' temporary camp, his coat held aloft for protection. Chapter 18. The Sewers Morgan. "I have a lead," Truman exclaimed as he flung open the door to Morgan's room. At that moment, Morgan was seated at the table, engrossed in sketching something. The room was strewn with sheets of draft paper, adorned with chaotic lines and patterns. Upon hearing Truman's entrance, Morgan excitedly seized one of his freshly drawn sketches and grasped Truman's arm, exclaiming, "I remember now. I have truly seen this pattern before." Truman blinked and accepted the sketch Morgan offered him, noting its striking resemblance to the gruesome patterns formed at Rick's murder scene. "I once glimpsed this pattern aboard the spaceship of Tonkagus. However, it was merely a fleeting glance. Although my memory is quite sharp after all these years, I can only recall a vague impression." Morgan's emotions were somewhat heightened, as if there were hidden depths to this matter. "Is this what you refer to as vague?" Truman remarked, observing the nearly intricate design sketched on the paper. He found himself unexpectedly admiring Morgan. The fact that he could remember and recreate a pattern seen in passing over a decade ago was impressive. Truman did not dwell excessively on Morgan's memory, for there were more pressing matters at hand. "This pattern belongs to your spaceship. What significance does it hold?" To Truman's surprise, Morgan shook his head. He began to elucidate. "This pattern was not originally present on the Tonkagus spaceship, or else, having served as chief pilot for so many years, I would not have only caught a brief glimpse of it. Did I not previously mention that the cause of our spaceship's disaster was an extreme environmentalist who infiltrated and conducted a suicide bombing that compromised the energy chamber?" Morgan pressed his lips together and continued, "At that moment, Captain Jack sealed the energy chamber, and only after he assessed the danger could our piloting team enter for emergency repairs. Thus, this pattern was discovered within the energy chamber." Truman, grasping Morgan's intent, ventured a tentative hypothesis. "Indeed." Morgan nodded vigorously. "At that moment, I was near the explosion site, where I observed a faint pattern etched onto the wall of a liquid energy tank. The design was somewhat indistinct, as if it had been partially cleaned yet remnants remained." Upon hearing this, Truman furrowed his brow. "The pattern has been tampered with. Could this be the very reason Captain Jack sealed off the scene?" Morgan shook his head. Back then, upon witnessing the pattern, he had not given it much thought. He could hardly have imagined that 11 years later, he would encounter this very design again, and in the midst of a crime scene, no less. He glanced at the draft paper in Truman's hand, confirming that it aligned most closely with his recollections of the pattern. He then recalled Truman's exclamation upon entering, prompting him to ask, "Truman, what was it you mentioned when you came in? Did you find a clue?" "Oh." Truman suddenly remembered his earlier discovery. He quickly folded the draft paper and tucked it into his pocket. "Morgan, do you have the blueprints for the sewers in the Tonkagus settlement?" "The sewer blueprints?" Morgan pondered for a moment before speculating. "Are you suggesting that the perpetrator may have accessed Scarface Rick's room through the sewers and launched a surprise attack to murder him?" Truman, of course, would not disclose that his insight stemmed from having viewed the sewer's interior through the all-seeing state before forming this hypothesis. Considering the erratic climate of this planet, the theoretical space within the sewer is indeed sufficient for an adult to enter, albeit in a hunched, crawling manner. Morgan possesses a certain familiarity with the sewage system in the Tunguska settlement, as he is acquainted with its designer. However, he promptly shook his head, stating that he was uncertain about the specific sewer blueprints. Perhaps Captain Jack might have them preserved. After a moment of contemplation, Truman ultimately resolved to revisit the scene of Rick's demise. "Let me take the umbrella." Morgan was pulled along by Truman as he made his way outside, casually grabbing an umbrella from the entrance. "Neo, you should stay at home. Perhaps you can spend some time next door with Aunt Annie." In Rick's room. After examining the scene, Truman had already instructed the rebel leader, Lard, to have it cleaned, for in such an environment, a corpse would decompose rapidly, likely emitting a foul odor within a day. The room had been generally tidied up, with only a few traces of blood lingering on the walls and in the corners that had yet to be thoroughly removed. Truman and Morgan surveyed the area before discovering a circular metal plate, approximately 60 centimeters in diameter, sealing the drain in the bathroom of the metal room. "Is this welded shut?" Truman furrowed his brow, for this was not what he had anticipated. Morgan reached out, grasping the edge of the metal plate and lifting it slightly, only to find it firmly secured to the ground. It appeared that the perpetrator had not accessed the premises through the sewer. Morgan spread his hands and remarked, "This has been welded shut. Wait a moment, let me take another look." Truman crouched down, leaning close to the edge of the metal plate to inspect it. Why are there no visible welding marks here? He instinctively activated his all-seeing state, and under this heightened perception, he easily discerned a ring of welding marks beneath the metal plate. It was indeed welded from below. "There is something amiss," Truman exclaimed, a glimmer of delight in his voice as he gazed upon the fresh welding marks. From below? Morgan scrutinized the area as well and confirmed that there were indeed no welding marks visible from the front. This led to the conclusion that the welding must have been done from underneath the sewer. "Come, help me pry it open." Truman motioned with his chin towards Morgan, then gently tapped the edge of the metal plate with his hand. To his astonishment, the welded section effortlessly detached, as if sliced by a laser, its edges remarkably neat. Although Morgan was taken aback by Truman's ease in dislodging the seemingly sealed metal plate, he quickly lent a hand, and together they lifted it. Beneath the metal plate lay a dark, foul-smelling sewer, exuding a noxious odor. Chapter 19. In the depths of darkness and the darkened sewer, where the stench of stagnant water dripped and echoed, Truman and Morgan bent low, navigating cautiously through the shadows. Though the odor was repugnant, it posed little challenge to Truman, who had gradually acclimated to the environment of this planet. In the darkness, Truman retrieved a small emergency flashlight from his pocket, and its brilliant beam instantly illuminated the entire sewer. After walking a short distance, Truman's gaze fell upon a blurred handprint, smeared with black sludge, on the side wall. It appeared that someone had lost their footing in the muck and had steadied themselves against the wall. My suspicions were indeed correct. The sight of that palm print invigorated Truman. Their previous tribulations in this sewer had not been in vain. At that moment, Morgan, who was trailing closely behind, seemed to have noticed something as well. He tugged at Truman's clothing, saying, "Wait a moment, I think I've stepped on something." Without hesitation, Morgan plunged his hand into the filthy water and rummaged around, eventually retrieving a cylindrical object. It was a disposable cold welding agent. Morgan was quite familiar with such items. As the chief engineer of the Tunkus, he had used disposable cold welding agents frequently, finding them invaluable for repairing cracks on the spacecraft. "Is this from the Tunkus?" Truman furrowed his brow. While such emergency repair materials were not particularly rare and could be obtained by many, it was challenging to narrow down the search. Morgan shook his head. The bottle does not indicate whether it belongs to the Tunkus. After all, this type of item is universally applicable across spacecraft. The production date is also obscured, making it difficult to ascertain. "Very well, let us proceed further in search of additional clues." Truman nodded, suspecting that this bottle of cold welding agent was likely used by the perpetrator to re-weld the iron plate from the sewer. However, just as Truman moved the flashlight away from the cold welding agent bottle and directed it towards the depths of the dark sewer, he suddenly caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. What was that? Caught off guard without any mental preparation, Truman gasped and shouted, locking the beam of the flashlight firmly on the end of the sewer. He steadied his nerves, but did not see the shadow reappear. At that moment, Morgan, startled by Truman's sudden exclamation, inquired, "What did you see? Didn't you see it?" Truman replied, patting his chest. He then drew the laser pistol from the holster at his waist and continued, "I just saw a shadow dart to the left. I have no idea what it was. Could it be a rat?" Morgan speculated, recalling how the rats that had been discarded with the garbage on this planet had mutated over the course of more than a decade, with some growing as long as 50 centimeters, excluding their tails. "I'm not sure," Truman pondered, recalling the fleeting shadow that had zipped past in the dim light. He hadn't discerned the creature's exact shape. After a moment of contemplation, Truman resolved to investigate the direction where the shadow had appeared. He gripped the laser pistol tightly, activating the all-seeing mode. The two continued forward, but an unusual stench suddenly wafted towards them from not far ahead. It was the unmistakable odor of decay. Truman keenly discerned the peculiar stench, bending forward to quicken his pace, while Morgan hurriedly followed suit, navigating the uneven ground. Upon turning a corner, a few colossal rodents, reminiscent of small dogs, came into view, encircling a grotesquely mutilated corpse. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the scene, startling the rodents momentarily. However, unlike their ancestors who cowered in refuse, their substantial size had emboldened them. The rats emitted a cacophony of chattering sounds before pivoting to face Truman and Morgan. Of course, with their limited vision, they could not discern the individuals before them, but instinctively, they directed menacing calls toward the source of illumination. Morgan, taken aback by the audacity of these creatures, instinctively recoiled. Truman, unfazed, swiftly fired his weapon, dispatching two of the rodents with precision. The remaining few, however, evaded his aim with remarkable agility, resulting in a few missed shots. Undeterred, Truman chose not to squander the energy of his laser pistol. Instead, in a state of omniscience, he disregarded the limitations of distance, reaching out to seize one of the rats, embedding it into the wall of the sewer. The portion of the creature left exposed struggled briefly before succumbing to a silent fate, its body fusing at an atomic level with the metallic surface. "What is the matter?" Truman inquired, noticing Morgan's bewilderment. He patted Morgan's shoulder and casually wiped his hands on the fabric of his robe. Let us proceed and investigate further. Morgan held no objections to Truman's actions. He quickly nodded and followed Truman's pace to the severely decayed corpse before them. It appeared to have been deceased for at least half a month, perhaps longer. Morgan furrowed his brow as he examined the level of decomposition. During his 11 years on this planet, he had encountered various corpses multiple times and had reluctantly become accustomed to such sights. Wait, look at what he is holding. Truman's keen gaze directed Morgan's attention to the object in the corpse's hand. It was a portable welding machine. Morgan instantly recognized the item, and his mind raced as he grasped Truman's implication. He was indeed the one who had welded the metal plates. Chapter 20. The assault. Truman directly handed the laser pistol to Morgan, yet Morgan was taken aback by Truman's unexpected gesture. He hastily declined, saying, "You should keep this for yourself. You keep watch. If those rats come out again, just fire." Truman ignored Morgan's refusal, pressing the pistol into his hands before squatting down. Suppressing the discomfort brought on by the foul stench, he carefully extracted the welding machine from the corpse's grip. Morgan blinked and scrutinized the markings on the welding machine, then nodded in confirmation. Indeed, this must belong to the storeroom of the spacecraft. If I'm not mistaken, the numbering format is correct. It was evident that this matter was inextricably linked to the Tunguska settlement. Truman cast another glance at the corpse, which had succumbed to severe decay, causing him to furrow his brow. He disregarded the gnaw marks left by rodents on the cadaver, nevertheless. The entire body appeared as though it had been decomposing for at least a fortnight, an utterly illogical sight. Morgan, too, came to a realization. Frowning as he nodded in agreement, indeed, how could this be? However, before they could deduce the situation further, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness, reminiscent of claws scraping against metal pipes. Truman swiftly directed the beam of his flashlight towards the source of the noise, only to behold a large rat, its eyes gleaming with an ominous green light, advancing toward them. Morgan, without hesitation, understood that his firearm was intended for moments like this. He swiftly maneuvered to stand in front of Truman, gripping the handgun firmly as he aimed at the approaching rodent. A sharp beam of light erupted from the muzzle of the laser pistol, yet it merely struck the wall of the sewer pipe, melting a fiery red hole into it. The green-eyed rat had already evaded Morgan's aim, accelerating toward him and Truman. As the chief pilot, Morgan was unaccustomed to such a spectacle. Despite wielding a weapon, panic began to set in, leading to several frantic shots that lacked precision. The rat closed in on Morgan, swiftly swiping its claw across the back of his hand. In agony, Morgan inadvertently dropped the laser pistol. With a splashing sound, it was not merely the laser pistol plunging into the water, but rather the sound of Morgan's heart sinking to the ocean floor. The enormous black rat struck true, its gaping maw revealing a pair of gleaming incisors poised to bite into Morgan's throat. Should the beast sink its teeth into him, Morgan would likely face a fate worse than death. At that critical moment, Truman behind him activated his omniscient state once more, reaching through Morgan's back with a deftness that caught the rat off guard. Grasping the unsuspecting creature by the neck, he violently slammed it against the wall of the pipe, embedding it into the structure itself. Morgan, feeling an extraordinary sensation sweep across his chest, looked down in shock to see Truman's arm piercing through his torso. For an ordinary individual, such a grievous wound would spell imminent doom, resulting in rapid blood loss or suffocation from pulmonary aspiration. However, Morgan felt no anticipated agony or asphyxiation. He observed as Truman's arm secured the rat and forcefully embedded it into the unyielding wall, before withdrawing, as if in a trance. "Are you all right?" Truman inquired, glancing at the gasping Morgan and then at his own hand, realizing, "Oh, it appears I've touched a corpse without washing my hands." Yet, his arm had merely traversed through the space without making true contact with Morgan's insides, thus evading any risk of infection. "It should be fine," Morgan replied, half crouching as he experienced a wave of dry heaving. The sensation that pierced through him was akin to a pair of chopsticks jabbing at his throat, inducing a wave of nausea. After several labored breaths, he managed to suppress the urge to retch, feeling slightly better. Noticing that Morgan seemed preoccupied, Truman approached the large black rat he had earlier discarded against the wall of the pipe. This rat appeared remarkably different from the timid ones encountered previously. It audaciously initiated an attack. However, as Truman shone his flashlight upon it, he was taken aback to witness the rat begin to decay at a visibly rapid pace. Drops of dark brown, putrid liquid dripped from its body, which had not been absorbed into the wall, emanating a foul stench of decomposition. in less than half a minute. The rat's corpse had rotted beyond recognition, as if it had been dead for over 10 days. Was this the reason behind the rapid decay of the body? Truman then inspected the remains of the earlier rats he had dispatched, only to discover that this phenomenon of swift decomposition was absent from them, deepening the mystery. What could account for the disparity between the two? Truman pondered, contemplating the commonality between this rat and the corpse on the ground. One had attacked Rick, while the other was poised to assault both himself and Morgan. Yet, this alone was insufficient to unravel the truth. In fact, the entire situation grew increasingly enigmatic due to the assault from this large black rat. Morgan, is there any way to identify this person? I need to ascertain whether he is affiliated with Jack or Rick. Truman gently tapped Morgan, who was crouching nearby. Morgan, having regained some composure, meticulously examined the lifeless body on the ground and discovered a few faint clues on a piece of tattered fabric. This material, likely woven by the rebels from discarded remnants, had fallen out of use in the Tungus settlement due to technological advancements. He picked up the cloth, tainted with foul water and remnants of flesh, rinsed it in the rainwater from the sewer, and after a moment of contemplation in his palm, arrived at a significant conclusion. This individual was most likely aligned with the rebels. Truman narrowed his eyes, realizing that the entire situation was growing increasingly intricate. Chapter 21. Underground Escape. The rebels had slain their leader. Truman pondered deeply, sensing that this resembled yet another conspiracy for power or influence. Thus, the most likely beneficiaries of this turmoil would not be the rival Captain Jack of the Tungus, but rather the higher echelons within the rebel faction. Following Rick's demise, the authority over the rebels had temporarily fallen into the hands of Lard, whom Truman had personally identified. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Could it be that he was ensnared in a larger scheme? Was Lard's ascension merely a component of this conspiracy? For the moment, he tucked this unsettling thought away and cast another glance at the body of the rebel in the murky water. It was not merely this corpse that intrigued him. The decaying rat, now nothing but a skeletal figure clinging to the pipe, emitted an eerie aura. If this was merely a power struggle, the speed at which decay occurred and the ability to incite animal attacks suggested something far more sinister at play. If one possesses such capability, seizing power directly would suffice, without the need for underhanded schemes. On this planet, named Tonkagus, the so-called virtues of benevolence and righteousness have long been buried amidst the countless sacrifices in the mountains of refuse during over a decade of exile. Could it be that the murderer seeks not only power but harbors grander ambitions? Truman mused softly. Morgan, having overheard Truman's words, interjected, I too have not heard of any rebel or individual within the camp possessing the ability to control animals, let alone the fact that these thoroughly feral rats have no prospect of domestication in the near term. Thus, could it be that an individual capable of commanding animals, capable of hastening the decomposition of corpses, and intimately linked to the assault on the Tonkagus vessel over a decade ago, has been lurking among your rebels all along? Truman inhaled deeply, only to be choked by the acrid stench, prompting a fit of coughing. After regaining his composure, Truman shook his head and continued, No. There remains another concern. The one who can control rats may very well be able to manipulate humans as well. At this juncture, Truman's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of danger. Perhaps this unfortunate rebel was orchestrated by another to assassinate Rick, which might elucidate why Rick appeared to offer little resistance, because his assailant was one of his own. The inhabitants of the Tonkagus settlement also bear suspicion. Morgan nodded thoughtfully. Otherwise, why had such an occurrence never transpired in the past decade, only to manifest now, coinciding with the recent collaboration between the rebels and the Tunguska settlement? Perhaps the individual lurking in the shadows was unwilling to witness this alliance. Could it be possible that the schism between the rebels and the Tunguska settlement was orchestrated by this very person? Truman felt increasingly as though he was drawing nearer to the truth. Upon contemplating this notion, Morgan's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He had just realized that he might have been ensnared in an immense conspiracy for years. The architect of this plot was manipulating the fates of thousands, concealed within the crowd, observing everything with a mocking gaze. Perhaps the disaster of the Tunguska was merely a facet of this conspiracy, or even earlier. The entire establishment of the Tunguska Corporation was a grand scheme. Morgan trembled, bending down to grasp his knee tightly, desperately suppressing the urge to retch. Observing this, Truman promptly reached out to gently pat Morgan's back, helping him regain some composure. Morgan nodded with great difficulty, feeling as though his worldview was shattering. His life of over a decade, everything he had known, seemed to be merely a fragment of a colossal conspiracy, and even his son, Neo, had been ensnared in this web since birth. This realization gripped his heart like a vice, leaving him in profound distress. Truman supported Morgan as they walked back in the direction they had just come from. After taking only a few steps, Truman suddenly froze. He lifted his foot and splashed a puddle of dark brown water mixed with muck. Morgan, observing Truman's playful antics, momentarily gazed at him in confusion. Something isn't right. Truman furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, then splashed the water again. What isn't right? The water level. As soon as Truman mentioned the water level, Morgan instantly grasped the implication. Indeed, it's pouring outside. There's no way the drainage system could contain only this amount of water. Morgan, perplexed, kicked up another splash, pondering where the rainwater, which should have flowed into the drains, had disappeared to. Is the drainage system beneath your camp fully interconnected, or does it have gates? Truman queried, only to shake his head. Oh, I forgot you're unfamiliar with the drainage schematics. No, I actually know this, Morgan responded, providing a different answer. There shouldn't be any dedicated gates, but some sections of the drainage system have been modified from the spacecraft's transit tubes. If the hatches above haven't been removed, they could serve as gates. It turned out that although Morgan had not participated in the construction of the drainage system, as the chief pilot, he had been involved in the dismantling of spacecraft wreckage, and he had a vague understanding of the functions of some of those components. Hearing this, Truman inhaled sharply. Someone is holding back water. He immediately knocked on the wall of the drainage pipe, producing a crisp sound. What is the purpose of storing water? Morgan felt a twinge of confusion. The rainwater was tainted with numerous impurities from the atmosphere, rendering it hardly cleaner than seawater. Storing such water seemed utterly futile. What if the intention was not merely to collect rainwater, but rather to disrupt the entire camp or even to threaten our lives? Truman faintly heard a subtle vibration emanating from the metal wall, and he hurriedly pressed his ear against it, his face paling in alarm as he shouted, "Run. Morgan, run." With that, he bolted back in the direction they had come from. Chapter 22. The incident. The foul, surging sewage thundered through the sewer, wide enough for two to traverse side by side, crashing forward with reckless abandon. The immense force caused the rivets at the junction of the sewer to creak ominously, as if on the verge of being overwhelmed by the deluge. Meanwhile, less than a kilometer from the roiling flood, Truman and Morgan took flight the moment Truman sensed something amiss. They could hear the water crashing behind them, wishing fervently for an extra pair of legs. The muddy, turbulent terrain of the sewer hindered their escape, making rapid movement nearly impossible. To the exit. Quickly, Truman cried, sprinting desperately while, in a moment of heightened awareness, he tore several metal plates from the nearby underground and positioned them behind him, hoping to diminish the water's impact and velocity. Yet, this was an artificial sewer, meticulously cleared during its construction, leaving insufficient debris to effectively block the passage behind them. Despite this, the metal plates set up by Truman momentarily impeded the onslaught of the floodwaters. Yet, within mere seconds, the already corroded plates succumbed to the immense pressure, warping and ultimately shattering. Nevertheless, those fleeting moments afforded Truman and Morgan invaluable time to escape. They hastily approached the manhole cover from which they had descended, and Morgan stepped aside, allowing Truman to ascend first. Soaked to the skin, Morgan trembled slightly. He had narrowly avoided being swept away by the torrent, and had Truman not pulled him back, he would likely have been carried several miles down the sewer by now. "Are you all right?" Truman quickly patted Morgan's cheek to rouse him from his daze. However, in the next instant, a sharp blade was pressed against Truman's throat. "Don't move." A familiar voice emerged from behind him, followed by a hand reaching for Truman's lower back, only to find nothing. The laser pistol was no longer in Truman's possession. Witnessing Truman being held captive, Morgan instinctively drew his weapon and fired at the assailant. Unfortunately, his aim left much to be desired, and as he observed the bullet holes in the ceiling, Truman cast an awkward glance at Morgan before raising his hands in surrender. "Morgan, let's cooperate for now." Truman nodded slightly, but the individual behind him tightened their grip on his collar, effectively binding Truman's hands with sturdy rope. "Drop the gun, or you will both meet your demise." Lade's voice resonated ominously behind Truman. Morgan held the gun, casting a glance at Truman, his hesitation palpable. He was acutely aware that the laser pistol in his possession was the most formidable weapon on this planet. Relinquishing it would render him as vulnerable as a fish awaiting slaughter. "Morgan, do as she says," Truman urged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He had no desire to be harmed by Morgan's laser after narrowly escaping Raid's grasp. "You know your aim, don't you?" Truman's words prompted Morgan to instinctively glance at the large hole he had just created above Truman's head, leading him to reluctantly comply with Raid's orders and place the laser pistol on the ground. "Now, step back," Raid commanded, approaching Truman's side. It was then that Truman realized the one holding him captive was not Raid herself, but rather a mid-level leader among the rebels. Morgan found himself at a disadvantage. He was outnumbered, with 7 or 8 others in the room eyeing him menacingly. He had no choice but to obey Raid's command, slowly retreating away from the laser pistol. Only then did Raid feel secure enough to approach the weapon, picking it up from the floor and inspecting it to ensure it had not been tampered with. "Raid, was Rick behind the assassination attempt?" Truman inquired, observing Raid's demeanor. Despite being at the mercy of the rebels, he exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, he seemed to exude an air of control over the situation. However, Raid turned to him, her face contorted with fury, and swiftly closed the distance between them, delivering a powerful punch to Truman's abdomen. "Stop pretending." That was the last phrase Truman heard before the confrontation escalated. The pain in his abdomen gradually roused Truman from his unconscious state. At that moment, he found himself completely naked, his arms outstretched and bound in a dark underground chamber. As Truman opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, the darkness obscured his vision, leaving him unable to discern anything. All he could feel was a persistent ache in his abdomen, a clear indication that Raid had not held back with his punch. Additionally, a searing pain radiated from his wrists, likely a result of being suspended for an extended period by coarse ropes. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the iron door of the basement was pulled open from the outside, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the darkness. Truman turned his gaze toward the light and saw a figure descending the staircase. It was Rodstead. Upon noticing that Truman had regained consciousness, the newcomer introduced himself. However, due to the light behind him, Truman could not clearly see his features. It wasn't until Rod lit an oil lamp that Truman discerned he was a middle-aged man. Truman recognized this self-proclaimed Rodstead. He had seen him before during the confrontation between Rick and Jack, where Rod was organizing a group of rebels for a flanking maneuver. It appeared he held a significant position within the ranks of the insurgents. "Could you perhaps elucidate what has transpired?" Truman inquired, remaining calm despite his predicament, which he could easily escape from. However, Rod merely raised an eyebrow and replied, "Well, given the circumstances, let us speak candidly. I am rather curious as to why you would murder Rick." "I murdered Rick? Are you referring to Scarface Rick?" Truman's face was one of astonishment as he seemed to grasp the reason behind the ambush he and Morgan faced upon their emergence. It appeared that during his absence, the insurgents had been misled by a grievous piece of misinformation. Chapter 23, Collaboration, Part 2. "Listen to me. There must be some misunderstanding." Truman paused for a moment before shouting towards Rod. "Misunderstanding?" Rod scoffed. "Rick is our leader. Do you believe a mere claim of misunderstanding can absolve you of your culpability? Why on earth would I kill your leader?" Truman's expression was one of helplessness. "We are equally perplexed as to why you would resort to such a brutal method to eliminate our leader, Rick." Rod's fists tightened, veins bulging on his arms as he seethed with rage. "Yet, within this entire camp, you alone possess that elusive ability. Only you could have launched a surprise attack on Rick." At this juncture, Rod inspected the ropes binding Truman's hands, wary of the possibility that he might exploit that peculiar talent to effect his escape. "Elusive ability?" Truman seemed to have an epiphany and immediately interjected. "It was Jack who informed you, wasn't it?" In truth, Truman had employed his omniscient state most frequently in interactions with Jack, which included a notable escape from Jack's pursuit and twice rescuing Morgan and his son from the underground prison. Rod chose not to elaborate further. He merely huffed derisively before stuffing a piece of black bread into Truman's mouth. "Consume this. It is vital for your survival." Rod spoke in a conspiratorial tone, then added, "Do not entertain any illusions of escape. We have stripped you of all your belongings. While I am unaware of which device you employed to execute those elusive tricks, do not expect the rebels to repeat the mistakes of Ghost Jack." Truman bit into his bread, momentarily at a loss for words. For he alone understood that the omniscient state was not merely an effect produced by some apparatus. Although he was as yet unclear about the principles and functions of the omniscient state, Truman was acutely aware that its utilization stemmed from the inherent capabilities of his own body, rather than any external equipment. Observing Truman gulp down the dark bread, Rod then lifted a cup of water to quench his thirst. His purpose in this visit was solely to provide Truman with nourishment and hydration, ensuring he did not perish from starvation. After fulfilling his task, Rod extinguished the lamp and departed the basement. As the heavy door closed behind him, Darkness once again enveloped the entire space. Truman strained to listen to the sounds from outside, then activated the omniscient state to survey his surroundings. Discovering 2 rebel captains stationed at the entrance of the basement, it seemed the rebels deemed him of significant importance, as they had dispatched 2 mid-level leaders to guard him even in these tumultuous times, teetering on the brink of internal strife. Noticing that no one was directly observing him, Truman subtly flicked his wrist, freeing himself from the restraints. He then rolled forward, landing as silently as a cat, unimpeded by the force of gravity. In the depths of darkness, Truman groped around and, relying on his memory, tore the tablecloth from a table in the corner to wrap around his waist, offering a modicum of modesty to his bare form. He then glanced outside the door, noticing that the 2 guards remained unresponsive, presumably unaware of the sounds emanating from within. With this reassurance, Truman confidently departed from the basement in a state of omniscience. He was curious to see if, once he regained his composure, the individual lurking behind the conspiracy would reveal themselves to seize the opportunity. In fact, prior to lifting the manhole cover, he had already perceived the ambush laid by Lard and others within the room where Rick had met his demise. Thus, Truman resolved to turn the tables. Since the adversary had made their move, he would play along, eager to discover the true intentions of this enigmatic puppeteer. Moreover, the sewers were a vital component of the Tonkin settlement's infrastructure, and naturally, all the valves within were under Captain Jack's control. The assailants lurking in the sewers, poised to ambush Truman and his companion, were undoubtedly personnel from Captain Jack's faction within the Tonkin settlement. However, it was no mere coincidence that as Truman was pursued by the flood, the rebel Lard was simultaneously lying in wait at the sewer entrance. If one were to claim that these 2 factions were not in cahoots, Truman would be the first to dispute such a notion. This raises a compelling question. Who is this unknown, mysterious figure with the audacity to orchestrate a collaboration between the sharply divided camps of the Tonkin settlement and the rebels? Truman was beset by a myriad of questions as he deftly maneuvered through the corrugated metal shanties, evading the rebels. As he passed by one of these structures, he caught a glimpse of Morgan, whose pallid visage betrayed his inner turmoil. In that moment of distraction, a familiar face unexpectedly emerged from the metallic wall before him. Truman raised his eyebrows in a playful gesture, only for the figure to vanish once more. Morgan's eyes widened in astonishment as he rubbed them vigorously, suppressing the urge to exclaim in disbelief. He understood that Truman's fleeting glance was a beacon of hope amidst despair. Meanwhile, Truman felt a sense of frustration. He had intended to inquire if Morgan knew the whereabouts of the rebels' leader later, but the sudden sound of patrols drew him away from the scene. Unbeknownst to Truman, Later was not in the temporary encampment of the rebels. She had ventured alone through the Tonkin settlement, arriving at Captain Jack's fortress. "Ghost Jack, come forth," she called. "Captain, trouble brews. The rebel specter, Later, is at our doorstep." Captain Jack, upon hearing of Later's arrival, merely smirked and playfully smacked his subordinate on the head. "Who said she has come to wreak havoc? Bring her in at once." The subordinate, suddenly enlightened, turned and dashed toward the entrance. Captain Jack, bemused, pondered what thoughts had crossed his companion's mind, noting the depth of his gaze. Soon, Later was brought before Captain Jack, her cold gaze fixed upon him as she remarked, "Ghost Jack, you guessed correctly. This time the rebels will cooperate with you." Jack burst into hearty laughter, rising to approach Later. "What cooperation are you talking about? We are all colleagues in the same company, after all." His laughter echoed in the air. But soon his expression grew solemn as he turned to his closed door and walked to the corner of his modest chamber. The furnishings of his room were exceedingly simple, lacking the opulence one might expect from a figure of authority within a camp. A basic steel-framed bed was adorned with layers of fabric and soft padding. Opposite the bed stood a desk accompanied by a chair, the surface cluttered with a stack of documents and sheets for scribbling. At the foot of the bed, against the wall, a shelf housed a variety of collected books on its lower 3 tiers, while the upper 2 tiers displayed an assortment of trinkets. At that moment, Captain Jack reached for a silver flask from the shelf. It was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, seemingly containing some liquid that sloshed within, producing a faint sound. Frowning slightly, he then relaxed, gently shaking the flask to ascertain that it still contained about half of its contents. A hint of hesitation flickered across his face as he grasped the silver flask and approached the desk, retrieving a mirror from the drawer. Captain Jack gazed into the mirror, his emerald eyes shining brightly, and took a deep breath. This month, he could no longer indulge. Clenching his fist, he appeared resolute as he unscrewed the lid of the silver flask and tilted his head back, pouring a clear, green liquid into his mouth. In an instant, A visible brilliance erupted from his eyes, casting a verdant glow that suffused the entire room. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar yet serene expression emerged on his face. He staggered back and collapsed onto the bed. Even in this moment, Captain Jack did not forget to cap the silver flask in his hand. After a while, as the luminescence in his eyes began to fade, the expression of enjoyment on his face shifted. Veins throbbed on his forehead, revealing a faint green luminescence. Jack abruptly pressed his hand against his forehead and eyes, as if overwhelmed by sudden pain. Yet, he bore the throbbing ache, burying his head into the pillow, which provided him with some comfort. All of this was witnessed by Truman, who was concealed behind the wall in an omniscient state. And he could distinctly observe that the clear green liquid, upon entering Captain Jack's mouth, immediately infiltrated his body through the capillaries, without so much as a swallow. As the verdant liquid infiltrated his body, it swiftly permeated Jack's brain, particularly accumulating around his eyes. Truman furrowed his brow, observing the entire diffusion process within Jack. Yet he could not ascertain the liquid's effects. However, after Captain Jack's moment of anguish subsided, his expression twisted into a grimace. He abruptly rose, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, "I've been duped again." With that, Captain Jack hastily stuffed the silver flask from the bed into his pocket and hurriedly exited his room. Truman, bewildered, watched Captain Jack leave. And once he was certain the coast was clear, he meticulously scanned the room for any surveillance devices. This was within his expectations, as Captain Jack would not be so idle as to monitor him. Relieved, Truman stepped out from the wall's interior and deactivated his omniscient state. He took a moment to catch his breath. Prolonged use of this heightened awareness had drained his stamina. Yet, he had no time to rest. Truman quickly approached the bookshelf, rummaging through it to ascertain that Captain Jack had not left any of the crystalline green liquid behind. He then sifted through the desk, uncovering nothing suspicious. It appeared that the enigmatic liquid was closely guarded by Captain Jack, who carried it at all times, leaving no opportunity for discovery. In the omniscient state, the room revealed no further clues. In desperation, Truman had no choice but to slip out of Captain Jack's quarters, pursuing the direction in which he had departed. Rod approached with a few companions, inquiring, "What did Ghost Jack say, Lade?" Lade gazed at the group, gently nodding before asking, "How's the equipment?" "We remain uncertain. We still do not comprehend the extraordinary abilities possessed by the outsider, that is to say, Truman, a bespectacled elder with a bushy beard, who manipulated the near-light spears that fateful night," shook his head. "Even Grandfather Eric cannot decipher it?" Lade looked at the elder with surprise, for she believed that no one in the entire Tunku's settlement possessed greater technical knowledge than Eric. The elder, referred to as Eric, sighed. "This apparatus appears to be nothing more than ordinary clothing and a standard aviation backpack, accompanied by some instruments that are rather perplexing. However, they do not seem capable of executing operations akin to wall phasing or teleportation. Another possibility exists, namely that the outsider harbors additional devices within himself." He continued, "After all, the advancements in technology over the past decade and more are beyond the imagination of us self-exiled individuals." Upon hearing Eric's words, Lade furrowed her brows. "Rod, are you certain that you thoroughly stripped Truman of his possessions? I personally conducted the search. How could there be any oversight?" Rod spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, shaking his head before elaborating, "I even examined his body with instruments. There were no metallic reactions, nor any surgical scars, thus negating the possibility of cybernetic implants." Upon hearing this, Lader could only sigh. "Grandfather Eric, could you please re-examine Truman's personal belongings to ascertain if anything has been overlooked?" Rod immediately dispatched someone to monitor Truman around the clock. If his abilities do not stem from the equipment, we could find ourselves in a predicament. The very thought of such a possibility caused Rod to momentarily gasp, but he quickly nodded resolutely, taking two subordinates with him as they rushed towards the basement where Truman was detained. Chapter 25. The operation in the heart of the Tonkuga settlement. Captain Jack, accompanied by over 30 loyal subordinates, opened a warehouse. Inside were stacks of sealed crates, all filled with brand new swords and knives, meticulously oiled and sealed to prevent rust. "Everyone, lift these out and distribute them below," Captain Jack commanded, the gleam in his eyes gradually fading. He loudly directed his confidants to disperse the weapons and shields stored in the warehouse. However, his commands left his subordinates somewhat bewildered. A man who appeared to be a leader approached with a grin and inquired, "Captain, these are the finest and most pristine weapons. Are we preparing to confront the rebels?" "Follow my orders. Also, distribute those heavy iron shields capable of withstanding laser pistols. This time, we must fight for our lives." Captain Jack inhaled deeply. After consuming the green liquid from the silver flask, he had glimpsed, amid flickering shadows and illusions, the image of Truman escaping from the basement of the rebel camp. This revelation instantly clarified for him that Truman was certainly not relying on some advanced apparatus for spatial leaps as he had previously imagined. Gather all security personnel in the fortress, ensuring that every location and direction is under the watchful gaze of at least 2 pairs of eyes, Captain Jack commanded decisively. His subordinates promptly set off to execute the order. Following the issuance of the command, Captain Jack ventured forth alone from the heart of the Tonkugas settlement, without any companions. Upon reaching a secluded area, Captain Jack suddenly drew his ornate dagger from his waist and called out sharply, "Truman, I know you're following me. Show yourself." Truman, concealed within the nearby wall, was startled by the captain's abrupt exclamation, fearing he had been discovered. Yet, he refrained from revealing himself immediately, opting instead to observe further. Maintaining his stance with the drawn blade, Captain Jack shouted again, "There is no need to hide. I have utilized the essence of parasitism and can perceive your movements." Truman blinked in surprise, realizing that he had already seen the verdant fluid within Captain Jack during his omniscient state, which had been entirely depleted during his previous presence in the room. Thus, he swiftly deduced that this cunning Jack was likely attempting to deceive him. Afterward, Captain Jack surveyed his surroundings once more, ensuring no one was tailing him, before quickening his pace and discreetly exiting the camp via a narrow path, avoiding the other inhabitants. Truman continued to follow closely, maintaining a safe distance to evade detection by the astute Captain Jack. Within the temporary encampment of the rebels, Rod, accompanied by 2 squad leaders, forcefully opened the door to the basement. The trio hastily descended, only to discover that Truman, who had been suspended in the center of the basement, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 2 ropes swaying gently in the breeze brought in by their entrance. Rod's complexion paled instantly, and he struggled to swallow, before scrambling out of the basement in a frenzy. "Lade, Truman is gone. What did you say?" Lade, who was still organizing the rebels' tasks, was taken aback by Rod's revelation. She quickly helped him up, who had nearly stumbled, and pressed for details. How did he escape? As soon as the question escaped her lips, Lade realized the grim truth, her expressions shifting rapidly before she took a deep breath. "Rod, go check on Morgan. See if he is still detained. Masuka, head to Grandpa Eric's. Ensure that Truman's equipment is secure, especially the laser pistol." Rod and the squad leader named by Lade nodded in acknowledgement and promptly departed. Meanwhile, Lade sank into a chair, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. "Truman," she murmured, gazing out the window towards the center of the Tonkugas settlement. In a corrugated iron shelter less than 300 meters from Lade's room, Morgan, who had been resting on a metal bed, suddenly heard a commotion outside. He knew without a doubt that Truman's disappearance had thrown the rebels into disarray. In truth, he still could not comprehend why the rebels had turned against him and Truman the moment they had just escaped from the sewer. However, as the clamor drew ever closer, Morgan found himself more preoccupied with his own safety than with uncovering the truth. Bang! The sound of the iron door's chain lock echoed, and the door was forcefully flung open by Rod, accompanied by several subordinates. "Search thoroughly for any suspicious items," Rod commanded, gesturing with a sweeping motion. His subordinates began to ransack the metal shack, turning over every box and even prying open the floor inch by inch. Rod was evidently concerned that Truman might have secretly left something behind for Morgan. Thus, upon confirming Morgan's presence, he immediately ordered a search of the entire shack. "Morgan, do you know Truman's whereabouts?" Rod inquired, resting his left hand upon the hilt of the long knife at his waist, his tone tinged with an implicit threat. Morgan, feeling helpless in this situation, admitted that although he had seen Truman after his escape, they had not exchanged a single word. How could he possibly know where Truman had gone or what he was doing? After truthfully confessing, Morgan shrugged, "I truly know nothing. Truman never regarded me as a trusted individual. I merely became acquainted with him early on and am somewhat familiar with him." Rod did not expect to extract any useful information from Morgan. He interpreted Morgan's demeanor as a sign that he still harbored illusions about Truman. Nevertheless, Rod found some solace in the thought that such a loyal subordinate would not be abandoned by Truman for long. After the subordinates rummaged through the entire metal shack, searching every nook and cranny to ascertain the absence of any clues, Rod finally nodded in affirmation. He turned and issued a command. "Take Morgan with you and confine him once again across from my room. I wish to oversee him personally." Having spoken, Rod turned and departed from the chaotic confines of the metal structure. At that moment, A pair of emerald green eyes peered stealthily through a crack in the wall. And upon catching sight of Morgan, a flicker of excitement brightened their gaze. Neo, concealing a burlap sack on his back, discreetly watched from outside the metal shack. After Rod escorted Morgan away, he followed closely behind, his petite stature allowing him to navigate the numerous hiding spots of the temporary camp without attracting any attention. Chapter 26. Strike. As Morgan trailed behind Rod towards the new holding location, he could not restrain himself from calling out. Noticing Rod did not dismiss the conversation, a faint smile graced Morgan's face. He ventured, "Rod, could you enlighten me as to why you have suddenly concluded that Truman is the perpetrator behind Rick's demise? It is worth noting that he played a pivotal role in facilitating the cooperation between the rebels and the Tunguska. With merely the collection of derelict spaceship components, you could likely escape this planet." Upon hearing Morgan's words, Rod understood the underlying implication. He merely shrugged and replied, "Morgan, this planet is not as straightforward as you presume. Truman is not as innocent as you believe. Do you genuinely think he sincerely wishes to lead us off this planet? Very well. Perhaps he simply took us away in a moment of convenience? After all, he too harbors a desire to leave this planet." Morgan shrugged and continued, expressing his belief that a misunderstanding must have arisen between Truman and the rebels. He was reluctant to see the hope he had so eagerly awaited extinguished due to such confusion. His own desires? Rod scoffed, remarking, "If he is indeed human." At this juncture, Rod evidently realized he had divulged too much and abruptly ceased what seemed to be an unproductive conversation, hastening Morgan toward a metal shed. Surrounding the shed, several rebels diligently wielded welding torches, sealing every possible crevice, transforming it into an airtight metal box. Morgan, taken aback, gazed at the thoroughly sealed shed and the watchful rebels nearby, ultimately resigning himself to enter the enclosure. Rod waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately shut the door of the shed, welding it shut, leaving only a few small apertures for Morgan to breathe. Furthermore, by these openings stood 3 or 4 rebels on standby, one clutching a metal sheet, another holding a welding torch, poised to seal those holes as well. "Captain Rod, the task is complete," reported a subordinate to Rod. Neo concealed himself behind a heap of debris beside a corrugated iron shed. His emerald eyes fixated on Morgan's place of confinement. He glanced around and discerned that the guards were exceedingly vigilant, leaving him with no opportunity to approach. Reluctantly, Neo was compelled to temporarily abandon his quest to rescue his father, slowly retreating. However, just as he took a few steps back, a glimmer of realization illuminated his mind, prompting him to hasten towards the direction that had captured his attention. Amidst the mountains of refuse, Captain Jack once again surveyed the vicinity, ensuring that no one was tailing him. He then reached into the crevice of a boulder and activated a concealed switch. As the stone slab opened, it revealed a staircase descending into the abyss of darkness. Without hesitation, Captain Jack slipped inside and sealed the stone slab behind him. He traversed more than 10 meters down the staircase before unlocking a hatch of a spacecraft, granting him entry into a secret chamber hewn from the rock. The sound of the door opening startled the presence within the chamber, the clinking of iron chains echoing in the pitch-black void. Lighting a torch, Captain Jack directed his gaze ahead, where an entity was bound by chains. In the dim glow of the torch, the figure appeared humanoid in shape. However, upon closer inspections, one could discern that its limbs were grotesquely contorted, as if its bones had been shattered inch by inch. The head bore the marks of a heavy blow, with jagged fragments of skull exposed beneath the skin. Its dermis, if it could still be referred to as such, intermittently resembled withered parchment, then swelled as if soaked in water, creating an unsettling contrast. Even more astonishing and terrifying was the fact that this seemingly grotesque creature, despite being bound by iron chains as thick as a wrist, could still drag itself along, producing a cacophony of sound. No matter how many times I witnessed it, I couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly your wounds heal, Strick. Captain Jack crouched at a safe distance, observing the chest of the entity he referred to as Strick. The massive wound he had inflicted with his knife during their last encounter was now completely unrecognizable. The clanking of the chains grew increasingly intense, suggesting that the captain's presence had provoked it. Nonetheless, the creature's movements did not surprise Captain Jack. He slowly drew his dagger from his waist and suddenly plunged it into Strick's chest. Roar. This scene was vividly witnessed by Truman, who was concealed among the rocks. His expression was one of horror as he gazed upon the chain monstrosity, realizing for the first time the tip of the iceberg regarding the truths of this planet. After the roar, a peculiar smile crept onto Captain Jack's face as he chuckled softly. "You see, I told you, but you wouldn't understand." Boom. The sealed door of the chamber, closed once again. Having accomplished his objective, Captain Jack departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Truman, now privy to this astonishing secret, refrained from recklessly exiting. He was uncertain of Strick's allegiance. Although it appeared that this creature was in opposition to Captain Jack, its lack of intelligent behavior was disconcerting. He feared that should matters go awry, the consequences could be dire. As Truman continued to observe, he was astonished to witness Strick's chest wound, inflicted by a sharp blade, heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Chapter 27. Liquid life form Strick writhed in the darkness, emitting a breath that resembled the wheezing of a bellows. 6 robust iron chains confined his movements, allowing him only to shift slightly within the confines of the small chamber. Any attempt to move in one direction would result in the chains pulling him back in the opposite direction. Despite this inhumane imprisonment, Strick appeared to have adapted, as evidenced by a slick, circular mark with a diameter of 1.5 meters on the ground, a testament to his prolonged activity. Truman, in his all-seeing state, observed Strick overlapping with the rock layers for a while, gleaning little information before turning to continue his pursuit of Captain Jack. However, at the very moment Truman pivoted, Strick suddenly let out a desperate roar in his direction, clearly agitated. Indeed, Truman and Strick locked eyes through the thick rock layers. Initially, Truman harbored doubts about the possibility of coincidence, but upon stealthily shifting his position within the layers, he realized that Strick was still able to gaze directly at him. Under such scrutiny, Truman could no longer deny that Strick possessed the ability to see through the rock. Was this merely X-ray vision, or did he possess other abilities akin to the all-seeing state? Taking a deep breath, Truman furrowed his brow. The all-seeing state had been his greatest trump card since his arrival, and he was taken aback to encounter another being capable of piercing through the rock layers. After Strick had tentatively shifted his position, he anxiously gazed at Truman, emitting a series of hurried hisses. It was evident that his frail form was gravely damaged, with his throat in tatters, rendering him incapable of articulating coherent speech. Realizing he had been discovered, Truman ceased to conceal himself and boldly entered the confined space. Confronting Strick directly, the darkness of the environment proved somewhat disorienting for Truman. However, draped only in a tattered cloth, he lacked the means to ignite a torch and was left to endure the conditions as they were. Fortunately, in the omniscient state, he was still able to perceive his surroundings, albeit with less clarity than in the light. Strick? Truman pondered, tentatively uttering the name that Captain Jack had mentioned earlier. To his surprise, Strick reacted markedly, his head, resembling that of a living corpse, nodding vigorously. Truman couldn't help but worry that such fervent movements might detach his head, given that it seemed tethered to his neck by merely a spine and a layer of ragged skin. As Strick emitted a roar akin to a broken bellows, Truman grasped that this creature was capable of communication and was not devoid of intellect. "Are you an employee of the Tunguska spacecraft?" he inquired. Did you arrive on this planet during the Tunguska disaster?" he continued. "Do you belong to the Tunguska camp, or are you aligned with the rebels?" To rephrase, "Are you a rebel? Are you from the Tonkus settlement?" Truman inquired, perplexed. On this planet, there exist only 2 factions, the Tonkus settlement and the rebels. How could one possibly belong to neither? He contemplated an alternative possibility and asked, "Could it be that you were imprisoned by Captain Jack in the very first year of your arrival on this planet? Perhaps time has become indistinguishable for you in such a place." Upon witnessing Strick's reaction, Truman drew in a sharp breath. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the thought of enduring more than a decade shackled in this pitch-black abyss, while simultaneously enduring Captain Jack's torment, sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps on his arms. Observing Strick's demeanor, Truman felt a surge of curiosity and posed another question. "Are you still human?" Strick fell silent for several moments. Just as Truman was about to speak again, Strick erupted in an anguished roar. "Gah! Ugh!" Truman fell silent, bewildered by the transformation that could render a human into this liminal state of existence, neither fully alive nor dead. Yet, Strick seemed desperate to demonstrate something. He yanked his arm, bound by the chain, and the swollen, yet fragile limb was immediately cut by the iron ring at the chain's end. A viscous, gray-brown liquid oozed from the wound, pooling on the ground and writhing like a mass of slime. Observing the viscous puddle before him, Truman instinctively took a step back. After all, he felt a primal aversion to this enigmatic and incomprehensible substance. Truman noticed that the liquid had settled at a distance, not encroaching too closely. It appeared that Strick was capable of controlling this substance, and he was aware of Truman's considerable wariness towards it. Strick seemed to exude sincerity, harboring no apparent hostility towards Truman. Nonetheless, Truman remained unfooled by appearances, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. His awareness was perpetually attuned, placing him in a quasi-ethereal state that enabled him to navigate through various materials without interaction with any substance or energy. Once assured of his safety, Truman cautiously approached and crouched to scrutinize the pulsating mass on the ground, akin to a living organism. Does this thing possess life? Just as Truman was about to inquire of Strick, the grayish-brown liquid suddenly leaped into the air like a startled insect, hurtling towards him. Chapter 28. Cautious Jack. The viscous grayish-brown substance surged through Truman's chest, crashing heavily against the stone wall behind him. Bang! Startled, Truman recoiled several steps before turning to observe the liquid sliding down the wall, his expression betraying his alarm. Strick! Truman glared at Strick, only to find him behaving as if he had lost all reason, roaring at him like a feral beast. The liquid on the wall once again erupted forth like a leaping insect, lunging towards Truman. However, in his omniscient state, Truman remained impervious to any material contact. The liquid passed through his form as effortlessly as if traversing a holographic projection. A roar erupted from Strick, who was evidently taken aback, unable to fathom that his meticulously crafted ambush had been so deftly evaded by Truman. His anguished cry was futile. Humph! Truman scoffed quietly. Yet, he found himself devoid of any suitable means to confront this adversary and had no desire to recklessly reach into Strick's being. The potential consequences of coming into contact with the liquid coursing through him were too uncertain to contemplate. He had gleaned enough information to form a rough understanding. Strick was likely a former crew member of the Tunku spacecraft, imprisoned here by Captain Jack since the vessel's catastrophic descent onto this planet. Numerous questions lingered, particularly regarding the circumstances that had transformed Strick into his current state. Observing him in his omniscient state, Truman noted that despite the severe degradation of his internal structure, traces of human anatomy remained evident, indicating that Strick had once been an ordinary human being. Remarkably, he continued to sustain life, aided significantly by the thick, murky fluid that coursed through his damaged form. Truman witnessed the grayish-brown liquid flowing from Strick's heart. Although that heart had long ceased to beat, it did not hinder the liquid from circulating throughout his body like blood. Furthermore, this grayish-brown substance incessantly repaired Strick's form, maintaining a steady, moderate pace that preserved his dilapidated condition. Only wounds inflicted by Captain Jack's knife or the fresh cuts created by the iron rings on Strick's wrist were mended at a visibly rapid rate by the liquid. This remarkable property astonished Truman, yet he deemed the grayish-brown liquid, which resembled a semblance of life, excessively perilous, especially after Strick's recent attempt to ambush him, which heightened Truman's vigilance. Perhaps the grayish-brown liquid within Strick sought to change its host in this manner? The mere thought of potentially becoming like Strick due to this liquid sent a shiver down Truman's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace to exit the underground chamber. Following their exchange, Truman formed a tentative hypothesis. However, due to Strick's demeanor, he could not ascertain the veracity of the information provided. It was possible that something transpired aboard the spacecraft years ago, resulting in Strick's parasitism by this enigmatic grayish-brown liquid. Alternatively, this substance might indeed be the true cause of the Tonkus's ill-fated incident. Strick. Truman etched that name in his memory, intending to inquire about Strick when he next encountered Morgan. As the captain, Morgan undoubtedly held a significant position aboard the Tonkus before its unfortunate demise, possessing a deeper understanding of the crew than the ordinary members. However, Truman's immediate intention was to trace the whereabouts of Captain Jack, having been interrupted by Strick moments prior, which meant that upon his exit from the secret chamber, Jack had long since departed. Nevertheless, Truman remained unperturbed. He ascended a nearby mound of refuse, utilizing the debris to conceal his silhouette while cautiously peering around. It was not long before he spotted a small, moving figure at the edge of his vision. Given that his exchange with Strick had been brief, merely a matter of minutes, Jack's ability to cover such distance spoke to his swiftness. Upon identifying his target, Truman hastened after him. During his pursuit, he couldn't help but reflect on the circumstances. Initially, his sole aim had been to assemble a functional spacecraft to escape this desolate refuse planet. Yet, he now found himself inexplicably entangled in a vast conspiracy following the death of Scarface Rick. Feeling somewhat weary, Truman trailed Captain Jack, who remained vigilant. Little did Jack suspect that Truman was stealthily following him, just on the other side of the wall. After scanning his surroundings to ensure he was not being observed, Jack produced a key, unlocked the door, and, creating a narrow opening, swiftly slipped inside the metal shelter. Truman, concealed nearby, observed his actions and noted that the interior of the metal shed bore no significant differences, containing merely a few dust-covered beds and furniture such as tables and chairs. There was something amiss. Upon seeing the conditions within the sewer, this thought immediately sprang to Truman's mind. Indeed, as he suspected, Captain Jack purposefully entered the bathroom in the metal shed, then confidently pulled open the manhole cover and descended the ladder made of welded rebar without a moment's hesitation. In the depths of the sewer, Captain Jack quickened his pace, navigating several turns before deftly manipulating a seam in the sewer wall, which surprisingly unveiled a concealed hatch. How remarkably cautious! Truman was taken aback. The sewer was already exceedingly hidden, yet Captain Jack had anticipated potential intrusions, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible secret door. Consider this: if you were a member of the rebellion, guided by intelligence, and infiltrated one of Captain Jack's secret bases only to discover it was simply an ordinary sewer. Who would suspect that just beyond the wall lay a hidden door? Chapter 29. Observing the future upon entering the secret door from the sewer. The dim surroundings opened up to reveal a bright and immaculate laboratory. The pristine environment, strikingly clean to the point of brilliance, astonished Truman, who felt as though he had momentarily escaped from this desolate, refuse-laden planet. Captain Jack appeared to be quite accustomed to this environment. As he adeptly changed his attire within the sterile chamber, meticulously adhering to the complex disinfection protocols, he retrieved a glass vial containing a viscous, brownish liquid and placed it into a pristine container. Truman observed, with astonishment, that even confined within the vial, the small portion of the brownish liquid seemed to writhe and struggle as if yearning to escape. This extraordinary vitality fascinated Truman. He surmised that Strick was in a parasitic state, inhabited by an unknown liquid life form. Yet he had not anticipated that such a life form could persist in this limited manner for an extended period, as Captain Jack enveloped himself entirely in the sterile suit, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed. Even his head was shielded by a contraption reminiscent of an astronaut's helmet. His caution piqued Truman's curiosity further. He yearned to discern the purpose to which Captain Jack would put this liquid life form. Jack extracted the viscous gray liquid from the glass vial with a syringe and injected it into a rubber-sealed test tube. Subsequently, he placed the test tube into a cryogenic storage unit, secured the lid, and then turned his attention to another workstation. This second workstation was far less orderly than the first, cluttered with an array of enigmatic reagents, their vibrant colors creating a striking tableau. Captain Jack was not dazzled by the ostentatious array of reagents before him, with a proficiency that seemed almost instinctual. He deftly selected several test tubes and meticulously combined their contents in a beaker in a specific sequence. Following a series of intricate procedures: boiling, adding liquids, distilling, and cooling, a clear, transparent liquid reagent materialized in Captain Jack's hand. His gaze remained unperturbed as he examined the reagent, instinctively aware of its exceptional quality without the need for testing. At that moment, the exterior of the test tube had developed a delicate layer of frost, while within, the liquid entity showed no signs of freezing. Rather, it appeared to have completely succumbed to inactivity, resembling either a state of unconsciousness or a demise induced by the low temperature. Observing the obedient, gray-brown liquid within the test tube, Captain Jack raised an eyebrow, then returned to the workstation to extract it once more using a syringe. It was evident that they were now at the final stage. Captain Jack poured the reagent he had just concocted into the beaker and decisively injected the liquid entity from the syringe into it. A distinct sound emanated from the beaker as Truman shifted his perspective, gaining a clearer view of the vessel before Captain Jack. The once gray-brown viscous liquid underwent a remarkable transformation under the influence of the reagents, and with Captain Jack stirring, some dark brown solid matter began to settle at the bottom of the beaker, alongside a crystalline, emerald-green liquid that emerged within. Upon reaching this point, Truman finally comprehended the origin of the liquid that Captain Jack had previously consumed, contained within a silver flask. However, he remained somewhat troubled. What purpose could this liquid possibly serve? It must be of significant importance, considering Captain Jack had callously imprisoned Strick for over a decade and had concealed it so meticulously underground. When the emerald-hued liquid made its appearance, a subtle shift in expression crossed Captain Jack's face. His gaze was complex, not merely one of joy or anger, but rather a blend of diverse emotions. Yet, this momentary display was swiftly reined in by Captain Jack, who extracted the emerald liquid from the beaker and poured it into the silver flask that had been simmering in the boiling pot for quite some time. After completing this task, Captain Jack took a deep breath and let out a long sigh, then changed his attire and departed from the clandestine laboratory, the silver flask in hand. The laboratory itself was sparsely furnished, featuring merely 2 workbenches and walls lined with various reagents. In one corner, a collection of books and notes lay stacked. After a brief observation of the laboratory, Truman's attention was drawn to the pile of notes. He perused the notebook, and having diligently studied the language used by Jack and his companions during his days of collaboration with the rebels in the Tonkugas settlement, he quickly grasped the fundamental script they employed, perhaps owing to his peculiar ability to comprehend unfamiliar languages. Thus, much of the content within this notebook is comprehensible to Truman, albeit through a veil of conjecture. Yet, as he reads on, his astonishment only deepens. The myriad of fog that once obscured his understanding dissipates entirely. In the notes, Captain Jack refers to this liquid life form as Strick, seemingly named after the crew member who became its host. The notebook also chronicles Captain Jack's various experiments with this liquid entity from his earlier years, encompassing electrolytic tests, freezing experiments, evaporation trials, and more. He records that this liquid life form possesses remarkably high requirements for its living environment. Initially, the conditions on this planet were adequate to sustain its needs. However, following its designation as the refuse disposal planet for the Tonkus, relentless degradation has gradually stripped Strick of its habitat. Yet, Jack merely hints at this matter. The notes predominantly delve into his experiments and hypotheses regarding Strick. Truman bypasses the intricate details of the tests and flips to a page marked by hasty scrawls. This must be the hand of divinity. At the top of this page, a trembling script reveals a singular phrase. As he continues, the handwriting becomes increasingly erratic. Truman can vividly envision Captain Jack's struggle to contain his excitement, striving to steady his trembling hand. It is unfathomable what discovery could evoke such fervor in Captain Jack. Truman's eyes widen as he perceives no other notion within the text, his vision consumed by a singular term, observing the future. Chapter 30. The confrontation. Truman's mind raced as he contemplated the authenticity of the contents regarding the observation of the future inscribed in the notebook. He recalled Captain Jack's fervent declaration about witnessing himself departing this planet aboard a spaceship, which lent some credence to the notebook's assertions. Moreover, if the records within the notebook were indeed accurate, the infamous moniker of Ghost Jack, perpetuated by the rebels, began to make sense. This derogatory title, bestowed upon Jack by the dissenters, was laced with an ineffable sense of reverence. Throughout the majority of their confrontations, Captain Jack had consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to foresee the rebel strategies, enabling him to respond with remarkable ease. In this realization, Truman understood why Captain Jack, after hastily employing that crystalline green liquid, crafted from Strick's bodily fluids for observation, had rushed back for another batch. It was evident that, having utilized the observation liquid to learn of Truman's recent escape from the rebels' captivity, Jack was in urgent need of replenishing his reserves to navigate the impending turmoil. Within the confines of a relatively spacious metal shack at the rebels' makeshift camp, leaders such as Later, Eric, and Rod were seated in a circle, their gazes fixed upon Truman's attire and the supplies laid bare in his open backpack. "We should be able to ascertain this now," Later stated gravely, grasping a medical kit from the side of the backpack and pointing to an emblem upon it. "You all recognize the company's insignia, I presume?" Ghost Jack was correct. Truman must indeed be sent by the company. Grandfather Eric remained silent, merely adjusting his reading glasses perched on his nose, his eyes shimmering with a subtle light that betrayed his profound agitation. He had already noticed this during the initial inspection of Truman's equipment and attire. It was not only the medical kit. Truman's rucksack contained numerous items bearing the company's insignia. Rod pressed his lips together, ultimately unable to restrain himself, inquiring, "But what connection does this have to his murder of Rick? Surely the company wouldn't dispatch an individual across light years solely to eliminate Rick? What if the company intends to silence him?" Lard clenched his fists, contemplating the consequences of exposing the deeds we have committed on this planet. It could lead to the incarceration of the company's beneficiaries. Although the evidence lay before us, Rod still felt at a loss for words. After half a minute, he scratched his head and remarked, "Where is the logic in sending just one person to eradicate thousands? Your assertion truly exceeds my capacity for imagination." Rod offered a wry smile, casting a hopeful glance at Eric, seeking an intelligible explanation. However, Eric shook his head in resignation, picking up several items belonging to Truman from the table, maintaining his silence. Captain Jack in the room did not hasten to utilize the observational liquid within the silver vessel. Instead, he picked up a mirror to examine his reflection. The captain's eyes held an inner brilliance, his striking emerald pupils glimmering faintly. "No, it cannot be overindulged in a short span." Captain Jack shook his head, secretively stowing the silver flask into his pocket, before rising to enter the fortress hall. Within the grand space, over a dozen individuals were patrolling. Upon seeing Captain Jack emerge, the leader of the group promptly approached him. "Captain, There are now 247 security personnel patrolling the fortress, with no blind spots in sight. Excellent, Berg. Well done, Jack replied. Satisfaction evident as he patted the subordinate's shoulder, casually promising him a reward of 10 crates of green sprout wine once the matter was resolved. Right on. Berg squinted with a grin, then turned to his fellow comrades, proclaiming, "Did you hear that, brothers? The captain has granted us 10 crates of wine. Let us patrol diligently, and we shall drink together once this is over." Berg's words spread through the fortress, instilling a surge of morale among the guards, causing their footsteps to lighten considerably. However, as Jack stepped into the room, he was startled. Instinctively, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and drew his blade without hesitation. Truman. Jack furrowed his brow, regarding the figure seated on the edge of the bed, idly flipping through a rather familiar notebook. Who else could it be but Truman? Jack's gaze scanned the figure, noticing that Truman was clad only in a cloth around his waist, seeming ill-equipped to draw a weapon, a laser pistol, which eased Jack's tension slightly. "What is it that you truly desire, Truman?" Captain Jack gripped the knife, its blade pointed menacingly at Truman, despite his efforts to maintain composure. A subtle tremor in his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. "What is it that I desire?" Truman squinted, locking eyes with Captain Jack. "All I seek is to assemble a functional spacecraft to escape this planet. But you, what is your motive behind murdering Rick and framing me?" Chapter 31. Year 4933 of the Empire. Captain Jack scrutinized Truman, keenly observing the minute shifts in his expression. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "I did not kill Rick. His quarters are located in the heart of the rebel encampment, surrounded by numerous patrolling guards. How could I possibly gain access?" Captain Jack's gaze bore into Truman, sharp and piercing. "Yet you, possessing such elusive abilities, could effortlessly infiltrate Rick's room and launch a surprise attack. What if the murderer entered through the sewer?" Truman retorted, "If I am not mistaken, you are the only one with the schematics of the sewer system in the Tonkugas settlement. Are you not, Captain?" The emphasis Truman placed on the title Captain was unmistakable, insinuating that Captain Jack's possession of the sewer blueprints afforded him the means to navigate the intricate network and access any dwelling within the Tonkugas settlement with ease. Captain Jack's expression shifted from surprise to perplexity. Although he appeared to harbor some suspicions, he chose not to pursue the topic further. Unwilling to disclose his thoughts to Truman, realizing that he could glean little of value from Captain Jack, decided to get straight to the point. "Jack, might you enlighten me about this object?" With a gentle wave of his hand, a silver flask materialized in his grasp. Although Captain Jack had concealed this flask deep within the recesses of his coat, it was of no consequence to Truman, who was in a state of omniscience. Upon noticing the flask in Truman's hand, Captain Jack felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively reached towards his chest. Yet, at that moment, he could find nothing of the desired target. "Return it to me," Captain Jack bellowed, brandishing his sword and lunging towards Truman. To him, the silver flask containing the observation liquid was of utmost significance. Its loss would outweigh the destruction of the entire Tonkus settlement. Truman's expression shifted as the blade of the sword passed through him, yet Captain Jack felt no sensation of steel against flesh. With a forceful miscalculation, Captain Jack found himself collapsing onto the bed after missing his target. A holographic projection? He surmised swiftly, but he quickly dismissed this notion. For Truman had just pilfered his silver flask, an act beyond the capabilities of mere projection. What a futile endeavor. Truman shrugged nonchalantly, waving the silver flask before him, then picked up the notebook he had been perusing moments earlier. At that instant, Captain Jack recognized that the notebook was, in fact, the experimental records he had left behind in the laboratory. Within this narrative lies a record of his various conjectures and experimental results regarding liquid life forms and observation liquids. "Hey, remain calm, Truman said with a smile, calling out to Captain Jack to steady himself. However, to Captain Jack, this was nothing short of mockery. Yet, Truman was indifferent to Jack's perceptions. Standing on solid ground, he naturally paid little heed to the feelings of his adversary. Noticing Captain Jack's unwavering gaze and his grip on the long knife, Truman confidently pushed, causing Jack's coat to become ensnared in the wall. As Captain Jack attempted to rise, he realized that something was holding him back. "What do you wish to inquire?" Jack made a concerted effort to divert his gaze from the silver flask, forcing himself to ignore it, fervently hoping that Truman would not direct too much attention toward the object. Nevertheless, Truman was already well aware of the capabilities of the observation liquid and was profoundly intrigued by its formidable ability to foresee the future. Thus, in the presence of Captain Jack, he uncapped the silver flask, leaning in to peer inside. The green liquid emitted a faint luminescence, reminiscent of the hue in Jack's own pupils. Do not think to conceal it. This substance can indeed predict the future, correct? Truman remarked as he resealed the flask, casually placing it beside the chair. He then tapped on his notebook, adding, surely. You wouldn't go to the trouble of pinning a fictitious journal to leave in a laboratory that you alone frequent? Indeed. This liquid possesses the power to glimpse into the future. Captain Jack gazed at Truman, his mind seemingly concocting some elaborate scheme. He spoke, moreover. I can inform you that the ability of this device to foresee the future is indeed manageable. However, I have not documented the method of this control, as it is derived from countless personal experiments. A faint smile curled at the corners of Captain Jack's mouth, suggesting a sense of pride in his accomplishments. Intrigued, Truman shifted his legs down and leaned forward, attentively regarding Jack. Through repeated consumption, one must endeavor to focus solely on the observational target in one's mind. Any other thoughts will disrupt the clarity of the vision, a skill acquired solely through experience. Understood, Truman appeared to accept Captain Jack's assertions. Yet, rather than directly consuming the vial of observation liquid, he abruptly inquired, how did you establish contact with the upper echelons of the Tunguska Corporation? Can you elucidate why the labels on your laboratory equipment bear production dates from the last 2 or 3 years, some even from this very year? Rising to his feet, Truman declared, you have not truly severed ties with the company, have you, Jack? It became evident that Truman had keenly noted a peculiar detail during his previous exploration of the laboratory. Captain Jack's experimental records commenced in the year 4922 of the imperial calendar, with the most recent entry dated 4931. Yet, within his clandestine laboratory, a set of unopened experimental reagents bore a production date of 4933. If Captain Jack commenced his experimental records immediately upon arriving on this planet after the disaster, then this year would indeed mark the 4933rd year of the so-called Empire, precisely 11 years. Chapter 32, Tunguska 2. Truman was acutely aware that if Captain Jack had not lost contact with the company from the very beginning, the thousands of individuals stranded on the junk planet were likely part of this insidious conspiracy. However, this was of little consequence to Truman. What truly mattered was his desire to escape this planet. If he could utilize the ship dispatched by the company, why would he risk using the makeshift vessel he had painstakingly assembled? Having articulated his thoughts to this extent, Captain Jack naturally understood that the deeply concealed secret he had harbored was now laid bare before Truman. Nevertheless, he remained tight-lipped, his jaw clenched, silently observing Truman. With the emerald glow in his eyes flickering ominously, confronted with such a taciturn Jack, Truman was not without his own methods. He was well versed in the art of interrogation. Although he lacked instruments of torture at present, he possessed various means at his disposal. At that moment, a sly smile crept onto Truman's lips, a smile that instilled a hint of trepidation in Captain Jack. Subsequently, Truman extended his right hand forward, despite the several meters separating them. His hand appeared to stretch out mere centimeters, yet it still made contact with Captain Jack's body. Sensing the heartbeat beneath his palm, Truman pressed his hand gently against him, causing Captain Jack's eyes to widen in alarm. Hold still now. We wouldn't want to accidentally remove your heart, would we? Truman raised his left index finger to his lips, softly reminding Captain Jack. What are you doing? Captain Jack's lips moved, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. He could distinctly feel Truman's hand resting upon his heart. Yet, when he turned to look at Truman, he found him seated several meters away, though in a daze. It felt as if Truman were right before him. His arms appeared entirely normal, their length of 60 or 70 centimeters oddly spanning 3 or 4 meters. Not to mention, Truman's hand seemed to penetrate Jack's chest, touching his heart, yet Jack felt no tearing pain in his chest, and his ribs remained intact. This bizarre phenomenon nearly made Jack forget that he was a man with his heart clasped in Truman's grip. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tie off the blood vessels near your heart? Truman maintained his unyielding smile, his right hand passing through Jack's heart, then reaching his lungs. Captain Jack's eyes widened as he felt a struggle to breathe. He erupted into a violent cough, slowly sliding down the wall to collapse onto the floor, the dagger he had been holding long since fallen away. After donning his clothing, Truman did not forget to stoop down and retrieve the observational liquid he had placed on the ground, pocketing it with care. At that moment, Captain Jack finally regained his composure, greedily inhaling the somewhat tainted air, his gaze towards Truman now filled with trepidation and fear. Are you ready? Will you confess or not? Truman patted his trousers and sat down once more, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at Captain Jack. However, after enduring what could hardly be classified as torture. Captain Jack had come to realize that the man before him was either a devil or a monster. He understood that if he did not comply, he too would be ensnared. Thus, he took a deep breath and spoke. I possess a deep space radio capable of transmitting and receiving quantum communication signals. It is through this device that I have been in contact with headquarters. Then have them send a spacecraft to retrieve me. I wish to leave this planet. Truman stated decisively. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Oh, and I intend to take Morgan and his son with me." However, upon hearing Truman's demands, Captain Jack despairingly closed his eyes, resting his head against the wall as he stared intently at Truman. That is impossible, given the current situation. Headquarters will not send a spacecraft. They are likely mired in a debt crisis and on the brink of bankruptcy. What situation? Truman inquired. The spacecraft has met with an accident. At the mention of this calamity, Truman's heart inexplicably raced, and he hurriedly pressed for details. Was it the Tungu's Gus spacecraft that had the mishap? No, it was Tungu's Gus 2. Its wreckage is likely floating in orbit around this planet. Upon hearing this, Truman instantly comprehended that the debris he had observed in space, which spanned a radius of hundreds of miles, was indeed the remains of Tungu's Gus 2. Are you suggesting that the vessel that exploded in the sky is the Tunguska 2? Truman stood up abruptly. Wait a moment, the escape pod I used to land. Could it possibly belong to your Tunguska 2? Did you not arrive with the Tunguska 2? Are there any other spacecraft capable of reaching such a remote and desolate galaxy? Captain Jack blinked, seemingly perplexed by Truman's reaction. With a resigned shake of his head, Captain Jack replied, I had hoped they would send me experimental equipment and weaponry. Considering the rebels are growing increasingly powerful, having recently even developed near-light-speed spears. However, I was taken aback when the Tunguska 2 erupted in chaos shortly after arriving near this wretched planet. From my last communications, it seems there was a mutiny on board, leading to a violent confrontation that caused the Tunguska 2 to explode in space. After speaking, Jack pressed his hand against his subtly aching forehead, unable to fathom why a perfectly functioning commercial vessel would suddenly be plagued by traitors vying for control. Chapter 33. Neo and his companions with no other options. Truman resolved to request the deep space radio from Captain Jack, hoping it might prove useful. The deep space radio, you say? Captain Jack sighed once more, then nodded in agreement without hesitation. I will take you to it. It is not located within the central fortress, but rather I have secured it in another place. You are quite cautious, Truman remarked. Truman felt a tinge of admiration for Captain Jack's cautious demeanor. After acquiring the formidable stronghold, he had astonishingly concealed his most profound secret both within and outside the Tunguska settlement. Who could have anticipated such a move? What good is caution if it ultimately leads to discovery? With a wry smile, Captain Jack's gaze fell upon the notebook, and he tentatively inquired. Since you have already uncovered the laboratory where I stash my notes, it stands to reason that the other location. At this juncture, Jack's eyes scrutinized Truman's expression. Recognizing the underlying implications in Jack's probing words, Truman waved dismissively. Enough with the veiled inquiries. I am well aware of Strick's whereabouts. I have even communicated with him. Very well. Captain Jack exhaled deeply, resignedly raising his hands. Let us proceed. I will escort you to the deep space radio station. Truman shrugged, nonchalantly tugging the edge of Jack's coat that was embedded in the wall. Subsequently, Truman placed a hand on Jack's shoulder, inadvertently startling him. Observing Jack's instinctive flinch and his reluctance to make any abrupt movements, Truman chuckled heartily. Fear not. I harbor no intent to harm you. I have no desire to draw undue attention by leaving together. Simply indicate the direction, and I shall guide you there directly. Guide me there directly? Captain Jack pursed his lips, still struggling to fathom the meaning behind Truman's words and how he intended to facilitate their passage. However, at such a moment, Captain Jack would not impulsively contradict Truman or inquire inquisitively. He understood well that this particular information might be a taboo for Truman, and any rash probing could incite his displeasure. Complying with Truman's wishes, he pointed him in a direction. Truman grasped Captain Jack's shoulder tightly and pushed forward with determination. Following closely behind, Captain Jack felt a dazzling whirlwind of colors swirl before him, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, the scene transformed into the shadow cast between metal structures. He quickly recognized that they were in a residential area just a few dozen meters from the central fortress. Stretching his neck to peer outside, he could still glimpse the stone walls of the fortress. This is nothing short of a miracle, Captain Jack murmured to himself. His gaze shifted several times as he looked at Truman. Then he took a deep breath and said, Allow me to lead the way. The path to the deep space radio station is quite secluded and devoid of people. Within the rebels' temporary camp, Neo was stealthily concealed behind a pile of debris at the back of a metal shack, observing the outside movements through the narrow gaps between the boxes. Four rebels stood vigil at the door of the shack where Morgan was imprisoned, and every part of the structure was welded shut, making it nearly impossible to breach, even with a cutting tool, let alone for a mere child like Neo. Nonetheless, he did not relinquish hope. Children possess their own minds. He reached into his pocket and produced a biscuit made of black bread, unable to resist taking a small bite before crumbling the remainder into his water bottle. After being mixed and stirred with water, the black bread crumbs emanated a delightful aroma of wheat. Neo inhaled deeply, nodding in apparent satisfaction with the scent wafting from the kettle. He gave the kettle a gentle shake, ensuring the breadcrumbs and water were thoroughly blended into a paste. At that moment, Neo's gaze shifted towards the nearby sewer entrance. Though modest in size, with a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters, he noticed that the iron grate seemed gnawed through, revealing a gap. Neo poured the bread paste into the sewer opening, casting a bit further down, hoping that the enticing aroma might draw forth what he desired. He then proceeded to sprinkle the paste at the corner behind the metal shed. Having completed this task, Neo deftly slipped away from the vicinity. Within the dimly lit sewer, a black rat, roughly the size of a small dog, scuttled through the muddy waters in search of sustenance. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of a delightful scent and became instantly exhilarated. The rat emitted a somewhat muffled squeak, struggling to contain its excitement. However, the sound resonated far and wide in the quiet sewer. The other rats, upon hearing this, instantly recognized that a food source had been discovered. Consequently, a multitude of rats, both large and small, converged towards the source of the enchanting wheat aroma. Initially, they jostled and nudged each other, yet no conflicts arose, as they eagerly searched for the origin of the delightful scent. Upon emerging from the sewer, they quickly spotted the bread paste nestled in the corner. The rustling sounds behind the tin shed immediately captured the attention of the guard stationed here. After a brief exchange, two of the sentinels remained at the entrance while the other two tightened their belts and grasped their daggers, proceeding to investigate the source of the commotion. To their dismay, they encountered a horde of large black rats. The allure of the discarded food rendered these rodents indifferent to the startled intruders. "Get away. Stop gnawing at the corner," one of the rebels exclaimed, noticing a cluster of about 10 rats feasting at the base of the wall. Unable to discern what they were consuming from his vantage point, he assumed they were gnawing on the tin itself and stomped his foot in an attempt to disperse them. However, these audacious creatures remained undeterred. Perhaps they straightened for a moment at the sound but quickly resumed their meal. Realizing his intimidation tactic had failed, the rebel's anger flared, and he drew his dagger, striking downwards. With a single slash, he inadvertently severed an artery, causing a spray of foul blood to splatter across him. The scent of fresh blood enticed the large rats, igniting a newfound frenzy in their eyes. Chapter 34. Message from Tunguska to approximately 3 kilometers north of the Tunguska settlement. Captain Jack and Truman arrived at a modest tin shed concealed amidst a mountain of refuse. The structure was exceedingly rudimentary, comprised of a simple roof and 4 intact metal sheets, forming a square space amid the debris. Outside the metal shed, a makeshift barrier constructed from various broken iron frames and plastic fragments concealed a small space within. It was Captain Jack who took the initiative to approach first. After moving aside several sheets of metal and plastic, Truman was finally able to glimpse the interior. He cast a casual glance inside the shed, which contained little more than a jumbled machine and an object resembling a battery, measuring approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in length and width. "Is this the deep space radio?" Truman furrowed his brow, for the device appeared rather rudimentary, utterly unfit for interstellar communication. "Well, I've repaired it a few times along the way. It does look a bit shabby, but its functionality remains intact." At the mention of functionality, Captain Jack abruptly fell silent, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his smile as he added, "However, after the incident with the Tunkus 2, it has become largely obsolete. Isn't there any way to contact others with it? Doesn't your empire have a rescue system or something of the sort?" Truman inquired, scrutinizing the array of buttons on the deep space radio, yet refraining from touching them for the moment. Captain Jack exhaled slowly, shaking his head. The deep space radio is an interstellar communicator developed on the principles of quantum communication technology. Since the communication quanta are paired, one deep space radio can only communicate with another that is compatible. Nevertheless, due to the real-time nature of this communication, the deep space radio remains the optimal choice for interstellar communication. "Is there a matching deep space radio up there?" Truman pointed to the sky, not indicating the metallic roof above, but rather the debris of Tunguska II, situated hundreds of thousands of kilometers beyond the atmosphere. Jack nodded. After the disaster of Tunguska II, he had truly become an exile, with no means of escaping this planet. Observing Jack's reaction, Truman felt a pang of disappointment and idly fiddled with the deep space radio, inadvertently activating it. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air, which Truman found unremarkable, yet to Captain Jack, it resonated like celestial music. Was there a message? The deep space radio had received information. This was noise generated by interference waves disrupting electrons during quantum observation. Captain Jack unleashed a flurry of technical jargon, leaving Truman bewildered. Nevertheless, Truman gathered the essence of Jack's words. If the deep space radio had received a message, it implied that another matching deep space radio was still operational. However, the delighted Captain Jack, after manipulating the radio for a moment, suddenly froze, collapsing weakly onto the ground. With frustration, he remarked, the date indicated this was a communication from a week ago, at which time Tunguska II had yet to meet its fate. A week-old communication? Truman blinked in confusion, then gestured to examine the message, believing it might hold insights into the cause of Tunguska II's calamity. After all, it is hardly conceivable that the second vessel could have been obliterated by fervent environmentalists, particularly its energy chamber. He had witnessed firsthand the catastrophic aftermath of the Tunguska II incident, the sheer horror of such a calamity, which resulted in the destruction of that colossal transport ship, scattering its remnants across 100 kilometers without even deploying an escape pod. Captain Jack, upon hearing this, expressed no dissent. At present, he was merely a captive of Truman. Even if he had objections, he was powerless to resist, and moreover, he was eager to uncover the truth of what transpired aboard Tunguska II. The quantum communication signal had been received by the Deep Space Station a week prior and had been preserved until now. After a straightforward encoding conversion, a series of text was outputted. Truman had sufficiently familiarized himself with the language employed by Captain Jack and his crew, eliminating the earlier embarrassment of not comprehending the button labels in the escape pod. However, the text appearing on the Deep Space Station screen took Truman by surprise. The contents of the communication instantly heightened his vigilance. Captain Jack, headquarters has dispatched a landing craft to deliver supplies, anticipated to land at the designated location in 3 hours. Tunguska II, Captain Horton. A landing craft? Both Truman and Captain Jack furrowed their brows in unison. Jack inhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. I have not received any messages from the second vessel, nor have I detected any signals that the landing craft should have sent. Could there have been an accident during the landing? Where is the designated location? Truman swiftly grasped the crux of the communication and immediately, with an inquisitive tone, directed his question towards Jack. However, the electric truck was evidently cobbled together from discarded parts, which served as the foundation for Truman's confidence in assembling a spacecraft. During his recent days in the Tunguska settlement, he had, surprisingly, not encountered any modern vehicles, leading him to believe that Captain Jack and his crew lacked transportation. Observing Truman's skeptical expression, Jack felt increasingly awkward and hastily clarified, stating that although he did not possess a mechanical designer like the rebel Eric, who could transform waste into treasure, the company had previously provided him with an electric pickup truck, which he had concealed nearby. This revelation only deepened Truman's suspicions regarding the Tunguska Waste Management Company's ulterior motives on this planet. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to orchestrate the Tunguska incident, enabling Captain Jack to undertake clandestine projects here? Nonetheless, Truman recognized that now was not the time to seek the landing craft. Covering a distance of over 100 kilometers would require more than 2 days of travel, even by vehicle, given the absence of roads amidst the mountains of refuse. Naturally, Truman desired to avoid further intrigue. Having learned of the ongoing communications and resource exchanges between the Tunguska Company and Captain Jack, he resolved to swiftly address the affairs on this planet and depart from this enigmatic realm. With his current capabilities, compelling thousands to temporarily acquiesce through force posed little challenge. At most, he could make an example of a few to intimidate the rest. As long as the spacecraft assembly project could commence, Truman was indifferent to the opinions of others. Chapter 35. The Plague of Rodents. As Truman and Captain Jack departed from the vicinity of the deep space radio station, each harbored their own schemes. The cacophony of battle cries and wails intermingled, creating an atmosphere thick with the stench of blood and decay. Countless enormous rats scurried through the settlement like rabid dogs, biting at any passerby and gnawing on any structure they encountered. Should an ordinary person be overwhelmed by a large rat, they would soon be buried beneath a swarm of others, reduced to a bloodied skeleton within mere minutes. Due to Captain Jack's prior decision to consolidate most of his combat forces within the fortress, the perimeter of the settlement, devoid of protection, had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, Captain Jack furrowed his brow and instinctively reached for his saber at his waist, only to realize that it had long been abandoned in the fortress's bedroom. Momentarily taken aback, he turned to Truman, inquiring whether they could enter the fortress, where safety presumably awaited. The sewer entrances within the fortress were specially designed, narrow enough to thwart the entry of these monstrous rodents. In this dire moment, Truman did not forget Morgan, who had consistently remained loyal and had demonstrated commendable cooperation. Thus, Truman was resolute in not relinquishing what could be deemed his only rare companion on this planet. With a swift motion, he conjured a slightly chipped long knife from the ground of the camp and tossed it to Captain Jack, declaring, "Best of luck. I must take my leave." With that, Truman stepped forward and vanished from Captain Jack's sight. Only Captain Jack, with a long knife in hand, stood in a state of bewilderment. Paralyzed by indecision, advancing or retreating was equally daunting. In the makeshift encampment of the rebels, Morgan and Neo concealed themselves atop a corrugated iron roof. Morgan wielded a bloodied long knife, while Neo clutched a mere iron rod, fear evident in his demeanor. Beside them was Charlie, a fellow rebel and one of the four who had previously detained Morgan. The other three had long since been engulfed by the onslaught of giant rats. Reduced to mere crimson remnants, their skeletal remains gnawed clean by the voracious creatures. Charlie, paralyzed by terror, could barely grip his weapon. Trembling in a huddled ball on the rooftop, he had witnessed, with his own eyes, the horrific sight of his comrades being overrun by the suddenly appearing giant rats. Their screams silenced in mere moments, transformed into bloody heaps of flesh and bone within minutes. This gruesome tableau haunted Charlie, replaying in his mind the anguished cries of his fallen friends and the unsettling sounds of flesh being devoured. Had it not been for the giant rats gnawing through the metal wall, allowing Morgan to escape and retrieve the knife that Charlie had dropped, the latter would likely have met a similar fate. Neo, too, had not anticipated that his initial intention to lure a few giant rats to divert the guard's attention would lead to such chaos. Inexplicably, after a guard dispatched one rat, a frenzy ensued, and all the giant rats surged forth like a tide. This was not confined to their location. Throughout the encampment's sewer system, countless giant rats breached their metallic confines, erupting onto the surface to launch a frenzied assault. Observing Neo's fearful demeanor, Morgan tenderly embraced him and gently patted his head, reassuring him, "It's all right. This is not your fault." Morgan speculated that the overwhelming sight of giant rats swarming around them could hardly be attributed to Neo's single pot of porridge. Perhaps the vast population of these colossal rodents residing in the subterranean waterways of the Tonkugas had already reached the limits of their environmental capacity, thus frantically emerging in search of new territory. Neo's actions merely served as a trivial spark in this chaotic scenario. Yet, Morgan suddenly recalled an incident from their previous exploration of the sewers with Truman, where they encountered an unusual giant rat. Unlike its counterparts, this particular rat did not disregard them. Instead, it launched an aggressive assault, proving impervious even to Morgan's laser pistol. It seemed plausible that the current predicament bore some connection to that extraordinary encounter. However, the precise cause remained elusive to Morgan. Now, the trio found themselves ensconced in a tin shack, akin to an isolated isle amidst a turbulent sea. The ground was teeming with rats, jostling for space with no room left to stand. A reckless descent could result in immediate annihilation by the ravenous horde. Furthermore, oblivious rats occasionally scuttled up the drainage pipe at the corner of the tin shack, only to be swiftly dispatched by Morgan's blade. Each rat that fell to Morgan's strike was engulfed by the mass of its brethren, who, in their frenzied hunger, no longer cared whether their meal was kin or not. Occasionally, some of the giant rats that had survived, albeit injured, would fall into the throng of their kind. The scent of their wounds, reeking of blood, would provoke the nearby giant rats, who would then converge upon them, devouring them entirely. However, the tin shed could not withstand this onslaught for long. Some giant rats had already begun gnawing at its walls to sharpen their teeth. The walls, composed of merely thin sheets of metal less than an inch thick, would not endure the relentless assault for much longer. As Morgan pondered his escape, Truman leapt and suddenly appeared atop the tin roof. Utilizing his ability to traverse obstacles in a state of omniscience, he swiftly navigated across the rooftops of the tin sheds and soon located Morgan and his companions. Hey, are you all right? The sudden appearance of Truman startled Charlie, whose already frayed nerves were akin to a taut string. He scrambled backward, incoherently pleading on the ground, begging not to be consumed by the rat overlord. In contrast, Morgan and Neo fared much better. Their mental states were relatively stable, and they were far more familiar with Truman, quickly recognizing his voice. Truman, Neo exclaimed in delight, having experienced Truman's remarkable abilities firsthand. Knowing that his presence signified a chance for their escape, Truman smiled and affectionately patted Neo's head, relieved to see the safety of the father and son. Chapter 36. Illyrian. In response to Truman's inquiry, Morgan, feeling utterly helpless, spread his hands in exasperation. He too yearned to comprehend the precise cause of the rat tide's emergence. It appears that not only has there been no progress in the construction of spaceships, but the fate of the inhabitants of the Tonkaga settlement amidst the current rodent onslaught remains uncertain. After all, the sight of countless colossal rats stretching endlessly to the end of the street sends shivers down Truman's spine. He had just traversed nearly half the camp from the north to reach the southeastern makeshift camp of the rebels, and along the way, the number of enormous rats had only increased, presenting a truly apocalyptic scene. With such a multitude of gigantic rodents, disregarding the toll on his stamina, Truman could rely solely on his omniscient state to confront them, yet it would require him to slay them tirelessly for 10 days or even half a month without respite. As he spoke, the metal shelter beneath his feet suddenly emitted a creaking sound, reminiscent of twisting and breaking steel. Truman glanced down to find the colossal rats near the ground ravenously gnawing at the metal walls, rapidly creating a substantial breach. With the foundation compromised, the metal structure's stability was already precarious, and the added weight of Truman and his 3 companions on the rooftop was a considerable burden. Thus, the supporting steel columns could soon buckle under the strain. We must vacate this place at once. Truman furrowed his brow, gripping Morgan's shoulder, while Morgan clutched his son, Neo, tightly, fearful that Truman might lose them during the escape. Truman then raised his gaze to Charlie, who was lying on the roof in a somewhat deranged state. Although Charlie's mental condition seemed fragile, Truman felt reluctant to abandon him, as his assistance would require little effort. With his other hand, he reached over and grasped the collar of Charlie's shirt. Suddenly, the omniscient state was activated, and with 3 strides, they vanished atop the roof. Perhaps due to the deliberate design during the planning of the sewer system, there were not many large sewer entrances near the central fortress. Thus the onslaught of rats was not overwhelmingly severe. Countless giant rats scurried about, but it was not to the extent that one could not find footing. After Captain Jack called out, the guard at the fortress peered through a small window and recognized him, promptly opening a narrow gap in the iron door, just wide enough for one to sidle through. Captain Jack understood the guard's apprehension about the giant rats invading and did not take offense, making his way directly into the hall of the fortress. At that moment, the hall was already in a state of chaos. The various subordinate leaders of Captain Jack were engaged in heated debates, some arguing that in Captain Jack's absence, a temporary leader should be appointed, while others insisted on addressing the rat crisis to rescue the residents within the enclave. In essence, their discussions were utterly disjointed. Captain Jack stood silently at the entrance, observing the commotion within the hall, mentally noting several individuals. However, a few prominent figures within the hall soon caught sight of Captain Jack's stern countenance and hastily lowered their gazes, sealing their lips. Their sudden change in demeanor quickly attracted the attention of others. After all, just moments ago, they had been fervently engaged in debate. How could they suddenly fall silent? Surely, it could not be that they were conceding defeat in the face of Captain Jack's presence? Submitting to defeat is out of the question. However, there exists a semblance of acknowledgement regarding the mistakes made. Captain Jack surveyed the group before him, his countenance betraying neither warmth nor reproach. Yet he refrained from casting excessive blame. At that moment, he cleared his throat and coughed lightly, causing all heads to instinctively turn towards him. Some faces seemingly frozen in apprehension. Are you all intent on continuing this ruckus? Why do you gaze upon me so? Have I inadvertently disrupted your esteemed revelry? Captain Jack's smile was devoid of genuine warmth, a veneer of civility masking his disdain. Had it not been for the bloodied longsword in his hand, still dripping with the foul essence of a giant rat, these lesser leaders might have mistaken his demeanor for jest. Berg, with a sycophantic grin plastered across his face, had been the loudest among them just moments ago. He hurriedly approached and grasped Captain Jack's arm, saying, "Captain, please, take a seat. Let us deliberate at our leisure." Noticing the seat directly opposite him remained conspicuously vacant, a flicker of satisfaction graced Captain Jack's expression. He casually tossed the bloodied sword to a subordinate, who, despite being splattered with the putrid liquid, dared not utter a word, standing obediently as a makeshift support for the captain's weapon. "Where have you been, Captain? The brethren did not see you depart. You seemed to vanish into thin air. In your quarters, we only discovered your unsheathed blade. And we feared you had been abducted by the elusive Truman," Berg continued, guiding Captain Jack to the prominent seat across from him, his words brimming with an air of justification. "Captain, you perceive the truth, do you not? The brethren harbor no desire to usurp your position. It is merely that the situation arose abruptly, leaving us in disarray." Captain Jack cast a subtle glance at Berg, his ever-trusted subordinate who oversaw the armed forces, yet appeared to possess an excess of cunning. Nevertheless, Jack was indifferent to such thoughts. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and when he reopened them, his emerald-hued irises blazed with fury, as if ignited by an inner flame. "The monstrous rodents outside are ravaging our comrades in the settlement. Do you think I merely distributed the new blades for display?" Jack's wrath rendered the hall silent, save for the sound of his heavy breathing, a clear indication of his extraordinary anger. "Captain, you speak the truth." A young man, who had been vociferously advocating for the defense of the residents, boldly stepped forward. He pressed his lips together, his gaze unwaveringly earnest. "O'Leary?" Jack recognized the youth, a former apprentice aboard the Conquest, who had been only 15 when the ship met its tragic fate. Jack regarded O'Leary with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes and thumped the table, declaring, "Excellent. O'Leary, I entrust you with all 275 members of the fortress's teams. Take them forthwith and swiftly eradicate the rodent menace." As for Berg, who had originally managed the security detail, Jack did not spare him a single glance. Chapter 37. The competition in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of quarrels at the central fortress, the rebels found themselves engulfed in a sense of urgency. As the initial site of the Mousetide, the rebels' makeshift camp was primarily focused on guarding against Captain Jack and his crew. Regarding the internal security of their camp, it could be said that the area previously monitored by Morgan was already under stringent protection, while Captain Jack could effortlessly assemble a paramilitary force of over 200 men. The rebels struggled to muster even 100, which left them in a precarious situation. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the Mousetide, chaos ensued among the rebels. Rod and Eric, along with several team leaders of the rebellion, found themselves trapped within a metal shelter, fending off the relentless assault of the giant rats that sought to invade. "Grandpa Eric, is there any way to contact the others?" Lade exclaimed as she cleaved through the head of a giant rat, the foul-smelling blood splattering onto her face, which she deemed unworthy of wiping away. With a swift kick, she sent the severed head flying into the swarm outside. Lade was acutely aware of their precarious predicament, yet her inquiry was merely a means to alleviate her taut nerves. Rod seized a wooden tabletop, wrapped in a layer of iron sheeting, and forcefully pressed it against a breach in the metal wall to prevent the giant rats from infiltrating. The wall trembled as the monstrous creatures collided with the tabletop, producing a series of resounding thuds. Before long, the wood began to splinter, and the iron sheeting was distorted, yielding to the relentless assault. As the wooden tabletop threatened to give way, Lader swiftly called upon a squad leader to temporarily hold his position before rushing to Rod's side, signaling him to move aside the tabletop. In the next moment, several giant rats attempted to burrow through the gaping hole in the wall. Lader, ever prepared, reacted with remarkable speed, delivering a swift strike that severed the heads of 2 rats, their blood spilling profusely onto the ground. The remaining rats, though unable to fully enter, managed to evade immediate danger. Observing the situation, Lader reversed his long knife and forcefully struck the edge of the opening, sending several rats, along with the decapitated corpses, tumbling outside. The scent of blood permeated the air, causing the rats on the ground to lose their discernment, as they quickly overwhelmed their fallen companions. Meanwhile, Rod seized the opportunity to hastily move heavier objects like bed frames and table legs to temporarily seal the breach. However, before Lader and Rod could exhale in relief, a squad leader was suddenly bitten on the thigh by an attacking rat, though he gritted his teeth and managed to sever the rat with a single stroke. Its head remained stubbornly attached to his leg. As he removed the rat's head, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound, revealing that the rat had indeed pierced the major artery in his thigh. Eric quickly set aside his laser pistol and pulled out a piece of clean cloth from his pocket, tightly binding it around the squad leader's upper thigh to prevent him from bleeding out excessively. However, the loss of combat strength significantly intensified the pressure on those defending the corrugated iron shelter. If the giant rats merely crawled through the breach, it would hardly be deemed a crisis. After all, the defenders could simply slay the intruders at the entrance, and the accumulating corpses would soon block the entryway. Yet, these giant rats incessantly gnawed at other sections of the iron walls, seemingly intent on demolishing the entire structure. Consequently, Raider and his companions were compelled not only to guard the breach but also to remain vigilant against the rats potentially burrowing through the walls at any moment. Raider swiftly leaned out of a window, thrusting his long sword to pierce the heart of a rat that had ventured too close to the wall. Meanwhile, within the temporary encampment of the rebels, communication had been lost, prompting the remaining rebels to form small groups, huddling within various iron shelters while awaiting the anticipated support and directives from Raider. In the absence of command, finding refuge in the iron shelter was the best option available to these rebel team members. Yet, not all shared this sentiment. A young rebel, listening to the ominous sound of the rats gnashing their teeth outside, understood that merely hiding within the shelter would not suffice for long. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and addressed his 4 companions in the same shelter. It appears that the scale of the rat tide is considerable. The entire Tonkaga settlement may well be engulfed. Upon hearing the young man's words, a middle-aged man with graying hair furrowed his brow and asked, "Sir, are you suggesting that we will not receive any support?" The young man known as Says observed the helpless and despondent expressions of his few companions. Yet he still nodded slightly. The squad leaders are likely with Chief Later at this moment. The entire rebel encampment is essentially devoid of command. In my view, others are probably huddled in their metal shelters, awaiting rescue, just like us. If everyone is waiting for rescue, then it implies we are beyond salvation. The rebels exchanged despondent remarks, their spirits sinking further. Seeing the desolation on their faces, Says' voice rose several notches. How can one claim there is no rescue? We are the rescue. What do you mean? A middle-aged man questioned, perplexed by the sudden vivacity of this usually reticent young man. I mean, we must break free. We must seek out our fellow comrades and gather the scattered ones. Only then can we hope to survive amidst the tide of rats. Says tightened his grip on the bloodied long knife in his hand, his tone resolute. Break free? Confusion flickered in the eyes of his companions, leaving them uncertain of how to proceed. After all, the rat tide outside was no trivial matter. They had witnessed comrades, caught off guard, being swiftly overwhelmed by the giant rats, their bodies reduced to mere skeletons in an instant. At that moment, a voice both unfamiliar and familiar abruptly echoed within the metal shelter. You possess quite the courage. Your name is Says, correct? Truman cast aside the dazed Charlie, gazing at the audacious young man with a newfound respect. To stand tall in such a moment of crisis indicated that this youth might indeed be capable of bearing significant responsibilities. Morgan observed Truman with a puzzled expression, clearly bewildered by his decision to bring them to this location. You are the outsider. Says raised his long knife, furrowing his brow as he pointed it at Truman. You managed to escape? Hey, in a situation like this outside, are you really concerned about me? That hardly seems pertinent, Truman replied, spreading his hands. Yet, in the next instant, he deftly turned his right hand, and Says' long knife inexplicably materialized in Truman's grasp. Let me speak for a moment. Why the haste to draw your weapon? Chapter 38. The plan. Says' expression shifted dramatically. He had not sensed how Truman had seized the knife from his hand. Nevertheless, Truman's swift action effectively subdued the rebellion's members present in the room. Among them were individuals who had participated in the assault on the Tonkaga settlement that very night, some of whom had witnessed Truman disarm Captain Jack of his laser pistol. Thus, after Truman appropriated Says' long knife, the rebels faltered, refraining from any rash actions. Truman then tossed the battered knife back to Says, having never intended to engage them in combat. It was merely a show of intimidation. Now, can you listen to what I have to say? Says caught the knife, his earlier bravado fading as he replied in a low voice. What is it that you wish to convey? Surely, you are all aware of the current situation? If you wish to preserve your lives, you must cooperate with me. I shall guide you, and together we can rally our companions to confront the rodent horde. Truman surveyed the room, noticing the lingering doubts among several rebels, and continued, should I desire to escape, I could do so at any moment without regard for you. My only wish is for a few more of you to survive. When the time comes to construct the spaceship, your contributions will be invaluable, allowing us all to leave this planet sooner. However, the memory of Rick's death caused a flicker of emotion in everyone's eyes, particularly in Sayus, whose expression gradually darkened. Yet, the rodent horde outside posed a tangible threat, their gnawing at the metal shelter bringing Sayus back to a state of alertness. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to set aside thoughts of Rick for the moment. The immediate priority was to survive this rodent onslaught and rescue more rebels. Contemplating Truman's extraordinary abilities, Sayus finally nodded in agreement. I consent to temporarily collaborate with you. He then turned to the other 4 companions, who had shown little initiative, seeing Sayus's agreement. They too nodded without objection. Excellent, Truman exclaimed with delight upon receiving their consent. And he hastened his speech. Here's the plan. I have discerned the locations of most of your rebels. I will first venture out to attract the attention of the majority of the giant rats. Once I have drawn them away, you shall follow me to rescue the others. Wait, says, utterly bewildered, interrupted Truman's plan. You intend to attract the giant rats, and we will follow you to rescue others? Just how many of you are there? Upon finishing his statement, Truman exchanged a reassuring glance with Morgan, then retreated, vanishing into the metal shed. Sayus cast a puzzled look at Morgan, who seemed to grasp Truman's intent, and explained, Truman's abilities are remarkable. Trust him. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of drums and gongs resonated from outside. It was Truman, striking a metal basin with a steel pipe, calling out to the giant rats, rodents, look this way. The sound of metal clashing indeed halted the multitude of giant rats, their heads lifting as their ears twitched in response. Yet, their poor vision rendered them unable to discern Truman's precise location. Noticing the rats remained indifferent, Truman furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, conjured Say's long blade into his hand. Inside the metal shed, Say's gasped in disbelief at his empty hands. He can take it from such a distance? Is this not magic? Morgan, equally astonished that Truman could take the long knife from Say's even after leaving, maintained a facade of composure, uttering nonchalantly, it's a minor feat. Truman possesses myriad abilities. What is this in comparison? He can even steal people. Having been transported through space by Truman on multiple occasions, he had gradually grown accustomed to such wonders. He can take people as well, Say's mouth gaped, unable to close for an extended moment. However, he soon expressed his bewilderment, saying, if that is the case, why doesn't Truman simply bring those scattered brothers over? In truth, for Truman, the number of individuals was not a pressing concern. The real issue lay in the likelihood that if he were to effortlessly transport them, those rebels might fail to appreciate his efforts. And without the threat of the rodent tide, they would likely clamor for vengeance against Rick. Nevertheless, if Truman were to lead the charge alongside Sayer and the others, liberating them batch by batch, he could establish a measure of esteem for himself by contributing to the rescue efforts. Perhaps the rebels would begin to question the veracity of the act of killing Rick. For Truman, these individuals were essential for the construction of his spacecraft. While it would not be particularly challenging for him to modify his world ship and create a single-person airship to depart from this planet, the real uncertainty lay in what lay beyond the escape. Who could ascertain where the next resupply planet or space city might be located? Should he become lost in the cosmos, the supplies aboard the world ship would likely not sustain him for long. Furthermore, constructing a vessel of such scale would take an eternity if he were to embark on the endeavor alone. This was no mere game of assembly. Each usable component of the ship would have to be painstakingly salvaged from heaps of refuse. How many mountains of garbage could one person possibly sift through? Moreover, managing the agricultural zones aboard the ship would likely require a cadre of skilled individuals, not to mention the myriad other operations that would demand expertise. The plan devised by Truman was to ensnare every inhabitant of this planet, ensuring that even in the event of a misstep, there remained the possibility of the least unfavorable outcome. The pungent scent of blood swiftly captivated the attention of numerous giant rats, and this was precisely Truman's intention. Grasping the tail of a giant rat, he hoisted a portion of the carcass, enticing the blood-drawn creatures to scurry away into the distance. Chapter 39. Snowball effect. As the chattering sounds outside the metal shack gradually faded, Sayer stealthily approached the wall, pressing his ear against it to listen. It seemed Truman had succeeded, as the number of giant rats outside had significantly diminished. There was a window. By shifting the wooden boards aside, one could gaze outside. Morgan, somewhat speechless, regarded Sayer with incredulity, pondering whether this individual was lacking in common sense, as he could simply look instead of listening. Peering through the gap in the wooden boards, Morgan observed that only a few dozen giant rats, recently fled from other areas, remained near the metal shack, a stark contrast to the previously overwhelming throng. Sayer took a step back, surveying Truman with an inscrutable expression, before turning his attention to his 4 fellow rebels. Let us charge forth. Soon enough, those rats will multiply again. The middle-aged man with grizzled hair rose, leaning on his long knife, as their strength had nearly been restored. Excellent, Sayer exclaimed, reclaiming his weapon from Truman's grasp. He swiftly severed the ropes binding the door of the metal shack and was the first to burst forth. "I haven't even indicated which direction to attack," Truman exclaimed, placing a hand on his forehead and calling out in exasperation, "Let us go together and fight." Morgan sought to safeguard his son, while Truman entrusted the disoriented rebel to him. Consequently, Morgan handed his blade to Truman, gripping Neo with one hand and seizing Charlie's garment with the other, encircling the two within a protective embrace. The remaining rebels, armed with long knives, formed a cohesive barrier around Morgan and his companions, ensuring Truman's safety as well, for Charlie was one of their own, and thus there was little emotional conflict in their actions. Truman, wielding a knife, observed a blind giant rat attempting to ambush the rebels nearby. He swiftly activated his full vision state and cleaved the creature in two, disregarding the distance. "This way," Truman called out to Sai, raising his hand to indicate a direction. Sai glanced over but said nothing. Instead, he promptly charged forward with determination. His formidable prowess was evident as he wielded a chipped long knife, slicing through the air with fierce precision, preventing any giant rat from approaching him. Then, with a sharp crack, the head of the giant rat he had captured turned at an unnatural angle, silencing it instantly. Sai then advanced a step, catching up to the rat he had kicked aside, delivering a finishing blow. Such combat prowess, and you rebels struggle to even have a squad leader? Truman gasped upon witnessing Sai's strength, turning to the rebel beside him with a hint of curiosity. A clear sense of self-awareness, he remarked, blinking in appraisal. Soon, under Truman's guidance, they located a metal shack where 3 rebels were entrenched. Upon catching sight of Says, the 3 rebels were suddenly illuminated with a spark of hope amidst their despairing gazes. However, upon the appearance of Truman, their expressions darkened once more. "Says, how is it that you are with him?" one of the rescued rebels inquired, stepping closer to Says and lowering his voice. The rebel's gaze shifted, revealing a flicker of doubt, yet he ultimately chose to join Says alongside the other 2 rebels. Their ranks swelled, but so too did the number of colossal rats they faced. After all, Truman had only managed to divert a portion of the rat horde, leaving other areas relatively untouched. They formed a tight circle, fighting back to back, carving a bloody path through the tide of vermin. Of course, Truman's assistance was indispensable. His omnipresent awareness never ceased, and he had relinquished his long knife to Says, enabling him to wield dual blades. Meanwhile, Truman tirelessly struck down the colossal rats that threatened their comrades, slamming them into the ground with resounding force. Initially, the rebels were perplexed as to how they could charge headlong into such a formidable wave of rats without sustaining any casualties. However, they soon comprehended the source of their fortune upon witnessing the multitude of rats embedded halfway into the ground behind them. This was all Truman's doing. With Truman's aid, the rebels grew increasingly audacious, relentlessly advancing until they reached the next iron shed. The alliance between Says and Truman's group expanded like a snowball, gradually surpassing 30 members. The esteemed reputation of Says and the remarkable abilities of Truman soon captivated the recently rescued rebels, who began to reassess their opinions of him. Who could fathom that a person who shared life and death with them, and had even saved them, could be the ruthless assassin of their leader? Doubts lingered in the hearts of nearly every rebel, leaving them indecisive. Ultimately, they dismissed the matter, reasoning that such contemplations were the burden of their leaders, while they simply needed to follow Says in their quest to eliminate the giant rats. Over 30 individuals, under Says' command and guided by Truman, paused for a moment of respite within a makeshift iron shelter. After all, human endurance is finite, yet the giant rats visible to the eye seemed limitless, with no indication of when their slaughter might cease. At that moment, the initially gray-haired, middle-aged rebel approached Truman, producing a water flask from his pocket. "Would you care for a drink? This is the green bud wine produced only by Ghost Jack and his crew." Truman glanced at the flask without suspicion, accepted it, and took a sip. He then wiped his mouth and exhaled with satisfaction. "Ah, quite delightful," he exclaimed, returning the flask to the middle-aged man. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the very instant the liquid touched his lips, he had utilized his omniscient state to transfer it elsewhere, never actually swallowing it. However, the middle-aged man bore no ill intentions. Upon hearing Truman's praise, he proudly took a sip himself and remarked, "I must thank you for saving me earlier on the road, as well as rescuing many of us numerous times." He vividly recalled a moment when a colossal rat suddenly leaped from its hoard, baring its teeth as it lunged towards him. At that instant, having just felled another giant rodent, His blade had become ensnared within the creature's spine, rendering it immovable for a fleeting moment. It was Truman who sensed the impending danger. He swiftly activated his all-seeing state and extended his hand to pull the middle-aged man back by half a meter, thereby evading the rat's assault while simultaneously freeing the sword. Such incidents had occurred numerous times, with nearly every rebel having experienced a near miss with the monstrous rodents, all of whom had been saved by Truman. In the eyes of these several dozen rebels, Truman's image began to diverge from that of the merciless killer who had slain Chief Rick. Chapter 40. The ongoing rescue. While they were taking a moment to rest, Sai approached. Truman looked up to meet Sai's emerald gaze. "Truman, when shall we continue our mission to rescue the others?" Sai was enveloped in a haze of steam, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Despite wielding two long blades, which had become dulled and nicked, he appeared oblivious to fatigue. Truman surveyed the surroundings and sighed. Sai, even if you disregard your own stamina, consider whether the others can endure any longer." The other rebels were drenched in sweat, seizing this rare respite to catch their breath. Even those stationed around the metal shelter, on guard against the giant rats, were rotating shifts. It was evident that everyone's energy was waning. Says bit his lip, acutely aware that the group's stamina was faltering. Yet, his greater concern lay in whether the other rebels, scattered in clusters, could hold their ground until reinforcements arrived. Truman sighed. "Let us rest for 3 more minutes, then we shall continue our journey." The initial 10 members of the rescue team took a brief respite in the inner circle, while those behind pushed forward, taking turns to fend off the giant rats and conserving their energy. Excellent. The rebels had no objections to Truman's arrangements. They understood that their previous haphazard cooperation would not suffice to endure the onslaught of the rat tide. A well-organized rotation was essential for restoring their vigor for the next round of combat. However, a glimmer flickered in Sez's eyes as he shook his head and declared, "I shall forego resting and continue to lead the charge." Observing Sez's resolute demeanor, Truman nodded in acquiescence, albeit with a cautionary note, "But do remember to gauge your limits. Do not overexert yourself." "Understood." Sez promptly settled on the ground, recognizing the necessity to recuperate swiftly. He retrieved his water flask and tilted it back for a drink. The contents were not fine spirit, but rather slightly murky drinking water. Morgan observed Sez for a moment before rising and gesturing for Morgan to follow him outside. The two made their way to the exterior of the tin-roofed shelter, where the area had recently been cleared of giant rats, rendering it relatively safe. The few rebels stationed outside were more than capable of managing the situation. Morgan followed Truman up to the rooftop, where, after scanning the horizon, a slight relaxation washed over his features. Before Morgan could speculate on what Truman had seen, Truman spoke first. "Morgan, could you help me by looking at my eyes? What color are they?" Morgan was somewhat taken aback, realizing that he had indeed not closely observed Truman before, and he held no distinct memory of the color of his eyes. Turning to face Truman, their gazes met, and he furrowed his brow before responding. "They are predominantly dark brown, though there seems to be a hint of light green, albeit faint and uncertain." Truman ran his fingers through his hair and inquired further, "Is the color of your eyes naturally this luminescent green?" Morgan paused for a moment. Having grown accustomed over the years to his own green pupils and those of his companions, almost forgetting what his original eye color had been. With a wry smile, he added, "When I first noticed the change in my eye color, I thought it was due to some peculiar ailment brought on by this planet's environment. However, I later discovered that the green pupils only emit a subtle glow when we are emotionally stirred, without any other symptoms accompanying it. Even so, apart from noting that Jack's blood appeared somewhat viscous, possibly indicating high lipid levels, Truman did not observe anything particularly unusual. "You must have high blood pressure, right?" Truman asked inexplicably as they descended. Understanding dawned on him. Truman nodded and entered the metal shed. Although Morgan found it all rather perplexing, he merely shook his head and followed Truman into the shed. "Says, how has everyone been resting?" Truman exclaimed as he entered, for among the 30-odd rebels, Says not only possessed the highest combat prowess, but also commanded the greatest respect. Thus, he had tacitly assumed the role of their temporary leader. Says rose, brandishing his long blade, and surveyed his comrades. Although merely a few minutes had passed, it was sufficient for these battle-hardened men, accustomed to swift assaults, to regain some strength. Noticing the resolute gazes of his companions, he spoke. "Have we all rested sufficiently? Others are still awaiting our rescue." "All right." The rebels stood up in unison, charging from the corrugated iron shelter that had gradually been encircled by the giant rats, and made their way towards the next rescue point indicated by Truman. In the northwest corner of the Tonkiga settlement, a scene of carnage unfolded. Illyrian, accompanied by 15 guards, valiantly protected 30 or so women and children against the onslaught of the rat tide, carving a bloody path through the chaos. "Is anyone there?" Illyrian said, wiping the blood from her face, some of it her own, but much more from the giant rats. She struck the door of an iron shelter, calling out, "Is anyone inside?" Initially, the inhabitants, hearing the commotion outside, speculated that help had arrived, yet in the midst of the turmoil, they hesitated to open the door. It was only when Illyrian knocked that they dared to emerge, peering outside before hurriedly stepping out. "Thank heavens you have come. We were terrified." Two women in their 40s exhaled in relief as they emerged, brandishing iron rods and kitchen knives as weapons. "Follow us. The rodent tide has yet to subside. We shall be safe near the central fortress." Illyrian cast a glance at the long knife in his hand, acknowledging the commendable quality of the latest batch issued by Captain Jack. Despite prolonged use, the blade exhibited no signs of dullness or chipping. However, the persistent presence of giant rats nearby only deepened Illyrian's concerns regarding the safety of the Tonkiga settlement. Chapter 41. The rebels. Illyrian escorted the women and children to the vicinity of the fortress, where Captain Jack had already gathered a contingent at the main gate. Clearing a secure area, they proceeded to block the nearby sewer entrances with heaps of refuse, preventing the giant rats from emerging further. The surrounding block had been thoroughly cleared, providing a refuge for the rescued, elderly, and vulnerable. "Captain, I shall continue the rescue efforts," Illyrian stated, taking a cup of water from a squad leader and drinking it down in one gulp. Ignoring his still labored breathing, he prepared to venture forth once more. Captain Jack nodded, noting that approximately 400 to 500 civilians had been brought to safety in successive groups. Yet over 1,000 still struggled against the tide of rodents outside. "Illyrian, conserve your strength and do not overexert yourself. The rodent tide may be more formidable than it appears. We must also remain vigilant against the rebels." "I understand." Illyrian nodded, then gripped his long knife and charged once more into the tide of rats, accompanied by another group of men. Captain Jack watched Illyrian depart, and at that moment, Berg approached him, dragging along a half-dead giant rat. "Captain." Following Jack's gaze towards Illyrian, Berg's eyes briefly flickered with a hint of resentment. However, he quickly suppressed the murderous intent in his gaze, as Jack had turned to face him. He lowered his head, adopting a respectful demeanor to conceal his look towards Illyrian, and then spoke. "Captain, I have brought you the giant rat you requested. This one is still alive, though I have broken its limbs and spine." The greenish glow in Jack's eyes flickered momentarily as he turned his attention southeast along the street, the direction of the rebels' makeshift camp. Unbeknownst to Jack, the scattered rebels within the camp had gradually begun to regroup, thanks to the cooperation of Sear and Truman. They were swelling in numbers like a snowball, quickly gathering most of their comrades from the periphery. Sear glanced at the center of the makeshift camp, which seemed to be the epicenter of the disaster. His lips pressed together. His arms were beginning to feel numb. After all, severing the giant rat's spine with a single stroke was not particularly difficult for him. But the increasing numbers could lead to a critical transformation through sheer force. Lade and the others should be at the very center, right? And what of your squad leaders? Truman stood atop the corrugated iron roof, gazing into the distance, where he could faintly discern another corrugated iron structure shrouded in the evening mist. Although it was merely dusk, the oppressive layers of pale gray clouds rendered the camp's light dimming rapidly, as if day had already surrendered to night. It was imperative to gather everyone swiftly. At this moment, Morgan approached Truman from behind, cradling the weary Neo in his arms. "Are we ready to depart?" said Sayer, casting a glance at Truman. Shaking his head, Truman replied, "No, assemble 20 vigorous individuals to accompany us. The rest shall remain here to fortify our defenses, particularly sealing off the drains and small gaps. Kindling bonfires in the open areas of the streets is essential. Tonight, it seems we shall be sleeping beneath the tide of rodents." Understood. Sayer promptly orchestrated Truman's directives, assigning over 100 individuals to their respective tasks before leading the selected 20 to Truman's side. Truman nodded, acknowledging Sayer's leadership skills. "Did you not claim your command abilities were lacking? I find them quite commendable." However, contrary to Truman's expectations, Sayer did not exhibit any delight at the compliment. Instead, he lowered his gaze, a hint of sorrow etched upon his features. Sayer shook his head and sighed. "I was merely contemplating how Rick would handle this situation, and I am executing accordingly." With that, Sayer lifted his eyes to Truman once more and declared, "Let us proceed to rescue Lade and the remaining companions." In the heart of the rebel camp, Lade leaned against Rod, her hands encircled with layers of bandages. Several squad leaders were also breathless, their long knives weakly thrusting at the giant rat that dared to poke its head in. At this moment, the iron shed's openings had long ceased to allow a significant influx of the monstrous rodents, as outside, the carcasses of the rats had piled high, blocking the crevices and holes. "Grandfather Eric, we must be at the epicenter of the rat tide, correct?" Lade panted, her arms trembling slightly, making it evident that she could barely hold onto her weapon. The laser pistol in Eric's hand proved of little use, its energy completely depleted, rendering it inoperable until it could be recharged. Rubbing his beard, which bore traces of the giant rat's blood, Eric coughed twice, regaining his breath before speaking. "Yes, under the best circumstances, we are indeed facing the worst here. If this is not dire, then the outpost in Tonkagus, housing over 2,000 souls, would hardly see any survivors. Let us hope the situation is more favorable elsewhere," Rod sighed. They had endured a day of struggle in the absence of communication, sustained only by this flicker of hope. Yet, Rod pondered anew, do you think this rat tide could be linked to Truman? After all, it erupted just a day after his escape. Eric's lips moved as if to respond, yet he ultimately shook his head in silence. As Lade closed her eyes and exhaled deeply, she refrained from passing judgment on Rod's conjecture. Just as twilight descended, a flicker of flame appeared at the street's corner. Says, wielding a torch in one hand and a long blade in the other, fought valiantly like a deity of war, smashing and cleaving through the throng of giant rats that surrounded him. Behind him, more than 20 comrades coordinated their efforts meticulously, fending off the encroaching swarm of rodents, allowing Says to concentrate solely on the target ahead. At the center of this group stood Truman, brandishing a knife, his eyes gleaming with a subtle light. Occasionally, he would reach out to strike the air or slash with his blade. Was that a rescue? A squad leader stationed by the window peered through the nailed-shut gap, and his eyes widened in recognition. There was Says. Says had come to save us. Chapter 42. Convergence there, Says exclaimed, as he crushed the spine of a giant rat beneath his foot, gesturing toward the corrugated iron shelter where Lade and the others were located. Upon hearing Says' words, the other rebels felt a surge of morale, their long blades swinging with renewed vigor. Truman was acutely aware of Lade's position. He could even see through the walls that they were huddled together, watching intently. Says, be cautious, Truman warned, noting the increasing number of giant rats in the vicinity. The pressure upon them was far greater than at the outset, with so many of Lade's group trapped inside the house. Without Truman and Says leading 20 individuals, they would likely have found it impossible to approach this area today. As night descends, the surrounding environment grows increasingly dark, drawing closer to the depths of the sewer, which in turn stirs the giant rats within the tide of vermin into a frenzied activity. This surge of chaos intensifies Truman's pressure. He finds himself struggling to fend off the relentless ambushes of the colossal rats. After all, he is tasked with overseeing more than 20 individuals single-handedly, making it natural for him to be overwhelmed at this moment. Consequently, for the first time, the rescue team led by Says and Truman experiences injuries among its ranks. A rebel is bitten on the calf by a giant rat that squeezes between his legs, its rust-colored, sharp fangs piercing through the muscle of his lower leg. The rebel, displaying remarkable tenacity, kicks the giant rat away and extracts the broken fang lodged in his flesh with a knife, only to finally let out a cry of pain. His comrades, having noticed his injury, swiftly respond. One teammate, recuperating nearby, hastily crosses over to fill the gap in their formation, allowing the wounded rebel to retreat beside Truman. At this moment, Truman lacks the capacity to tend to the injured rebel. Any distraction could lead to further casualties among his comrades. Hearing the cry of pain from behind, Says realizes that someone has been hurt. Thus, he promptly shifts his strategy, guiding the team to advance along the wall of a tin shack bordering the street. This maneuver minimizes their exposure to the giant rats from one direction and significantly accelerates their progress towards their objective. Meanwhile, Lader and the others regain their strength, understanding that they cannot afford to remain idle within the confines of the tin shack at such a critical juncture. The other party was evidently there to provide rescue. Therefore, Lade rose, leaning on her long blade, and addressed Rod, Eric, and several squad leaders. We shall also break through and actively join them. Lade's statement was not a hasty decision. She had confirmed through the cracks in the wall that a considerable portion of the giant rats, which had previously congregated near them, had already surged towards Says, evidently attracted by the commotion of battle. The number of giant rats remaining near their metal shelter was no longer so overwhelming as to pose a hopeless threat. Rod seized his long knife, lifted Eric's grandfather from the ground, and proclaimed, "Everyone, protect old man Eric. Stay closely behind me." Lade had no objections. Stepping forward to stand alongside Rod, "I shall clear the way with you." The group then pried open the blocked door and abruptly swung the entrance of the metal shelter wide. Rod and Lade instinctively charged out together, kicking aside the shattered remains of the giant rats that had obstructed the doorway, and wielding their blades, they repelled the oncoming creatures, clearing a space. The subsequent squad leaders diligently shielded Old Man Eric, forming a protective formation around him as they filed out of the metal shelter, quickly encircling him at the center. The giant rats came at them in relentless waves, and Says could distinctly feel the mounting pressure. His arm muscles were pierced by 1,000 needles, a sensation both agonizing and numbing. However, Says endured with sheer determination, having long since secured his long sword with strips of cloth around his hand. It was through this mechanical swinging that he could maintain a firm grip, ensuring that the slippery handle, stained with blood, would not elude him. After both groups suffered their share of injuries, they finally converged. Says immediately swung his sword, directing everyone to huddle against the wall. Those who had recovered momentarily took the place of those still fatigued. Says, "A true hero," exclaimed a squad leader from later, warmly embracing him. "Captain, how fares your situation? It appears that the source of this rat tide lies with you." Says patted the squad leader's back and inquired. The squad leader shook his head, uncertain about the nature of the current rat tide. By the time they realized it had erupted, they were already trapped within a metal shelter. At that moment, Rod and later took note of Truman, who was seated on the ground, drenched in sweat and resting. Particularly later, who slightly furrowed her brow before returning to her usual demeanor. After all, Truman had come alongside Says to rescue them. It was not in her nature to turn against him so swiftly. Says, "How did you manage to gather so many people? What of the others?" Rod asked, helping the somewhat unsteady Eric to sit against the wall before looking up at Says. The mention of those unaccounted for carried an air of hopeful anticipation. Yet everyone understood that in the face of such a rat tide, being unaccounted for often signified death. "Alas," Rod sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Says' shoulder. "You have borne much hardship." He recognized that Says' leadership abilities were far from exceptional. Otherwise, given his capabilities, he would have ascended to the upper echelons of the rebels long ago. Yet, in this dire circumstance, it was precisely Says who stepped forward, leveraging his personal prestige among the insurgents and Truman's capabilities to steadfastly rescue numerous comrades. Without Says and Truman, it is likely that the primary combat strength of the entire rebel faction would have suffered catastrophic losses. Chapter 43. The Truth of the Rat Tide in the conference hall of the central fortress at the Tunkus settlements. Captain Jack dismissed the other guards, remaining alone in the chamber. Before him lay a massive rat, bound with ropes, captured previously by Berg. Approaching the creature, Jack noted that while the rat was still alive, it was barely clinging to existence and seemed unlikely to survive much longer. However, for Captain Jack, vitality was not a necessity, as long as it was not yet deceased. It sufficed. He reached into his shoe sole and pulled out a sharp scalpel, foregoing any need for sterilization, and proceeded to dissect the still-breathing rat. Of course, before undertaking this task, Captain Jack donned gloves, ensuring he was adequately prepared. The rat emitted a feeble squeak, but its body remained motionless. A fractured spine had rendered its nervous system incapacitated, leaving it unable to move. Captain Jack, indifferent to the rat's plight, set a lamp beside him and meticulously examined the organs within the creature's body. After discovering that the giant rat's organs exhibited no apparent abnormalities, Captain Jack furrowed his brow and proceeded to incision the creature's scalp, forcefully fracturing its skull to extinguish its final breath. Suddenly, upon glimpsing the rat's brain, his pupils flickered with an eerie green luminescence. Observing the grayish-brown cerebral mass, he trembled slightly as he retrieved a glass vial, using a scalpel to scrape away the layer of murky substance that cloaked the surface. The giant rat, approximately the size of a small dog, possessed a brain no larger than 3 fingers in diameter. The amount of grayish-brown residue he managed to collect was scant, just enough to barely cover the bottom of the vial. He inserted a black rubber stopper to seal it, his expression a complex blend of fear and exhilaration, leaving one to ponder the depths of his thoughts. However, upon confirming his suspicions, he promptly opened the conference room door and called out to Berg, who was dutifully stationed at the entrance. "Berg, fetch me more of those giant rats." Berg acknowledged with a nod, preparing to obey the command, but just as he turned, Captain Jack halted him. "Ah, too cumbersome. Just the heads will suffice. Place them in the conference room." Slightly bewildered by Captain Jack's intent, Berg scratched his head and then noticed the giant rat, which had been eviscerated and bound to the table within the conference room. He swallowed hard, recoiling slightly, and nodded. "Understood, Captain." After Berg's departure, Captain Jack turned back into the conference hall, only to discover that the corpse of the colossal rat on the table had begun to decay at a visibly alarming rate. In the mere minute since he had ordered Berg to the door, the once imposing carcass had been reduced to a foul-smelling skeleton, surrounded by a pool of putrid fluids. In that moment, Captain Jack felt a subtle tremor in the glass vial he held. The previously ordinary, murky brown viscous liquid within seemed to stir. Of course, Captain Jack could not hear the mutterings of Berg's thoughts, nor would Berg dare to voice them aloud, especially with the hope of reinstatement hanging in the balance. He certainly could not allow this interloper, Olearian, to usurp his position. Emerging from the conference hall, Captain Jack approached Berg, demanding, "The colossal rat I requested earlier, bring me one alive. It must be fresh." However, Berg was no fool. Upon receiving the command, he promptly ran outside the fortress to summon a few loyal subordinates. Such trivial tasks were ideal for training his underlings. A grin spread across Berg's face as he envisioned a bright future of reinstatement. Captain Jack surveyed the surroundings. The fortress personnel had been dispatched, with some maintaining security in the streets nearby, while a greater number had been divided into teams by Olearian, tasked with rescuing trapped residents within the settlement. Thus, at present, his presence was unnecessary, as all matters progressed in an orderly fashion. Captain Jack surveyed his surroundings before nimbly scaling a low wall of the fortress, venturing along a secluded path towards his clandestine laboratory. After successfully evading the inundated area of rodent infestation, he effortlessly entered his secret domain. With deft precision, he concocted the necessary reagents, extracting a murky brown liquid from a glass vial with a syringe and combining it with the substances in a test tube. Before long, a small quantity of clear, emerald liquid materialized in Captain Jack's hand. He was now certain that the viscous brown substance enveloping the surface of the giant rat's brain was indeed identical to the liquid life form thriving within Strick. However, this meager amount was far from satisfactory for Captain Jack. A slight smile crept across his lips. Yet a lingering shadow clouded his thoughts. Why had the liquid life forms within the giant rat's brains chosen this moment to unleash a rodent surge? The colossal rats inhabiting the tunnels beneath Tonkus had existed for many years, while the countless others dwelling in the refuse heaps outside the settlement were beyond enumeration. With such a vast population, an outbreak could have occurred at any time over the past decade. So why now? Upon leaving the laboratory, Captain Jack gazed up at the leaden sky, obscured from the stars, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Meanwhile, in the basement beyond the Tonkus settlement, Strick dragged his chains, abruptly lifting his shattered head to regard the stone wall, the very direction of the Tonkus enclave. Chapter 44. The changing hearts of men. In a certain area of the rebels' temporary camp, the bonfire illuminated the entire street, while patrols of 5 moved methodically along the perimeter, occasionally dispatching the giant rats that dared to approach. Morgan was soothing Neo, who had just awakened and was still trembling with fear, when he suddenly heard an uproar from the outskirts. He quickly rose and approached a makeshift low wall constructed of iron sheets and stones to peer outside. There, he saw a group wielding torches, using their flames to drive away the surrounding rats, advancing toward their location. It was Lard and Rod. "I see them." A vigilant rebel guard spotted the familiar figures of Lard and Rod amidst the throng. Another rebel nearby also recognized the newcomers and exclaimed with glee, "It's Old Man Eric. He is unharmed." The esteemed presence of Old Man Eric resonated deeply with the camp, as the announcement of his safety ignited a chorus of cheers throughout the encampment. Indeed, apart from the valiant and strategically adept Rick, the rebels held the highest regard for this remarkable man, who could assemble an electric truck from the refuse or even forge a rapid-fire spear. Even Morgan harbored great respect for the old gentleman. He had long heard tales of Eric's formidable skills and profound understanding of technology since the days of the Tunguska incident. Were it not for his demanding responsibilities as the chief pilot, he would have certainly sought an audience with the venerable figure. Following the tragic demise of the Tonkagus, the subsequent year witnessed the eruption of the rebellion. The elder gentleman was ensnared by the insurgents, and opportunities for reunion were forever lost. However, Morgan was no longer the same chief pilot of yesteryears. He raised his gaze and, amidst the crowd, spotted Truman, whose countenance bore signs of fatigue. Truman. Morgan waved his hand, intending to signal him, only to catch a glimpse of Later's complex expression directed his way. Awkwardly, Morgan lowered his hand, but he quickly regained his composure. What did the murder of Rick have to do with him? Should he cower in fear merely due to suspicion? Resolving this in his mind, Morgan decisively maneuvered through the throng, making his way directly to Truman and Cisa. Truman, Cisa, the camp has been established. The giant rats shall find it arduous to breach our defenses. However, there is a matter I wish for you to examine. Truman nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. The mere fact that Morgan could stand there indicated that at least 100 rebels within the camp still recognized their debt of gratitude towards him and his companions. Conversely, upon hearing Morgan's words, Cisa appeared somewhat uneasy. Scratching his head, he turned to Later and the others. Leader Later, you may oversee the camp's affairs. I am not suited for such intricate matters. Cisa's statement took Morgan by surprise. Given Cisa's esteemed status among the rebels, it would have been natural for him to assume control of the camp, yet he relinquished all authority to Later. Truman raised his eyebrows, as the phrase clear self-awareness resurfaced in his mind from this morning. However, Cez was not entirely without his own thoughts. He promptly added, today. It was entirely thanks to Truman's assistance that I managed to gather so many of our brethren. Without him, the combat efficacy of the entire rebel faction would likely have perished amidst this catastrophic onslaught of giant rodents. Thus, the suspicion of being a murderer should be set aside for the moment, to be thoroughly investigated once the situation has calmed. Lade, who had consistently been by Rick's side, understood Cez's words perfectly. She pressed her lips together and spoke. I understand, Grandfather Eric. Please return his belongings. Truman glanced at Lade in surprise. Yet he composedly accepted his possessions from the rebels' hands. He was still clad in Captain Jack's attire, which, due to its ill fit, was rather uncomfortable. Moreover, having gone an entire day without nourishment, he felt a gnawing hunger and thirst. He extracted some compressed biscuits and purified water from his backpack. Somewhat astonished that Lade and the others had not touched their supplies, save for a bit of the medical kit. Morgan, take these and cook them up. Let everyone have something warm to eat, Truman instructed, keeping a single compressed biscuit and a bottle of water for himself before handing the remainder to Morgan, intending to win the hearts of those within the rebel ranks. Cise glanced at the items within Truman's backpack, instantly recognizing the company-ordered compressed biscuits and purified water. This association sparked a thought in his mind, yet, given the multitude of onlookers, he refrained from voicing his observations, choosing instead to keep the matter concealed within his thoughts. As for the others, Truman, a newcomer who had recently found himself stranded on Garbage Star, possessing a supply of freshly produced compressed biscuits and purified water, seemed entirely plausible. Few could recall the brand of the compressed biscuits procured by the company over a decade ago. Amidst the varied contemplations of the crowd, the rebels finally savored a warm meal after a long day's toil. Not to mention, the flavor of the compressed biscuits brought by Truman was quite agreeable. When boiled with the purified water, it might not rival gourmet delicacies, but it certainly alleviated the distinctive stench of decay that permeated Garbage Star. For those who had endured hardships for over 10 years, it was enough to bring them to the brink of tears. Meanwhile, the harbinger of this newfound possibility, Truman, sat beside Morgan, sharing a piece of compressed biscuit. Chapter 45, Does the Truth Matter? Is a living person more significant than the deceased? However, when contemplating this question, should personal biases infiltrate the discourse, the query becomes deceptively simplistic. A dead man obstructs my path? I shall show him what it means to live in the moment. A living person stands in my way? I shall devise a means to render him a dead man. Of course, this is merely an extreme scenario. For the 130 to 40 rebels within the camp, two distinct paths lay before them. One path offered the possibility of following the remarkably gifted Truman, who seemed almost miraculous, away from this wretched planet they had inhabited for over a decade, back to the embrace of civilized society. The other path, however, presented the young man who had saved their lives, who might very well be the one responsible for Rick's demise. At least, that was the assertion of Chief Later. In light of this stark contrast, nearly all the rebels, including Cez and others, found themselves pondering the implications, regardless of whether Truman was indeed the murderer. It was undeniable that he had rescued them without a hint of deceit today. Furthermore, he generously shared the scant provisions he had brought from the civilized world, allowing them to once again savor the sweetness of civilization. In such moments, does the truth truly hold significance? Later, in a state of uncertainty, watched her subordinates express their gratitude to Truman, gradually coming to a realization herself. "Damn Jack," later murmured softly, inadvertently catching the attention of the elderly Eric, who leaned closer and seated himself beside her. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "What is it? Still contemplating collaboration with Jack?" Later bit her lip and shook her head. Yet acknowledged, "But Truman is indeed an envoy from the company, isn't he? To avoid being systematically dismantled by them, collaborating with the Demon Jack seems prudent." Eric nodded in agreement, but posed a question. "Is Truman truly one of them? Did you not see? The production dates marked on his food and the company logo on his clothing illustrate that one's stance cannot be solely determined by outward appearances. One must also consider their actions." Later widened her eyes and gazed at the venerable Eric. "Grandpa Eric, do you mean to trust Truman? At the very least, his actions today merit our belief. Conversely, we must approach Jack's claims with judicious scrutiny regarding their authenticity." Eric gently patted Later's shoulder, saying, "Circumstances are not eternally static, and the information we can acquire is invariably partial. We cannot expect to make the correct decisions at all times. This is where Rick surpasses you and us. He exhibits remarkable adaptability." Upon mentioning Rick, a hint of melancholy flickered across Eric's face, though he swiftly masked his emotions and continued, "In this day and age, whether concerning human nature or individual prowess, even if Truman were indeed the perpetrator behind Rick's demise, we would be utterly powerless. This is the stark reality." With that, the elder turned his gaze toward Sace, who was conversing with Truman. "Speaking of which, among you, only Sace is closest to Rick." Upon hearing this, Later slightly parted her lips, directing her attention to Sace's towering figure. She recalled the moment when Sace had come to rescue her and others, and her mind suddenly wandered back to a few years prior when she and Rod were captured by the nefarious Jack, only for Rick to personally lead a charge to save them all. In that fleeting moment, Sace's silhouette began to overlap with that of Rick. At this moment, Sace was oblivious to the conversation taking place between Old Man Eric and Chief Later. He sat opposite Truman and inquired about the plans for the following day. Truman, taken aback by Sace's unexpected approach, recalled how just earlier that day, Sace had brandished a knife at him, shouting for vengeance on behalf of Rick. Nevertheless, Truman did not hesitate and promptly responded, "How many missing rebels do you have?" After a brief count, aside from those confirmed dead, there were approximately 15 or 16 still unaccounted for. A bitter expression crossed Sace's face, for he understood that even if those 15 or 16 were alive, they would likely not survive the night. Not to mention the dire situation of lacking both water and food. The more active giant rats during the night would seal their fate. Truman hesitated momentarily and then said, "Wait for me." With that, he vanished from Sace's sight. Sace was momentarily bewildered, unsure of Truman's intentions. Morgan seemed to ponder the situation. He raised his gaze toward a higher rooftop made of corrugated iron and indeed spotted Truman's figure. Yet, in the next instant, Truman had disappeared from the rooftop as well. Just as Sace was grappling with confusion, he suddenly heard a commotion erupting behind him. To his astonishment, for bewildered rebels were encircled by their enthusiastic comrades, who were jubilantly cheering. Stunned, Sace observed the scene, took a deep breath, and grasped Truman's arm, saying, "Thank you, Truman. Let me take a breather. Tomorrow we shall venture towards Tonkigus, striving to rescue as many souls as possible. I am counting on you all for the spacecraft I am constructing." Truman waved his hand, appearing somewhat fatigued. Prompted by Truman's reminder, Morgan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I completely forgot that you summoned me to prepare the compressed biscuits." He quickly continued, "Truman, do you recall the peculiar giant rat we dispatched while in the sewer?" Upon recollection, Truman's eyes widened, and he urgently inquired, "Has the giant rat from the rat tide also begun to decay at an accelerated rate?" Morgan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. As we advanced today, the carcasses of the giant rats were swiftly devoured by their kin, leaving no opportunity for a meticulous examination. While setting up camp this evening, I encountered a giant rat that had been slain mere minutes prior, and I witnessed its decay transform it into a mere skeleton and a pool of foul water at a visibly alarming pace." Upon hearing this, Truman promptly sought out a squad leader who had been stationed with Later and the others in the metal hut for the day. He was also the former leader of Sace. After a thorough inquiry, Truman discovered that they too had observed similar occurrences, with the entrance piled high with the skeletons of giant rats. However, in that tense moment, they had assumed the rats were consuming one another. Muttering about the rapidly decaying giant rats, Truman's mind raced, sensing he was drawing closer to the truth. Chapter 46. The Explosion Boom. As dawn broke, the faint rays of light filtering through the pale gray clouds had yet to illuminate the earth when a tremendous roar erupted within the settlement of Tonkugus. Truman immediately rose to his feet and looked up, only to behold a reddish-brown mushroom cloud gracefully ascending near the central fortress. He was somewhat taken aback. The mouse tide had yet to subside, and now another calamity had arisen. What had exploded? Morgan rubbed his bloodshot eyes and vigorously slapped his face to awaken himself. Seas had already leapt up, grasping his long knife, scanning the surroundings, and soon discovered the colossal explosion occurring at the heart of the Tonkugus settlement, not far away. What transpired over at Ghost Jack's? How could such a tremendous explosion have occurred? Rod stared in astonishment at the expanding mushroom cloud, momentarily rendered speechless. The commotion was so great that even the rebels who had been on watch the previous night were abruptly roused from their slumber, most of them anxiously looking around. Could it be an explosion at the powder magazine? Old Man Eric, observing the distant flames, instantly thought of the volatile and explosive nature of explosives. Yet, he quickly shook his head. How could Ghost Jack have access to such a large quantity of explosives here? It must be something else. As the shockwave swept through, a peculiar and somewhat fragrant scent began to permeate the air. The moment Morgan caught a whiff of this aroma, he immediately realized the fuel depot had exploded. Captain Jack's fuel depot, which provided power for the operational units. After the Tonkugus vessel met its fate, Captain Jack had arranged for some solid-state storage fuel to be salvaged from the wreckage for emergencies. Those must have been the items that detonated. The fuel exploded. Truman hesitated for a moment before swiftly turning to Cease, exclaiming, "Cease, gather the troops. We must assess the situation at the central fortress." Cease, surprised by Truman's command, responded, "Everyone is to go. Leave the injured behind and retain 20 individuals to tend to them. The rest should arm themselves and accompany us." Truman furrowed his brow, pondering how the insurgents' operatives, mostly gathered here, could have managed to detonate Captain Jack's fuel depot so brazenly. Within the central fortress, Captain Jack had just extracted the last remnants of the brownish-gray sludge from the brain of a giant rat and placed it into a glass vial when an abrupt explosion and violent tremors caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Holy Arian!" Captain Jack stowed his belongings hastily, flung open the door, and strode out with urgency, calling out loudly, "Captain, the fuel depot has exploded." Berg rushed in from the hall, breathlessly reporting to Captain Jack. Jack's brow knitted in anger as he inquired, "The fuel depot has exploded? What caused this? The insurgents shouldn't have had the opportunity to launch an assault on us, should they? The cause remains unclear. Olearian should have arrived by now. Let's go and inquire what he has discovered," Berg stammered, at a loss for words. He had spent the night capturing rats and had only just settled into his chair for a brief respite when the explosion jolted him upright. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Olearian had already taken a team to investigate. Berg promptly rose to seek out Captain Jack, eager to report. As he bent forward, he immediately forged a path ahead, his demeanor exuding both submission and humility. Captain Jack, well aware of Berg's inner thoughts, recognized that these were extraordinary times. The armed forces within the Tonkugus settlement required a capable and unwavering subordinate to oversee them. However, Berg's capabilities were questionable, and his loyalty bore a blemish. Were it not for his circle of steadfast companions, Captain Jack would have dispatched him the moment Berg proposed the election of a temporary leader. Thus, Jack regarded Berg with the same amusement one might reserve for a jester. He grasped the hilt of the long knife at his waist, then adjusted his captain's coat, relishing its texture before following Berg toward the smoldering fuel depot. The fuel depot, originally a structure of corrugated iron and stone covering over 300 square meters, had been reduced to ruins following a violent explosion. Only the fierce blaze continued to rage as the fuel scattered by the blast ignited, causing extensive fires in the vicinity. Upon witnessing such devastation, O'Leary recognized at a glance that this inferno was beyond their means to extinguish. He swiftly commanded his security team to assist the affected populace nearby. Due to the rat tide, the residents of Tonkugus had largely congregated in the clean streets near the fortress, and the significant population density exacerbated the casualties from the explosion. Many individuals screamed and writhed on the ground in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames that clung to their bodies. However, once solid fuel ignited, it was far beyond the simple act of rolling on the ground to extinguish. Those who remained uninjured collaborated with the security personnel, retrieving heavy blankets and thick clothing, which they soaked and draped over the burning victims, managing to douse the flames ignited by the solid fuel. Tragically, Those who were closer to the fuel depot had already been reduced to charred remains, devoid of any chance for rescue. Yet, being reduced to ashes could be considered a relatively merciful fate. Within the metal shanties nearest to the fuel depot, the inhabitants were almost entirely obliterated in the explosion, transformed into mere fragments scattered throughout the air. The force of the blast caused all metal structures within a 50-meter radius to collapse, while the most distant shanty, approximately 400 meters away, sustained damage from a falling iron plate that smashed a large hole into its roof. Upon emerging from the fortress, Captain Jack discovered that the outer wall of his stronghold had sustained some damage from the explosion. Taking a deep breath, he shouted to the personnel near the fortress, "Everyone, move, except for those on the perimeter guarding against the rats. All of you must assist in the rescue efforts." Inside the fuel depot, the molten solid fuel burned and flowed across the ground, ultimately pouring into the drainage system through a reserve drainage hole as thick as an arm. Chapter 47. Why don't you give it a try? Truman and Seize, accompanied by dozens of rebels, swiftly navigated through the less severe rat tide towards the central fortress. Thick black smoke billowed skyward from the direction of the fuel depot, and Truman immediately discerned that the warehouse was beyond salvation. In the face of such a formidable inferno, the only viable solution was to establish a firebreak around the periphery and await the flames to consume all combustible materials before extinguishing themselves. Perhaps it was the earlier explosion that had startled the giant rats. Truman was astonished to observe that the tide of rodents before them was dwindling, soon reduced to but a few stragglers, which were swiftly dispatched by Sayasir's team. Before long, Truman and his companions reached the outer security zone of the central fortress, where several security personnel, armed with blades, stood vigilant behind barricades, ever watchful for the onslaught of the rat horde. A sudden commotion arose as they spotted dozens of rebels approaching, causing some disarray among the guards. One security officer immediately sprinted towards the central fortress, evidently to summon reinforcements. "Hey, tell Jack that we are here to assist in the rescue," Truman called out, halting 30 meters from the barricade and raising a hand to signal Sayasir's group to pause. He glanced at Sayas and said, "You and your men wait here. I shall investigate the situation." Sayas, fully aware of their precarious identity, understood the cautiousness warranted by their previous incursion. After advising Sayas to avoid unnecessary conflict, Truman vanished from sight in a swift motion. Captain Jack. Truman's figure appeared like a specter in the district directly opposite the fuel depot, standing beside Captain Jack. "Truman." Captain Jack shuddered and promptly turned to face Truman, his right hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his knife. "Do not be alarmed," Truman gestured with his hand, signaling his lack of hostility. "I am here to inquire about the situation. Has the fuel depot exploded?" Captain Jack exhaled in relief. Yet he took a few steps back into the crowd, seeking a semblance of safety that was ultimately futile, before responding. "I have already dispatched someone to handle the warehouse incident." At that moment, a security personnel rushed over, panting heavily. He took a couple of deep breaths to compose himself and quickly reported to Captain Jack, "Captain, Truman has arrived outside our stronghold with dozens of rebels. He claims they are here to assist us." As soon as the security personnel finished speaking, he realized that Captain Jack was not even looking at him. Instead, he was engaged in serious conversation with the individual before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that it was indeed Truman. "Why you? How did you get in here?" The security personnel stammered in astonishment, having run over in haste, only to find Truman had arrived before him and appeared hardly fatigued. "Basic skills are essential," Truman replied with a smile. "Without such abilities, how could I dare to claim I could build a spaceship to evacuate everyone from this planet?" The security personnel regarded Truman with a hint of skepticism. However, Captain Jack swiftly interrupted their exchange. "I understand. You instruct the rebels to wait outside. Do not allow them entry." "Understood." The security personnel nodded slightly, casting one last glance at Truman before turning to leave. "Do you not require assistance?" Truman, watching the individual retreat into the distance, turned to Captain Jack with a sense of resignation. "The situation here must be quite dire. Given that mushroom cloud resembles a miniature nuclear explosion, this matter casts significant suspicion on the rebels. How could I possibly allow them to enter and offer aid?" Captain Jack scoffed, seemingly oblivious to the clandestine agreement he had made with Lita. Truman shrugged. "Very well, you may conduct your investigation, but I shall take this first." With that, Truman's hand grasped a silver flask and a glass vial. The silver flask contained the observational liquid that Captain Jack had concocted the previous night, while the glass vial held the remaining viscous brown substance. Captain Jack gasped in shock. reaching into the interior pocket of his coat, only to find the item he had previously stored there vanished without a trace. Such a substance must place a considerable strain on the body, does it not? It is confiscated. You should focus on resolving the issues in the fuel depot first. A hint of amusement flickered across Truman's face as he took a step back and vanished from sight. Truman, Captain Jack clenched his fists, feeling utterly powerless against Truman's elusive abilities. This substance surely did not originate from Strick, did it? Could it possibly be from the colossal rat? Outside the barricade, Truman examined the glass vial in his hand, noting that the remaining quarter of the viscous brown liquid pulsated vigorously, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Upon spotting Truman outside the barricade, the vigilant Sayer immediately approached him, inquiring, "Truman, how are you?" This left Sayer somewhat disheartened, as he was well aware that Captain Jack would refuse to accompany them. He glanced at the object Truman held, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that the cursed item of Ghost Jack? Have you seen it before?" Truman shook the silver flask and the bottle, revealing that he possessed another similar flask, also acquired from Captain Jack. Ghost Jack frequently carried this item, and even in the heat of battle, he would nonchalantly take a sip before engaging. As someone who fought on the front lines, Sayer was naturally familiar with Captain Jack's habits. However, he wondered what Truman intended to do with it. Truman felt the liquid inside the silver flask slosh about, estimating it to be nearly a full bottle. He looked at Sayer, a thought crossing his mind. "Sayer, why not take a sip? Just a small one." He extended the silver flask toward Sayer. "Me?" Sayer replied, puzzled, as he accepted the flask from Truman. He then opened the lid, peering inside and taking a whiff. "Is this safe to drink?" "Well, Jack often drinks it," Truman remarked. "Why not try a small sip?" Sayer shrugged. He had witnessed Captain Jack consume this concoction to glimpse the future, and it seemed to enhance the green hue in his eyes. Thus, Truman had no intention of sampling it himself. Besides, Sayer's eyes were already green. A little more wouldn't matter. With Captain Jack as a testament, the drink posed no mortal peril. Sayer gazed into Truman's eyes, hesitating momentarily before delicately sipping from the silver flask. After consuming a mouthful of the observation liquid, even before he could discern its flavor, the verdant hue of his eyes shimmered with newfound brilliance. A refreshing sensation blossomed from within his mouth, and he perceived a haze before him, as if enveloped in a green luminescence. His legs felt weak, prompting him to settle onto the ground. As the light within his eyes fluctuated, indistinct images began to swirl into view. "I seem to see something," Sayer whispered, aware that Truman was by his side. "There are some individuals waiting near the Tonkagus settlement. Their attire seems peculiar. Why is it white?" He strained to clarify the images unfolding before him, yet despite his efforts, they remained obscured, akin to a veil of frosted glass shrouding his vision. Realizing that it was the liquid he had consumed that allowed him to perceive these visions, he raised the silver flask once more, contemplating whether another sip might enhance his clarity. However, Truman seized his arm, declaring, "That is enough. Any further consumption could impose a significant strain on your body." Upon hearing this, Sayer relented, yet the images continued to shift before him, most of which remained elusive and devoid of discernible meaning. However, in less than a minute, Sayer suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, as the vivid images that had appeared before him vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming pressure in the veins on his forehead, causing him to instinctively clutch his head. The others, merely observing the beads of sweat that sprang forth on Sayer's brow, could ascertain the agony he was enduring. Yet, Sayer remained silent, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain with remarkable fortitude. "Relax. Breathe. It will soon pass." Truman, having witnessed Captain Jack's reaction after consuming the observation fluid, understood that this torment would be fleeting and would not endure for long. Indeed, as the sweat trickled down Sayer's chin, the throbbing in his head gradually subsided. With a long exhale, Sayer turned to Truman and inquired, "What precisely is this substance? What did I just witness?" The two exchanged a glance that conveyed the significance and confidentiality of the matter at hand. "Oh, do you require my assistance?" Old Eric appeared unfazed by Truman's arrival. Casually perched on a crate, his eyes, clear yet penetrating, assessing Truman as if evaluating his worth. Truman surveyed the array of potentially useful components gathered by the rebels surrounding Old Eric before asking, "Old man, where is the nearlight spear you previously utilized?" "The nearlight spear?" Eric smacked his lips and retorted, "What do you need that for? Without the corresponding supporting equipment, that colossal device is merely a disposable ornament." The last time it was employed to intimidate Jack and his crew, the circuitry was completely incinerated. If the circuitry is damaged, can it be replaced and repaired? Truman's gaze fell upon the near-light-speed energy spear that the rebels had utilized that evening. Given the current circumstances, this apparatus could be deemed the most formidable weapon on this planet, impervious to any feeble defense against its onslaught. Your statement is akin to suggesting that a literary scholar compete for a mathematics prize. It is a mismatch of expertise. At best, I could gather the larger components to assemble them, but asking me to mend the internal circuitry of the near-light-speed energy spear is utterly unreasonable. Old Eric spread his hands, indicating his own helplessness in this predicament. Truman scratched his head, then waved his hand before Eric's eyes. Since you cannot repair it, why not simply give it to me? After all, it is nothing more than a mere ornament. He had been pondering the extraordinary state he experienced while modifying the escape pod, as if the intricacies of the modification techniques were crystal clear. Thus, Truman contemplated whether it was possible for him to restore this near-light-speed energy spear. If so, he could subsequently install it aboard his spacecraft, as the energy spear was originally designed as a shipborne weapon. It was merely that Eric and his crew had no other means and had opted to transport it using an electric truck. The venerable elder Eric was unaware of Truman's thoughts, and he spoke again. Currently, the hyperlight spear holds little value. If you wish to have it, consider it yours. However, it resides within our stronghold of rebels, so I cannot provide it to you immediately. Upon hearing this, Truman remained indifferent, for a mere word from Elder Eric sufficed. Nonetheless, he inquired, could you assist me in determining what accompanying equipment is necessary? The energy release regulator and the subatomic fission reactor, Eric reminded him. Oh, yes. Please assist me in locating those as well. Even defective or obsolete ones would suffice, as I might be able to repair them. Repair? Eric chuckled heartily, nodding his head. Do you have any idea how many years of specialized study it takes to master the skills required for repairing such devices? It is not a matter of mere words. Hey, Elder, you need not doubt me. I successfully modified the escape pod and the thrust engine, both of which are highly intricate mechanisms. Repairing the hyperlight spear would be a trifling matter, Truman replied with a grin, recalling that he had personally assembled the thrust engine and escape pod. This was no ordinary assembly, but rather a complete integration of various circuits and systems, enabling him to land safely within the world ship after modifications. However, Elder Eric, despite his advanced age, had encountered countless young individuals. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a circuit board, stating, "Take a look at the circuit board. You need not repair it. If you can identify which system it belongs to, then you shall be deemed successful. By that time, not only the hyperlight spear, but I could also offer you an electric truck." Chapter 49. The question of knowledge. Can you identify which system this component belongs to? Old Eric inquired with a smile, observing Truman, who seemed to be in a state of perplexity. Truman furrowed his brow as he examined the circuit board in his hands, finding himself devoid of the intuitive understanding he once possessed when modifying the escape pod. How could he be so bewildered? He turned the circuit board over repeatedly, even bringing it close to his eyes for a meticulous inspection, yet he could not summon the clarity and expertise he previously had. It was evident that during his time in space, he had not struggled in this manner. As he pondered the possibilities, Truman recalled the escape pod adrift in the void. Did his potential only emerge in moments of dire necessity? You can't recognize it, can you? The circuitry of the quantum spear is infinitely more complex than this. This is merely an ordinary assembly circuit for the water purification system, he thought to himself, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. His lack of interest in the water purification system contrasted starkly with his critical need to understand and modify the spacecraft. He was astonished to realize that, at some point, he had inexplicably lost that almost supernatural ability. Before Truman could dwell further on his discontent, Sear returned after assigning tasks to the several rebels he had brought along. With Sear's arrival, Truman momentarily set aside his troubling thoughts, scanning the surroundings and noting the absence of others nearby. As a pivotal figure within the rebel hierarchy, Old Eric was not excluded from Truman's inner circle of trust. He cleared his throat, organized his thoughts, and then spoke. I shall refrain from explaining the principles, as I myself do not fully grasp them. I will simply say that the contents of the silver flask are referred to as observational liquid. Its purpose is to enable the drinker to glimpse visions of the future. However, I am not entirely certain what these visions entail. I have only witnessed Jack using it, and I have not personally experienced it myself. After consuming it, says regarded the observational liquid as a particularly potent hallucinogen. After all, The ability to conjure bizarre and fantastical images certainly resembles the effects of such substances. Yet, he could not fathom that the indistinct visions he beheld were indeed glimpses of his own future. Yes, theoretically, what you observe is the imminent future. The more one drinks, the further into the future one can see. If you have consumed only a small amount, the time frame should not be too distant. What did you see? Truman inquired, nodding and expressing curiosity about what Says had witnessed. Given that it pertained to visions of the future, it piqued everyone's interest. Even old man Eric was taken aback upon overhearing their conversation. The concept of foreseeing the future was far too fantastical for someone of his old-school expertise. Wait a moment. Are you saying that observing the future is to be taken literally? Old man Eric quickly asked. Truman nodded once more and cautioned, this matter is highly confidential. So you must keep it under wraps, old man. Oh, Eric nodded repeatedly, stretching his neck like a student eager to hear what Says had witnessed during his observations of the future. Says' expression darkened, as if he had realized something significant. He slowly articulated, if what I witnessed was not an illusion, then the situation is far more complex. In the vision I saw, everyone was clad in the white spacesuits of company employees, and the surrounding environment resembled the vicinity of the Tunguska settlement. Company employee spacesuits? Truman immediately recognized that he was referring to the Tunguska Waste Management Company, which wasn't surprising, given that they had all previously worked for that firm. It seemed quite normal to have employee spacesuits. No, that is not right. Both Says and the elderly Eric simultaneously refuted Truman's assertion. Says continued, employee spacesuits are rather delicate. We have been stranded here for over a decade. Where would we possibly find more than a dozen pristine white spacesuits? Here, the water these people drink is murky, and the water purified through distillation is a precious commodity. It is easy to imagine that laundry, for instance, could not be done with pure water. So after all these years, how could there still exist garments so immaculate? Eric raised an eyebrow, clearing his throat before speaking with a slight tremor in his voice. Could it be that the company has sent someone? Observing the somewhat agitated old Eric, Truman sighed and preemptively interrupted his brewing excitement. Old man, you should not hold out hope for the company's rescue. Why? Eric initially failed to grasp the situation, but then suddenly realized. Indeed, it has been 11 years. It should have arrived long ago, if not sooner. Truman spread his hands and, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, do you think I descended in an escape pod for no reason? Your company's Tunguska 2 is currently scattered in a disarrayed manner at an altitude exceeding 300,000 kilometers, orbiting this debris-laden planet. Truman emphasized the word scattered, observing the bewildered expressions on Eric and Says' faces. He continued candidly, let me be frank with you. Your arrival here after the incident was not merely an accident. Upon concluding, Truman patted the visibly shaken Says and turned to seek Morgan. He believed it prudent to allow Says and the others some time to process his revelations. After locating Morgan, Truman motioned with his chin and called out to him. Morgan turned to look and, upon recognizing Truman, approached along with Neo. Is there something you need? Truman? It seems the rodent tide is nearing its end, yet I perceive that the peculiarities within the Tunguska settlement are multiplying. Therefore, I propose that we commence the construction of a spacecraft ahead of schedule. At this point, Truman felt a headache brewing. Had he retained the same understanding of systems and components as he did back in the escape pod, building a spacecraft would be a trivial endeavor. However, he now found himself unable to comprehend even a simple water purifier circuit board, a frustrating realization that left him feeling rather despondent, as knowledge that once flowed through his mind had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Fortunately, there is Morgan, who, as the chief pilot, possesses a deeper understanding of the spacecraft than anyone else. Chapter 50. The Past of the Rebels. The notion of constructing a spacecraft in advance? Upon hearing Truman's words, a glimmer of joy unmistakably shone in Morgan's eyes. He was exceedingly eager to depart this planet with Neo. Considering the current circumstances, however, Morgan expressed his concerns. We presently lack sufficient manpower for the sorting and transportation of parts. Given the multitude of recent events, Captain Jack may be unable to spare any personnel to assist us in the immediate future. Surely, the rebels must have more than just the current 100 or so individuals. To have withstood Captain Jack's 2,000 subordinates for so many years, they must possess considerable numbers. Truman turned his head to glance in the direction of Sear and the others. Rebels? Morgan followed Truman's gaze, his unease not alleviated but rather becoming more palpable on his countenance. Although the rebels number over 1,000, should they resolutely perceive us as the culprits behind Rick's demise. It is likely that we would not only be unable to enlist their aid, but also invite disaster upon ourselves. With a resigned sigh, Truman suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired of Morgan. By the way, do you know why the rebels oppose Captain Jack and have defected from the camp? What I know is quite similar to what Captain Jack and his companions mentioned during the banquet that night. Essentially, the rebels were dissatisfied with Captain Jack's allocation of the indoor farm's produce quotas, which incited them to revolt and attempt to seize the indoor farm by force. At this point, Morgan scratched his head and remarked that the operation of the indoor farm was still in its infancy, unable to yield a substantial amount of food. Thus, he believed that the quota distribution posed no significant issue. However, within the settlement, another narrative circulated, one frequently proclaimed by the rebels as their rationale against Captain Jack. Another narrative? Truman found himself increasingly intrigued and leaned in closer, attentively listening to Morgan's account. Morgan glanced around cautiously, then instinctively lowered his voice to confide. It is said that Captain Jack conducts clandestine human experiments, using his crew as test subjects, which has led to the tragic demise of dozens. The rebels, having uncovered Captain Jack's cruel deeds, chose to defect from the settlement. After sharing this, Morgan made a point to emphasize, ahem, this is merely what I have heard in passing. Its veracity is difficult to ascertain. After all, the rebels require a justification steeped in righteousness to oppose Captain Jack and unite their ranks. No, it is all true. Suddenly, a female voice interjected beside Truman and Morgan. Startled, Morgan turned to see Later, who had materialized beside them without their noticing. Truman paid little heed to Later's intentions for approaching. Rather, he was more captivated by the unwavering conviction in her tone, suggesting she firmly believed in the rationale Morgan had just presented. Thus, Truman did not dwell on whether she had heard the entirety of his conversation with Morgan, but rather inquired, is it true that Captain Jack conducted experiments on human subjects? Indeed, it is true. Lade nodded once more in affirmation. Observing the skeptical gaze of Truman, she reiterated, I may be uncertain about other matters on this planet, but regarding this particular issue, I can assert with utmost confidence that the notorious Jack did indeed use living beings as subjects for experimentation. This resulted in the tragic demise of at least 34 individuals. How can you be so certain? Truman, intrigued by Lade's assertion, pressed on. Did you witness Captain Jack performing experiments on his crew? Lade's subsequent revelation left Truman wide-eyed, because I was one of the subjects in Jack's experiments. Lade unfastened her collar, revealing her shoulder. Upon inspection, Truman was taken aback to discover an array of densely packed needle scars and numerous incisions crisscrossing her shoulder muscles. It appeared she had endured at least 100 injections and several surgeries. Truman inhaled sharply, while he was aware of Captain Jack's ruthlessness. The notion of employing living beings for experimentation truly challenged the moral boundaries of humanity. However, Later remarked, I have not yet endured the more brutal experiments, as my time under the clutches of Ghost Jack was brief. My predecessors. A mixture of terror and sorrow flickered across Later's face. They have suffered inhumane tortures, many of them so disfigured that their humanity is barely discernible, yet they persist, living under the cruel control of Ghost Jack's drugs, existing in a state devoid of dignity. How did you escape Captain Jack's laboratory? Truman inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Later, having come to trust her words. After all, in Truman's eyes, Captain Jack was hardly a benevolent figure. Had it not been for the intention to leverage his commanding influence in Tonkugus to assist in the construction of the spaceship, he would have already crushed Jack's heart without hesitation. At this moment, Later cast a complex look at Truman. It was Rick who, with his team, located Ghost Jack's laboratory and rescued me. Truman, observing the sorrow in Later's eyes, responded with a hint of resignation. Although I cannot fathom how you could perceive me as the murderer, I assure you, I did not take Rick's life. However, within the sewers of Rick's dwelling, there lies a decaying corpse of one of your rebel comrades. Before Later could respond, Truman waved his hand to interrupt her. Enough of this matter. Whether you believe me is inconsequential, for I care not about your opinions of me. What matters is that you understand I am the sole one capable of guiding you off this planet. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. After Rick rescued you, did you then join the rebellion? Indeed. Lade took a deep breath, her complexion appearing rather pallid, yet she still nodded affirmatively. I set fire to Captain Jack's laboratory, along with those who could even be deemed monsters, the so-called predecessors. In doing so, they preserved what little dignity remains for humanity. Chapter 51. The Monster? The last vestige of human dignity? Truman was taken aback by Lade's choice of words to depict those subjected to Captain Jack's cruel experiments. A name instantly surfaced in his mind, Strick. However, according to the information he had gathered, Strick had been imprisoned by Captain Jack in the very year the Tunguska incident transpired. Could it be that Captain Jack commenced the experiments Lade spoke of aboard the spacecraft? What manner of beings were those experimental subjects? Or rather, the experimenters? Why were they labeled as monsters? Truman gathered his thoughts and continued to inquire of Lade. She pressed her lips together, appearing somewhat chilled. Though the current climate was hardly cold, scarcely even cool. Upon hearing Lade's account, Morgan's eyes widened, involuntarily drawing in his neck and tightening his clothing. Despite the sweltering heat of the day, he felt a shiver run down his spine, a chill surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Truman was nearly convinced that Captain Jack's human experiments were indeed linked to Strick. After all, Strick was still languishing in a subterranean chamber just outside the Tunguska settlement. Was that laboratory not located within the confines of the Tunguska settlement? Truman pondered this and posed another pivotal question. The laboratory is situated to the south of the Tungus settlement, close to the coastline. Lardside, reflecting on the missed opportunity to incite a greater rebellion and completely overthrow Captain Jack's dominion over the camp. Most people remained skeptical of this horrifying revelation. After all, Captain Jack had maintained a commendable reputation among the crew. Indeed, this was precisely the kind of scheme Jack could orchestrate. Truman exhaled deeply, lamenting, and then stated, "Lard, you must have heard that I require a substantial number of personnel. Will the rebels be willing to join us once more in constructing the spacecraft? Of course, you may confer with Rod, Sayer, and Eric before providing me with a response, but I would appreciate a prompt answer. This planet instills in me a sense of foreboding." Upon hearing Truman's words, Lard nodded in acknowledgement and turned to seek out Rod and the others. With over 1,000 lives at stake, she needed to deliberate with her companions before making a decision. However, Truman was not apprehensive about their potential opposition to his request. He had effectively integrated himself with the core group of over 100 rebels, and many had begun to reconsider their views on his culpability. Moreover, the allure of escaping this planet was irresistible to everyone. Previously, Truman could understand the notion of being able to contact the company and leave at any moment. Yet now, the wreckage of Tungus 2 loomed overhead, and Captain Jack had evidently forfeited his chance to depart this planet. Why, then, did he seem less concerned about his own predicament? Truman felt as though he had a glimmer of insight, yet it eluded him, leaving him in a state of frustration and helplessness. He decided to prioritize the construction of the spacecraft, believing it would provide him with the assurance needed to contemplate other matters. With his hands on his hips, he gazed into the distance, where thick smoke billowed, lost in thought. Yes, the endeavor of building the spacecraft will require your diligence, for now. Let us spend some quality time with Neo. A smile graced Truman's face as he turned to depart from the scene. At the Tunguska fuel depot, the fierce flames cast a crimson glow upon the faces of all present. O'Learian climbed atop a corrugated iron roof to survey the firebreak created by his subordinates on the periphery. Widen the southern firebreak by another 5 meters. The residential structures and flammable materials in that area are excessive. After a brief assessment, O'Learian leaped down from the roof and led the group in demolishing the surrounding buildings. This spectacle did not escape Captain Jack's watchful eyes. Observing O'Learian's actions, Jack's companion, Berg, felt a twinge of unease. The young man might very well transition from a temporary replacement to a permanent successor. In an effort to elevate his standing in Captain Jack's eyes and prove his usefulness, Berg approached the captain with a grin. "Captain, if there is nothing else for me here, shall I continue leading the men to capture some giant rodents for you?" However, upon hearing this, Captain Jack's thoughts drifted back to the observation liquid and materials recently seized by Truman, causing his expression to darken instantly. Was Berg merely stirring the pot at an inopportune moment? The reagents have run out, and now, in plain sight at the scene of the fire, there is no opportunity to procure more. Consequently, Captain Jack cast a disdainful glance at Berg, snorting dismissively without even acknowledging him, and declared, always scurrying after rats, "If you're so idle, then go extinguish the flames. Do not entertain any nefarious schemes." With that, Captain Jack waved his hand, leaving Berg behind as he proceeded to inspect other areas of the firebreak. Berg stood bewildered, watching the captain's retreating figure, pondering. Was it not you who instructed me to pursue the giant rat? How is it that I am now merely a rat catcher? Reluctantly, Berg hastened to follow in Captain Jack's footsteps, forcing a smile as he said, "Captain, for matters of firefighting, it suffices to have O'Leary in charge. His reputation in the camp is quite high now, and everyone speaks of his heroic rescue with admiration. I prefer to stay close to you, in case you require someone to command." Captain Jack halted, casting Berg a sharp look before snorting once more, yet he did not dismiss Berg's desire to accompany him. Chapter 52. The third party. The foul-smelling waves crashed against the world and the rocks, and beside the world, Truman suddenly appeared. He ascended the rocks, which had melded seamlessly with the world. It was through such means that he had anchored the ship in place. However, the conspicuous scratches on the hatch atop the world caught Truman's attention. It seems that someone has attempted to forcibly pry open the hatch of the world ship. However, due to the fact that the hatch has been seamlessly integrated into the frame by Truman, these ill-intentioned individuals have failed in their endeavor. It is also noteworthy that after abandoning their efforts to breach the hatch, they even attempted to excavate the world ship entirely from the surrounding rocks, as evidenced by the scattered debris on the ground. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the task proved insurmountable for mere human strength, leading to their eventual retreat. Truman seemed to be quite popular here. He reached out and patted the world ship, uncertain whether it was Captain Jack's crew or the rebels behind the attempts. But it mattered little to him. His purpose was solely to inspect the world ship, as it represented his only assurance since his arrival on this planet. He did not open the hatch but instead activated his omniscient mode to enter. For him, any doors and barriers had lost their significance. Inside the cabin, there lay a collection of supplies and food salvage from the wreckage of the Tunguska II. At that time, he had been oblivious to the fact that the massive ship was indeed the Tunguska II. While rummaging through the emergency supply compartment, Truman retrieved an emergency battery to replace the depleted one in his laser pistol. However, as he activated his omniscient mode within the world ship, he was suddenly astonished to find that he could comprehend the various systems functions and statuses once more, with plans for modifications continuously surfacing in his mind. This revelation widened Truman's eyes as knowledge he had never encountered before flowed through his mind once more. Consequently, he made an immediate decision. The world vessel could not be left behind, regardless of who had left traces on the vessel. It was evident that it had attracted unwanted attention. He assessed the size of the world vessel, with the escape pod as its core. Enhanced by a propulsion system and thermal shielding, its weight exceeded 15 tons. The thrust engines and their accompanying fuel tanks constituted approximately half of this mass. Such weight, evidently, could not be moved by human strength alone. After some contemplation, Truman realized he would need the assistance of the rebels. In this predicament, even his omniscient state would not suffice. While this state allowed him to disregard spatial constraints, it did not enable him to overlook the massive objects. As Truman pondered the dilemma surrounding the world vessel, a man clad in a white flight suit, positioned several hundred meters away, observed him through a pair of binoculars. "Captain, that extraordinary individual has appeared. He is indeed near the modified escape pod." Berg's claims were accurate. He seems capable of teleportation. The man pressed a button on his earpiece, relaying the information to his counterpart. Meanwhile, among the refuse mounds near the Tunguska settlement, a dozen individuals in similar flight suits were taking a moment to rest. The leader, listening intently to the report relayed through his earpiece, nodded in acknowledgement. "Teleportation? Are you implying that Berg's assertions hold true?" "Indeed. I have confirmed that although the escape pod is equipped with numerous additions, it is unmistakably derived from the Tunguska II spacecraft." The man, referred to as the captain, stroked the stubble on his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation before stating, "You must maintain a safe distance. The adversary possesses the ability to teleport and has keen observational skills. Do not underestimate them." "Understood." Unbeknownst to Truman, he was being tracked by an individual hundreds of meters away. As he surveyed his surroundings, this figure concealed himself behind a cluster of rocks and debris, remaining entirely undetected. Moreover, Truman's omniscient state did not extend to such distances, thus oblivious to the looming threat. Truman equipped himself with a laser pistol and his backpack before hastily departing from the vicinity of the world ship. After a considerable duration had elapsed, and having failed to spot Truman's figure again, the man stationed there gradually retreated from the shoreline, which was becoming increasingly nauseating to him. Meanwhile, his captain rose to his feet and addressed his resting comrades, stating, "It appears the intelligence was accurate. Berg has indeed withheld nothing from us." Upon hearing their captain's words, the other team members exchanged astonished glances, for to those accustomed to a life enveloped by technological marvels, Truman's capabilities were undeniably beyond their imagination. At that moment, however, One of the team members standing behind the captain spoke up. "Captain, should we establish contact with Captain Jack?" Captain Jack pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to his crew. "That fellow Jack is ruthless and ambitious. I doubt that he will remain under our control after losing the company's support. Who knows how much he has concealed from us regarding his experiments on this planet. At the very least, I refuse to believe that after 11 years, he has developed nothing more than a completely useless mutated serum." Upon hearing the words mutated serum, the expressions of the other crew members shifted dramatically. Although the captain dismissed the serum as ineffective, they were all acutely aware that once injected, it could transform an individual into a grotesque creature, unable to survive or perish. As for the serum's other effects, the crew remained entirely uninformed. Noticing the change in their demeanor, the captain continued, "We still possess a substantial supply of resources. There is no need to rush into contacting Jack. In my opinion, Berg is a highly exploitable asset. Let us use him as a means to uncover exactly what Jack has been doing on this planet." Chapter 53. Information disclosure. At that moment, Sayus saw Truman and approached him. "Truman, Lard has conveyed your request to us." "Oh." Truman observed the expression on Sayus's face. Yet Sayus did not reveal any emotions or inclinations. Thus, Truman inquired, "What was the outcome of your discussions?" "In our rebel faction, there are a total of 1,234 individuals. If you can promise to take every single one of us away, we will acquiesce to your demands. And we shall agree to any requests pertaining to the construction of the spacecraft, provided that you ensure no one is left behind." Says spoke earnestly. Truman glanced at the few individuals standing not far behind. Says, later, Rod, and the old man Eric were all observing the exchange. Noticing Truman's gaze, they nodded in unison, indicating that this was their collective demand. "Very well, I accept." Truman readily agreed to their terms, without a trace of hesitation, for in his plans, a multitude of hands was indeed necessary to manage the various systems aboard the vessel. He intended to prepare for a journey through the cosmos lasting several decades without landing. Truman extended his hand towards Sez, only to find Sez looking at him with a perplexed expression. A handshake signifies a pleasant collaboration. Is this not your custom? "Oh, you do possess this custom." Sez, without suspicion, grasped Truman's hand and continued, regarding Rick, "Although some still harbor doubts, I have chosen to place my trust in you." "Thank you," Truman replied with a slight smile. Over the past few days, he had been rescuing the rebels and distributing food to win their allegiance, all in hopes that when the time came, someone would believe in him. "By the way, since we are on this topic, could you enlighten me as to why you believe I was responsible for Rick's demise? This matter perplexes me greatly." Truman seized the opportunity to directly inquire of Sez. Sayus raised his head and glanced towards the central fortress, then spoke. "It is Ghost Jack. He claims that among the entire camp, only you possess the capability to silently eliminate Rick. Furthermore, he asserts that you are an agent sent by the company, intent on silencing us. Is this merely based on his singular account that you choose to believe him?" Truman expressed his astonishment. According to the rebel stance, should not Jack's words be met with skepticism before contemplation? Why has faith in him been so readily bestowed here? At this moment, Later stepped forward and regarded Sayus, saying, "Allow me to clarify." Sayus nodded, and Later turned to Truman, stating, "Ghost Jack presented us with an image, one that bears a striking resemblance to the scene of Rick's demise. He claimed it to be a departmental mark used by the company to eliminate traitors. And you are supposedly a member tasked with eradicating us, the keepers of sensitive secrets." As Later spoke, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, yet Ghost Jack has never set foot at the site of Rick's death. Regardless, he has audaciously proposed a collaboration, suggesting that we unite against you, the company's agent sent to eradicate us. What is the meaning of this? Truman scratched his head, finally grasping why Rick had struggled to gain a significant advantage in his long-standing conflict with Captain Jack. It became clear that he had been surrounded by individuals so easily swayed. Truman shook his head, saying, "If I had wanted to eliminate you, I should have gathered the wreckage of Tunguska 2 back in space and demonstrated to you what a space-based weapon truly is." "Wait, are you referring to the wreckage of Tunguska 2? Lard suddenly widened his eyes, staring intently at Truman. "What is the matter? My escape pod is still aboard Tunguska 2. Truman suddenly realized. "Oh right, you rebels are unaware of the circumstances surrounding Tunguska 2, aren't you? You've all been deceived by Jack. The incident involving Tunguska was by no means an accident. Upon careful reflection, one must question how it is possible for such a catastrophic space vessel accident to result in so few casualties among the crew. Over 4,000 people landed, yet only a little over 4,000 remained. Doesn't he that raise suspicions?" Truman gestured with open hands, stating, "It's not that there were no remains. At least half should have perished to do justice to the gravity and significance of a space disaster, don't you think?" "Truman, are you implying that the accident was intentionally orchestrated?" Morgan suddenly approached Truman, gripping his arm with palpable emotion. As the chief pilot of Tunguska, he had always carried the burden of guilt regarding the incident. Yet today, hearing this revelation from Truman left him in disbelief. Truman spread his hands, saying, "To put it succinctly, Captain Jack has maintained contact with what you refer to as the company all these years. Now do you understand?" The news struck everyone like a bolt from the blue, leaving all, including later, utterly speechless. Sace's breath grew increasingly labored as he suddenly drew the long blade from his waist, his eyes ablaze with fury as he sought out Jack the Ghost for clarification. Old Eric hastily restrained Sace, cautioning him about the gravity of the situation. Do not act impulsively. Sace, reluctant to challenge the quivering elder, could only seethe in frustration as he hurled his sword to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn that Jack the Ghost." I wondered why he showed such indifference towards the construction of the spaceship and consistently sowed discord between us and Truman. It turns out he had a safety net all along. Morgan took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. "Truman, how did you come by this information? It is not that I doubt you, but the nature of this event is simply too bizarre. Jack possesses a deep space radio, which he used to communicate with Tunguska 2. Of course, now that Tunguska 2 is lighting up the sky with fireworks, Jack's radio is rendered useless," Truman replied, shrugging. "Additionally, I learned from this radio that before the incident, Tunguska 2 dispatched a landing craft to deliver supplies to Jack. However, for reasons unknown, they have been unable to establish contact with him." At that moment, Say suddenly trembled, interjecting, "Could it be that the figures I observed through the observation liquid, clad in company flight suits, are the personnel from the landing craft?" Chapter 54, Dismantling the World Ship. Hearing the concerns of Old Man Eric, the other rebels began to feel a sense of urgency. Later turned to Truman, saying, "If your proposal for collaboration still holds merit, you may accompany us to the rebels' camp, where sufficient manpower awaits to construct the spacecraft." Truman, fully aware of the apprehensions regarding their stronghold, nodded in agreement, unwilling to decline the offer. After all, he had yet to ascertain the precise conditions of the rebel situation, and how much tangible labor could be mobilized remained to be seen. On the other hand, in the Tonkuga settlement, Captain Jack was a formidable obstacle, and the presence of several company employees covertly observing from the landing vessel made it difficult for Truman to devise an effective strategy to utilize their workforce. The idea of converting the escape pod from the landing capsule came to mind. Old Man Eric shifted his fingers slightly, then furrowed his brow, stating, "The escape pod itself weighs 4 to 5 tons, and with the added weight of the propulsion engine and armor plating, we're looking at a total of 13 to 14 tons. Our electric trucks can only handle a maximum load of 6 tons. This request poses quite a challenge." Sensing Eric's predicament, Truman quickly interjected, "There's no need for a complete relocation. I can disassemble it, transporting the propulsion engine and the escape pod separately. While we can forego those crudely stitched armor plates." "Disassemble?" At this moment, Old Master Eric recalled Truman's extraordinary abilities and nodded in agreement. Disassembling it and transporting it in 2 trips could indeed be accomplished. However, that small propulsion engine you possess is likely designed for a speedboat, isn't it? The fuel within must be drained. Otherwise, it will exceed the capacity of the electric truck. "Not a problem," Truman waved his hand dismissively. "Just follow your advice, old man. My only stipulation is that the escape pod must remain intact." Truman climbed atop the corrugated iron roof and gazed once more towards the central fortress. The airborne particles obscured his vision, but he could discern that the raging inferno at the fuel depot seemed to have extinguished entirely. He wondered what Captain Jack could be up to now. With Captain Jack meddling in affairs, Truman found himself at an impasse regarding the integration of the over 2,000 inhabitants of the Tunguska settlement. He had contemplated eliminating Captain Jack directly, yet the captain had maintained his hold over the settlement for years, surely surrounded by loyalists. If a thorough purge were to occur, how many of those who remained would genuinely align with his cause beneath the bloody blade? Transporting such individuals aboard the spacecraft would likely sow the seeds of discord. On the other hand, regarding the rebels, Truman had at least managed to secure control over their strongest combatants and some members of their leadership. The remaining elderly, women, and children would largely follow the leadership of Sailor Dur and others, posing little risk of rebellion. Truman pondered whether a contingent of just over 1,000 rebels could suffice for a long-distance interstellar voyage. His current minimum plan involved evacuating all the rebels, leaving Captain Jack to fend for himself. A few hours later, an electric truck, escorted by several rebels, arrived at the temporary camp. The movements of the rebels caught the attention of Captain Jack, prompting a security team member to approach O'Leary with an update on the rebels' latest activities. After a moment of contemplation, O'Leary sought out Captain Jack, disregarding Berg's gaze, for his responsibility now lay directly with the captain. Berg was merely the former leader whose position had been supplanted. This indicated that Truman had established some form of collaboration with the rebels. Captain Jack spoke with a stoic expression, and both Berg and O'Leary immediately grasped the implication of his words regarding this so-called collaboration. The only feasible cooperation Truman could offer pertained to the construction of a spacecraft to escape the planet. At this thought, Berg's lips curled in a slight sneer, his disdain for collaborating with Truman evident. After all, he had already forged a connection with the landing craft, which, while limited in capacity, could still facilitate his departure from the planet without much difficulty. Unbeknownst to Berg, the situation with the Concordia II had already deteriorated. Otherwise, he would not have placed his hopes on a landing craft that could only support intergalactic travel. After all, how could a small skiff sustain oceanic voyages? Unless it pertains to the skilled Maori adept in canoeing. A semblance of anxiety crept across O'Leary's face as he directly addressed Captain Jack, saying, "Captain, should we consider participating in Truman's shipbuilding project? After all, we have over 2,000 individuals, and Truman is currently lacking manpower. This constitutes a significant bargaining chip." Captain Jack nodded slightly but did not immediately acquiesce to O'Leary's suggestion. Instead, he interrupted his discourse, casually remarking, "I need to ponder this matter. You should first attend to the arrangements for the victims of this recent explosion." "Understood," replied O'Leary, though somewhat puzzled. He complied with Jack's directive and turned to exit the hall. Chapter 55. The Rebel Camp. Everyone promptly organized personnel to clear an area outside for the accommodation of those affected by the explosion, O'Leary instructed. He surveyed the surroundings before designating a nearby housing zone. Although the rat tide had gradually receded, stray giant rats still lurked in the vicinity, poised to ambush unsuspecting individuals. Therefore, a thorough cleansing was imperative before any habitation could be deemed safe. Additionally, exits such as sewer openings needed to be sealed to prevent a resurgence of the rat tide. In summary, a considerable amount of remedial work awaited O'Leary. While O'Leary was engrossed in arranging tasks, Berg observed the entrance and remarked to Captain Jack, "Captain, weren't you the one who personally undertook these responsibilities before? Why have you entrusted them all to O'Leary now?" Such matters naturally pertain to soothing the populace and providing shelter for the afflicted, endeavors that can gather the hearts of the people. In the past, it was Captain Jack who personally undertook these tasks. However, Berg did not anticipate that today they would be entrusted to O'Leary. Captain Jack cast a glance at Berg, who immediately donned an expression of trepidation. Yet, Jack refrained from addressing Berg directly and instead spoke in a calm tone. "O'Leary is a talent previously overlooked." Berg expressed a faint surprise, as if Jack's demeanor alleviated his anxiety, prompting him to boldly continue. "But I observe that O'Leary's prestige among the populace is already substantial. I fear." At this point, Berg pressed his lips together, casting a worried glance at Captain Jack. Naturally, Jack noticed the change in Berg's countenance. Jack waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. You may leave now." Upon hearing Captain Jack's dismissal, Berg subtly furrowed his brow, then inclined his body slightly backward before turning to exit the hall. After leaving, Berg cast a distant glance at O'Leary, who was departing with a security detail, then let out a soft huff. He meandered through the streets, taking a winding path until he finally departed from the Tunkus settlement. Following a narrow trail through the rubbish heap, he advanced until he glimpsed a faint glow of fire. Upon seeing the flickering light, a smile spread across Berg's face, and he quickened his pace towards it. The members of the landing craft squad were gathered around the campfire, taking a moment to recuperate. The sentry, upon hearing footsteps, swiftly drew his laser pistol and quietly demanded, "Who goes there?" "It's me, Berg," Berg exclaimed, hastily raising his hand to reassure the guard, fearful that a momentary tremor might result in a perilous accident. "Let him approach," Captain Dale instructed with a slight nod, permitting Berg to step forward. "Captain Dale, I have received some intelligence. The rebels have formed an alliance with the outsider, Truman. They are currently at the seaside, preparing to transport the landing pod. Furthermore, within the Tunkus settlement, the armed forces are under the control of O'Leary, whose reputation has soared since the recent rodent tide. He may possess the capability to replace Captain Jack." Captain Dale listened intently, his thoughts consumed by the enigma of Truman, whose extraordinary abilities could potentially facilitate an escape from this forsaken planet. A flicker of coldness crossed his gaze at the mention of Captain Jack. Recent events had convinced him that Jack harbored significant secrets, undisclosed to the company. After a moment of contemplation, Dale closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, only to be met with the foul, noxious air that caused his brow to furrow in discomfort. He found it increasingly unbearable to endure the atmosphere of this wretched world. Upon opening his eyes, Dale once again beheld Berg before him. He gestured dismissively, stating, "I am aware of these matters. You shall remain by Jack's side to investigate. I wish to uncover all his secrets. Rest assured, the company will provide you with the compensation you deserve." Understood, understood. Berg forced a sycophantic smile. Originally intent on merely boarding their landing craft to escape this wretched planet. To his surprise, Dale's promise of compensation from the company was an unexpected boon. After Berg left, the other members of the landing team turned their gazes toward the captain. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Dale surveyed the sky before responding. "The fuel on Jack's side has nearly been obliterated in the explosion. The rebels should still have reserves. We will embark tonight for reconnaissance and aim to eliminate their fuel supplies within the next few days. I am eager to see how Truman intends to pilot his handcrafted vessel out of this star system without fuel." With that, Dale swept his gaze around and added, "Rest assured, the company has arranged for our extraction. Upon completing our mission, we shall navigate our landing craft to the edge of the star system, where we will rendezvous with the interstellar ship chartered by the company. Now, everyone, take a moment to rest. We depart in half an hour." By the seaside, Truman stood beside the world ship, accompanied by over 100 rebels. The power truck was already prepared nearby, allowing Truman to activate the omniscient mode and dismantle the heat-resistant armor plating from the ship's surface. Such materials were abundant amidst the wreckage of the spacecraft, rendering any special preservation unnecessary. The thrust engine had been dismantled by Truman and temporarily set aside with the assistance of the leverage cables erected by the rebels. Seiza stepped forward, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall bring the thrust engine to you with the remaining brethren." Truman nodded, giving Seiza a thumbs up, before joining Morgan, Neo, and the elder Eric aboard the electric truck, embarking with half of the rebels towards the rebel camp. Truman understood that upon reaching the rebel encampment, his plans to construct the spacecraft could finally resume. Chapter 56. The Spacecraft Construction Project. Truman traveled on the rebels' electric truck, navigating the winding paths through the garbage hills. After more than 3 hours and covering over 10 kilometers, they finally glimpsed a settlement resembling a village behind a mound of refuse. In contrast to the orderly metal-roofed streets of the Tonkugas settlement, the structures here were scattered haphazardly, with meandering paths that lacked any straight routes. Surrounding the village was a barrier of metal horse fences and barbed wire, effectively safeguarding against external assaults. Within this defensive perimeter stood towering watchtowers. As Truman and his companions emerged from behind the garbage hill, they were immediately spotted by the guards atop the watchtower. This alerted the previously tranquil camp, igniting a flurry of activity as the rebels stationed at the entrance ignited torches from the oil lamps on the walls, with dozens bearing torches emerging from the gates to greet Truman and his party. "Snowbow, it is I." Old Master Eric's eyesight was rather poor. He only recognized the names of the more than 10 rebels as they approached. Meanwhile, Truman accompanied Old Master Eric towards the conference hall within the rebels' encampment. Despite the seemingly chaotic architecture, there existed profound knowledge within these walls. Eric instructed his men to light the narrow path with torches, explaining, "Jack has attempted to assault our encampment multiple times, yet the intricate routes and hiding spots within have successfully repelled his forces. After suffering several defeats and losing dozens of men, Jack has not dared to breach our defenses again. Anyone unaware of the internal layout would likely find themselves swiftly encircled and devoured one by one." After navigating through numerous twists and turns, they finally arrived at the conference hall. Constructed from fired clay bricks, the building appeared far superior to the corrugated metal shelters. Truman naturally did not oppose Eric's views, especially since the initiative to construct the spacecraft had originated from him. "During my previous request for your collaboration with Jack, we essentially clarified the necessary components for a spacecraft," Truman remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table before continuing. "In terms of the larger aspects, the hull of the spacecraft will require a substantial quantity of compliant armor plates. Of course, should the number of compliant plates fall short, I can fabricate high-density armor plates from several standard metal sheets. However, this may result in exceeding the anticipated weight. Eric nodded thoughtfully. The borders of the Empire lie several dozen light years from here. Without a warp engine, we may never reach the fringes of the Empire in our lifetime. I can repair the damaged warp engine, Truman replied, recalling his condition in the escape pod. As long as it isn't completely destroyed, I can fix it. Eric looked at Truman with a hint of surprise. He remembered that last time, Truman had struggled to comprehend the circuitry of a water purifier. How had he suddenly gained such confidence in his ability to repair a warp engine, a quintessential marvel of civilization? Unlike Truman's buoyant self-assurance, Eric sighed and shook his head, offering a wry smile. It's not merely a matter of repair. This planet possesses only one warp engine, the one from the crashed Tonkugus. Warp engines are typically installed on deep space vessels within the Empire. The derelict ships we usually handle are mere shuttles that navigate within the galaxy, lacking warp engines altogether. Truman furrowed his brow. Is that engine in Jack's possession? No, it was entirely destroyed. The Tonkugus sustained complete damage upon its crash, rendering any repair impossible. Eric sighed again. At his age, without a warp engine, he truly despaired of ever witnessing the borders of civilization again. Truman was not taken aback by this revelation. He merely nodded. I understand. Yet even if we resort to conventional power engines, it is surely preferable to languishing on this planet for a lifetime. The environment here leaves much to be desired. Eric offered an awkward smile, acutely aware that the very individuals responsible for this dismal state were struggling to survive on this planet. He swiftly redirected the conversation, aside from the construction of the spacecraft. The shortage of fuel has become exceedingly dire. Captain Jack's fuel depot has been destroyed, and presently, only our faction of rebels possesses a meager supply of solid fuel on the entire planet. However, this quantity is woefully insufficient to sustain a colossal spacecraft for an extended voyage. Fuel? Consequently, he promptly instructed Eric, "Old man, arrange for personnel to safeguard the fuel immediately. I suspect someone is deliberately sabotaging our efforts." Chapter 57. The theft of the vehicle in the early morning. The sound of hurried footsteps roused Truman from his slumber. He immediately opened his eyes and sat up in bed. After discussing matters concerning the construction of the spacecraft with old man Eric the previous night, he had taken up residence in the room arranged by him, only to be awakened now. Truman patted his cheeks to awaken himself and instantly activated his all-seeing state to peer outside the door. He witnessed Morgan hastily approaching his doorway, knocking heavily. Truman. Something has happened. A trace of anxiety marred Morgan's countenance. Upon receiving no response to his knocking, he raised his hand to knock once more. Yet, before he could do so, the door was swung open by Truman. What is the matter? Why the urgency? Truman yawned and placed a reassuring hand on Morgan's shoulder, urging him to remain calm and explain. Truman gazed at Morgan in astonishment, then furrowed his brow. Take me to find old Eric. He is in charge of this encampment now, isn't he? Morgan promptly led Truman to Eric, who was currently engaged in discussion with several rebel squad leaders regarding the matter at hand. Truman, you are aware of this situation? Upon noticing Truman's arrival, old Eric greeted him warmly, and a squad leader promptly brought a chair for Truman. Is it about the disappearance of the power truck? Truman nodded appreciatively at the squad leader, seated himself, and turned to Eric. Upon hearing this, Truman did not dwell too much on the thrust engine. For the escape pod remained the utmost priority. He could always procure the thrust engine later. Meanwhile, as the rebels initiated their operations, less than 5 kilometers away, in a secluded valley, over a dozen members of the landing craft team concealed the bodies of several rebel convoy members beneath a heap of refuse, meticulously cleaning all traces of blood from the power truck. Captain, with this equipment, our journey will be significantly more comfortable, one of the team members chuckled, playfully tapping the not-so-sturdy roof of the power truck, causing it to creak ominously, prompting him to withdraw his hand hastily. Captain Dale paid no heed to the jest, instead inspecting the remaining energy in his laser pistol before instructing, "Everyone, check the remaining energy in your laser pistols. Replace the battery if it is below half." Truth be told, they had subdued this convoy with relative ease. It was merely a matter of a few shots. After a thorough inspection, it was determined that no team member required a battery replacement. At this moment, one of the members inquired, "Captain, given that only half of the rebels' combat forces remain in their camp, should we seize this opportunity to strike directly?" Upon hearing this, Dale raised his gaze towards the direction of the camp and shook his head. "No, after our ambush on the convoy last night, the camp is undoubtedly on high alert. The others pose little threat, but that Truman possesses a peculiar ability." He continued with increased intensity, "Everyone, take a moment to recuperate. Those who are weary should rest well. We shall await a favorable opportunity. If Truman reveals a moment of carelessness, and we can eliminate him with a single shot, then regardless of the remaining number of rebels, they shall not pose a significant challenge. For Dale, his entire team was equipped with laser pistols, making it exceedingly simple to deal with rebels still reliant on traditional weaponry. However, Truman's unpredictable nature made him a potential risk. Upon hearing Dale's words, the other team members felt reassured and proceeded to rest. Meanwhile, Dale moved to a secluded spot and pressed a button on the earpiece at his ear. "What news from Berg and Jack? What are their current movements?" A voice responded from the earpiece. "Captain, Berg visited me this morning, expressing a desire for us to use force to assist him in eliminating Captain Jack and seizing control of the Tunguska settlement. However, I declined his request." According to his report, Jack seems to be fully engaged in managing the aftermath of the rodent tide and the warehouse explosion, attending to the needs of the populace. Indeed. He also mentioned a certain O'Leary, stating that he currently holds considerable influence within the camp and possesses his own ideas, which may potentially impede our plans. Understood. Maintain a singular line of communication with Berg, while simultaneously monitoring Jack's activities from the periphery. I require knowledge of Jack's every move. Acknowledged. As the communication ceased, Dale removed his earpiece and leaned against the truck, contemplating his own strategy with closed eyes. "Captain, I have brought your breakfast," Berg declared. Having seized the meal intended for Captain Jack from an underling, and he pushed open the door to deliver it himself. "Place it here," Jack replied, glancing up momentarily before returning his focus to scribbling in a notebook. Berg's expression momentarily faltered as he placed the breakfast on the table beside Jack. Seizing the opportunity to set down the meal, his gaze drifted towards the notebook in Jack's hands. However, Jack promptly closed it and set it aside. "Is there something else?" Jack inquired, looking up at Berg. "Oh, Captain, why not take a moment to enjoy your breakfast? I overheard people outside mention that you had not slept all night. Should anything arise, I shall summon you." Berg's ingratiating demeanor exhibited no hints of insincerity. "Has O'Leary rested?" Jack asked, lifting a piece of dark bread to his nose before tearing off a chunk to eat. Berg, however, had no knowledge of O'Leary's state of rest. "Very well. You may attend to your own affairs," Jack concluded. Captain Jack impatiently waved his hand, dismissing Berg as one would swat away a fly. Outside the door, Berg's breath quickened slightly. He bit his lip, forcing his expression to remain a facade of obsequiousness as he turned to depart. Chapter 58. The plasma thruster. The vessel's original small thruster engine had been temporarily discarded, yet Truman felt no discontent, for after Eric had attended to matters within the camp, he took Truman on a tour to view some of the camp's curiosities. "Is this also a thruster? How enormous!" Truman exclaimed upon discovering the colossal device within an excavated cavern. It was large enough to rival 2 or 3 metal shanties, and standing before it made him strain his neck to gaze upwards. Eric regarded the behemoth with a sense of pride. This plasma thruster was salvaged from a decommissioned, obsolete warship. It weighs over 20 tons and required considerable effort to extract. "A plasma thruster?" Truman gasped, recalling that his discarded thruster engine was merely a hybrid of chemical propulsion and ion thrust, which had nonetheless safely delivered him to this planet. This colossal apparatus, however, was a heavyweight, employing pure plasma propulsion, far superior to ion thrust. Indeed, the plasma thrusters used by the Imperial military vastly outperformed their civilian ion counterparts. Upon observing the expression on Truman's face, Eric elucidated, civilian spacecraft are prohibited from utilizing plasma thrusters. Thus, even aboard the Tunguska, one cannot find such a remarkable device. After arriving in this star system with the warp drive, we must resort to the humble low-thrust ion thrusters for our gentle glide. Although Truman found himself somewhat perplexed by the technicalities, he grasped one crucial point. This thruster was vastly superior to standard propulsion systems and was fully adequate for their constructed vessel. However, Eric shifted his tone, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "While this plasma thruster is indeed the finest and most intact specimen we've salvaged from the refuse, its internal damage remains quite severe. Not only are there encrypted military chips locked within, but the control systems and ion acceleration channels have also been deliberately compromised. I have dedicated years to studying this contraption, and I wish to attempt a repair. Perhaps I can restore it." Truman regarded this formidable device with a sense of faith in the miraculous escape pod to guide him. "Repair it?" Eric nearly tugged out a few strands from his already sparse beard in disbelief. He shook his head, saying, "You can scarcely comprehend a water purifier's circuit board. It would be prudent to leave this behemoth to Morgan and me for further examination. Perhaps we can dismantle it to salvage some useful components for repurposing. If you doubt it and cause damage, I may never find another specimen as complete for my research. Eric waved his hand dismissively. I didn't bring you here to discuss repairs. Aren't you interested in that broken near-instantaneous light spear? It's right here. Although you may not comprehend the circuit board, it's already damaged, so feel free to tinker with it. Consider it compensation for your thrust engine. You genuinely wish to fix this? Eric regarded Truman with incredulity, raising an eyebrow. Well, if that's the case, I can also provide you with some damaged energy release devices and subatomic fission reactors. If you can manage to create a functional near-instantaneous light spear from these, I will grant you access to all the supplies and components I've accumulated over the years in this camp. Upon hearing the old man's words, Truman initially smirked, as if to say that his agreement was a prerequisite for utilization. Nevertheless, he played along, responding to Eric, "That's your promise, then. Have someone deliver the items to the escape pod. Also, construct a shelter outside the escape pod. I have no desire to be drenched in acid rain." To Truman's requests, the old man had no objections. He promptly instructed his rebellious subordinates to roll out the near-instantaneous light spear and also sent over some energy release devices and subatomic fission reactors that, while not severely damaged, were beyond the repair capabilities of his rebels. The spear, resembling a colossal transistor encased in metal, was unloaded not far from the escape pod. Behind the near-light-speed particle spear, several spherical energy release devices, each boasting a diameter of 50 to 60 centimeters, lay in disarray. Their exteriors remained intact, yet their interiors were considerably compromised. Accompanying them was a subatomic fission device, approximately 1 meter in length. Upon witnessing these objects, Truman disregarded the rebels outside, who were still erecting makeshift shelters. As their actions bore no impact on his operations within the escape pod, he activated his omniscient state and directed his gaze towards the near-light-speed particle spear, instantly conjuring its specifications in his mind. The near-light-speed particle spear represents an intermediary technological weapon, positioned between the particle spear and the tachyon spear. The particle spear serves as a weapon that accelerates particles to near-light speed for striking, a device once extensively utilized in space combat. Conversely, the tachyon spear is a theoretical future weapon, existing solely within the confines of the Empire's conjecture, capable of executing superluminal strikes in cosmic battles by harnessing tachyons, particles theorized to exceed the speed of light. Thus, the near-light-speed particle spear, bridging the gap between these two extremes, has emerged as a new generation of mainstream weaponry due to its capacity to propel attacking particles at light speed. However, the model before Truman was evidently a compact near-light-speed particle spear, primarily intended as a close-quarters combat weapon for space assault vessels. In stark contrast, a full-size near-light-speed particle spear would feature a central particle acceleration channel with a diameter spanning several meters. A singular strike could effortlessly penetrate the hull of the colossal civilian vessel, Tunkus II, rendering such an operation trivial. The principal flaw of this diminutive near-light-speed particle spear lay in its lack of an energy release device, leading to an electrical overload that ultimately incinerated its circuitry. Once this intricately layered three-dimensional circuit sustains damage, it becomes beyond Eric's capacity for repair. However, for Truman, this is not an insurmountable challenge. Although he may not restore it to its pristine condition, achieving a functional state is well within his capabilities. Nearby, the energy dissipators and subatomic fission devices are not in abundance either, with merely 4 or 5 present, yet their condition is dire. Truman briefly assesses the situation, extracting the salvageable components and assembling them into a functional unit without significant difficulty. At most, he plans to conduct some rudimentary repairs on the utterly ruined sections. He does not require these devices to operate for an extended duration, as they are not preparing for an interstellar war. A mere 10 or so launches of the near-light-speed projectile would suffice, enabling the destruction of a few asteroids when evasion is impossible. This would be deemed a success. Truman promptly commences the repair work. The emergency tools within the escape pod prove insufficient for his needs. Thus, he undertakes a trip to Eric's location to acquire additional instruments, such as portable macro-observation devices and nanoprobes. For Eric, these items are plentiful, albeit they are antiquated and occasionally prone to malfunction. Consequently, the rebels constructing the shelter witness a remarkable phenomenon. Various tools and parts beside the escape pod inexplicably vanish and reappear, accompanied by the clanging sounds emanating from the near-light-speed projectile. By the time Truman reemerges from the escape pod, The clock indicates it is already past 2 in the afternoon. Throughout the duration, he departed the escape pod only once to relieve himself. Otherwise, he was entirely engrossed in the intricate repairs of the rapid photon spear. Employing wire salvage from a completely obsolete energy dissipator, he replaced the utterly charred wires within the rapid photon spear. Such nanoscale operations left Truman's hands trembling after he set down the nanoprobes and electronic microscope. His familiarity with the three-dimensional circuitry of the rapid photon spear, in a state of omniscience, was unparalleled. No one else could have accomplished such a feat. He was able to effect repairs on the internal damage without dismantling the circuit. Preserving its three-dimensional structure, once disassembled, restoring such a circuit would be a Herculean task for any ordinary individual. Truman gazed at the energy dissipator and the subatomic fission reactor now assembled on the rapid photon spear, releasing a long sigh of relief. The energy dissipator was capable of channeling the surplus electrical energy released by the rapid photon spear, while the subatomic fission reactor allowed for the reutilization of this electrical energy, thereby reducing the energy consumption of the rapid photon spear by over 70%. At that moment, Morgan and Sayus were fortuitously arriving at the newly constructed makeshift workshop, with Sayus greeting Truman. However, Morgan was captivated by the completed rapid photon spear, immediately rushing over to inspect it with wide eyes, touching here and there. Truman glanced at Morgan, allowing him to explore the rapid photon spear freely, knowing it could withstand such scrutiny. Noticing Sayus appeared somewhat remorseful, Truman quickly waved his hand and reassured him, "Oh, it is not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. Moreover, the esteemed Mr. Eric has promised to provide me with superior compensation." Superior compensation? Sayus, upon witnessing Truman's lack of self-reproach for relinquishing the thrust engine, breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally noticed the completely transformed near-light particle spear and pointed at it, inquiring, "Did the old man gift you this damaged near-light particle spear?" "Damaged? I have repaired it." Truman raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his voice, before lowering it to add, "This is merely a trinket. The old man promised that if I restored this, he would grant me the plasma thruster stored in the Cave S warehouse." "Ah, you truly fixed it," Sayus exclaimed in astonishment, quickly glancing at the near-light particle spear. Although he lacked technical knowledge, years of listening to Mr. Eric's nostalgic lamentations had made him aware that the two additional components were the energy dissipator and the subatomic fission reactor. "You repaired all of these?" Morgan, after a prolonged examination, looked at Truman in disbelief, swallowing hard as his Adam's apple bobbed. "Indeed," Truman shrugged, stating, "Quickly summon Mr. Eric. I wish to claim my reward. I hope he won't renege, or I shall retrieve the plasma thruster myself." Morgan's trembling hands glided over the scratched surface of the near-light particle spear, as if caressing the skin of a breathtakingly beautiful woman. "How did you accomplish this?" Sayus, still somewhat incredulous, could hardly fathom how old Eric had spent countless nights without devising a method to repair this contraption, while Truman had managed to fix it within less than a day, complete with spare parts. He quickly snapped back to reality, grasping Truman's arm urgently. "Hurry, let us inform old Eric about this matter. Hey, Morgan, come along." Truman promptly beckoned Morgan, and the trio made their way to the conference hall. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a cacophony of noise, as if a significant event had transpired. "Sayus, come here." A rebel, recognizing Sayus, exclaimed eagerly, "Lade and old Eric are looking for you. What has happened?" Sayus inquired, his expression shifting as he walked, having discerned the unmistakable anxiety etched on the rebel's face. Noticing Truman beside Sayus, the rebel exhaled with slight relief and replied, "Just moments ago, the camp was attacked by an unidentified assailant. We have already lost some brothers, and Leader Lade is furious." "An attack by unidentified assailants?" Truman questioned, looking at Sayus with astonishment, who mirrored the same expression. They hastened into the conference hall where Lade, Rod, and old Eric were present, along with 2 or 3 anxious squad leaders engaged in fervent discussions. Upon spotting Sayus, Lade's anger somewhat subsided, and she glanced at Truman, her gaze momentarily resting on the laser pistol holstered at his waist before addressing Sayus. "You have arrived. Who is attacking the encampment?" Sayus temporarily set aside the matter of the near-quick spear, furrowing his brow as he approached Lard. Lard rubbed his aching forehead and shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain. But the assailants are employing laser pistols for long-range attacks. After eliminating our sentinels stationed at various watchtowers from multiple directions, they fled. I did not suggest it was him." Lard added with a hint of resignation, pondering when Sayus would ever take it upon himself to defend Truman. With a sigh, he continued, "There is more than one assailant. and they wield more than just a single laser pistol. This was a simultaneous assault, and I am certain it was not Truman's doing. Yet, Rod furrowed his brow, questioning who else on this planet might possess a laser pistol besides Truman. Naturally, Truman overheard their candid discussion and immediately connected it to the individuals from the landing craft. He interjected, "Where did my laser pistol originate from?" "It is quite simple. Aside from me, who else has descended from Tonkagas too?" Truman spread his hands, the target becoming increasingly apparent. Chapter 60. Restoration achievements convert all outer sentry posts into concealed lookout points and command all capable individuals to assist in transporting steel plates to the perimeter. Constructing fortifications to evade the laser pistol assaults. Lard promptly delegated the tasks. As this was a tactical meeting for the rebels, Morgan remained silent, standing at the back while stealing glances at Chu Min. If it was indeed Chu Min taking action, once he could pinpoint the enemy's location, capturing these foes should pose no challenge. However, Truman's mind is currently consumed with thoughts of the rapid-fire photon spear. Presently, their adversaries remain elusive in both location and intent. Thus, he feels no compulsion to intervene in this matter. After all, possessing a plethora of laser pistols, yet only engaging in peripheral ambushes, neither the rebels nor Truman can grasp each other's motives. Observing Truman's silence, Morgan lowered his head, contemplating in silence. Following Later's delegation of tasks, the squad leaders from the rebels, along with Seer, promptly exited the hall. As old Eric prepared to leave, Truman caught up with him, grasping the elder's arm. "Old sir, I have something to show you. Would you kindly accompany me?" Later noticed Truman leading old Eric out of the hall but paid it little mind. After all, the elder was a technical asset, not a combatant or strategist, and offered little assistance in the current predicament. Thus, Later felt a slight sense of relief at Truman's presence, assuring her of old Eric's safety. How could that be? Truman shook his head upon hearing the elder mention the word abandon. "Let me be frank. I have repaired the rapid-fire photon spear. When shall I receive the plasma thruster? Did we not agree that you would provide it upon the spear's repair? Wait, you just said it was fixed?" The elder, momentarily taken aback and prepared to voice his concerns, was suddenly struck by the clarity of Truman's statement and gazed at him in astonishment. The three individuals swiftly arrived at the clearing where the construction shed was located. The old man immediately spotted the near-light-speed spear quietly resting on the ground within the shed. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Truman had actually repaired this device. He hastened towards the near-light-speed spear, moving with urgency, and began to inspect it meticulously. To his astonishment, Eric discovered not only that the near-light-speed spear had been restored, but also that Truman had managed to install the energy release regulator and the subatomic fission reactor. At this revelation, the surge of excitement within the old man came to an abrupt halt. While he could entertain the notion that the spear itself had been repaired, the fact that Truman had somehow restored those seemingly irreparable energy release regulators and subatomic fission reactors was simply beyond his comprehension. No one understood the extent of damage to these discarded components better than he did. The degradation of internal wiring and the wear on the prisms were irreparable. This was not a matter that could be rectified by merely adding a few extra parts. Most of the items scavenged from the entire garbage planet were utterly beyond salvage, with some essential materials lacking any suitable alternatives. Take, for instance, the crystalline prisms within the subatomic fission reactor. These were handcrafted by master artisans of the Empire, with precision surpassing the nanometer scale. The wear on such prisms was exceedingly severe. Thus it was highly improbable that even a single fragment meeting the required specifications could be found on the entire garbage planet. Hence, regarding the subatomic fission reactor alone, Eric firmly believed that Truman's restoration efforts were virtually impossible. He shook his head and turned to Truman, saying, "Do not attempt to deceive me, old man. On this planet, it is utterly impossible to repair this device." Eric tapped the casing of the subatomic fission device and took a deep breath, adding, "Do not tell me that your escape pod conveniently carries a crystal prism of the appropriate dimensions. Old man, regardless of whether I am trying to fool you, why not give it a try?" Truman replied, hands on his hips, exuding nonchalance. "Feel free to test it. According to my calculations, this device should still be capable of launching at least a dozen, if not 20 times. After that, I cannot guarantee anything." Noticing Truman's serious demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting, Eric furrowed his brow. He glanced towards the stone hill a couple of 100 meters ahead, which posed no immediate danger. Therefore, he proceeded to operate the subatomic light spear, preparing to launch a test shot as per Truman's suggestion. However, upon connecting the wires and manually activating the device, nothing occurred. The spear lay quietly on the ground, showing no signs of activation. Perhaps you should focus on preparing the spacecraft instead. When the time comes, we can utilize a conventional chemical engine combined with an ion thruster. It may be slower, but it will enable us to escape this planet safely. Eric set down the wires and shook his head, ready to depart. Yet, Truman called out to him once more, "Old man, why the urgency? We haven't even connected the cables. How could it possibly launch? The last time you launched, the energy storage device was severely damaged, without replacement parts. I had no choice but to bypass the storage unit and modify the rapid-fire energy spear to directly utilize an electric cable." Truman spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Eric looked at Truman with sudden astonishment. "Is it truly repaired?" "Truly repaired," Truman replied earnestly. "So you were just teasing me all along?" Eric hastily summoned a cable, reallocating power from less critical areas to meet the energy demands of the rapid-fire energy spear. After all, the rebel camp was far less affluent than the Tonkugas settlement, which boasted a continuous power supply around the clock. They could only channel their limited energy into the most essential functions. Once all preparations were completed, Eric, suppressing his exhilaration, steadied his trembling hands and personally connected the two wires. The moment the wires made contact, a dazzling beam of particles erupted from the rapid-fire energy spear, instantly carving a hole the size of a bowl into the mountainside. Chapter 61. Contracting the defense line, gazing at the gaping hole in the mountainside, still oozing molten rock. Eric did not need to approach for confirmation. He immediately bent down to inspect the status of the rapid-fire energy spear. After all, the last time it was fired, the entire apparatus had emitted a charred odor of burnt circuitry. This time, however, Eric discovered that apart from the outer casing being slightly warm, there appeared to be no damage to the circuitry whatsoever. "No, I merely expressed my thoughts, without any expectation that you could mend it. How did you accomplish that?" Old Eric grasped Truman's arm, his murky green eyes glimmering with a faint light. "It's simple. Just replace the burnt-out circuit wires and seamlessly fuse the excessively worn crystal prisms together to form a sufficiently thick prism." Truman clapped his hands, mimicking the action of fusion, signaling to the old man. The notion of fusing the crystal prisms together struck Eric with astonishment. How could such a miraculous feat be articulated by Truman as if it were a trivial matter? Eric tugged at his beard, took a deep breath, and continued. "But what about the precision required for the crystal prisms? It should be at a nanometer level, right?" Upon hearing this, Truman found himself at a loss. After all, one could not manipulate such materials with nanoprobes as one would with circuits. It had to be done manually. He shook his head and replied, "I didn't concern myself with that. A slight deviation in precision is of little consequence. It's merely that the lifespan of the subatomic fission device is rather short. Otherwise, this near-light-speed photon spear could not possibly be rendered obsolete after just a handful of uses." With a sigh of relief, Eric finally came to believe that Truman, the very person who could not comprehend the circuit board of a water purifier, had indeed repaired the near-light-speed photon spear. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he finally acquiesced to Truman's request to repair the plasma thrusters. The old man further remarked, "Truman, since you possess such skills, why not also sort through the components salvaged from decommissioned warships in my cave warehouse? Who knows, we might be able to fashion a few useful items. After all, these are military supplies, and their technology far surpasses that of our civilian vessels. Once we equip our spacecraft with them, our chances of departing this planet will significantly increase." "Absolutely," Truman replied, having previously visited the old man's cave warehouse and knowing it was filled with valuable treasures. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the rebels' main gate. Truman looked up to see a faint plume of smoke rising into the air, indicating that something had exploded in that vicinity. The old man's expression shifted slightly. He seemed to recognize the sound of the explosion. It bore a resemblance to civilian blasting charges, typically employed in mining operations. At the gate, a group of rebels took refuge behind sturdy steel plates. Once the shockwave of the explosion subsided, Sayer cautiously peered out from behind cover. His expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the recent explosion had blown their metal gate wide open, and the individual responsible for planting the bomb had long since fled. "How could you allow someone to plant a bomb right at our doorstep?" Sayer suppressed his anger and glared at a nearby rebel as he asked. The rebel retracted his neck and spoke. "Says, they are numerous, armed with several laser pistols protecting that individual. We dare not even peek from behind the wall. One of our brothers attempted to thwart him by lifting a stone to strike, but as he stood, he was simultaneously struck by several bullets. Says right hand tightened around the hilt of his dagger, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Damn it. What do they intend to do? Those armed with such formidable weapons as laser pistols exhibited an unexpected caution, advancing methodically. They first dismantled the watchtower of the encampment, forcing the rebel sentries to adopt a covert stance. Subsequently, they blasted open the main gate of the rebel stronghold, rendering it defenseless. Under Sez's command, all rebels abandoned the outer wall, retreating into the labyrinthine alleys of the encampment. Constructed primarily from stone and metal sheeting, the stronghold was not fearful of fire attacks. It remained to be seen whether those intruders would dare to enter its depths. In the conference hall, Lader furrowed his brow after listening to a rebel's report, soon realizing that Sez's choice was indeed the best option available. To bridge the gap between cold weapons and laser pistols, they could only retreat inward and engage in urban warfare, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain to strike at their adversaries. After all, even wielding laser pistols, the enemy remained human. A knife to the neck would still bring death. Comprehending Sez's strategy, Lader swiftly issued orders. Relocate the elderly, infirm, and weak to the rear. All able-bodied youth, regardless of gender, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. Others have come to our doorstep. We must demonstrate our unwavering resolve to protect our homeland. After excluding those lacking combat capability, such as the elderly, weak, and infirm, over 1,000 rebels remain, yet only around 700 possess any fighting strength. However, the majority are mere laborers with little combat experience, vastly inferior to the elite 100. The 700 promptly seized their weapons, dispersing throughout the alleyways of the rebel encampment, poised to deliver a swift counterattack against the invaders. A few hundred meters beyond the encampment, behind a hollow in the mountains, Dale raised his binoculars and observed the rebels abandoning their posts at the walls and gates. His brow furrowed in concern. Captain, perhaps we could capture a rebel. Promise him safe passage, much like Berg did, and have him sabotage the fuel depot? One team member suggested, recalling Berg's approach. That may not be feasible. The situation with the rebels is markedly different from that of Tonkugus. Their leader is dead, and the current hierarchy remains unclear. If we recklessly seek out a traitor, we may never even reach the fuel depot, another team member replied, shaking his head. My greatest concern is not the rebels themselves, Dale remarked, gazing at the dark mass of the rebel encampment. It lies within the rebels' ranks, particularly with Truman. His abilities are exceedingly unpredictable, despite the significant commotion we've caused. He is yet to reveal himself. We can only wait to see if he will present us with an opportunity. Chapter 62. A pleasing sound is a good omen. What is the current situation? Lade occupied the secondary position on the right side of the head of the long table in the conference hall. Upon hearing the door being forcefully thrust open, she inquired without lifting her head, the sound reminiscent of an explosion. Truman glanced over, noticing Lade scribbling in her open notebook. The voice that echoed was not the anticipated one, prompting Lade to pause her writing and look up at Truman. Is there something you need? She asked. Truman observed that Lade was the sole occupant of the hall, as Rod was likely preoccupied outside, directing the rebels. He took a seat at the far end of the long table, maintaining a respectful distance, and began, regarding the construction of the spaceship. I require a team to assist me in sourcing the necessary components and dismantling the armor plating from the abandoned vessels. Lade's brow furrowed slightly at this request. Yet she understood the significance of the matter for everyone's potential escape from the planet. Thus, she refrained from outright refusal. However, the current circumstances rendered her quite uneasy. And with a resigned sigh, she replied, I regret to inform you that, while I am eager to accommodate your request, the situation is indeed exceptional. Our available personnel are currently dispersed throughout the encampment, responding to the attackers. It is simply impossible to allocate anyone at this time. I sincerely apologize. Noticing Lade's demeanor, Truman subtly raised an eyebrow before responding with a smile. I am well aware of your current predicament. Therefore, I can offer you some assistance. For instance, laser pistols. Or perhaps you could send someone to mark the enemy's positions, allowing me to deal with them directly. Upon reaching this juncture, Truman extended his hands and declared that the construction of the spacecraft could no longer be postponed. A foreboding sense gripped him. If they did not depart this planet swiftly, more troublesome events were likely to unfold. Truman was solely focused on expediting the creation of a functional vessel with the aid of the rebels to escape this eerie, desolate planet. Upon hearing Truman's willingness to assist, Lader's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She was acutely aware of Truman's capabilities, even armed with laser pistols. The minions of the Kagas Company would stand no chance against him. Her tone shifted to one of utmost respect. Mr. Truman, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstandings we had earlier and am willing to offer any form of restitution. Should you agree to aid us, I shall wholeheartedly support your spacecraft construction endeavor." With a light chuckle, Truman jested, suggesting that their plans could not simply be abandoned if you chose not to assist. "Restitution is certainly needed, but I shall procure what I require myself." As Truman exited the conference hall, he encountered a hurried Rod, whose face bore the marks of concern. Rod, taken aback by Truman's presence, had little time for contemplation. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement as they passed each other. Meanwhile, within the confines of the conference hall, Later pondered the implications of Truman's statement regarding his self-sufficient acquisition of compensation. While Truman had already seized a rebel hidden in a concealed passage to guide him towards the exit. For Truman, the compensation he sought encompassed the entirety of the rebel faction, and he would seek their acknowledgement in his own manner. The rebel he had captured led Truman to Sez. Upon encountering Sez, Truman smiled. The rebels had already received a portion of their compensation, as Sez and his cadre of over 100 elite rebels had fully recognized him. Sez, "Take 10 of your brothers and accompany me. Let us deal with these individuals," Truman casually instructed, raising his hand in a gesture of ease. "Truman?" Sez exclaimed, initially taken aback by Truman's presence, but soon his surprise transformed into excitement. "Wait a moment. I will assemble the men immediately." Upon hearing that Truman was preparing to lead them against those who had attacked the encampment, Sez did not hesitate and quickly selected 10 agile comrades. He even refrained from reporting to Lard and instead followed Truman towards the gate. As they approached the wall, Truman raised his hand and called out, "Halt. You shall wait here. I will signal you when it is time to join me." "But are we not to assist?" Sez, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, inquired with surprise, as he had been ready to unleash a fierce retaliation against their foes, only for Truman to instruct them to remain behind. After speaking, Truman patted Sez on the shoulder and then vanished from their sight. The scope of Truman's omniscient state extended merely over 100 meters or so. He maintained this state as he traversed the path ahead, diligently searching for any concealed adversaries. Suddenly, a laser beam emitted from a garbage mound over 300 meters away, striking Truman's head with precision. A direct hit. The assailant, a crew member of the landing craft, initially clenched his fist in exhilaration, but before he could report to his commander, a voice resonated behind him. "What did you hit?" Bang. A delightful hit indeed. Truman mused, then felt a twinge of concern. "I hope I haven't knocked him out too hard. It ought to be gentler." He examined the assailant's cranial interior and noted minimal bleeding, with all organs functioning normally, which brought him some relief. One survivor. Let me see who the fortunate soul will be that survives until the end. Chapter 63. Souvenirs from Garbage Planet. After binding the unconscious landing craft crew member with wire, Truman found himself regretting not inquiring about the whereabouts of the others. Had he done so, he would not have needed to search extensively for the remaining crew. He left the man where he lay, reasoning that given the force of his earlier strike, the fellow would likely remain incapacitated for quite some time. After marking the location, Truman resumed his quest for other opponents. Meanwhile, within the communications channel, Dale inquired with trepidation, "Who fired recklessly just now?" Unfortunately, he was unaware that Truman only required 2 survivors. Otherwise, he would not have deemed that individual a mere unfortunate soul. He hurriedly tapped his headset and communicated with the remaining 10 team members. "Truman possesses an uncanny ability. Do not recklessly reveal your positions unless you are absolutely certain." "Understood." The channel fell silent once more. After a brief exploration, Truman spotted another fortunate individual within his omniscient range. "Found you," he murmured with a slight smile, transcending the confines of space to instantly materialize behind the man. With a swift motion, the crew member, who had been concealed among the refuse with only his eyes visible, curiously reached for his waist, only to be astonished to find his laser pistol had vanished. "Don't move. If you wish to avoid losing your kidneys next, cooperate with me." Truman casually tucked the laser pistol into his own waistband and brandished a rusty iron rod. "I have tetanus on this, so if I take your kidneys, you won't have to worry about a tetanus shot." "Truman." The man turned over, his eyes wide with terror as he recoiled into the garbage, finding himself cornered against a stone with no escape. "Cooperate well, and I won't take your kidneys," Truman said, crouching down to meet the man's gaze with a disarming smile. "You may as well ask." The man, on the verge of tears, watched as Truman's hand inched closer and hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot. Let us begin the questioning. How many of you are there in total?" 12 in total. Quite cooperative." Truman nodded, flashing the man a grin. The landing craft crew member immediately forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Shall we proceed? Do you know the locations of the others? We are all scattered. And I only know the position of Captain Dale, which serves as our rendezvous point, just behind that massive boulder approximately 1,300 meters away. Where is your landing craft? About 130 kilometers north of the Tonkuga settlement. There is a landing point. Ah, splendid. Congratulations on becoming the second and final fortunate one. Truman's expression was fraught with danger as he swung the iron rod down decisively. This time, he managed to regulate his strength, ensuring the individual collapsed without any incident. 130 kilometers. Truman stroked his chin, letting out a cold chuckle. Ghost Jack lives up to his name. A sense of unease gnawed at Dale. Although he was already aware of Truman's peculiar abilities, the information he had received from Berg was far from comprehensive. He had not anticipated that Truman could wield such seemingly miraculous powers with utter abandon. It felt as though the scientific edifice he had revered since childhood was crumbling before him. He dared not peek from behind the boulder to observe Truman's movements, hoping fervently that Truman would remain oblivious to his location, especially given the distance of over 1,000 meters. Captain, Truman, he's practically teleporting. We should retreat. The voices of the team members crackled in his earpiece, and Dale bit his lip. Despite his fear, he was unlike the other team members. He understood that he truly had no way of retreating, though he had consistently assured his comrades that upon the completion of their mission, they could pilot the landing craft to the periphery of their star system, where company-chartered vessels awaited them. The subsidies that had already found their way into his family's account were, in truth, merely compensation for their sacrifices. Thus, Dale inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the laser pistol, prepared to engage Truman in a desperate struggle. Captain, he is approaching your position. However, the report from his teammate caused Dale to cast aside thoughts of a mutual demise. His hands trembled uncontrollably, rendering him incapable of holding the laser pistol. You are there, Captain, are you not? Truman materialized before Dale, effortlessly snatching the weapon from his grasp with a swift motion. Such toys are best left untouched. They are far too perilous. You are not human. What are you? Dale leaned against the stone, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Truman. Far from the composure he had envisioned. Perhaps he could maintain an air of indifference in the face of the corpses of the rebellious convoy members. Yet, when confronted with death in such proximity, he realized he was fundamentally just an ordinary man, gripped by the fear of mortality. Who are you cursing? Who is not human? Upon hearing this, Truman struck Dale's leg with his iron rod, eliciting a wretched cry of anguish. Truman's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that this individual would become even bolder after receiving a blow. Could it be that the iron rod in his hand served as a catalyst for courage? Setting aside his nonsensical thoughts, Truman vanished before Dale, leaving behind a small token of his presence within Dale's heart. With a pallid complexion, Dale swiftly collapsed into the refuse, silenced in mere seconds. A rusted metal shard lodged within the main artery of his heart. In his final moments, he had almost screamed a desperate command to flee, prompting the remaining 9 crew members of the landing craft to instinctively scramble from the debris, fleeing in various directions toward the settlement of Tunkus. However, their legs could not outrun Truman, who, in his omniscient state, disregarded the constraints of spatial distance. Instead, their exposed positions rendered them easy prey for him. In mere moments, Truman caught up with them, gifting each a piece of rusted iron that had weathered the trials of this planet, serving as a memento of their travels here. Chapter 64, The Warehouse Key. With a rhythmic clang, Seath led a procession of 10 corpses and 2 bound individuals into the encampment. At Truman's behest, Seath and his men beat upon the iron plates, parading into a small clearing before the conference hall as if to boast of their conquest. Seath. It is Seath. The rebels, bewildered by the sight of their leader Seath alongside Truman, immediately shifted their focus to Seath, renowned for his might within the encampment. Given Seath's illustrious reputation, it was hardly surprising that they presumed this was typical of his actions. As the group arrived at the entrance of the conference hall, they witnessed Truman, accompanied by Seath, raising his hand to halt Seath. To this, Seath nodded respectfully and complied with Truman's directive, instructing the 10 brothers behind him to pile the corpses in the open space. By this time, all useful equipment had been stripped from the bodies, leaving only a layer of undergarments. The sight of the gathered corpses was utterly tragic. Upon observing Truman directing Seath, the onlooking rebels began to whisper among themselves in hushed tones. Who is this person? Why does Seath heed his command? He seems to be that outsider named Truman, reputed to be formidable. What does formidable entail? I heard from the brothers in the elite squad that Truman is almost godlike. Godlike? Is that an exaggeration? For the rebels outside the elite squad, their knowledge of Truman was scant. At most, they had gleaned some tidbits from acquaintances within the elite group. Thus many were taken aback by Truman's authority overseas. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Lard emerged from the conference hall with Rod. She surveyed the pile of corpses on the ground, her expression unchanged, though a glimmer of realization flickered in her eyes. Observing the 10 bodies C's had amassed under Truman's command, as well as the curious rebels nearby, she recognized that Truman was indeed showcasing his capabilities. However, Lard held no objections. She understood that any dissent from her would be futile in the face of Truman's evident power. Moreover, she harbored hopes of Truman constructing a spaceship. Thus, even though she was aware that he intended to establish his prestige among the rebels, she chose to cooperate. Lade, I have fulfilled my promise by eliminating all external invaders. These 2 captives are now in your hands. Extract any valuable information from them. They possess a landing craft, which might prove advantageous to us. Truman's voice bore no semblance of restraint. In fact, he deliberately amplified it so that the gathered rebels could hear clearly. Were these adversaries vanquished by him? One rebel rubbed his eyes, astonished to see the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, while 10 elite subordinates of Sayer bore the stripped equipment. Could it be that the rumors were indeed true? Was Truman a deity? Surely not. How could one who had attended university still entertain such idealistic notions? How then? Does one explain the tales of Truman's instantaneous teleportation and his ability to disarm foes with bare hands? How does one account for the 10 corpses lying on the ground? Unblemished, the chattering of the rebels did not perturb Lade. She surveyed the fallen bodies and declared, I too shall honor our agreement and immediately dispatch personnel to commence the construction of the spaceship. As soon as Lade's words left her lips, the unknowing rebels erupted in confusion. Bewildered expressions adorned their faces as they hastily grasped their companions and inquired, Did you just hear that? The leader Lade said we are to build a spaceship? It seems so. Does this mean we can finally leave this planet? For the elite members of the brigade, these matters were well known. However, for the majority of the rebels stationed within the encampment, it was their first revelation. Truman listened to the discussions among the rebels, a slight smile gracing his lips, before approaching later and continuing, The equipment worn by these individuals is my spoils of war. I believe I possess the authority to allocate it, do I not? Observing Lader's astute understanding of the situation, Truman promptly turned his gaze towards Cease, who was among the most capable individuals within the rebel faction, characterized by his unwavering integrity. Thus, Truman waved his hand decisively, declaring, Cease. Reserve a set of this equipment for Morgan. The rest is yours to distribute. Select 10 trustworthy comrades to form a pistol unit. Lader was evidently taken aback by Truman's direct overture to Cease in her presence. After all, he had entrusted the distribution of the planet's most coveted laser pistols to him. Was this not an invitation? Cease instinctively opened his mouth to acquiesce. But a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance at Lader. She exhaled slowly and nodded in affirmation. With this reassurance, Cease turned to Truman with confidence, stating, Leave this matter to me. I assure you, there will be no mistakes. Once matters on this front were settled, Truman delegated the responsibilities of material search and spaceship construction to Lader and her team, before seeking out the venerable Eric. Old man, swiftly bring forth your grand treasure. Grand treasure? Eric responded, momentarily taken aback. The plasma thruster. Truman clapped his hands and pointed to the location of the cave warehouse, saying, Didn't you promise that if I repaired the quantum sphere, you would give me that thing? Oh, do clarify your words. Old Eric let out a sigh of relief and then pulled a key from his pocket. You may freely use whatever is inside that warehouse. Repair what you can and dismantle what you cannot. Perhaps it can be of use on the spaceship. Truman accepted the key tossed over by old Eric and chuckled. Do I really need this to get in? If not, I'll just return it. Old Eric replied with some displeasure, Come now. Who would walk through walls when there's a door? Truman placed the key in his pocket, declaring, I'm off to your treasure warehouse. I'll come find you once I've made the repairs. With that, Truman eagerly vanished from Eric's sight in a flash. What a whirlwind of a youth. Eric stroked his beard, still somewhat unsettled when Truman suddenly reappeared before him. Chapter 65. The food crisis. As Truman made his way to the cave warehouse to prepare for the repair of the plasma thruster, over at Lader's side, individuals were dispatched to find a suitable place to bury the 10 corpses piled at the entrance of the conference hall. Several rebels excavated a large pit in the refuse heap behind the camp and buried the 10 bodies before departing. Unbeknownst to anyone, the surface of these corpses was oozing murky liquid droplets. Though Lader intended to interrogate them, she decided to let them stew for a while. allowing time to foster their anxious imaginations, which might slightly weaken their psychological defenses, thereby making the interrogation less arduous. However, within the confines of those two dimly lit, cramped rooms, two pairs of eyes ignited with an eerie green luminescence. Unbeknownst to Truman, he was currently directing the rebels to transport his precious escape pod into the cavernous storage. Once the escape pod was securely positioned, Truman dismissed the others and swiftly entered the pod, activating the omniscient state. Is it merely the effects of aging? Truman furrowed his brow, observing that many components within the plasma thruster exhibited severe wear and erosion, clearly indicating that it was a relic at the end of its operational life. Nevertheless, Truman was well prepared. He understood that anything discarded on this forsaken planet was unlikely to be of good quality. His only recourse was to attempt to salvage and repurpose the discarded components. The wear on the plasma acceleration chamber was quite pronounced, so he resolved to seek out another decommissioned unit to integrate. Although it would increase the density, the strength should also improve. The entire inductive sensor had been dismantled. This component should be found in civilian spacecraft as well, so he would compile a list for the old man to assist in locating it. The military-grade microcontrol chip posed a more significant challenge. If the computational power fell short, there was a genuine risk it might go haywire and explode. As he pondered whether he could enhance computational power by layering additional civilian chips, Truman rubbed his slightly swollen head and let out a deep sigh. He had underestimated the complexity involved in repairing the plasma thruster. At this juncture, it seemed that restoring this antiquated device would necessitate a comprehensive overhaul by Truman himself. However, despite the formidable challenge, he had devised a maintenance strategy, rendering the task not entirely impossible. At that moment, a headset in his pocket vibrated, interrupting his contemplation. He retrieved the device, which he had seized from the landing craft team. He had kept one for himself and distributed the rest to Say. The vibration suggested they were attempting to reach him regarding some matter. Donning the headset, Truman tapped it gently and inquired, "What is it?" "Truman, it's Morgan," came the voice through the headset. "Say has brought me the equipment, so I wanted to give it a try. You sound a bit fatigued. Are you working on the plasma thruster? You can keep that set of gear for yourself. I trust you don't need me to teach you how to use a laser pistol. Just practice your marksmanship a bit more. We can't have you missing even a mouse." "Understood," Truman replied. As Morgan held the complete set of equipment, he felt a slight flush on his scarred face upon hearing Truman's remarks about his shooting skills, prompting him to resolve to practice in private. He continued, "Do you need any assistance over there? Although I am merely a pilot of a civilian vessel, my technical knowledge is applicable and I could offer some help." Truman glanced at the meticulously recorded list of components in his hand and, with a sense of urgency, said, "Then you should come to the cave warehouse. I have a list here detailing the missing parts in the storage. You should take Sayer and his team with you to see if you can salvage anything from the derelict spacecraft." Meanwhile, as the rebels were organizing their ranks to construct a vessel, the settlement of Tonkugus remained eerily tranquil. After the rat tide was thoroughly eradicated, O'Learian arranged for the complete sealing of all sewer outlets within the settlement. While this would pose a challenge for drainage, it would at least prevent any resurgence of the rodent infestation. As the sole advocate for rescuing the populace during the crisis, O'Learian had garnered immense respect, especially after receiving Captain Jack's support, successfully leading the security team to safeguard the civilians amidst both the rat crisis and the fuel depot explosion. Berg, however, was pacing anxiously in his quarters. He had once again sought out a member of the landing craft team left behind in Tonkugus, only to receive disheartening news of their loss of contact with the main force. This plunged him into a state of despair, for he had staked his entire fortune and life on Captain Dale and his crew, even detonating the most crucial fuel depot in the camp as a pledge of allegiance. Now, with his primary support, the landing craft team, vanishing without a trace, Berg's anxiety grew ever more intense. Meanwhile, while dealing with the final stages of public resettlement, Oriole received an invitation from Captain Jack. "Are you asking me to the fortress hall?" Oriole lifted his gaze to the messenger, who was one of the guards at the central fortress, tasked with conveying Captain Jack's message. "Not just you. All who distinguished themselves during the rat tide have received an invitation. The captain wishes to host a celebration banquet within the fortress," the guard stated with a smile. Upon hearing the guard's explanation, Oriole couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the aftermath of the disaster, the people's lives were still precarious. Yet Captain Jack chose this moment to expend resources on a celebratory feast. This left Oriole feeling somewhat uneasy. He glanced around at the populace, their faces marked by hunger yet still laboring to repair their homes, and could only sigh, "I understand. I shall attend this evening." After bidding farewell to the guard, Oriel took a deep breath and turned to his subordinate, inquiring, "What is the status of the indoor farm inspection?" The situation is not optimistic. The devastation caused by the giant rats is too severe. In the best-case scenario, we can only expect around 40% of the yield, the subordinate replied with some hesitation. 40%? Commander Oriel, matters concerning food supply and the livelihoods of the people should be left to those responsible for them. It is not appropriate for our security team to intervene, the subordinate added awkwardly. I understand. Oriel gestured dismissively, his eyes shimmering with a faint green glow. Gratitude is extended to the reader Nighthorn for the generous donation of 500 book coins, and heartfelt thanks to reader TKBL 100 for their support. Thank you all for your encouragement. Chapter 66. The Night Banquet. In the depths of darkness, Captain Jack sat alone in his chamber, his pupils radiating an eerie green luminescence. He lifted his hand to massage his temples and pressed on his ears, when suddenly a foul liquid surged from his ear canal. Coughing violently, Captain Jack expelled a pool of putrid liquid, yet the green glow in his eyes intensified. After a brief moment, gasping for breath, he regained his composure and glanced at the liquid on the floor, which appeared to writhe and crawl upwards along his feet, vanishing beneath the surface of his skin. Knock. 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 At that moment, a security personnel rapped on the door, announcing, "Captain, the banquet has been prepared." Jack seized a handkerchief from the table to wipe his mouth, then wrapped it around his finger to clean his ears before rising to open the door. The faint odor of decay wafting from his room made the security officer sniff discreetly, yet he refrained from inquiring further, for this was Captain Jack's domain, beyond his purview. Have Illyrian and Berg arrived? Captain Jack's bright green eyes bored into the man before him. The officer felt a chill run down his spine and lowered his gaze. Commander Illyrian is already in the hall, but we have not located Berg. He may not be within the fortress. Oh. Upon hearing this, Captain Jack raised an eyebrow, extending his hand to pat the shoulder of the messenger security personnel, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Do join us for the banquet." "Thank you, Captain." The individual, initially startled by Jack's gesture, soon expressed his gratitude with delight. Ollie Ryan sat upright at the lower end of the long table in the grand hall, flanked by two subordinates on either side. The passing attendants skillfully arranged a modest selection of ingredients into exquisite dishes for the dining table, and Ollie Ryan could discern that considerable effort had been invested in the presentation. Nevertheless, he remained fixated on a portion of the tabletop before him, as if it harbored some subject worthy of meticulous examination. The other captains, however, were far less reserved than Ollie Ryan. They engaged in hushed discussions about the rat infestation, chatted about Captain Jack's banquet, and pointed at the food on the table, appearing generally content. Stealing a discreet glance with his peripheral vision, Ollie Ryan realized he was the highest-ranking individual in the hall at that moment, while Berg, who was typically held in high regard by Captain Jack, had yet to arrive. Leaving an empty seat on his right side, "Ollie Ryan, I have heard that the outsider named Truman has joined the rebels. Do you think the captain would allow us to rejoin the shipbuilding project?" A captain, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, shifted his chair closer to Ollie Ryan before inquiring. With a hint of surprise, Ollie Ryan glanced at the captain and promptly recognized him. "Heather." The captain certainly has his own plans. For so many years, can you recall a single instance where the captain's plans faltered? The captain chuckled sheepishly, quickly placing a gentle hand over his mouth. "I spoke too freely. However, my curiosity remains. It was the leader of the rebels who was slain first. Yet the captain chose to withdraw from the shipbuilding endeavor." Ahem. Illyrian cleared his throat, subtly indicating that this was not the opportune moment for such discussions. The captain immediately grasped the hint, turning his gaze towards the hall's entrance, where Captain Jack had just entered. "Captain." The once boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush. Led by Illyrian, all the squad leaders rose, bowing respectfully to Captain Jack. "Ah, no need for formality," Captain Jack remarked, though his demeanor suggested otherwise as he struggled to navigate past Illyrian on his right before seating himself at the head of the table. "Please, everyone, take your seats." Upon hearing this, Illyrian maintained his respectful posture and sat down. In that fleeting moment, he cast a glance at Captain Jack, which sent a shiver through him. Before he could utter a word, a squad leader seated at the far end inquired with genuine concern, "Captain, has the affliction of your eyes worsened?" The affliction he referred to was the alteration of their pupils since their arrival on this planet. The inhabitants of Tonkugus and even the rebels had seen their pupils transform to a luminescent green over the course of a year. They termed this change contamination. attributing it to the blighted nature of this wretched planet. Captain Jack rubbed his forehead, his ears filled with the sound of water, yet he maintained his composure, showing no signs of distress. It's nothing, merely a change in my vision. After all these years, I have yet to encounter any other symptoms. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to the squad leader. You are called Clown, correct? Indeed. Clown, the squad leader, stood up with palpable excitement, thrilled that Captain Jack remembered his name. Perhaps, after tonight, his future would take a turn for the better, much like Illyrian, who had once been an obscure captain but had risen to lead the entire security team through Captain Jack's favor. Clown's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Illyrian. Yet Illyrian's gaze remained fixated on the plate before him, showing no sign of movement. You are quite commendable. Let the first glass of green bud wine at this banquet be poured for you. Captain Jack's words officially marked the commencement of the evening's festivities. A waiting attendant approached Clown, pouring him a full glass of green bud wine. Thank you, Captain. Clown accepted the gesture without hesitation, lifting the glass and downing its contents in one swift motion, then elegantly flipping the glass to display its bottom to the assembly. A sense of unease stirred within Illyrian as he cast a glance toward the opposite seat, which should have been occupied by Berg. Yet, even with the banquet now underway, Berg was still conspicuously absent. Strangely, Captain Jack seemed oblivious to this absence, not inquiring about the reason for Berg's non-appearance. The dinner commenced with the attendants serving the captain's glasses with green bud wine, accompanied by an array of rye-based dishes and dark jams. This was the duty of the subordinates. Illyrian lifted his cup but refrained from partaking in the green bud wine, stating, I have matters concerning the resettlement of the populace to attend to this evening, thus I must forego the drink. His declaration momentarily chilled the atmosphere in the hall, as none anticipated that he would dare to decline Captain Jack's toast in such a setting. Chapter 67. The Night of Carnage trapped in the cave warehouse. Truman was awakened by Morgan after dawn. He rubbed his eyes and washed his face with somewhat murky water before turning to Morgan. What is it? Have we gathered all the parts? Truman yawned, stretching his hand to alleviate the stiffness in his back from prolonged inactivity. However, Morgan's serious demeanor instantly dispelled Truman's drowsiness. He furrowed his brow, glancing behind Morgan, who bore no items, leading Truman to conclude it was not a matter of parts. What has happened? Morgan took a deep breath and replied, There has been an incident at the Tonkos settlement. Illyrian has come to us seeking assistance with several members of the security team. Illyrian? The name rang a bell for Truman, yet he could not immediately recall who it was. He was the temporary leader of the security team appointed by Jack during the Rat Tide, who had adeptly handled both the Rat Tide and the warehouse explosion, showcasing considerable capability. Morgan noticed Truman's expression of doubt, and thus took the liberty to elucidate the matter. A sense of clarity washed over Truman. Ah, it is indeed him. He is undeniably a person of considerable capability. However, what perplexed Truman was the sudden decision of such a pivotal leader from Tonkagus to seek assistance from the rebels. Could there be some ulterior motive? History is replete with instances of treachery disguised as surrender. Truman pressed his lips together, realizing that caution was imperative. After all, his shipbuilding enterprise had only just commenced, and it was essential that he remain unaffected by the affairs of the Tonkagus settlement. How had Lard and his companions handled similar situations? Morgan sighed. They suffered significant injuries. Nearly all of them bore wounds. Illyrian was the most gravely hurt, with a broken shard lodged in his clavicle, nearly severing his main artery. Lard has since dispersed them for supervision, yet he has also dispatched physicians to tend to their wounds. Morgan's words left Truman in a state of uncertainty. If this was merely a ploy of feigned surrender, the cost seemed exorbitantly high. On this planet, there were no trained doctors to be found. As Morgan described, a mere slip in dealing with the shard in Illyrian's clavicle could very well cost him his life. Furthermore, given the current predicament, even if Illyrian were to survive, his combat effectiveness would likely be severely diminished. The two made their way to the conference hall, during which Morgan shared his conjectures with Truman. Yet they remained limited to internal strife and similar speculations. Upon reaching the conference hall, they beheld Sai, clad in full regalia with a long knife at his waist and a laser pistol slung at his back. Truman glanced up and down at Says. You appear remarkably gallant today. Ha ha, is that so? It must be due to the equipment, Says replied with a modest smile as he approached. He then looked over at Morgan, fully aware of Truman's purpose for coming. You are here to inquire about Illyrian and his companions, aren't you? I am not privy to the specific details, but I did witness Illyrian subordinates carrying him in this morning during patrol, requesting our refuge. Says cast a glance towards the direction of the Tonkuga settlement. His subordinates were equally in the dark regarding the events, merely stating that Aelirian had attended Captain Jack's night banquet and suddenly burst forth from the central fortress. Hot on his heels were Captain Jack's men, pursuing Aelirian relentlessly. Among them were some of Aelirian's most trusted aides from the security team, as well as ordinary individuals from the camp who had previously benefited from Aelirian's kindness. Without questioning the circumstances, they escorted Aelirian all the way to our haven. Upon hearing Sez's account, a flicker of intrigue crossed Morgan's face. He was astonished. Aelirian had always been rather inconspicuous, lacking presence under Captain Jack's command. It was unexpected that so many would risk their lives to rescue him without seeking justification. Truman stroked his stubbled chin, yet before he could speak, Later approached from the opposite side of the conference hall. Truman? Upon encountering Truman, Later's eyes brightened with hope. It seems I may need your assistance this time. The blade lodged in Aurelian's clavicle is a delicate matter, and our physician is hesitant to intervene, fearing damage to the adjacent major artery. How is his condition? Truman grasped Later's intent. Indeed, his abilities could effortlessly extricate the blade without causing harm to Aurelian. Yet, he wished to clarify the situation first. Later shook her head. Although his vital signs are relatively stable at present, he remains in a deep coma. The blade in his clavicle poses an imminent threat to his life. Given his unconscious state, obtaining any useful information from Aurelian seemed unlikely. Truman nodded. Take me to him. I will handle the blade. Very well, Later replied, her urgency palpable. What calamity had befallen the Tonkus community, prompting such a high-ranking and respected leader to seek refuge among former foes? Inside a pristine metal shelter, Rod sat in a chair. Observing the physician examine the blade embedded in Aurelian's clavicle, the doctor shook his head. This approach is unfeasible. It could lead to severe hemorrhaging and death. Ultimately, the physician turned to Rod. Rod, I am merely a ship's doctor, specializing in veterinary medicine, which explains my presence aboard this dilapidated vessel, the Tonkus. If you needed assistance with a cold or headache, I might manage, but this surgical procedure is beyond my capabilities. Rod nodded, instructing, you assist him in stabilizing for now. Lard will arrive shortly with assistance. No sooner had he spoken than the door of the tin house swung open, and Lard, along with Truman, Morgan, and C's, rushed in to behold the figure of Aelirian lying on the bed, his complexion resembling gilded parchment. The doctor surveyed the newcomers. He recognized C's, but Truman and Morgan were unfamiliar faces. However, their association with C's and Lard suggested they were indeed Truman and Morgan. Recalling the rumored extraordinary abilities of Truman, the doctor exclaimed with delight, You must be Truman, are you not? It is said that your powers are remarkable. Might I implore you to assist with this patient? Truman nodded and approached Aelirian's bedside, leaning down to examine the young man, who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He activated his all-seeing state and effortlessly extracted the blade lodged within Aelirian's clavicle. Gratitude is owed to the esteemed Lieutenant Andre for his generous donation of 1,000 coins. Your magnanimity is commendable, and may you enjoy everlasting vitality, untainted by external deities. Chapter 68. The reliable veterinarian Aelirian emitted a muffled groan as blood oozed from his wound, startling the attending physician. Fortunately, most of the blood was merely congealed, not from a severed artery. Attend to his injuries, Truman directed. After a cursory examination, he noted that aside from the grave injury to the clavicle, the other wounds had been largely sutured and posed no significant threat. Although Truman possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, he recognized his limitations and willingly yielded the responsibility to the doctor, allowing a professional to take charge. The doctor hastily stepped forward, grasping the tools he had prepared in advance to stitch up Aelirian. However, Truman couldn't help but frown at the sight of his technique. Setting aside the rudimentary surgical instruments, after all, acquiring such items on this wretched planet was no small feat. The sheer lack of aesthetic appeal in the grotesquely stitched wound, resembling a deformed centipede, compelled Truman to step back and position himself beside Rod. Where on earth did you find this, doctor? The way he sutures wounds looks more akin to mending clothes, Truman remarked, his eyelids twitching. It was disconcerting to think that a physician of such questionable skill could gain access to the upper echelons of the rebels. Would he have to rely on this individual for medical attention in the future? Rod, with an air of resignation, spread his hands and lowered his voice to avoid disturbing the doctor who was diligently stitching. Though he specializes in veterinary medicine, he does possess experience in performing surgeries on large livestock from years past. coupled with the practical experience he has garnered over these years. He can be considered a fairly competent doctor. Veterinary medicine? Truman was momentarily taken aback. Was he essentially a veterinarian? Nonetheless, despite the unsightly stitching, the man appeared to possess a certain skill. After all, without his intervention, O'Leary would have long succumbed to excessive blood loss. Unable to hold on until Truman arrived with the scalpel. Now, the next step is proper recuperation, and we shall see when he awakens. Prepare some black bread porridge to feed him. He has lost considerable blood and is exceedingly weak. We cannot afford to lose him here, the doctor stated after briefly cleaning and disinfecting the tools, before removing his gloves and addressing Rod and the others. At this moment, Truman suddenly spoke up, suggesting that they should prepare a few pieces of compressed biscuits for him, as the nutrition they provided would undoubtedly surpass that of the coarse black bread mixed with bran and ash. Truman then recalled that this individual had brought along a considerable number of loyal followers. Nurturing them would essentially yield a workforce of capable hands. Although only about a dozen of them were from the elite security team, the ordinary citizens accompanying O'Leary on his journey were surely not the frail or incapacitated. Otherwise, one might question who was truly escorting whom. If harnessed effectively, this force could serve as a strategic advantage for Truman, potentially allowing him to embed a wedge among the rebels. After all, amidst a united rebellion, both he and Morgan would merely be outsiders. Even if he could suppress everyone with brute force, there lingered the risk of covert dissent brewing behind his back, while Sayer had already acknowledged him. A double assurance is always preferable to a solitary one. However, O'Leary showed no signs of awakening, leaving Truman unable to ascertain what had transpired at the Tunguska settlement or how to win him over. Morgan, you must be somewhat familiar with those who came from the Tunguska settlement, correct? Go and reassure them, while also gathering intelligence. Truman signaled to Morgan. And once they stepped outside, he articulated his thoughts. Morgan, being astute, grasped Truman's intentions. Originally from the Tunguska settlement himself, he had become somewhat marginalized due to his personality, yet his identity ensured that within this rebel camp, he belonged to the same category as those escorting O'Leary. After nodding slightly, Morgan prepared to leave in search of those individuals. However, Truman called out to him, I still have quite a bit of supplies. Come by tonight to take some for the brothers in Tonkugas. Truman assessed the stockpile of compressed biscuits and other provisions he had gathered in his escape capsule. Taking out a few would not be detrimental. After all, consuming black bread is still sustenance. But enticing these individuals with somewhat tastier compressed biscuits would undoubtedly yield better results than hoarding them for himself. All right, Morgan replied before turning to depart. Leaving Truman deep in thought, there were a few significant matters weighing on his mind, such as the outbreak of a rodent plague and the explosion of the fuel depot, both calamities of nature and human error. Additionally, there was Captain Jack's reconfiguration of the observation liquid and O'Leary replacing Berg as the leader of the security team. Of course, if the landing team had engaged in any activities in the Tonkugas settlement, Truman would only learn of it once the two team members confessed. Upon discovering that Lader had placed them in a small confinement to break their defenses, Truman found himself bemused. The psychological barriers of those two were already quite fragile. A mere threat from him would likely suffice to elicit a confession. Why resort to such manipulation? Sensing Truman's thoughts through his expression, Lader retorted, how can you be certain that their confessions are entirely truthful? If they mix a tenth of falsehood with 90% of truth, we might inadvertently be misled down the wrong path. Truman considered this perspective and found it to be valid. Lade's words carried weight, prompting him to inquire further. When shall we interrogate them? Whenever we catch a whiff of something foul, Lade replied, shrugging with an air of seasoned familiarity. A foul smell? Truman gazed at Lade, puzzled by the connection between a scent and the likelihood of the two individuals confessing. With confidence, Lade smiled and proclaimed, leave it to me. If they fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall resign from my position as leader. Truman nodded in response and then vanished from Lade's sight. Observing Truman's sudden disappearance, Lade realized it was a warning against any trickery. After a couple of days of observation, she had discerned some of Truman's habits. He typically refrained from using his abilities in places he could easily access. His use of power was reserved for urgent situations or when he felt compelled to act swiftly. Chapter 69. The Madness of Ghost Jack. After departing, Truman located the place where the two members of the landing fleet were detained. Utilizing his all-seeing state, he glanced at their condition and noted their restlessness, though they had yet to reach a breaking point. Satisfied that Lade's assessment was accurate, He momentarily set aside his curiosity and redirected his focus to the monumental task of constructing the spacecraft, now that the spacecraft's propulsion system has found its footing. Albeit the plasma thrusters remain inoperative, Truman is resolute in his plan. As long as he can procure suitable, even if merely serviceable, components, he can restore the system. Thus, Truman has begun to contemplate the energy system's intricacies. Within the escape pod, his thoughts are remarkably lucid. He comprehends that he is tasked with constructing a medium-sized vessel capable of accommodating thousands. Indeed, vessels akin to the Tunguska or Tunguska II are categorized as medium ships within their respective empires. The large ships, as defined by them, are colossal vessels akin to space stations designed to support tens of thousands of inhabitants in their daily lives and production. For Truman, however, such grandiosity is unnecessary. Even with a generous estimate, he anticipates housing no more than 3,000 individuals aboard the spacecraft. Nevertheless, even medium ships possess three distinct energy supply methods: chemical energy, pure electricity, and hybrid energy. Truman aspires to build a spacecraft capable of achieving semi-sustainability in the vastness of space. Thus, relying solely on chemical energy is evidently impractical. While various chemical energy sources may seem virtually limitless on a single planet, the daunting distances between galaxies pose a significant risk of becoming stranded in the intergalactic void if one were to depend solely on chemical energy. Moreover, considering that the plasma thrusters are not chemical propulsion systems, utilizing pure chemical energy would effectively abandon the plasma thrusters, a notion Truman finds utterly unacceptable. Regrettably, pure electrical energy is not a viable option either. The rebels have only salvaged 2 intact fusion reactors from derelict spacecraft over the years of their struggle. The current power supply within their encampment relies solely on the combustion of fuels for electricity generation. Even Eric lacks a viable solution for repairing the fusion reactors and can only depend on Truman to discern any potential hope. This is precisely why, at the outset, Eric contemplated dismantling the plasma thrusters in favor of employing the more rudimentary chemical and ion propulsion methods. Given their existing power system, even if it were entirely transplanted onto the spacecraft, it could only sustain the operation of a single ion thruster. The energy-hungry plasma thrusters are simply out of the question. Truman's contemplation revolves around restoring 2 fusion reactors, primarily to supply electricity for the plasma thrusters and other critical components. Meanwhile, less vital areas would rely on power generation through chemical fuels, akin to their encampment. The hybrid utilization of chemical fuels and electrical energy serves as a dual safeguard, enabling the spacecraft to navigate the asteroid belt comfortably on chemical energy while also enduring the vast expanses of the void. Furthermore, Truman has his sights set on the intact lander, which also operates on chemical fuel. In due course, it could be converted into a mining vessel, positioned close to the asteroid belt for resource extraction. After all, they cannot afford to dock the large ship onto an asteroid for mining, as such an endeavor would be exceedingly perilous. The energy source determined that upon the combined utilization of nuclear fusion and chemical energy, Truman first discovered the nuclear fusion reactor located deep within the cavernous warehouse. Although both components were damaged, they posed little danger. Otherwise, Eric would not have so carelessly left them there. A cursory inspection revealed the reactor's interior to be in a deplorable state, with charred wires and magnetic confinement devices entangled in a chaotic disarray reminiscent of a tumultuous battlefield. Repairing such a mechanism would indeed require considerable effort. Truman sighed, preparing to commence his work, when he heard someone calling for him from outside. He swiftly emerged from the escape pod and stepped to the entrance, glancing at the sky. Leaden gray clouds obscured the sun, yet the brightness suggested that it was still not noon. Typically, while engaged in repairs, he would forego the rebels' lunch, opting instead for the compressed biscuits found within the escape pod. Hence, when he saw Sez approaching, he felt a twinge of confusion. There was news from the Tungus settlement. A trace of fear lingered on Sez's face as she conveyed, "Lade sent me to find you. It is imperative that you are informed of this matter without delay." Truman felt a surge of curiosity. If it were merely routine news from the Tungus settlement, Lade and the others would usually handle it themselves and never specifically notify him. Until now, Morgan had been the one relaying messages to him. Yet, it had barely been an hour since he parted ways with Lade, and she had evidently deemed it crucial enough to send Sez to him, signaling that something significant had transpired, something beyond their collective understanding or resolution. Truman brushed off the dust that had not settled on him. gesturing for Sayre to find a spot in the warehouse to sit down before indicating that he should speak about the events in the Tunguska settlement. Sayre took a deep breath, seemingly to steady his emotions and words, then earnestly looked at Truman and said, "A massacre is occurring in the Tunguska settlement." "A massacre? Who is perpetrating it?" Truman exclaimed, instantly rising in shock, only to sit back down again, grasping Sayre's arm and inquiring, "So this is connected to Illyrian?" Moreover, the victims comprise nearly two-thirds of the entire population of Garbage Star, which sends a chill down his spine. He could never have imagined that Captain Jack would turn against his own people, and with such ferocity, claiming nearly 2,000 lives. "Are there any survivors? Immediately dispatch individuals to gather the refugees. Ensure they are kept in a separate area, away from the camp." Truman commanded Sayre with an authoritative tone. "We need additional labor. But we must also ascertain if any spies from that madman Jack are infiltrating our ranks. He has lost his mind. We cannot allow him to disrupt our shipbuilding efforts." "Understood," Sayre replied after a brief moment of hesitation, then turned to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, Truman appeared to recall something important and vanished into the depths of the cave warehouse. When Morgan arrived, he found no trace of Truman. Gratitude to Mulu and Shui for the generous 100 coin donation. May the benefactor enjoy everlasting health and remain unobserved by outer gods. Chapter 70. The vanished Strick. Outside the secret chamber where Captain Jack held Strick captive, Truman's figure materialized, stepping onto a heap of refuse. He traversed directly through the chamber's gate, emerging within its confines. However, the anticipated sound of iron chains dragging against the floor was conspicuously absent. The creature, Strick, who had been bound within this chamber by several chains, had now vanished without a trace. The chains that had restrained him lay quietly on the ground. The marks etched into the floor from years of friction remained, and Truman crouched down to inspect the chains resting silently. There were no signs of damage, nor any traces of blood. Frankly, Truman harbored doubts about whether Strick still possessed blood, the essence of life, within him, considering his state of existence, where survival seemed feasible even with a partially functioning brain. After exiting the chamber, Truman conducted a thorough search of the surrounding area, confirming Strick was nowhere to be found. He then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Tunguska settlement, his suspicions largely validated. The chaos and anomalies within the Tunguska settlement were likely connected to Strick, or rather, to the liquid life form residing within him. Naturally, the extent to which Captain Jack had orchestrated these events remained unclear to Truman. After a moment's contemplation, he set forth toward the Tunguska settlement. Upon arriving at the Tunguska settlement, an eerie stillness enveloped the area. There were neither roaring flames nor the sounds of slaughter and lamentation, giving the place an appearance akin to a lifeless ghost town. Truman appeared at the edge of the settlement, standing atop a corrugated iron shack, yet his gaze met nothing but desolation. Not a single shadow of a person graced his sight, not even the remnants of a corpse or the stains of blood were discernible. Wasn't there supposed to be a massacre? Why was it so eerily silent? This bizarre scenario sent a shiver down Truman's spine, yet bolstered by his resolve. He chose to delve deeper into the Tungus settlement, making his way toward the central fortress. Along the path, he encountered a chaotic array of tools. Farming implements and long blades were carelessly strewn across the ground, and spears lay abandoned, left to gather dust. Truman noted that the edges of these weapons bore fresh nicks and scratches, suggesting recent use. The scene resembled that of a battlefield post-conflict. Yet curiously absent were any corpses or traces of blood, as if specters had clashed in this very place. He navigated his way effortlessly, arriving directly at the outer wall of the central fortress. A fleeting glance revealed something amiss, and with a swift motion, he passed through the formidable stone barrier, finding himself within the grand hall of the fortress. Behind the long table in the hall sat a familiar figure, Strick, whom Truman had previously encountered in the underground chamber. The once robust head now lay in a state of decay, the remnants of flesh that clung to the skull had long since fallen away, transforming into a noxious liquid upon the ground. What once was a plump visage had entirely rotted away, leaving only a skeletal frame, riddled with holes. Sitting lifelessly in the chair, Strick, Truman tentatively called out, aware that Strick, transformed into this state, was unlikely to retain any awareness. Yet, had not Strick previously survived against the odds with his broken form? Thus, Truman decided to proceed with caution. Suddenly, half of Strick's skull shifted slightly and then clattered to the ground, breaking into several dull fragments. At that moment, Truman sighed deeply, concluding that Strick was indeed dead. However, while Strick had perished, the cause of his death and the reason for his presence in this place remained a mystery. Truman wandered through the Tunguska settlement but found no signs of either the living or the dead. As if the reports of a massacre from the rebels were nothing but fabrications. Were it not for the various utensils left untouched in the corrugated iron house near the central fortress, he might have suspected that Jack had relocated with his people. But where could Jack and his followers have gone? Truman gazed northward, towards a secret landing site approximately 130 kilometers from the Tunguska settlement, where a landing craft capable of carrying over a dozen people was currently docked. Beyond this, Truman had no inkling of where Captain Jack could have escaped. Given the absence of any corpses in the Tunguska settlement, one could only conclude that Captain Jack and his subordinates had taken the victims, or the bodies of those they had slaughtered, with them. Although Truman could not fathom their motive for transporting so many corpses or civilians. However, he understood that Jack and his companions would certainly not advance swiftly. At least at Truman's pace, they would soon catch up with them. Contemplating this, Truman immediately activated his omniscient state and set forth towards the north. Along the way, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing his surroundings. Yet, he failed to uncover any signs of a large group having passed through. Driven by curiosity, he pursued for an hour, alternating between chasing and resting, covering approximately 50 kilometers, but still found no trace whatsoever. As he gasped for breath, he pondered whether Jack and his crew had not fled in this direction. He glanced at the sky, although the leaden gray clouds obscured the sun. The ambient light suggested it was roughly 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Regardless, once the spacecraft was completed, they would depart from this planet, leaving Captain Jack to do as he pleased. Should Jack dare to disrupt their progress in constructing the ship, he would only ensnare himself. The term high-dimensional projection inexplicably crossed Truman's mind. In his omniscient state, he resembled a high-dimensional entity projected within a three-dimensional realm. The inhabitants of the three-dimensional world could observe this projection but had no means to influence it. It was akin to a human extending a finger into a two-dimensional plane. The beings within that two-dimensional world could merely perceive an irregular shape, formed by the foremost cells of the fingertip, perhaps accompanied by a fragment of a nail missed. Although the two-dimensional beings can perceive this irregular shape, they are forever incapable of influencing the existence of this human beyond their two-dimensional realm. Nor can they ever observe the complete form of this human. Chapter 71. Indoor Farm. The high-ranking rebels were aware of Jack's inhumane experiments on human subjects. Yet despite their prolonged struggle, they had never truly grasped the core secrets held by Jack. Lard gripped the metal cup in his hand so tightly that it nearly crumpled. A clear indication of the intense psychological trauma he still harbored regarding the human experiments. Could it be because of Illyrian? Morgan lightly tapped his fingers on the table and ventured a hypothesis. Is there a possibility that during last night's banquet, Illyrian stumbled upon Captain Jack's secret, prompting him to escape for his life? Morgan's conjecture plunged the group into contemplation, as they collectively deemed this possibility to be the most plausible. Rod crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, continuing along Morgan's line of thought. If this were the case, then perhaps the notorious Jack commenced his massacre this morning out of fear that Illyrian and his companions would expose his secret, inciting a rebellion among the camp's inhabitants. Truman sighed. Such speculation is futile. Has Illyrian not yet awakened? Once he does, there will be someone to interrogate. At this point, Truman turned his gaze back to Morgan. Have you uncovered any useful clues from Illyrian's associates? Morgan pondered for a moment, selecting the information he deemed undoubtedly useful. He recounted that the most knowledgeable individuals were a few members of the security team, as at that time, Illyrian had been attending Captain Jack's banquet. While they patrolled the halls of the fortress, halfway through the feast, they suddenly heard the sounds of smashing and combat emanating from within the hall, only to witness Illyrian emerge, drenched in blood. He merely informed them that the individual inside was not the captain before leading his trusted associates in a desperate escape from the fortress. However, despite the assistance of many civilians, Illyrian sustained severe injuries while evading the relentless pursuit of the security team, only managing to flee under their protection. As for what transpired inside the hall, they were left in ignorance. Not the captain? Truman furrowed his brow. Could it be that the banquet was not hosted by Captain Jack? This mystery could only be unraveled once Illyrian regained consciousness. Rod shook his head, realizing that the information he could glean from Illyrian's subordinates mirrored Morgan's insights, thus deeming it unnecessary to reiterate. With the matter now exceeding the bounds of their contemplation, Truman resolved to temporarily shelve it, especially since they had ample manpower for the shipbuilding endeavor. Speaking of the ship, Lard then nodded. Our team has located a suitable vessel at the ship graveyard, the designated site for decommissioned spacecraft. Although the ship measures a full 346 meters in length, It possesses sufficient internal space to accommodate the living and production activities of 3,000 to 4,000 individuals. The level of rust is quite severe. However, the main framework is largely intact and merely requires some repairs, rendering it a commendable shell. Furthermore, I have assembled a team to commence the dismantling of the necessary heat-resistant outer armor and radiation shielding from other spacecraft, ensuring an ample supply. Albeit the quality may necessitate your further intervention. Later cast a glance at Truman, acknowledging that these vessels had been abandoned for over a decade, if not longer, without any maintenance, and finding parts that were not completely corroded was already commendable. Truman nodded. I confused 2 or 3 pieces of the less durable outer armor into one, significantly enhancing its density, though the weight will inevitably increase. Old Eric. Please calculate the maximum weight our ship can bear. We must avoid a situation where we have repaired the vessel only to find it incapable of departing this planet. Understood. Old Eric exhibited no hesitation, as this was indeed his area of expertise. Truman then turned to Later and inquired further. What about other aspects? Do you have any ideas regarding the spaceship farm I require? After all, we may drift through space for several years, and we cannot rely solely on stored provisions. Can we? Our indoor farm can be entirely relocated onto the ship, Later replied. However, our indoor farm only cultivates rye, and we lack the resources to grow the berry varieties produced by Ghost Jack. While it is indeed feasible to transfer the indoor farm, the space it occupies is substantial. Constructing a facility to accommodate over 1,000 individuals on a vessel exceeding 300 meters in length is simply impractical. Even in the absence of soil-based cultivation, it is insufficient. Eric could discern the spatial requirements for various systems aboard the spacecraft without any calculations. Thus, does this imply that our vessel must have supplementary food sources beyond the produce from our farm? Truman was momentarily taken aback, as he had assumed that the establishment of a farm on the spacecraft would suffice to meet their needs, unaware that the issue of insufficient space would arise. At this juncture, Rod suddenly interjected. I have some ideas on this matter. All eyes turned towards him as Rod continued. I recall that years ago, we transported a decommissioned Pioneer ship to this location, correct? Pioneer ship? Truman inquired, somewhat perplexed, glancing at Morgan. Morgan quietly elucidated. It is a vessel designed for exploring unknown star systems, even venturing beyond the Milky Way. Just after Morgan finished his explanation, a spark of realization lit up his face as he turned to Rod. Are you suggesting the deep space sustenance generator aboard that ship? Precisely, Rod affirmed Morgan's speculation. The deep space sustenance generator can convert carbon dioxide into starches and sugars, which I believe would sufficiently address the food shortfall beyond our spacecraft's farm. However, Rod quickly shook his head. Unfortunately, that deep space sustenance generator has sustained irreparable damage. What I refer to are the industrial blueprints stored within the Pioneer ship's repository. That is a database capable of establishing a fundamental industrial framework on a barren planet. Chapter 72. Superconductivity and Alchemy. I have a question. Just as the crowd was engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the exploration vessel data presented by Rod, Truman interjected. Rod shrugged, saying, we cannot obtain it. We are utterly unable to do so. The extent of damage to the exploration vessel is catastrophic, with all internal facilities completely collapsed. With our manpower and tools, it would take us approximately 100 to 200 years to excavate the wreckage of the exploration vessel, akin to penetrating a mountain. He blinked eagerly at Truman and continued. However, you are different. You can effortlessly traverse those ruins and directly access the interior of the exploration vessel's wreckage. Of course, we remain uncertain about the state of the interior. Whether the data repository has been compromised and whether it can be retrieved remains a question. This uncertainty has been one of the reasons we have yet to decide to excavate the exploration vessel. Rod laid all the information on the table, leaving the decision-making to Truman. Naturally, Truman would not decline this proposal. Given his capabilities, exploring the exploration vessel would pose no significant challenge. He could treat it as a lottery. Should he manage to procure industrial data, it would be akin to striking gold. If all else fails, he could salvage parts from the deep space self-sustaining device as a safety net, attempting to reassemble one himself. He did not wish to be overly ambitious, hoping only to produce something as precious as sugar from carbon dioxide. Even the ability to generate simple starch would serve as a commendable food supplement. Nevertheless, before embarking on the journey to the exploration vessel, Truman had one more matter to arrange. Captain Jack and his crew have now inexplicably vanished. leaving one to ponder whether they might entertain thoughts of commandeering the landing craft. Consequently, Truman took the precaution of instructing his subordinates to bring along laser pistols and communication earpieces, ensuring they could report back to him at any moment. In the absence of electric trucks, the cumbersome materials could only be transported using primitive wooden rollers, an endeavor that proved exceedingly time-consuming. She promptly dispatched a trusted confidant to assess the situation of the two landing craft crew members, preparing for an interrogation. As for Rod and the elder Eric, Truman did not permit them to remain idle. While Sicer was away, Rod was tasked with overseeing the defense of the entire rebel encampment. They possessed over 10 laser pistols, and aside from those taken by Sicer, the remaining armaments were deemed sufficient to defend against Captain Jack and his crew, who were theoretically still reliant on melee weaponry. Thus, Truman could redirect some of his energy towards the comprehensive repair of the various machines brought to this location, subsequently entrusting the restored components to the Elder for assembly. Naturally, the Elder did not engage in every task personally. His advanced age constrained his physical capabilities, and he primarily directed several apprentices under his command. The construction of the spacecraft was thus set on a promising trajectory. Before Truman had labored for a mere few hours, news arrived from Rad that the electric truck had been located, and the remaining intelligence was still under interrogation, though progress was forthcoming. After all, the two captives had been carefully selected by Truman. By interrogating them separately and cross-referencing their testimonies, it would be relatively straightforward to discern any inconsistencies in their accounts. Moreover, with Lard's extensive interrogation experience and the psychological torment of the small dark room, there is little cause for concern. Once the power truck arrived, Truman temporarily halted the repair work on the components. He had completely restored the mechanical structures of the two nuclear fusion reactors. However, the internal tokamak devices remained beyond repair due to the lack of superconducting materials. The fully superconducting tokamak device utilized in a mature nuclear fusion reactor effectively confines electrons. Without superconducting materials, the entire nuclear fusion reactor would undoubtedly become an unstable time bomb. Yet, regarding superconducting materials, old Eric had his own methods, according to him. As long as they gathered the necessary raw materials, a few furnaces would suffice to meet Truman's needs, and he assured that the output would be room-temperature superconducting materials. Truman, who had just exited the escape pod, expressed skepticism. He pondered whether room-temperature superconducting materials, while not overly extravagant, could indeed be produced so cheaply with a few blast furnaces. Was this akin to alchemy? Observing old Eric's unwavering confidence, Truman reluctantly set aside the repair work on the two small nuclear fusion reactors, summoned a few rebels to drive, and boarded the power truck, heading directly to the spaceship graveyard over 200 kilometers away. After Truman's departure, old Eric ordered his associates to open his personal collection vault and retrieve the materials for synthesizing room-temperature superconductors. He had long cherished these items, but due to their limited quantity and lack of significant utility, he had refrained from using them. Now, however, repurposing them for the repair of the nuclear fusion reactors seemed entirely justified. Commanding the truck, Truman and his companions followed the map provided by Rod, journeying eastward for over 200 kilometers. Even with the electric truck, the treacherous and largely undeveloped roads required 7 to 8 hours of travel, excluding the time taken for battery changes. Chapter 73. The wreck of the Pioneer ship. The lengthy journey of over 7 hours rendered Truman drowsy. Had it not been for the relentless jolting that threatened to break him, he might have succumbed to sleep long before. Along the way, Truman received communications from Morgan and Sez, who reported that their expedition to locate the landing craft was surprisingly smooth, encountering no inhabitants of the Tonkuga settlement, let alone Captain Jack. Truman and the rotating drivers of the electric truck had traversed nearly the entire night, finally arriving at the so-called spaceship graveyard around 3 in the morning. At that hour, the surrounding environment was shrouded in darkness, with visibility limited to the narrow area illuminated by the truck's headlights. Consequently, Truman instructed everyone to rest on the spot, squeezing into the cabin for a brief slumber to rejuvenate for the work ahead the following day. After approximately 5 hours of sleep, the dawn began to break. Due to the perennial presence of leaden gray clouds, it was nearly 9 o'clock before the sky brightened sufficiently for everyone to discern their surroundings. Truman lifted his gaze and, without the need for prompting, recognized the wreckage of the Pioneer ship. Its colossal remnants towered like a mountain, dwarfing other spacecraft significantly. This type of Pioneer ship was among those deemed colossal by the Empire, far larger than standard vessels. With internal space ample enough to sustain the basic living needs of over 100,000 individuals. Had it not been for the utter lack of viable propulsion systems on this planet, Truman might have contemplated the possibility of repairing the vessel and setting sail. He shook his head, gently patting his cheeks to rouse his senses. Even if he managed to restore this colossal craft, the mere 1,000-odd souls aboard would be ill-equipped to navigate such a behemoth. The immediate priority, therefore, was to locate any industrial materials that might exist within the ship. He instructed the others to gather any usable parts to stave off their boredom. Truman then activated his omniscient state and swiftly entered the interior of the exploration vessel. Inside, he found that nearly every passageway was incomplete, and he was unable to exit his elevated state, compelling him to traverse the ship in this high-dimensional projection. According to Rod's conjecture, the most critical component, the chip containing industrial data, was likely housed in the encrypted chamber located centrally at the bow of the ship. However, as Truman surveyed the wreckage of the exploration vessel, which appeared to have been crumpled and compressed, distinguishing the bow from the stern became an insurmountable challenge, let alone identifying a mere compartment. With a resigned sigh, Truman resolved to search through the mountain of debris, hoping to uncover anything of use. Fortune smiled upon him, for upon entering a partially collapsed chamber, he discovered fragments of a deep space sustainer, strikingly similar to Rod's description. The fallen metal plates had flattened the entire sustainer into a pancake-like form, with shards of glass and metal intermingled in a chaotic yet intricate dance. Truman rummaged through the debris and managed to extract an undamaged computing chip, a meager consolation amidst the wreckage. After scouring nearly half of the ruins, he finally stumbled upon a chamber constructed from high-strength alloy. Remarkably, even as the surrounding compartments and passageways lay in utter collapse, this particular chamber remained intact, save for a few minor indentations. Observing the chamber, Truman felt a surge of hope. If all went as anticipated, this should be the confidential hold containing industrial data. He boldly breached the alloy bulkhead, meticulously designed for fire, water, electrical, and violent intrusion protection, and entered the sealed chamber. However, the stale air within prompted Truman to frown. He promptly pushed against the wall, creating an opening to allow fresh air to circulate, which significantly improved the atmosphere. To his astonishment, the interior resembled a dressing room. Several rows of metal lockers were firmly welded to the floor, adorned with various indicator lights. Uncertain of the situation, Truman swiftly exited the electromagnetic isolation of the wreckage and retrieved his communication headset to relay the circumstances to old Eric. Upon hearing Truman's report, the elder was filled with delight. "Are you saying that chamber is completely undamaged? What foolishness are you spouting about buying the case and losing the pearl?" With a glare, Eric's eyes widened. Though Truman could not discern his expression, the supercomputer within was indeed a precious treasure. The intact Pioneer 3 supercomputer. Though its computing power lags behind that of the Kegis-class supercomputer, boasts remarkable stability and resilience. The fact that this precious gem remains undamaged is truly splendid. In the days before humanity had severed ties with civilization, old Eric would have scoffed at a supercomputer, designed primarily for oceanic exploration with a focus on stability. However, times have changed. The mere existence of a functional supercomputer brings a smile to the old man's face. After all, while Truman possesses the ability to repair many items, one cannot expect him to handcraft transistors, can one? The prospect of maintaining a supercomputer was once unfathomable to Eric, yet here it stands, unscathed before him, possibly housing the industrial data they desperately need. It's as if a beauty like she sure has plunged into the enchanting West Lake. This supercomputer comprises 5 computing units and 1 storage unit, amounting to 6 massive cabinets, each weighing over a ton. Even if Truman activates the omniscient state to effortlessly detach them from their welding points, it would still be a challenge to remove them safely. Thus, he must start anew. Planning to create a pathway directly from this chamber, relying on the omniscient state to manually forge a route for the safe transportation of this equipment. Gazing at the debris blocking his path, several hundred meters thick, Truman takes a deep breath, resigning himself to the role of a giant rat in this endeavor. He expresses his gratitude to Lieutenant Andre for the generous donation of 2,000 starting coins. The boss has been exceedingly generous, leaving him quite flabbergasted. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Moonlit Starry Rain for the generous reward of 100 Chidian coins. I wish both esteemed patrons an abundance of wealth, with the gentleman growing ever more handsome and the lady ever more beautiful. Additionally, I hope that all the loyal readers who have supported this book continue to ascend to greater heights of beauty. Chapter 74. Pioneer, Type 3 Supercomputer Location, 134 kilometers north of the Tunguska settlement. Upon discovering the landing ship, Sez and his companions dispatched personnel to conduct a brief reconnaissance of the area. However, they found no trace of Captain Jack and his crew. Morgan, with tears brimming in his eyes, leaned over the control panel, caressing the smooth surface with his calloused hand, nearly choking on his breath in sheer emotion. Fortunately, Sez timely pulled him up and patted his back, allowing Morgan to regain his composure. Feeling the pain radiating from his back, Morgan grimaced, affirming that this was no dream, but a palpable reality. "I shall take the helm," he declared, inhaling deeply to calm his racing heart, his hand confidently gripping the control stick. 10 minutes later, "Hold on. Let me examine it further. It's been over a decade, and their system updates have left me somewhat bewildered. I assure you, it will take no more than 10 minutes, and we shall soar." Another 10 minutes passed, and the vertical thrusters at the base of the landing craft erupted with blue flames, lifting the vessel awkwardly into the air. "Ha ha ha. I knew it. We are indeed airborne," Morgan exclaimed in exuberance. After determining their course, he piloted the landing craft, tracing a serpentine path through the sky toward the direction of the rebel encampment. Not far from the refuse heap, a pair of emerald-green eyes glimmered with intense resentment. As he watched the landing craft ascend into the sky, Berg violently cast aside the putrid debris that cloaked him, retrieving a laser pistol, poised to fire. However, weighing the remaining energy of the weapon against the futility of shooting down the craft, realizing that such an act would render his own hopes utterly extinguished, Berg begrudgingly holstered the pistol. This firearm belonged to a member stationed near the Tunguska settlement, and now it lay in Berg's possession. The fate of that team member was all too apparent. How infuriating. The decoder is in their hands. With a bitter kick, Berg sent a refuse component skidding across the ground. He had arrived here long before, stealthily eliminating the stationed landing craft crewmen. His sole desire was to escape this planet alone, fully aware that while the landing team feigned civility, their promises were mere stratagems designed to placate him. Through the earpiece of that landing craft crewman, he had overheard conversations among Dale and the others, discussions that regarded him as nothing more than a pawn. This revelation compelled Berg to abandon all else and venture here alone. He possessed a remarkable skill, the art of pilfering spacecraft unarmed. In fact, he had once successfully commandeered military transport vessels with this very talent. Although subsequently pursued by the imperial government and forced into obscurity, working in a refuse processing company, his proficiency remained undeniably intact. However, upon his arrival at the landing craft, he was met with despair as he realized that, although he could still manipulate the mechanical lock, a decade of technological advancements rendered him utterly incapable of comprehending the new password system. His once formidable skills had languished on this planet for 10 years, leaving him with outdated knowledge. While he was consumed with frustration and incessantly attempting to gain access, he suddenly noticed the approach of others. In a hurried motion, Berg concealed himself within a hidden pile of refuse. To his astonishment, he discovered that the newcomers were none other than the rebels led by Sayer and Morgan. Fortunately, Sayer and his companions conducted only a cursory inspection of the surroundings, failing to detect any signs of human presence before they proceeded towards the landing vessel, leaving Berg undisturbed in his nearby refuge. Consumed by anger and annoyance, Berg found himself at a loss for options. He could only scratch his head and slowly make his way towards the rebels' encampment, hoping to devise a plan to infiltrate and commandeer the landing craft. His greatest concern was whether the rescue ship, as mentioned by Dale, would depart before they could arrive. Thus, the more he pondered, the more his anxiety grew, wishing fervently that he could be the one piloting the vessel at that very moment. Meanwhile, as Berg wrestled with his trepidation, Truman was fervently engaged in his task. Utilizing his omniscient state, he effortlessly carved a passage wide enough to transport the components of the supercomputer. He then called over a few nearby rebels, who were momentarily stunned, urging them to assist in moving the items. They fashioned a makeshift hoist using ropes and pulleys and constructed a sled from metal plates. Carefully suspending the disassembled components of the supercomputer from the hoist, they gently placed it onto a dolly and slowly maneuvered it down the passageway meticulously arranged by Truman. In this manner, the group successfully transported all 6 large cabinets out of the interior of the exploratory vessel and loaded them onto the truck. The weight, exceeding 6 tons, caused the chassis of the electric truck to sag significantly. Truman hastily signaled the driver to proceed with caution, as these were delicate electronic devices, and even a slight jolt could potentially damage their internal components. Consequently, they advanced at a painstakingly slow pace, stopping intermittently to smooth out the uneven path ahead, which resulted in a laborious journey that stretched over 10 hours. By the time they finally beheld the entrance to the rebel camp, the four rotating drivers were so exhausted they could scarcely keep their heads off the steering wheel. Upon sighting the electric truck, Eric felt his legs nearly go numb. He stood up in excitement, almost losing his balance, and had to steady himself against the wall as he awaited the truck's arrival. "Old man, what brings you here?" Truman, having barely adjusted to the vehicle swaying and not having slept long, was roused by the driver's call. He rubbed his bleary eyes and greeted the elderly Eric at the doorway. The night had fallen, and seeing the old man braving the wind to await their return genuinely touched Truman's heart. "Let me see. How's the supercomputer? It hasn't been damaged, has it? You lot. Why didn't you use the cushions to protect it? Wouldn't it have been better to pad the supercomputer?" Ignoring Truman, Eric leapt onto the truck, his demeanor akin to that of a person reunited with a long-lost lover. Chapter 75. The collection of spaceship frame materials is complete. Truman observed the almost fervent Eric. Yet he himself could barely stifle a yawn, as fatigue had firmly ensnared his mind, delivering a few kicks with its heavy boots. If he did not succumb to slumber soon, Truman felt he might very well face the brink of collapse. Thus, he chuckled lightly, interrupting the elder's introduction. "My dear elder, perhaps you could have them transport this to your quarters for further examination. I must take my leave for some much-needed rest." "Sleep, sleep, sleep." Eric waved his hand dismissively, though his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the Pioneer 3 supercomputer. Noticing the elder's preoccupation, Truman shrugged and swiftly vanished from the doorway. The following day, well past noon, a well-rested Truman emerged from the cave storage, which had become his temporary abode since he began his restoration work on the escape pod within. Stepping outside, he was struck by the desolate sight of the courtyard, devoid of any presence. Typically, a number of rebels would be leisurely strolling or resting in the vicinity. Just then, a hurried rebel traversed the open space, making his way toward the conference hall. Truman's eyes brightened at the sight, and he promptly seized the individual, inquiring, "What has transpired? Why is there not a soul in sight?" The man, feeling the grip on his arm and hearing such a question, mused to himself, "Am I not considered a person?" Suppressing his irritation, he turned with a hint of annoyance, only to find that it was Truman who had apprehended him. "Ah, Mr. Truman." The hint of anger on his face instantly transformed into a sycophantic smile. He promptly explained to Truman that Old Master Eric was currently utilizing the power supply to operate the supercomputer, and the individuals in the encampment were either occupied with stabilizing the power facilities or had gathered in the conference hall to observe the supercomputer. With this thought in mind, Truman followed the rebel, who was also eager to join the commotion, winding through various paths until they reached the conference hall. Naturally, Old Master Eric would not display such a precious item as the supercomputer outdoors. What if it rained? At that moment, the conference hall had been cleared of all tables and chairs, leaving the 6 major components of the Pioneer 3 supercomputer standing majestically in the center. In his hands, Old Master Eric clutched a bundle of wires, meticulously connecting them to the respective interfaces of the supercomputer. Soon, he completed the wiring and beckoned an apprentice. "Go conduct a final inspection of the data wires and ensure there are no misconfigurations." The apprentice thoroughly checked everything from start to finish, and then reported back to Eric, who was resting. Once sufficiently refreshed, Eric rose and personally scrutinized each data wire, followed by an examination of the power interface. The reason he had initially sent the apprentice to check was twofold: to provide the apprentice with some practical experience and to afford himself a brief respite. After completing the inspection, Eric noticed Truman squeezing through the crowd and burst into hearty laughter as he pulled Truman into the room. "Look at this marvel. Isn't it magnificent?" He discreetly glanced at the rebels outside, and their reactions were indeed akin to what Truman had envisioned. "Mr. Truman truly is remarkable. How else could one say that Mr. Truman is our sole hope for escaping this wretched planet?" Unperturbed by the clamor outside, Eric took a deep breath to regain his composure before activating the power switch, thus bringing the Pioneer 3 supercomputer to life. The system commenced its startup sequence, functioning smoothly. Upon successful initiation, the supercomputer began its self-diagnostic routine. An error emerged, indicating the inability to detect subsystems. This was due to the fact that the subsystems were the various functional systems aboard the spacecraft, which could not possibly be detected here. The error was disregarded. The self-diagnosis concluded, and the current operational status was deemed satisfactory. The computational power assessment revealed a peak capability at 86 of the new machine's potential, which was generally acceptable. Several apprentices busied themselves within the supercomputer, constantly reporting various conditions. Eric's expression transitioned from initial tension to a state of relief, culminating in joyful laughter. "Ha ha ha, the computational power is quite commendable," he exclaimed, giving Truman a hearty pat on the back. It was fortunate that the cabin had formed a sealed environment, pristine and dry. Otherwise, this fellow would surely not have maintained such an admirable condition. Observing the completion of the supercomputer's diagnostics and the unexpectedly favorable results, the rebels outside erupted in jubilant cheers. They felt that their departure from this abominable planet was now one step closer, just arriving at this moment. Later witnessed the rebels displaying an unprecedented fervor and could not help but smile. In a world where hope is visible each day, who would not feel a sense of joy? The rebels, upon witnessing Later's arrival, willingly parted to create a passage for her into the conference hall. Upon seeing Truman, Later promptly exclaimed, "I have wonderful news." She spoke without lowering her voice, ensuring that the rebels outside could hear her clearly. The rebels outside were somewhat dazed by a series of unexpected good tidings. A woman, her apron smeared with oil, raised her hand to her forehead and, feeling lightheaded, asked her companions, "Do you think we will be able to construct a spaceship and escape this wretched garbage planet soon?" Indeed, once the spaceship's shell is assembled, it should merely require the installation of various systems and machinery, along with the finishing touches to each area, before the construction is complete. Truman, 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 Truman. In an instant, the rebels erupted in cheers for Truman, their deafening applause resonating to the entrance of the camp. Sayus, who was patrolling the perimeter, turned a glance towards the conference hall, chuckling to himself before resuming his duties. Chapter 76, The Construction of the Spaceship, commences. After Eric completed his examination of the supercomputer's status, he proceeded to scrutinize the data stored within its memory. To his satisfaction, the findings aligned perfectly with Rod's assertions, revealing a wealth of pioneering industrial data, meticulously documenting everything from mineral extraction to the manufacturing of various industrial machinery. Truman was filled with immense joy with this information. They would soon be able to establish a relatively complete industrial system within their spacecraft. At that moment, according to the blueprints, they could transform the landing craft into a small mining vessel, significantly enhancing their safety while collecting resources in the asteroid belt. However, realizing these industrial capabilities remained a formidable challenge for the fledgling rebels, necessitating a methodical, step-by-step approach. Their primary task at present was to construct the spacecraft that would liberate them from this planet. After instructing the apprentices to shut down the supercomputer for safekeeping, Eric called Truman back, a smile gracing his face. "Truman, there is one more thing." Truman pondered for a moment, and indeed recalled an important matter. "Have the superconducting materials been resolved?" "Yes, the first batch of samples has been produced, and if the tests yield satisfactory results, they can be utilized immediately." Nodding in affirmation, Eric led Truman away from the conference hall along a narrow path to the entrance of a rather exquisite metal shed. He produced a key and unlocked the door, then pushed it open. "The first batch of superconducting materials is stored here. However, the quantity is limited. We shall need to process several more batches." Truman gazed in astonishment at the gray-black metallic blocks piled within the boxes, instinctively reaching out to touch them. The sensation was icy, yet he could discern no remarkable qualities. Eric casually picked up a piece and remarked, "This is it, once fashioned into a constraint ring. It will completely restore the 2 fusion reactors." At this juncture, Eric stroked his chin adorned with stubble and remarked, "You have nearly completed the repairs on the nuclear fusion reactor. The remaining task pertains solely to assembly, which I can handle myself." In the ensuing hours, Truman himself would likely remain incessantly occupied. After all, the assembly of the framework and external armor plating could only be entrusted to Truman, as the rebels lacked the meticulous welding skills necessary for a flawless installation. Furthermore, some external armor plates were of such inferior quality that they required multiple layers to potentially meet the strength demanded by Truman. A group of physically weaker individuals, mobilized by Later, was tasked with polishing and cleaning the armor plates salvaged from the refuse. Meanwhile, those of sturdier build were organized into teams to undertake the labor-intensive tasks of transportation and assisting Truman in assembling the large framework. Morgan, an experienced chief engineer, had, under Truman's direction, designed a comprehensive blueprint for the spacecraft. The vessel was envisioned to comprise 7 major sectors: the energy core sector, housing the nuclear fusion reactor; the propulsion sector, where the principal thrusters were located; and the control center, responsible for managing and piloting the entire spacecraft, serving as its highest command area. The remaining sectors included the agricultural sector for food production, the industrial sector for manufacturing, the accommodation sector for the crew's habitation and leisure, and, at Truman's specific request, several weapon reserve interfaces designated within the armament sector. The 7 expansive regions are largely sufficient to cater to the myriad needs of Truman and others in the vastness of space. Of course, beyond these, there exist several lesser subdivisions of secondary importance, such as storage and transportation corridors, which need not be elaborated upon. Morgan meticulously pointed out the designs on the blueprints, providing Truman with a detailed explanation. After all, the framework for the spacecraft that Truman was about to construct must adhere strictly to the specifications and data presented in the diagrams. A single miscalculation could lead to a cascade of errors, potentially necessitating the complete overhaul of the spacecraft's design due to an insignificant dimensional discrepancy in the framework. As Truman absorbed Morgan's elucidation, he diligently took notes in a notebook. Although he had learned much of the Empire's universal script, it was still cumbersome compared to his native language. Frequently, Truman halted Morgan to seek clarification, ensuring his notes were accurate before allowing the discussion to proceed. Meanwhile, Rod was leading a group in clearing a flat area over 600 meters in diameter within the rebel encampment, designated for the construction of the spacecraft. This required the dismantling of a surrounding circle of corrugated metal shelters, forcing the rebels residing within to temporarily share space with others. The cleared framework materials and armor plates were systematically organized in the designated area, with a significant accumulation of supplies occupying much of the space. Fortunately, the construction of the spacecraft's exterior shell would utilize these materials, otherwise finding additional storage for them would prove quite challenging. Upon arriving at the site, Truman initially intended for Rod to prepare the foundation before commencing construction to prevent the weight of the spacecraft from causing ground subsidence. However, Rod laughed heartily, assuring him that such trivial matters had already been considered. The entire area had been thoroughly compacted during the transportation of framework materials and heavy armor plates. Meanwhile, the metallic supports for construction and the power-driven temporary cranes assembled by the rebels were in full swing, essential for placing armor plates weighing between several hundred to 1,000 pounds in their designated locations. Fortunately, the industrial data carried by the supercomputer detailed these components extensively. The rebels ingeniously utilized some discarded parts and metal rods, along with 2 motors salvaged from electric trucks, to cobble together 2 makeshift cranes. Thus, the preparatory work for the spacecraft framework was set in motion, and Truman found himself truly engrossed in the task. As the mechanical cranes hoisted materials to their designated positions, Truman promptly entered a state of omniscience, gently maneuvering the materials to fuse 2 or more plates and armor segments together, much like assembling a Lego set. He began constructing the framework from the bow, aligning it meticulously with the armor plates. This repetitive endeavor would persist for an extended period, until all framework materials and the majority of armor plates within the site were utilized, ultimately culminating in the construction of the medium-sized spacecraft's outer shell as depicted in the blueprints. Chapter 77. The Awakening of Illyrian. The construction of the spacecraft's framework is a protracted endeavor. Truman and his team are tasked with building a medium-sized vessel, exceeding 300 meters in length, with only a single welder at their disposal. As such, the assembly of the framework becomes a meticulous process. Truman operates akin to a 3D printer, meticulously erecting the ship's various compartments and partitions from the bow. Every dimension is measured with precision. The seamless integration achieved under all-seeing conditions ensures that the connections of the spacecraft's exterior are devoid of any gaps. Were they to rely solely on the welding techniques of the rebels, it would be inconceivable to achieve such excellence, even with the finest welders and a full array of tools available within the Empire. However, Truman's method is not without its drawbacks. By layering and fusing several inadequately strong armor plates, the weight of the spacecraft's exterior increases by approximately 20% compared to standard specifications. This is an unavoidable compromise, considering the decades of exposure to the elements, particularly in the corrosive environment of a refuse-laden planet, where preservation is far from ideal. The ability to salvage such a multitude of usable armor plates represents the pinnacle of the rebels' capabilities. Truman had anticipated this limitation, which is why he placed significant emphasis on the plasma thruster. With the formidable power of the plasma thruster, It becomes conceivable for the overweight vessel to successfully break free from the gravitational grasp of this junk-laden world and descend beyond the atmosphere. According to Eric's initial concept, in the event that the plasma thruster could not be repaired, they would be compelled to make significant reductions to the spacecraft, eliminating areas deemed less critical. This included having the habitation zone, downsizing the industrial sector, and imposing a limitation on the vessel's length to under 200 meters, all of which constituted challenging decisions. With over 1,000 individuals cramped within a spacecraft measuring less than 200 meters, even with multiple decks, it would certainly qualify as a humanitarian disaster. Fortunately, Truman successfully repaired the plasma thruster, and coupled with the various propulsion systems that Eric and his team had originally prepared, including ion and chemical thrusters, the current vessel was able to expand to a scale exceeding 360 meters. Just as Truman had completed the installation of an armor panel in one section and was preparing to rest and recuperate, a representative from Lade approached, bearing news that Truman had long awaited. O'Leary had awakened. After announcing the end of the workday, Truman immediately followed the envoy from Lade to the makeshift metal shelter where O'Leary was residing. The door was not locked, and upon observing the interior, Truman stepped inside. Lade and Sayer were already present. Upon Truman's entrance, Lade nodded in acknowledgement. Sayer, on the other hand, approached closely and whispered, "This fellow is speaking in a rather peculiar manner. Either he has lost his mind, or I have." Truman gave a slight nod, deciding it prudent to first assess O'Leary's condition. As he approached the bedside, Truman gazed at O'Leary, who had awakened yet appeared frail. He inquired, "How do you feel?" "Your injuries have been attended to, and the brothers have been arranged to stay. You should focus on your recovery." Leaning against the headboard, O'Leary nodded slightly and, in a somewhat hoarse voice, replied, "I heard it was you who removed the blade." "Thank you." Truman shook his head, saying it was merely a small effort. He glanced at the cup on the bedside table and picked up the kettle from the floor, pouring a bit of hot water for O'Leary. "I wish to know what transpired in the settlement that day," Truman said, pulling a stool closer and sitting beside O'Leary. Observing Truman's attentive gesture, O'Leary raised the cup to moisten his lips before recounting, in detail, the events he had previously shared with Sear and the others. "Are you suggesting that Captain Jack is not who he appears to be, but rather someone masquerading as him with the intent to eliminate everyone in the camp?" Truman pondered aloud, his words meandering. Had Sear and his companions not already been informed, they would surely be bewildered. O'Leary took a deep breath and shook his head. "I cannot articulate it clearly. The individual appeared just like Captain Jack, behaving as he normally would. Yet, during the banquet, he declared that he had acquired a spaceship, but could only take 30 individuals. Then, he commanded his subordinates to gather everyone in the camp for execution. The remaining individuals shall be able to depart from this planet alongside him. Do you truly believe such absurd reasoning?" Truman gazed incredulously at O'Leary. Yet upon noticing the blood-stained bandages adorning him, Truman added, "You must be among those who do not believe. How could the others possibly accept such a pitiful fabrication? They resembled corpses drowned, yet still capable of movement. I find it impossible to articulate such a scene, for it is the most unfathomable and chilling circumstance I have ever encountered in my life." At this juncture, O'Leary instinctively tugged at the blanket draped over him, appearing visibly shaken. Hearing this, Truman furrowed his brow and rose to his feet. He first reassured O'Leary, urging him to rest comfortably. Then, he exchanged a glance with Lader and Cease, signaling them to follow him outside. "Do you recall the tale I shared regarding Strick?" Truman inhaled deeply before addressing the two. "I suspect that Jack has somehow devised a method to reduce those individuals to a state akin to Strick, and he possesses the ability to manipulate them." "Strick!" Cease exclaimed in astonishment, recalling his own surprise upon learning of Strick's circumstances. However, today he had failed to connect the two matters until Truman's mention rekindled the memory. Truman sighed. "Regardless of the events transpiring in Tonkus, our foremost priority must be to ensure the construction of the spacecraft proceeds without a hitch. With the vessel, we shall possess a means of retreat under any circumstances." Then, Truman coldly remarked that the subordinates of O'Leary must be closely monitored, and a designated area should be allocated exclusively for them. In case any of Jack's men or other unforeseen elements infiltrate their ranks, vigilance is paramount. Furthermore, the two crew members of the landing craft must also be meticulously overseen. After thorough questioning, they should be released from the confinement and placed in a separate room, with additional personnel assigned to keep watch. Lade immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly turning to arrange for the execution of Truman's directives. Chapter 78. the giant rat appears. At the rebel encampment, nearly every rebel was mobilized, engaging in a rotation of duties. The elite team was on constant patrol and shifts, ever vigilant to prevent any events that might jeopardize the construction of the spacecraft. They were also responsible for overseeing O'Leary's subordinates, equipped with 10 laser handguns, which significantly enhanced the elite team's combat capabilities. Under the arrangement of Sayus, a lookout post was even established on a mountaintop over 1,000 meters away from the rebel camp. The personnel stationed at the outpost maintained communication with Sayus through a headset, ready to report any unusual occurrences immediately. Some of the personnel were assigned to the daily operations within the camp, tasked with the routine duties that had originally been part of the settlement. This included the maintenance and management of the indoor farms established by the rebels, the preparation and delivery of daily meals consisting primarily of dark bread, and the filtration of drinking water. Morgan was also assigned a portion of the workforce by later, comprising individuals with experience in spacecraft repair and mechanical maintenance, totaling fewer than 10. They were specifically designated to assist Morgan in inspecting the components and machinery required for the spacecraft, as well as verifying the dimensional data of the frames currently under repair. With this additional manpower, Morgan's efficiency significantly increased. Most components could be entrusted to these assistants for examination, allowing him to concentrate on the inspection of more intricate instruments. For instance, the three-dimensional gyroscopes available within the spacecraft, which are essential for calibrating the vessel's orientation in a microgravity environment. For a medium-sized ship, it is imperative to fulfill the majority of functions necessary for the crew's day-to-day living, thereby ensuring their psychological and physiological well-being during voyages that may last from several months to several years. Devices such as artificial gravity are crucial, as they can simulate a gravitational environment akin to that found on a planet, preventing the crew from developing osteoporosis over the course of their prolonged spacefaring lives. The remaining personnel were primarily allocated to assist in the construction of the spacecraft. Those with less physical strength were tasked with transporting simple supplies, while the more robust individuals were responsible for handling the armor plates and frame materials on site. As Truman stood over 100 meters high, gazing upon the entire rebel encampment while constructing the spacecraft shell, each individual was engrossed in their own tasks, all striving towards a common objective. The sharp cries of the colossal rats pierced the air, their murky eyes glinting with a hint of green light. Following the call, a multitude of these giant rodents emerged from the surrounding heaps of refuse, their discipline resembling that of seasoned soldiers rather than mere animals. Not a single rat uttered a sound. They all turned their gaze towards the leader, seemingly awaiting commands. The foremost rat, named Gigi, emitted 2 more shrill cries, its eyes radiating a vibrant green light that bore an uncanny resemblance to the glow in Morgan's eyes. As the light flickered in its gaze, the multitude of colossal rats surged forward along the narrow path. The rhythmic clang of steel striking metal echoed from the sentry post atop the hill. Simultaneously, within the rebel encampment, Seiss pressed his hand against his earpiece, where the urgent voice of the lookout immediately reached him. Seiss, the giant rats are heading toward the encampment. The resounding alarm quickly alerted the elite patrol members stationed by the rebel gates. Prepare, prepare, shouted one elite member, striking his long knife against the shield on his left arm, producing a piercing noise while vociferously urging his comrades. The resting members instantly grabbed their weapons and approached the wall, peering through the narrow openings to observe the unfolding scene outside. A dense horde of massive rats has descended upon them. Yet this is not the most chilling aspect. What sends shivers down the spines of the rebels is the eerie silence that accompanies the oncoming swarm. Not a single rat emits a sound. Only the faint patter of their claws against the ground can be heard. Fire, Seiss commanded as he ascended the wall, calling out to the members of the elite squad below. Trained under his guidance, they executed his orders without hesitation. They ignited the cloth bundles soaked in melting solid fuel and, using sticks, hurled them into the fray. The resulting fireballs, each the size of a human head, radiated intense heat as they were cast into the throng of giant rats. The tattered strips of fabric scattered upon impact, igniting the fur of the nearest rats. The splattering fuel clung stubbornly to their bodies, burning like a piece of taffy. In response, the once disciplined rats could no longer suppress their anguished cries. However, the remaining rats charged towards the rebel camp with even greater ferocity. In an urgent bid to fortify their defenses, Seiss ordered his men to brace the metal door with sticks to prevent the rats from breaching it. Yet the rats showed no distinction between door and wall. Once they approached the barricade, they unleashed their claws and teeth upon it, leaving marks even on the metal sheathing. Hearing the ominous sound of gnashing teeth from beyond the wall, Sez's expression darkened. He surveyed the extensive stretch of the perimeter. With over 100 elite soldiers at his command, it was clear that they could not adequately defend such a vast expanse. Even with the impending arrival of reinforcements, the defenses were easily at risk of being breached. Seyss understood that he could not allow these colossal rodents to continue their destruction of the walls. Gritting his teeth, he made a resolute decision. Open the gate. Let them enter through the gateway. We shall hold the passage. The other elite members of the team swiftly comprehended Seyss's intent and promptly collaborated to dismantle the gate's supports, forcefully yanking it open. The enormous rats, blocked at the threshold, wasted no time surging inside as the path was cleared before them. Awaiting them, however, were gleaming long blades. Seyss was at the forefront, skillfully delivering a kick to repel an advancing giant rat, while simultaneously slashing downward with his blade to dispatch another. Over a dozen elite rebels, alongside Seyss, formed a human barricade at the entrance, obstructing the giant rat's advance. The sin of spilled blood, as Seyss had anticipated, compelled the other colossal rodents to abandon their futile gnawing on the walls devoid of value, instead surging toward the gate in a frenzy, eager to partake in the remains of their fallen comrades. Chapter 79. The vanguard of Ghost Jack. Upon receiving the report, and while still assembling the reinforcements within the camp, Truman had already hastened to the vicinity of the gate. He lifted his gaze and was met with an overwhelming sight of endless giant rats, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, on a distant hillside, a watchtower, ravaged by the gnawing of the rodents, teetered precariously on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Truman deftly maneuvered through the throng of rats, directly reaching the still-standing watchtower, grasping an individual with one hand, and then, in a swift motion, reappeared behind Seyss and the others. The two individuals were taken aback by the sudden change in scenery, momentarily believing that the watchtower had collapsed. Startled, they cried out until they finally realized that they had entered the confines of the encampment. Truman patted both of them on the shoulders, urging them to relax. They were safe now, at least for the time being. Turning his gaze to the horde of colossal rats outside, Truman noted their utter lack of fear, even in the face of numerous comrades falling victim to the blades at the gate. On the contrary, the rats seemed increasingly exhilarated. Their comrades behind them quickly stepped in to replace the injured at the front line. Thus, only a score or two of individuals were needed to secure the entrance thoroughly. Fire! Caesar commanded, as several flaming projectiles were hurled by the elite rebels from the rear, striking the ground outside the gate. The splattering flames sent the gigantic rats scurrying for cover, momentarily alleviating the pressure on Caesar and his companions. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Gazing at the seemingly endless swarm of colossal rats outside, Caesar felt a profound uncertainty, unsure how long they could endure. As Caesar's breathing grew labored, a member of the elite team promptly took his place, allowing him to rest. Gasping, Caesar flicked the foul blood from his long sword and sank to the ground. We have arrived. At that moment, Raider and Rod appeared with a makeshift reserve force of over 200 individuals at the gate. Upon witnessing the onslaught of the colossal rats outside, Raider's expression shifted dramatically, and she immediately ordered, "All members, follow Caesar's command." The principle that a battlefield can only have one supreme commander was well understood by Lade. To avoid disrupting Sez's strategic arrangements, she resolutely appointed him as the field commander. With an ample number of hands at his disposal, Sez could finally contemplate a viable response. He surveyed the surroundings and then addressed Lade. "Lade, there are far too many giant rats. You must first evacuate the elderly and weak to the mountains behind us." Lade comprehended the gravity of Sez's words, her shock mirroring his upon witnessing the sheer number of giant rats outside. It was nearly indistinguishable from the onslaught they faced at the Tonkagas settlement. However, unlike the vast sewer systems that afforded refuge to the rats then, the rebel encampment lacked such extensive hiding places. The nearby rubbish heaps had been meticulously cleared by the rebels over the years. Where had all these giant rats come from? The pressing circumstances left no room for contemplation. The ferocity of the rat assault intensified, and even the elite members of their ranks could scarcely endure for long. The prowess of the others paled in comparison to Sez's, resulting in a considerable number of casualties. "We must retreat," Truman exclaimed, delivering a kick that fused several giant rats together, their grotesque demise a testament to their relentless ferocity. These beasts were willing to risk their lives if this continued. No matter how many warriors they had, they would inevitably lose their hold on this position. Truman continued, We should dig a trench at the rear to isolate this area and ignite a fire within it. Only then might we stand a chance against the giant rats. During their time in the Tonkuga settlement, they had already discovered that the maddened giant rats held a fear of flames. This was precisely why Sez had instructed his subordinates to deploy their prepared fireballs upon first encountering the monstrous rodents. Hearing Truman's suggestion, Sez nodded in agreement. Rod, I implore you to lead 100 men to dig a trench between the first and second layers of the camp houses and prepare incendiary materials. Rod, with a serious demeanor and without a hint of hesitation, promptly set about executing the task. Meanwhile, Truman utilized his abilities to assist the rebels in their defense while observing the slain giant rats. He noted that, much like the giant rats within the Tonkuga settlement, these creatures also exuded a foul liquid upon death, rapidly decomposing into filthy skeletons. Truman furrowed his brow, sensing a possible connection between these giant rats and the vanished Captain Jack. No, to be more precise, these rats might be linked to the liquid life form within Strick. With this thought, Truman raised his gaze towards the rear of the giant rats, only to be met with disappointment as he found nothing of significance behind them. Truman, do you require my assistance? At that moment, Morgan arrived, having set aside his previous tasks. It was only when Raid had sent word to prepare for a retreat that Morgan had grasped the gravity of the situation. What brings you here? Truman inquired, his brow furrowing. You should lead Neo and the main force to retreat to the mountains. I entrusted old Master Eric with the care of Neo. Unable to shake off my concerns, thus I came to check on matters here. Morgan drew a laser pistol from the holster at his lower back, signaling to Truman that he too possessed combat capabilities. With your marksmanship, it would be wise not to fire. You might inadvertently hit one of our own, Truman retorted, rolling his eyes. In a state of omniscience, he effortlessly dispatched 2 giant rats that nearly bit an elite team member. I have practiced, Morgan protested, somewhat indignant. At that moment, the foul liquid and blood of the giant rats had already flowed from the entrance to the very spot where Truman stood. The defensive line of the elite team was gradually yielding to the onslaught of the giant rats. As the pressure mounted, beads of sweat began to form on Truman's forehead. Chapter 80. This is our spaceship. The iron shed near the main entrance was violently dismantled, with sections of the wall being torn apart. The elite team members, forming pairs, braced the wall panels as they replaced their comrades who were resisting the giant rats. Together, they exerted their strength, forcefully pushing the giant rats back to barricade the entrance once more. Truman swiftly sprang into action, activating his omniscient state, seamlessly connecting the edges of the wall panels to form a solid iron barrier, which he then integrated into the surrounding wall, effectively sealing the entrance. Following this, Morgan directed his team to systematically cover the barricaded door and wall with additional wall panels. Truman immediately merged these structures together, and within minutes, not only was the entrance securely blocked again, but the surrounding wall had also been reinforced and thickened by a factor of 2. The crowd finally exhaled in relief, and Sear immediately checked on the injuries of the brothers who had just fought. Fortunately, thanks to Truman's timely arrival, their wounds were not severe. Outside, a single squeak from the horde of giant rats disrupted the gnawing of the wall, causing the multitude to halt and retreat in unison. This occurrence seemed different from the usual tide of rats. Truman, observing the synchronized retreat, was filled with confusion. What was different? Morgan and Sear, unable to see the movements of the rats beyond the wall, did not grasp Truman's meaning. Truman shook his head, his brow furrowed. I have a feeling these giant rats are being directed by someone. Perhaps Jack is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Ghost Jack? Sear instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, but hesitated to voice his doubts. Surely, such giant rats cannot be controlled by humans? Morgan silently surveyed Sear and the others, who also remained quiet. It was Later who spoke first, regardless of whether Ghost Jack is human or some other entity. Our foremost task now is to construct the spacecraft. Once we leave this planet, what does it matter what he is? Truman let out a long breath. He was right. Our primary objective is indeed the construction of the spacecraft, and we have completed about half of the exterior. Morgan, gather your team to compile a list of the internal equipment, cross-reference it with Old Man Eric, and then begin preparations. The agricultural zone is of paramount importance, as it directly influences our ability to sustain life within the cosmos. I certainly do not wish to encounter a food crisis aboard the spacecraft, Truman remarked, casting a glance at Later and Rod. The indoor farm at the rebel encampment is under the direct supervision of their leadership. Should the current scale of the rebels' indoor farms be replicated, it would likely prove insufficient to cultivate crops, even if the agricultural and industrial areas were merged. I shall seek counsel from Grandpa Eric. Vertical farming indeed appears to be our sole solution. Later also recognized the constraints of the spacecraft's space. If we could produce the deep space self-sustainer from the industrial materials, the pressure on the agricultural zone would be significantly alleviated. I should mention this to the old man as well. Truman retrieved a computational chip from his pocket. The last remaining intact component salvaged from the deep space self-sustainer aboard the exploration vessel. It might prove useful, so I shall hand it over to the old man as well. After addressing the matters concerning the spacecraft, Truman glanced at the swarm of giant rats beyond the walls. They had not launched another attack, but were instead observing the rebel encampment from a distance, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Truman sighed. These creatures appeared resolute in their intent to disrupt the construction of their spacecraft. He turned to Rod. Rod, continue to organize personnel to excavate the trenches around the perimeter and soak combustible materials in liquefied fuel for accumulation. Should these giant rats launch another assault, ignite the trench to fend them off. The construction of the spacecraft must not be hindered by them. Understood. Rod nodded gravely and seriously, then immediately gathered his team to expand the trench he had just excavated, transforming it into a genuine defensive line. For reasons unknown, Truman felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if he were racing against time itself. Consequently, he resolved to expedite the progress, working through the night to complete the outer shell of the spacecraft, leaving the majority of the internal equipment installation to others. Simple installations could be entrusted to the venerable Eric, who possessed considerable expertise in assembly. Additionally, he would enlist the assistance of Chief Morgan, confident that they would soon have the entire vessel ready for flight. As night fell, the rebel camp spacecraft area was ablaze with light, with all rebels working in shifts, ensuring that operations continued uninterrupted. Aside from the injured and the ill, no one was afforded a moment's respite. Truman toiled tirelessly from dawn until dusk, scarcely pausing for extended breaks, except to eat at mealtimes, when he would briefly rest to regain his energy. He was resolutely determined to complete the installation of the spacecraft's outer framework as swiftly as possible. During the arduous labor, one of the cranes malfunctioned due to prolonged use. Despite this relentless pace, by midday the following day, the outer shell of the spacecraft was nearly complete, with only the top and the central partition remaining partially open to accommodate the internal equipment installation. Setting aside the fact that it was merely a skeletal structure, the overall form of the spacecraft had begun to manifest distinctly. Measuring an impressive 357 meters in length, 126 meters in height, and 101 meters in width, the ship's sleek black exterior is devoid of any seams, presenting a harmonious and unified form, akin to a single cast structure. This is our spacecraft. Truman, with arms outstretched, gazed at the vessel with sparkling eyes, brimming with excitement. Chapter 81. The brain of the spaceship with the outer shell of the spacecraft largely completed. Eric promptly led his apprentices in directing the rebels to commence the installation of internal equipment. The first priority was the installation of the cherished Pioneer 3 supercomputer, which Eric regarded as invaluable. Truman did not delve deeply into the specifics of the internal devices. His responsibility was merely to ensure that the various systems of the entire vessel functioned in coordinated harmony. However, Truman did communicate one particular request to Morgan, to integrate his escape pod into the core area of the ship. Although Morgan found this puzzling, he raised no objections and, after allocating a command chamber specifically for Truman, managed to carve out a space for the escape pod. For Truman, this escape pod was undeniably an extension of his capabilities. After all, while he possessed the ability of omniscience, it was only within the confines of the escape pod that he could fully grasp all knowledge pertinent to the spacecraft. The installation of the internal equipment proceeded with fervor, and Truman made his way to the perimeter of the camp, where Rod was on guard. He and Sayer were alternating their watch over the defensive trench, vigilant against any potential assault from the giant rodents. Rod commanded during the day, while the more perilous night shifts were entrusted to Sayer. Upon seeing Truman's arrival, Rod promptly stood up to greet him. Has the issue with the spacecraft's exterior been resolved? He was aware of Truman's tireless efforts to construct the hull overnight. It is nearly complete. The old man and the others are currently installing the internal equipment. Truman exhaled in relief and stepped into a nearby metal shed, which served as Rod's office at the front lines. He casually pulled over a chair and slumped into it. Before he could continue speaking, Rod, noticing Truman's exhaustion, pressed his lips together. You should take a proper rest. You've been busy for a whole day and night. Truman slightly opened his eyelids. I can't help but worry about you all here. What if Jack has another trick up his sleeve? He had a nagging feeling that Jack must be plotting something. After all, he had concealed his intentions for 11 years. There was no reason for him to suddenly massacre the inhabitants of the Tonkuga settlement. As Truman pondered, he remarked, I have always felt as if I am racing against time. We must expedite the construction of the spacecraft. When the time comes, regardless of Jack's schemes, we will simply take our leave, unconcerned about this wretched planet drowning in chaos. Rod wholeheartedly agreed with Truman's sentiments. He had little regard for this desolate world. In fact, after enduring 11 years of its monotonous, leaden-gray skies, he had grown profoundly weary of it. It's a race against time to see whether Jack's cunning plans unfold swiftly or if we can launch our spacecraft faster. Truman chuckled softly before leaning back against the chair and drifting into slumber. Rod gazed in astonishment at the slumbering Truman. But upon recalling that he had been working tirelessly for an entire day and night, he could only shake his head in resignation. He then removed his coat and gently draped it over Truman to keep him warm. To avoid disturbing Truman's peaceful slumber, Rod quietly exited the metal shelter, intending to patrol the trench once more to ensure there were no overlooked areas. Once Rod departed, Truman opened his eyes, peering through the wall to observe Rod as he surveyed the trench, a smile gracing his lips before he finally succumbed to sleep once more. At the spacecraft construction site, Eric was vociferously directing operations, his voice laced with exasperation. Be gentle. Be gentle. Are you intent on ruining this precious creation? Take your time. Crane operator. If the Pioneer 3 loses even a fraction of its paint, I shall have you to answer for it. The old man, recognizing the validity of Eric's concerns, fell silent, watching intently as the supercomputer components were lowered into the spacecraft's interior. Despite his advanced age, the old man hurriedly made his way toward the reserved hatch as soon as he saw the supercomputer being hoisted inside, directing the apprentices to swiftly organize the various wiring. Meanwhile, Morgan was busy installing the myriad of piping and electrical cables within the spacecraft. This task did not require Truman's assistance, as the cold welding machine was more than capable of handling it, thanks to the meticulously crafted blueprints provided by Morgan. Coupled with the presence of several engineers who previously worked under him among the rebels, the progress of their work was remarkably swift. Directing over 100 individuals, they hammered, welded, and organized pipelines, completing the installation of the supercomputing module and energy chambers piping within mere hours. On the supercomputing side, overseen personally by the venerable Elder Eric, Morgan felt no apprehension. He promptly dispatched personnel to transport 2 colossal nuclear fusion reactors. The reactors, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, necessitated the transformation of narrow alleys into wide thoroughfares for their transport, consuming countless logs in the process, yet they were successfully delivered without incident. Witnessing the transport methods employed by these individuals left Morgan drenched in sweat, anxious that they might inflict damage upon the reactors. Fortunately, the rebels had long since mastered the art of log transportation in the absence of mechanical transporters, resulting in no mishaps whatsoever. As evening approached, the nuclear fusion reactors had been successfully hoisted into place. However, due to concerns over potential issues during transportation, the internal fusion materials had yet to be injected, thus preventing any operational commencement. Elder Eric stated that they would first install the supercomputer and battery array, utilizing the supercomputer to control the nuclear reactor, thereby minimizing the risk of accidents. Consequently, the fusion materials would be temporarily stored in a cavernous warehouse, awaiting the final installation and activation when the spacecraft's construction necessitated the use of the nuclear fusion reactors. Supercomputing commence. Old Eric gazed with excitement at the supercomputer after the completion of the battery installation. Presently, the power within the spacecraft was still supplied by several ordinary generators from the rebel camp, which sufficed adequately. The radiator of the Pioneer 3 supercomputer emitted a low hum as the brain of the vessel activated for the first time. Chapter 82. Earthquake. All events began to reveal subtle signs. First, the water in the cup on the table rippled gently, followed by the broom leaning against the wall toppling over. Suddenly, everyone sensed a tremor emanating from the earth. An earthquake. Be cautious. What is happening? Quickly. To an open area. The remaining armored panels collapsed. Run. In an instant, chaos erupted within the rebel camp. No one was prepared for the sudden quake. Fortunately, this earthquake seemed to be relatively mild, and the tin structures were not particularly heavy. Only a couple of buildings had collapsed, and miraculously, no one was killed. However, at the edge of the spacecraft construction site, The accumulated leftover armored panels crashed down during the tremor, trapping two unsuspecting laborers beneath them. Everyone understood that the several tons of metal plates left no hope for survival. Is anyone injured? Dr. Mostov, a specialist in veterinary medicine, carried a box of bandages and held a bottle of potent green liquor, searching for potential casualties. Raid quickly steadied the anxious crowd and organized a search for any individuals who might have met with misfortune within the camp. Sayre led a group of armed elite team members to take over Rod's duty of guarding the trench, while the organized Rod hurried to assist later in treating the injured and assessing the losses from the earthquake. Truman, who had been jolted from his chair by the tremors, rubbed his head and stepped out of the metal shack, only to encounter Sayre coming to relieve him. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Indeed, it was an earthquake. Sayre confirmed Truman's suspicion, though a hint of confusion lingered on his face. We've lived on this planet for over a decade. Yet this is the first time we've experienced such a phenomenon. Earthquakes are not commonplace. Truman yawned and replied, perhaps it was just a coincidence. However, after yawning, he felt more alert and immediately inquired, what is the damage situation within the camp? Has the spacecraft sustained any damage? Did the guards manage to escape? Are there any breaches in the outer defenses? I hope nothing serious occurred. As soon as Truman finished speaking, he wished he could slap himself. Could one simply plant a flag without consequence? During the earthquake, Eric clung to his prized possession, the newly installed supercomputer, like an octopus. Once the tremors subsided, Eric breathed a sigh of relief and hastily resumed his inspection of the Pioneer 3 model. Teacher, it's all welded securely. There's no problem. An apprentice stifled a laugh as he tugged at Eric's sleeve, pointing to the welding marks at the bottom of the supercomputer. Just because it's welded shut, does that mean we can let our guard down? You young folks are just too naive. Eric let out a soft grunt, adjusted his attire, and then raised an eyebrow as he exited the supercomputing chamber. As soon as he stepped outside, he halted abruptly. Andre, why are you still lingering here? Shouldn't you hurry and join me to inspect the other sections? Do you think this supercomputer can give birth? I'm on my way, Andre replied, his voice momentarily faltering. He scratched his head, closed the notebook in his hand, and hurried to catch up with Eric's pace. Morgan had already commenced the meticulous task of organizing personnel to inspect the spacecraft for any damage caused by the earthquake. He regarded this vessel, meticulously designed by his own hand, as if it were his own child, dedicating even less time to his true son, Neo. Fortunately, there were a few young companions among the rebels who were of similar age to Neo, alleviating his boredom somewhat. They contributed their efforts to the construction of the spacecraft. For instance, when it came to sanding and removing rust from the armor plates, the little ones banded together, diligently polishing the rust off several plates until they gleamed. However, when it came to the more strenuous tasks, these youngsters could not assist. In his ennui, Neo retrieved a drift bottle he had previously found from the hidden pocket of his clothing. His friends were utterly astonished. They had always suspected that his bulging attire concealed something. Yet, the silvery bottle, about the length of their elbows, astonished them with its capacity to be hidden within the fabric. Did he not find it uncomfortable when sleeping at night? Neo proudly shook his head, exclaiming, "What do you understand? Such a message in a bottle holds great value in the Tonkiga settlement. Selling it to the security team could fetch a whole sack of black bread, and they might even throw in a small jar of grape jam." As he spoke, Neo extended his arms to demonstrate just how much a sack of black bread encompassed. However, his companions were already salivating at the mere mention of grape jam. This delicacy was the only source of sweetness that could savor on this planet. Unfortunately, due to the limited space of the rebels' indoor farms and the focus on raiding rye crops during the assault on the Tonkigas farms, the cultivation and yield were exceedingly scarce. It was a rare treat, perhaps only available once a year. Really? Is this little bottle truly so valuable? Yet, we seem to have never encountered such a complete and exquisite bottle amidst the refuse, one companion remarked, tapping the silver bottle, which produced a clear, ringing sound. Neo embraced the bottle with pride and replied, "Of course, you wouldn't have seen it. Such message bottles are only occasionally found by the seaside. In my entire life, this is merely the second message in a bottle I have ever discovered. What lies within? It must be incredibly precious." His companions leaned in, eager for Neo to unveil its contents. Neo quickly stepped back. "No way. If I open it and find the contents worthless, it would lose its value. Come on. You can't even seek out the security team for grape jam right now. Just open it and take a look." One of the companions was rather astute. Since the Tonkigas settlement no longer existed, The idea of exchanging food seemed moot. Indeed, it appeared so. Neo scratched his head, lowering his gaze to the drift bottle he had cherished for quite some time. He was genuinely curious about the contents within. He had heard from the security team that if it contained any ancient knowledge, it would undoubtedly hold significant value. However, Neo was uncertain about what ancient knowledge truly entailed. Chapter 83. The history of the Empire and the chaos entity Truman was preoccupied with overseeing the outer wall defenses alongside Sais. Although the giant rats had not launched another assault, they dared not let their guard down. At that moment, Morgan came rushing along the edge of the trench, panting heavily, having even lost a shoe in his haste, which he hastily picked up with his hand. Truman, Truman, Morgan hurriedly called out, nearly tripping over a stone, but managing to regain his balance. Truman quickly ran over to steady the swaying Morgan. It seemed that Morgan had initially gone to the metal shed where Rod was working to find him. Upon discovering that no one was there and learning from others that Truman and Sais were patrolling the trench, he had rushed over in a panic. This caused Truman to feel a twinge of concern. What could possibly warrant such urgency that Morgan neglected to put on a shoe? What's wrong? Is there something happening with the spaceship? Truman asked anxiously, not waiting for Morgan to catch his breath before grasping his arm. No, it's not the spaceship. Morgan hastily waved his hand, and upon seeing Truman breathe a sigh of relief, he seized a moment to catch his breath. Once he managed to steady his breathing enough to articulate his thoughts, Morgan began, patting his chest. It concerned something else. Neo discovered a message in a bottle, which he has been carrying with him, and just now he opened it. A message in a bottle? Truman inquired, his mouth agape, still at a loss for words, and could only gaze at Morgan, awaiting further explanation. The contents of that bottle are entirely unlike the technology we have developed within our empire. Yet it is evident that it originates from a civilization that has attained the electronic age. As Morgan spoke, he tugged at Truman's arm, urging him to follow into the encampment. Old Eric discovered that, although the technology is different, the underlying principles bear striking similarities. By employing supercomputing, we should be able to decipher its contents. Wait, what did you find in that bottle? It requires a supercomputer to decode? Truman was increasingly astonished. The technology, while distinct from that of the Empire, shared common principles. So, the message in the bottle is of extraterrestrial origin? Truman mused, suddenly realizing that he might also be considered an alien, perhaps even a denizen of another universe. This world was undeniably different from the one he inhabited before his journey. After all, the language and script of Morgan and his companions bore no resemblance to any trace of Earth civilization. Yet, regardless of appearances, they seemed fundamentally human in structure. However, this is not the moment to dwell on such matters. Truman followed Morgan into the spacecraft, where a small portion of the internal equipment had already been installed. In the supercomputing chamber, the elderly Eric was manually manipulating wires, attempting to connect a small black box that lay beside him to the supercomputer. Old man, are you not afraid of introducing a virus by connecting it like that? Truman shuddered at Eric's actions, a sense of unease washing over him. Eric paused momentarily, then exclaimed with a drawn-out "oh," as if realizing something. Do you think I lack the knowledge of partition isolation? With that, Eric connected the wires to the silver contact plates on either end of the finger-sized black metallic box. On the supercomputer's screen, a torrent of chaotic numbers and codes cascaded down, increasing in speed. Indeed, the principle is quite similar. It is able to read. However, the format of the data contained within is entirely different from the standard data code format used in our empire, necessitating the formidable computational power of the supercomputer to decipher it. Just as Eric was articulating this, his operations faltered, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wait a moment. Is this a code dictionary? Is there a dictionary included, specifically designed for interpreting an unknown civilization? The old man was utterly astonished. It felt like receiving a pillow while dozing off. Before he could fully process this revelation, the supercomputer autonomously began to display the contents of the black box based on the internal dictionary's information. Words, resembling tadpoles, appeared on the supercomputer's screen, captivating all present, including Truman, Eric, Morgan, and Sais, who craned their necks to gaze at the display until their necks grew weary, yet silence reigned. Can you decipher this? Truman inquired, observing their intense focus on the screen, mistakenly believing they might comprehend the text. However, as he noted their synchronized headshakes, he could only exclaim in exasperation. Eric, with a glint in his eye, quickly devised a plan. If a code dictionary was included, might there also be a lexicon of characters? Without delay, he began operating the machine, eager to harness the supercomputer's power to decipher the enigmatic script. After a considerable time, Eric, filled with excitement, stomped his foot, momentarily ignoring the discomfort as he rapidly typed on the specialized keyboard crafted for the Empire's supercomputers. Lines of Imperial script began to replace the incomprehensible tadpole-like characters on the screen, rendering the contents of the small black box intelligible to everyone. Only Truman, a semi-literate individual, struggled with some obscure characters, yet he managed to piece together a general understanding. It seemed there were two documents, one titled History of the Empire and the other, with a rather peculiar name, Chaos Entity. From its title, could this potentially be a scholarly work on quantum mechanics from their civilization? Morgan was the first to speak, having just glanced at the titles of the two documents. This nation has a remarkably long history. Old Eric perused the section on the history of the One Empire, overwhelmed by the abundance of information contained therein. It spanned from the mythical history recorded millennia ago to the rise and fall of various dynasties, culminating in the process by which the One Empire unified the entire planet. In essence, this civilization, known as the One Empire, chronicled its own demise. This notion is peculiar, akin to an individual writing an autobiography that details the date and manner of their own death. It appears that this empire was, in fact, self-destructive. Eric pointed to a line of text at the top of the screen, which even Truman could comprehend, at the terminus of all history. Our magnificent One Empire chose to enact self-destruction. This is our grand civilization's final counterattack against the chaos. Chapter 84. The Chaos Entity. What is the Chaos Entity? Truman recalled that within this metallic box resided two sets of content. One was the history of the One Empire they were currently examining, while the other was titled the Chaos Entity. Eric hastily opened the second document and translated it into the characters of their Empire's script. The group remained silent as they absorbed the entirety of the content, their eyes brimming with astonishment. The Chaos Entity is Strick, the embodiment of chaos. Truman. Upon reading the description of something that could reside within the human body, primarily in a liquid form, could not help but draw a connection to Strick. To be precise, it should be referred to as the nascent chaos entity, or the embryonic phase of the chaos entity. In essence, this is the meaning conveyed. Eric corrected, his gaze filled with a sense of apprehension. If the descriptions of the chaos entity in the materials are indeed accurate, then the implications are overwhelmingly chaotic. An explosion of information could easily spell our doom, especially considering that the records pertain to the natural instincts of a mature chaos entity in a non-aggressive state. Morgan rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight throbbing ache. Wait a moment, can someone elucidate what exactly you all comprehend? C's looked at everyone with a perplexed expression. Although he had perused some of the data on the screen, he could assure that he recognized every word, yet the sentences felt utterly foreign. The planet we tread upon is not entirely a savage wasteland. It once harbored a flourishing, unified civilization known as the One Empire. Eric sighed and explained to C's. He tugged at his beard and continued, stating that the civilization of the One Empire had even reached the era of nuclear energy, with controllable nuclear fusion technology tantalizingly close at hand. However, a nascent chaos entity suddenly emerged on their planet. According to the research and analysis conducted by the One Empire, the chaos entity appears to subsist on the concept of negative entropy. Eric paused, adding that to the best of his knowledge, civilization is the largest source of negative entropy in the cosmos. The chaos entity, feeding on this negative entropy, continued to grow within the confines of the One Empire. Upon the discovery of the existence of the chaotic entity, the Empire of Culture did not immediately seek to eradicate it. The universe operates according to established laws, shaped by the strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravity, which together create the resplendent cosmos we know. The existence of the chaotic entity, however, is a complete violation of these rules. This entity possesses the ability to distort the regulations surrounding it, even altering the fundamental forces of the universe. During the era of nuclear energy, the Empire of Culture amassed the strength of the globe to create a formidable nuclear weapon. Yet, upon entering the vicinity of the chaotic entity, within a mere 3 kilometers, the warhead instantaneously disintegrated into the most basic particles. The rules governing the strong nuclear force were distorted by the chaotic entity, rendering the warhead incapable of maintaining even its fundamental physical form. After confirming that their civilization was powerless to eliminate the chaotic entity, the Empire of Culture, having only just taken its first step into the cosmos, resolutely chose the path of self-destruction. The chaotic entity feeds on the negative entropy of civilizations. Thus, even in obliterating itself. The empire of culture would prevent the chaotic entity from gaining even a modicum of sustenance. The long-sealed nuclear arsenal was fully unleashed, and the people of the empire witnessed the most magnificent fireworks in the history of their civilization, ultimately returning to dust. To ensure that no second civilization would arise on their planet to nourish the chaotic entity, the empire of culture meticulously calculated the equivalent force necessary to annihilate all life on the planet and then doubled it. Ultimately, this led to the complete collapse and total annihilation of the entire biosphere of the planet inhabited by the empire of culture. After perusing the history of the empire and the chaotic entity, Truman let out a deep sigh, suddenly realizing, surely your empire's Tonka Corporation has also discovered similar drifting bottles during their explorations? The others were momentarily taken aback, and Morgan murmured, now it all makes sense why the company would go to such lengths to dispose of waste on a planet that could clearly be transformed into a colony. By feeding on the concept of negative entropy, that waste is also a product of civilized worlds. They aim to deliberately nourish this chaotic entity. Not only that, Truman interjected, waving his hand emphatically. Jack has been conducting experiments on this planet for over a decade. Their objective must not be merely to cultivate a chaotic entity, rather. They seek to master this power. This power, he mused, was surely beyond human grasp. Though Sayer was still somewhat bewildered, he grasped certain aspects. The chaotic entity represented an existence that transcended or subverted the laws of the universe, leading him to believe that such power was indeed beyond human control. According to the data, Strick could easily have freed himself from Jack's control. Yet, how could a chaotic entity remain imprisoned for 11 years, unless it harbored its own schemes? Truman slapped his thigh, suddenly feeling that this planet was exceedingly perilous. In its nascent state, it could compel a civilization on the brink of entering the cosmic age towards self-destruction. If it were to grow further, it might soon become invincible within this universe. Hurry and assemble the spacecraft. Prioritize the essential functions for now. As for the components that are temporarily unnecessary, pack them away for the time being. We must depart from this perilous location without delay, Truman exclaimed, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the chaotic entity. He no longer concerned himself with the entity's intentions or the role of the Tunguska Corporation. Escaping this treacherous planet had become their most pressing urgency. No one wished to confront an existence capable of annihilating an entire civilization. Later and the others, their faces pale, immediately concurred with Truman's decision upon hearing his anxious tone. 24 hours. We must complete the assembly of the essential components within 24 hours, and then we shall depart at once. Understood. In the turbulent sea, over 300 kilometers away from the rebels' encampment and the Tunguska settlement, there existed a fissure. A murky, brownish liquid churned within this crevice. Shadows drifted through the currents, and disturbingly, these figures seemed to retain some semblance of life. Captain Jack's body was among them, his eyes wide open, reflecting a myriad of confusion and reluctance. Yet, he found himself devoid of the opportunity to contemplate. The distorted rules had ensnared him in a liminal state between life and death. He had become S.C. Char-Dinger's pet. However, no observer could collapse his state into a singular outcome. Following the devastation of the Wen Empire, the chaotic entity had learned to control humanity, incessantly drawing sustenance from the concept of negative entropy. Chapter 85. 24 hours to escape the planet. What are the essential components of a spacecraft? Propulsion systems, energy systems, and life support systems. With these three systems in place, even a mere fuel tank could be deemed a spacecraft. However, Truman and his companions had no intention of escaping the planet aboard a fuel tank. Consequently, the necessary central control systems and agricultural systems must also be established. Nearly everyone in the rebel camp dedicated themselves to this 24-hour endeavor. Indoor farms were swiftly dismantled. There was no time for Eric to tinker with hydroponic equipment. Many systems were not required for immediate installation. Instead, they filled the agricultural area with the temporarily vacant compartments. Preserving the seedlings and prioritizing the food security in space was a matter of utmost importance that could not afford any negligence. 2 nuclear fusion reactors and plasma thrusters had been successfully installed, along with auxiliary chemical thrusters and 2 ion thrusters for attitude adjustment. The rebel camp had plunged into a state of blackout, as nearly all the generators had been relocated to the spacecraft, leaving only one generator to maintain power in crucial areas of the camp. Once the industrial sector was established, they could venture out to the asteroid belt or near gas giants to gather mineral resources and refine new fuels. The primary energy source within the spacecraft consisted of the 2 nuclear fusion reactors. Once the industrial sector, a significant consumer of electricity, was operational, it would easily support the entire power consumption of the spacecraft. At this moment, 2 hours remain until Truman's anticipated escape from the planet. A mere 24 hours since he first spoke of it. The entire spacecraft has nearly completed its assembly, and according to Morgan's assessments, it has indeed met the standards for launch. The remaining equipment and components, along with a multitude of essential resources, are being continuously transported to various storage compartments within the vessel. Gazing upon the sleek black ship before him, a profound sense of accomplishment wells up within Truman. He has employed the omniscient state as a welding tool, leaving no trace of seams on the ship. It appears as a seamless whole. Not even a newly constructed vessel from the Imperial shipyard could rival its beauty, as remarked by the venerable old Eric. While others are still engaged in directing the final logistics, Truman stepped ahead into the core control chamber of the ship. Behind the core control chamber lies his cherished escape pod. He cast a glance at the various operational platforms within the core control chamber, but paid them little heed, instead making his way directly into the escape pod. As he activated the omniscient state, Truman felt his perception extend infinitely, ultimately encompassing the entirety of the ship, which spans over 300 meters. Truman was taken aback. He had originally intended to utilize the escape pod to make a final assessment of the ship, only to stumble upon an unexpected revelation. Previously, his omniscient state allowed him to see clearly within a range of about 100 meters, yet now, with the ship's length exceeding 300 meters and the escape pod situated at its central core, he found himself capable of perceiving distances of over 150 meters. Could it be that the omniscient state has the capacity to evolve? Truman initially speculated, but soon realized that while he could discern the conditions within the spacecraft clearly from a vertical perspective within a radius of over 150 meters, his lateral visibility was limited to approximately 100 meters. It seemed that in this state, he could only grasp the entirety of the spacecraft's situation. Regardless, the entire status of the vessel was now fully revealed to Truman. He observed the operational status of various systems within the spacecraft and swiftly made judgments utilizing the capabilities of the escape pod. The spacecraft met all launch requirements and was poised for takeoff at any moment. Truman clenched his fists, feeling a slight alleviation of the anxiety that had arisen from the chaotic entity in the One Empire. Though the current spacecraft bore a striking resemblance to a flying fuel barrel, Truman and his companions possessed a complete set of industrial data along with essential industrial materials. The scarce equipment could be gradually repaired and assembled after the spacecraft had escaped the planet, making the enhancement of the entire vessel merely a matter of time. Just as the resources within the rebels' camp were about to be entirely transferred to the spacecraft, the giant rats lurking outside the camp seemed unable to contain themselves any longer. They frantically charged at the fortified walls that Truman had erected, and with little defense in place, the walls crumbled within mere minutes, creating a breach. However, this barrier had not garnered much attention from the rebels. Sire, standing behind a trench filled with flammable materials, coldly gestured with his hand. The elite team members immediately tossed torches into the trench, transforming it into a flaming wall, effectively barring the horde of giant rats from advancing. However, those colossal rodents, undaunted by death, charged headlong into the blazing trench, endeavoring to extinguish the flames with their very bodies. Caesar's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately commanded, "Withdraw. Set ablaze everything that can catch fire. Do not spare the buildings, they cannot be taken with us." The elderly and frail hastily boarded the ship. Truman stood at the entrance of the lower deck of the spacecraft as the landing craft, under Morgan's guidance, seamlessly entered the designated hold of the grand vessel. The landing craft's thrusters would also contribute to the ship as propulsion. Soon, under the organization of Rod and Eric, over 300 elders and children from the rebel encampment boarded first, following the designated passage into the accommodation area. Naturally, these individuals were not idling. They were assigned the task of tidying up the accommodation area and organizing the luggage. The remaining youth stored the last supplies into the corresponding cargo holds of the spacecraft, reciting their duty mantras as they rushed to various sections of the ship. They would be responsible for the maintenance and operation of the entire vessel. Caesar and his elite team were the final group to board, having ignited a significant portion of the rebel encampment, effectively thwarting the rodents' assault. Once everyone had boarded, Truman, Eric, Morgan, Raid, Rod, and Caesar gathered in the core control chamber. "Have the Illyrians settled in?" Truman inquired of Rod while observing Morgan and Eric conduct the final system checks of the spacecraft. A designated area has already been set aside within the resettlement zone to temporarily accommodate them, separated by the reinforced armor plates you provided. They are unarmed and, even if they harbor trepidation, escape should be impossible. That is reassuring. Just as Truman's words lingered in the air, the spacecraft suddenly began to tremble. Old man, has the ship taken off? No, it's not a launch. It's an earthquake. Gratitude to the man of Lonely Mountain for the generous donation of 100 starting coins, granting the boss a gaze immune buff against the chaotic entity, ensuring it never diminishes. Chapter 86. The Unviewable. It is indeed an earthquake. Truman pressed his hands against the edge of the control panel to stabilize himself. The structural integrity of the spacecraft, fortified by Truman's exceptional abilities, remained largely unaffected by the tremors. In his omniscient state, he observed the ground on either side of the ship, witnessing fissures appearing and rapidly expanding like the tendrils of a plant. This earthquake was far more violent than the last, with the very earth splitting under the intense convulsions. Old man, no time for inspections. We must take off immediately. Launch, Truman shouted, as the cracks on the ground continued to grow and merge, threatening to collapse the very spot where the spacecraft stood. Eric did not question Truman's command. He promptly activated a mechanical lever on the side of the control panel, connecting the circuits of the nuclear fusion reactor to the plasma thruster. Subsequently, the circuit gate for the ion thruster was also engaged. Fortunately, they had been preparing to replace the power units with fusion reactors, which had been kept in a state of preheating. Under the regulation of the Pioneer 3 supercomputer, a steady supply of electricity was immediately channeled into the various systems, officially activating the entire spacecraft. In the chemical propulsion department, ignition, Eric issued commands to various sections of the ship through his communication headset. At the bottom of the vessel, the chemical thrusters erupted in a fierce blaze, unleashing a powerful and lethal shockwave that provided immense thrust to the entire craft. The landing craft assisted the thrusters, initiating their operation. Attitude correction, ion thrusters. Plasma thrusters activated. A tremendous roar resonated for over 100 kilometers as the medium-sized ship, measuring over 300 meters in length, ascended slowly amidst brilliant blue light and red flames. Meanwhile, the shipbuilding site, previously solidified by the rebels through various means, was now riddled with cracks, which soon gave way under the powerful impact of the engines, collapsing entirely. Truman exhaled deeply, relieved that he had decisively chosen to take off. Otherwise, the ship could have easily been engulfed in this inexplicable earthquake. However, he soon made another discovery. From the areas where the earth had crumbled, a layer of brownish liquid began to seep forth almost immediately. This liquid appeared to defy the influence of gravity, spreading out within the crater, seemingly congregating together in violation of physical laws. A massive, expressionless brownish face gazed at the ascending spacecraft. Truman observed with clarity that this face bore an uncanny resemblance to Captain Jack. Accelerate upwards. We must promptly escape the atmosphere. Truman urgently continued to address Old Man Eric. Recognizing Truman's evident distress, Eric understood that he must have uncovered something significant. Consequently, without hesitation, he pushed the engine's power to its maximum. Given that the structural integrity of the spacecraft's framework and hull was considerably stronger than anticipated due to Truman's enhancements, such a sudden acceleration would not compromise the vessel's overall integrity. A more intense radiance erupted from the base of the spacecraft, propelling it to speeds nearly several times greater. The forceful blast from the engines instantly obliterated the colossal visage below, scattering it into oblivion. Even structures situated over 1,000 meters away were ravaged by the onslaught. In a daze, Truman seemed to hear a tremendous roar. However, as the spacecraft ascended further from the ground, his omniscient state could no longer discern the happenings below. Morgan, activate the external surveillance cameras. Truman called out to Morgan. Yet, his call was unnecessary, for Morgan was already preparing to engage the cameras that monitored the spacecraft's exterior conditions, as their vessel only had a few portholes made of multi-layered fusion glass on the outer shell. Within the core control cabin, observing the external environment necessitated reliance on surveillance cameras and scanning detectors. On a modest screen, Morgan summoned the footage from the camera directed towards the ground. However, upon viewing the display, everyone was left speechless. The screen revealed a murky brown expanse, obscuring all else. Was the camera malfunctioning? Are we still blocked by something? Says scratched his head, perplexed. Morgan immediately shook his head, dismissing Says conjecture. If it were broken or obstructed, it would be pitch black. Wait a moment. This seems to be an ocean. While others might not have vivid memories, Truman had recently observed the garbage star before his descent, and he recognized that the ocean in the cosmos appeared in this grayish-brown hue. An ocean? Everyone was astounded. The rebel camp, if not located at the heart of the continent, was certainly inland. How could there be an ocean? Yet, in the next moment, the grayish-brown expanse on the screen rippled, revealing an enormous human face once again formed from the murky liquid. Before anyone could react, Truman's communication headset suddenly crackled to life. Report. There are some individuals going insane in the external cabin, requesting assistance. The so-called information explosion can be succinctly summarized in one phrase. The mature chaotic entity must not be gazed upon directly. The chaotic rules generate an information shock that obliterates the known constructs within your mind, rendering you a confused and deranged individual. The Windy Empire seemingly conducted research on this phenomenon and arrived at a rather reasonable conclusion. Simply put, consider this statement. The incorrect sequence of Chinese characters does not impede overall comprehension. When you engage with this sentence, your brain does not absorb every single piece of information word for word. Rather, it selectively processes portions of it and reconstructs the meaning based on existing linguistic rules in your mind, commonly referred to as filling in the gaps. If one were to endeavor to memorize and comprehend this sentence in its incorrect sequence, it would require significantly more cognitive effort than usual. This is due to the absence of such erroneous syntactical structures within the confines of your brain, necessitating the establishment of a makeshift set of flawed rules for retention. The chaotic entity, with its disorderly principles, contrasts starkly with the established sensory perceptions of your daily existence, which operate within the universe's preordained regulations. However, the chaotic entity's disarrayed rules, akin to a sentence presented in a jumbled order, defy comprehension through the lens of cosmic logic. Consequently, when confronted with the chaotic entity, one may experience a profound inability to understand, leading to cognitive exhaustion and, ultimately, manifestations of insanity or mental aberration. In order to assimilate and comprehend these distorted principles, the mind formulates a temporary framework of chaos, which, to the average observer, may appear as madness. Chapter 87. The semi-mature chaotic entity. Close the portholes. Do not gaze directly outside. Truman promptly conveyed orders through his communication earpiece, instructing the personnel below to temporarily restrain the deranged individuals for solitary supervision. He then turned to the ship's security officer. Says, I need you to personally inspect the external cabin. I harbor some concerns regarding them. Remember, do not look directly through the portholes at what lies beneath, for it may lead to madness. Understood, Captain. Says Quip before pivoting and departing from the core control chamber. Within the outer compartments on either side of the spacecraft, approximately 20 individuals beheld a visage on the ground through the portholes. In an instant, they succumbed to a state of frenzy, frothing at the mouth and their eyes glazing over. Subsequently, they spiraled into madness. Some, the less volatile, inexplicably curled beneath tables, trembling, while those with a propensity for violence wreaked havoc, smashing and destroying. Fortunately, these deranged individuals were swiftly subdued by the elite members present, tasked with maintaining order. Upon receiving instructions from Truman, they promptly descended the window shades and secured them, prohibiting any approach. By the time C's arrived, the situation was largely under control. C's, a commander, was greeted with a nod from a squad leader of the elite team as a sign of respect. He surveyed the scene, noting that many of the elderly and frail still bore expressions of lingering fear, having witnessed the sudden and inexplicable madness of an otherwise sane individual, who would not be terrified in such circumstances. Upon seeing C's, the crowd seemed to find a semblance of reassurance, exhaling collectively in relief. The squad leader indicated a chamber at the end of the corridor. We have temporarily restrained those individuals and confined them within. Given the cramped quarters of the spacecraft and the necessity to prevent mutual attacks, this was deemed the only viable solution. Listening to the squad leader's explanation, C smiled. Understanding the sentiment, no one wished to bear the stigma of having mistreated their companions. He proceeded to the end of the corridor, opening the door to peer inside. At 4 o'clock, the chaotic and incomprehensible murmurs emanating from the crowd caused Cez to furrow his brow. Was the situation truly this dire? He had not anticipated that these individuals could not articulate even the simplest of phrases. Someone should summon Dr. Mostov to assess the matter. Here he comes. Doctor. Mostov hurriedly approached, his nearly empty medical kit slung over his shoulder. He had been called from the outer cabin to tend to the injured amidst the turmoil. After casting a glance around the cabin, Mostov turned back with an expression of resignation. Says, I am merely a graduate in veterinary medicine. While I can manage minor injuries and ailments, these individuals clearly fall under the purview of psychiatry. How could a veterinarian like me, having transitioned to human medicine, possibly address such issues? Says gaze also drifted, reflecting his own helplessness. After all, within the entire spacecraft, Mostov was the only one holding a medical license. Who else could they rely on? Oh, but a veterinary license is not a medical license? He inquired. Perhaps you should seek out Old Man Eric in the core control chamber and see if he can locate any psychiatric texts in the supercomputer's database? Are you truly suggesting that I start from scratch? Mostov exclaimed. To learn until the end of my days. Indeed, the greater your knowledge, the longer you may live. Says replied. Mostov sighed in exasperation. Is that really how the saying goes? It's live and learn. But as a physician, the more proficient your skills, the longer your life expectancy, does it not? Says countered playfully. Mostov was rendered speechless. At first glance, what Saisawa said seemed to hold some merit, but upon further reflection, it indeed appeared to be the case. Therefore, Mostov waved his hand and instructed, please keep these individuals under surveillance. Ensure they are provided with 3 meals a day. I shall first consult with the venerable Eric. Very well. Later, and the elder Eric's faces turned pale. Is this the embodiment of chaos? Gazing at the ever-expanding visage on the ground, they had ascended to the apex of the atmosphere, almost able to glimpse a substantial portion of the trash planet. Yet, the size of that face on their screens remained unchanged, as if the principles of perspective had somehow faltered. It is growing. Rod stared at the enormous face that nearly enveloped half of the planet's surface, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Fear not. We have exited the planet's atmosphere. Truman shouted to bolster the morale of the crew, then glanced at the screen and urged, Elder, steer clear of the trash planet. Utilize the stars for gravitational slingshot acceleration to escape this galaxy. The plasma engine unit has received the command. From the exterior of the spacecraft, the originally downward-facing plasma thrusters, which emitted charged particles, began to slowly rotate, completing a 90-degree turn towards the rear of the ship. Report, attitude adjustment completed. Received. Ion propulsion team. Prepare for spacecraft attitude correction. Eric then contacted another unit. Ion propulsion team acknowledges, we are ready. Eric gripped the icy helm, taking a deep breath as they prepared to embark on an unprecedented voyage aboard this untested spacecraft. The vessel, originally launched vertically from the garbage planet, adjusted its trajectory under Eric's command after leaving the primary atmosphere, now steering towards the close orbit of the star. If all went smoothly, they would utilize the gravitational slingshot effect of the star to accelerate over the course of approximately 2 weeks. However, did they truly possess 2 weeks? Truman gazed at the enormous visage displayed on the screen, inhaling deeply to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Observing the chaotic entity through the camera proved to be a viable approach, free from the frenzy that an information overload might cause. The camera, a product of the universe's fundamental physical laws, could not perceive the distorted rules. It merely presented simple optical images according to established norms. Nonetheless, this representation bore some inaccuracies, leaving Truman uncertain whether the face they beheld was indeed its true form or merely a manifestation perceived by the camera. This must be a semi-mature chaotic entity, he mused. To his astonishment, Jack had dared to engage with such a perilous phenomenon. It appeared he had not completely failed. After Eric had recalibrated the spacecraft's course, he exhaled in relief and addressed Truman. A semi-mature chaotic entity? Truman blinked in surprise. Records indicated that according to the calculations of the One Empire, a mature chaotic entity should be capable of influencing the very laws of an entire star system. Yet, this creature had not fully exerted its influence even over the garbage planet, confirming it was far from maturity. However, the nascent chaos entity could not possibly drive our people to madness from such a distance. Thus, it is likely transitioning from its embryonic phase to maturity. Old Eric raised an eyebrow. Within the span of 24 hours, he had thoroughly examined 2 documents pertaining to the One Empire. Truman finally comprehended why he had not succumbed to insanity despite directly observing the chaos entity in its omniscient state. It was merely at the onset of its transformation from an embryonic stage to a more developed form. Once they ascended, the deranged crew would encounter a chaos entity that had already reached a semi-mature state. Chapter 88. The remnants of Tunguska II. A series of electrical crackles resonated palpably within the silent chamber. Everyone held their breath. gazing intently at the screen displaying the grotesque visage of a colossal, snarling face on the junk planet. We must have escaped, Morgan thought, feeling a lingering dread as he observed the images on the screen, before adding, "We are about to traverse the low Earth orbit of the junk planet, completely liberating ourselves from the atmosphere's influence." At that moment, another screen revealed a reflective glimmer that caught Later's attention. She approached the screen for a closer look. "What is this?" Tunguska 2, Truman recognized that reflective area instantly. It was the very spot where he had awakened in the escape pod. He pondered for a moment before addressing the venerable Mr. Eric. "Sir, how do we currently stand in terms of supplies? Since provisions are the first to be relocated, our food reserves in the warehouse remain relatively ample, sufficient to sustain us for approximately 40 days. The indoor farm may be somewhat affected by environmental changes, but the next harvest should be forthcoming." Eric made a cursory estimation, as he was well aware of the overall inventory within the rebel encampment. After stroking his chin for over 40 days, Truman remarked, "There should still be some supplies at the wreckage of the Tungus too, and perhaps a portion of fuel as well. Should we consider scavenging there again?" Truman had initially conducted only a cursory search of the wreckage, discovering a full hold of food and water. The Tungus too, being a medium-sized vessel capable of supporting thousands on long voyages, undoubtedly harbored a wealth of resources. At the very least, the solid fuel reserves aboard the Tungus 2 would not be susceptible to volatilization or degradation in the vacuum of space. "Oh?" Morgan expressed interest, momentarily diverting his gaze from the colossal visage that enveloped the planet, lest he be haunted by nightmares later. Upon hearing Truman's suggestion, he promptly added, "Perhaps we could salvage some components and metals. After all, we have essentially ascended beyond the atmospheric confines, and acquiring additional cargo would not hinder our voyage." Morgan observed that everyone was still deep in thought, so he continued, "In truth, I would be eager to gather all the remnants of Tunguska 2. Our current equipment is significantly lacking, and establishing an industrial system from scratch, even with comprehensive data, is no simple task." Eric felt a flicker of excitement. Utilizing the remote detector previously mounted on the escape pod, he calculated the distance and nodded slightly. The debris is approximately 300,000 kilometers from Garbage Star. That location should be temporarily unaffected by the chaotic entity, correct? Rod had no objections either, stating, "Our original plan was to distance ourselves from Garbage Star. Collecting the resources from the Tunguska 2 wreckage would merely require a slight detour. I have no objections." Neither did Late. She shook her head, contemplating the living conditions of the rebels aboard the ship. While the existing supplies could sustain them for over 40 days, she felt it unwise to place all their hopes on the agricultural sector of the ship. Should any issues arise in space leading to a complete crop failure or poor harvest, it could result in a catastrophic famine in the void. Thus, in Late's perspective, gathering resources from Tunguska 2 also served as a safeguard for all aboard the vessel. Truman surveyed the group and then spoke, "Since everyone is in agreement, let us proceed. Old man, notify the landing craft. The main ship will await outside, while the landing craft ventures forth to collect the resources." "Understood." The venerable elder promptly conveyed Truman's command. The wreckage of the Tungus 2 was scattered across an expanse of 100 kilometers. Recklessly piloting the massive spacecraft into such a chaotic area could easily result in a collision with the debris. Although their vessel, reinforced by Truman, possessed considerable impact resistance, no one was inclined to take such risks. The original purpose of bringing the landing craft was to delegate the task of resource collection to it. Morgan immediately stepped forward, approaching Truman and speaking in a hushed tone. "Truman, allow me to command the landing craft." Truman, upon glancing at Morgan, quickly grasped his intent. Morgan's proactive offer stemmed not only from a desire to oversee the personnel aboard the landing craft, but also from the fact that he was the sole confidant of Truman on the entire ship, armed with a laser pistol at his side. After all, the notion of towing the entire Tungus 2 was merely a jest. Their ship's capacity did not permit such an endeavor. Rod was still engaged in scrutinizing the various external surveillance feeds when he noticed Morgan's request to Truman regarding the landing craft. He merely smiled and shook his head in response. Lowering his gaze, he swiftly reviewed the ship's monitors from beginning to end, initially intending to conduct a precautionary check. Rod suddenly stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. "Hey, look at who this is," Rod exclaimed, unable to suppress his laughter as he pointed at the disheveled figure displayed on the screen. "Who?" Everyone turned their curious gazes toward the screen, eager to discover what could elicit such mirth from Rod in this context. Truman blinked and scrutinized the figure before him. Although the distant shot was not particularly clear, the attire suggested that the individual likely hailed from the Tonkagus settlement. Sensing Truman's confusion, Rod promptly clarified, "This fellow is the chief lackey of Ghost Jack, Berg." However, an unexpected earthquake caused Berg to be ensnared as the ground split open, trapping one of his legs. Once he extricated himself, a deluge of brownish liquid surged forth around him. At that moment, Truman and his companions were taking off in their spacecraft. Before Berg could reach the construction site, he was first propelled by the immense gust generated by the ship, crashing against the corrugated metal wall, only to gradually sink into the rising brownish sludge. This incident, it could be said, was indeed poetic justice. Morgan, a native of the Tonkagus settlement, could not suppress a derisive snort upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 89, The Landing Craft, set off. On the garbage planet, the colossal liquid visage remained utterly unchanged, its grayish-brown eyes seemingly eternally fixed upon the departing spacecraft. Meanwhile, Truman and his crew pressed their engines to the limit, swiftly covering a distance exceeding 200,000 kilometers. Although the face on the garbage planet was still visible, a sense of safety began to envelop them. The prohibition against opening the portholes remained in effect, with no one daring to speculate whether observing the chaotic entity from this distance might incite madness. Naturally, no one was inclined to take the risk. The 20 or so individuals who had previously succumbed to madness were still confined within the aft compartment of the outer hull. Dr. Mostov has acquired some psychiatric medical materials and is currently burning the midnight oil in the adjacent chamber. This has provided him with considerable relief, as it seems that this madness may gradually diminish over time. However, he remains uncertain whether this reduction will eventually lead to a return to normalcy or merely allow them to exist in a relatively tranquil state of madness. Morgan donned the equipment he had stripped from the members of Truman's landing team, fully armoring himself with composite material armor, a helmet, a melee dagger, communication earpiece, and a laser pistol. He was completely equipped for the task ahead. He swiftly traversed the connecting passage and entered the landing craft, where 8 members of the Rebel Elite Squad were already awaiting his arrival. As Elite Squad members, they were quite familiar with Morgan, having previously accompanied Truman in the rescue mission, and during the encounter with the gigantic rodents, Morgan had distributed compressed biscuit soup to them. Thus, there was no need for formal introductions. Morgan spoke directly. "The main ship will dock 45 kilometers from the wreckage of Tunguska 2, at which point we will pilot the landing craft away from the main vessel and utilize the mechanical arm at the front of the craft to collect usable resources." Prior to Morgan's arrival, these individuals had already received orders relayed by Old Man Eric and were fully aware of their mission. Consequently, after Morgan reiterated the details, there were no further questions. The main ship, which Truman had once again named the World, quickly approached the wreckage field of Tunguska 2. "Morgan, the World is coming to a halt. The remaining journey must be traversed by you alone," Truman articulated through his communication earpiece. The distance of 45 kilometers was not far, and to avert a collision between the fragments of Tunguska 2 and the World, the landing craft had to navigate independently. Subsequently, under the coordination of the venerable Eric and Morgan, the docking passages of the World and the landing craft were sealed off and disconnected. A faint luminescence emanated from the rear of the landing craft, propelling it forward away from the World. After distancing itself approximately 1 kilometer, the glow at its tail intensified, significantly boosting its speed to 60 kilometers per hour. Roughly 45 minutes later, it arrived at the debris field. Morgan continued his succinct reports, consistently updating the status of the landing craft to the World, ensuring Eric could document the information in the log. Although he possessed the capability to monitor the internal happenings of the vessel at any moment through an omniscient state, periodically presenting himself before the crew served to solidify Truman's standing aboard the ship. For the first destination, Truman intended to check on the recuperating Olearian. Olearian was situated in a solitary chamber within the left external hull, the furnishings somewhat hastily arranged yet adequately equipped. At this juncture, Olearian had nearly regained enough strength to rise and walk within the confines of his chamber, which was beneficial for his recovery. Truman gently rapped on the door, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Originally, O'Leary had thought that it was Dr. Mostov, responsible for his dressing changes, who had arrived. Upon seeing Truman enter, he paused momentarily. "Truman, what brings you here?" Within O'Leary's cabin, there were no portholes, leaving him oblivious to the events that had transpired since the spacecraft's launch. "We are currently salvaging the wreckage of Tonkagus 2. Once I had a moment, I decided to come see you," Truman replied with a smile, taking a seat without hesitation. O'Leary casually poured a glass of water for Truman from a jug on the table and remarked, "I never imagined you truly led everyone away from the garbage planet." Upon hearing O'Leary's words, Truman chuckled and proceeded to inform him about the changes on the garbage planet since their departure. This revelation astonished O'Leary. "You mean Captain Jack has transformed into this, what do you call it, a chaos entity? Or it is possible that he has been overtaken by the chaos entity. Who can say for certain?" Truman shrugged. "Now that we have escaped, there is no need to dwell on whether the chaos entity is Jack or Strick." He continued, "By the way, your subordinates are still under our control in the third inner cabin. We are uncertain if any of Jack's people have infiltrated." Truman took a sip from his cup before adding, "I believe that once you recover, you should be taken there to observe. It would both reassure the crew and allow you to assess if there are any issues. After all, it's not a small number, 50 or 60 individuals." "Indeed, Captain," O'Leary replied respectfully. He is indeed an astute individual, fully aware of his current utility to Truman, thus comprehending his rightful position. By maintaining control over the 50 or 60 individuals, he recognizes his value within Truman's realm. O'Leary is not inclined to remain confined within such a small chamber indefinitely. A soft chuckle escaped Truman's lips as he reached for his cup, only to be astonished to discover that what was once a cup on the table had transformed into a thin, dimensionless sheet. Chapter 90, Two-Dimensional Fragment with the Omniscient State Activated. Truman gazed at the sheet that had been his cup. Yet, even in this heightened state, he could not discern any peculiarities. It was as though the cup had always existed in this slender form. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite its transformation, the cup remained upright on the table, showing no signs of toppling. Truman picked up a pen from the table and slowly extended it toward the sheet. To his astonishment, as the pen touched the surface of the cup, it too unfolded, revealing its internal structure clearly before both of them. Could this be the two-dimensional realm theorized in academia? O'Leary leaned over the table, eager to observe the two-dimensional cup up close. Witnessing Truman successfully transform one end of the pen into 2 dimensions before retracting it back to its normal state, O'Leary could not restrain himself and instinctively reached out, probing with his index finger. Hiss! O'Leary inhaled sharply as he beheld the intricate network of blood vessels and bones within his finger, as if it were meticulously dissected and laid out as a flat plane. However, his blood continued to circulate through his fingers in some unimaginable manner. Even though certain blood vessels, when unfolded in 2 dimensions, seemingly could not connect, the blood mysteriously vanished from one end only to reappear at the other. Gazing at my severely damaged index finger, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The ability to render the pen and finger into a 7-dimensional form and subsequently revert it appeared to be an effect arising from chaotic rules. It could only be regarded as a fragment of 7-dimensionality, I surmised. Rod shook his head. I had not yet tested the area around the cup with my pen to ascertain that fragment S size, which was approximately less than 10 centimeters in diameter. It was evident that prior to the 7-dimensional transformation, O'Leary's finger had morphed into metal or some form of silicon, and that was what constituted chaotic rules. Eric, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What's wrong?" Observing the movement of the 7-dimensional fragment beneath the table, everyone was left in awe. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the cup shattered completely as it was thrust out by the 7-dimensional fragment that materialized beneath the table, with water still emanating cool vapor. According to its original expansion rate, this 7-dimensional fragment had rapidly extended to that position. You understand the technology? Is it truly impossible for such a thing to exist? Rod shook his head and turned to the elderly Mr. Elshingning. With O'Leary's attempts now absent, everyone was aware that the 7-dimensional fragment would not harm any retracted objects. Therefore, Eric promptly withdrew his pen, having confirmed the safety of that 7-dimensional fragment, and our current technology also afforded us the means to conduct in-depth research on such fragments. Thus, Rod took a deep breath and made a decision. The spacecraft shifted left, distancing itself from the fragment, then turned to steer away from it at least 10 kilometers. The 7-dimensional fragment appeared to be diminishing in size. Rod attempted to ascertain the extent of the entire 7-dimensional fragment with his pen, only to discover that the diameter was, astonishingly, less than 70 centimeters. The rate of reduction was remarkably swift. It seemed that if this continued for long, the entire world ship would inevitably be engulfed by the 7-dimensional fragment. After all, the ability to shatter into 7-dimensional and 8-dimensional forms is not a mere manifestation of chaotic rules. At that moment, Truman unexpectedly, as if encountering a ghost, pointed toward the ceiling of the core control chamber and uttered a phrase. Observing the process of the pin falling into the seven-dimensional realm, the old gentleman was taken aback. I attempted to nudge the cup within the seven-dimensional fragment with my pen. It seemed that the seven-dimensional fragment had little to do with the cup. Eric confirmed this. And I left my pen inside the seven-dimensional fragment. Without any reference points, we had no means of perceiving the seven-dimensional fragment unless we could perceive the seven-dimensional air. Should we continue to collect resources from the Tunkus? 7. Before the emergence of the seven-dimensional fragment, Rod appeared somewhat bewildered. Looking to Rod in hopes that he would reach a decision, the old gentleman, holding a small mirror for an extended period, could only furrow his brow and say, theoretically, a seven-dimensional universe exists. However, the appearance of a seven-dimensional fragment within your universe is indeed quite unfathomable. Ollie Ryan furrowed his brow, grappling with a perplexing phenomenon. Why was that seven-dimensional fragment present outside? Rodman ordered the preparation of a new cabin for Ollie Ryan to rest, while I summoned Eric and others, leaving Truman to oversee the core control chamber. The fragment was indeed expanding, and no one could predict what might transpire. Lu Xing's expression was grave as he regarded Eric and Rad. A disquieting suspicion lingered in my mind. If that seven-dimensional fragment ceased its expansion, the entire universe might plunge into 7 dimensions. Suddenly, a pen that Eric had placed beneath the control panel levitated and hurriedly drifted towards the ceiling. After a brief calculation, Eric nodded, showing no dissent. Given the current rate of expansion, you should not have time to gather resources. Lu Xing peered through the monitor towards the direction of the seven-dimensional fragment, where we had positioned a reflective panel to mark its location. Rodman immediately sprang to his feet. And I murmured, could it be the influence of chaotic rules? If chaos reigns, should it not also give rise to such a structured seven-dimensional fragment? Clearly, we had managed to halt the expansion of that seven-dimensional fragment, yet we were still uncertain about how it had manifested within the ship. Upon receiving the news, Truman promptly maneuvered the world number 1, first shifting it 1 kilometer to the left, then turning 40 degrees and advancing another 10 kilometers. Chapter 91, The Chaos of Rules. Damn it. Rod's face flushed crimson as he pointed to the pin on the ceiling. Truman glanced up and shrugged, remarking, is it so strange for a pin to float in a zero-gravity environment? Through the monitor, he could see that the direction above him aligned with that of Junkstar. According to Truman's understanding, the gravitational pull of Junkstar should still exert some influence on the spacecraft. No, that can't be right. Eric flinched slightly, reaching up to remove the pin. He then opened his hand, placing the pin in his palm, only to observe it slowly drifting upward toward Junkstar. What is amiss? Is this not the gravitational pull of Junkstar at work? Truman shook his head, dismissing the thought. It can't possibly have any effect. Eric immediately countered. That shouldn't be the case. For the pen to ascend toward Junkstar, we would have to be within its gravitational field. Yet, we do not feel any gravitational influence, and the distance is too great. Truman appeared bewildered, scratching his head. I have witnessed a similar phenomenon before. When I was in the escape pod, I saw the packaging of compressed biscuits floating by, which led me to realize the existence of your Junkstar. What? Eric was equally perplexed, ruminating with a furrowed brow. Only to suddenly freeze in realization, the rules are in disarray. Logically speaking, at this distance, a small object like a pin should not be significantly influenced by Junkstar, let alone exhibit such visible motion, unless the laws of physics have ceased to apply here. At that moment, a rebel now referred to as a crew member of the vessel known as World abruptly entered the core control chamber to report an anticipated revelation. Captain, the 2 landing team members, we are dead. Dead. Rod glanced at Lade. A visage emerged on the surface of the viscous liquid. A pair of vibrant eyes swirling momentarily before the face faded back into the thick substance. Yet, how could this chaotic entity traverse the ventilation ducts without being captured by surveillance? As Lade turned to the crew member, he inquired, how did we perish? The image of decaying corpses was utterly foreign to Rod. According to the crew's reports, Tan 1 and Tan 1 immediately delineated a small area beneath the spacecraft, subsequently conducting a thorough investigation within the confines of the surveillance. Shortly thereafter, the mass of slime dispersed, swiftly flowing towards the chamber housing the plasma thrusters at the rear of the vessel. Rod, it is visible, Tan 1 exclaimed sharply. I had just contemplated this. If Rod were to search for the chaotic entity, it would be highly improbable for him to remain unscathed from the explosive information of the chaos. Are you suggesting a rotting skeleton? Rod exclaimed, his surprise evident. I had not checked the conditions within the spacecraft for a while, and such an incident transpired right under my nose. The hatch of the lower storage compartment was sealed, and the chaotic entity hesitated, choosing not to advance towards the hatch, but instead swiftly retreating into a ventilation duct of a width akin to a bull's mouth. Rod was taken aback. Realizing he had overly relied on the omniscient state, he had hastily concluded the search for the target's location without proper contemplation. The unfortunate twist of fate was his failure to perceive the existence of the chaotic entity. Otherwise, had he glimpsed it before it approached maturity, he would have succumbed to madness like the 70-odd crew members. Meanwhile, within the lower cargo hold, two viscous, gray-brown liquids rapidly merged, forming a substance reminiscent of slime. Under Lard's command, the hatches swiftly sealed shut, ensuring that all crew members secured their respective quarters to prevent the chaotic entity from slipping away unnoticed. Eric and Truman reacted promptly. Exchanging a glance, the elder Eric clapped his hands and pointed at the overhead pen, exclaiming, "What do you think? Such a phenomenon cannot be deemed rational. It must be the chaotic entity causing a disruption in the rules." Rod was thoroughly inspecting every corner of the ship, determined to locate the portion of the chaotic entity residing within the two individuals, as he could not simply cast it aside into the vessel. Who would have imagined that there was no trace of the chaotic entity within their bodies? Even a fragment would be a force we could contend with, Lard remarked. Have you not administered a punishment that was too lenient? Moreover, you have even bandaged and treated us. The crew felt a flicker of shame and regret. Yet the terror etched on their faces remained unabated. I continued, "Today, when you brought us our meals, upon retreating, I beheld two decaying skeletons truly resembling adults. However, searching in such a manner felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack." The confined space within the spaceship necessitated Rod's meticulous observation, causing his pace to quicken significantly. At that moment, Rod had yet to discern the situation over there, and just as I was poised to continue my pursuit of the chaotic entity's presence, Truman abruptly grasped Rod's arm, interrupting my thoughts. The crew members within the cabin, witnessing the sudden levitation of various objects, hurriedly reported the situation to the core control chamber. Before expressing my gratitude to Truman, Rod was visibly troubled. In a state of omniscience, I would have had a methodical approach to locating the chaotic entity's precise location. A thunderous sound reverberated. One of the crew members was seized by Tanwan. I remarked casually. Observing this, Tanwan promptly suggested, "The monitoring equipment aboard the ship should be capable of capturing its position. For those blind spots, let the crew dismantle a camera and connect it with a spare cable." Inspecting the area meticulously. "Everyone, pay attention. The chaotic entity has infiltrated the lower part of the ship. Remain vigilant." Sear, who had been patrolling the vessel, immediately gathered a team upon receiving Rod's message and set to work utilizing the dismantled camera to locate the chaotic entity. An involuntary shiver coursed through me as Rod sprang into action, dispatching personnel to secure all the small hatches. Rod, suddenly recalling something, glanced at the debris-laden star on the screen and the unfamiliar, diminutive visage it displayed. Instantly activating his omniscient state, he commanded, "You must inspect the entire ship immediately, Rod. Ensure that all compartments are sealed off. We must prevent this entity from running amok." Within the ventilation ducts, an eerie phenomenon emerged as the chaotic entity traversed its path. With the distant cabin lights flickering unexpectedly, were these two landing crew members hosts to the chaotic entity? Truman was taken aback, realizing that they had inadvertently brought aboard two individuals harboring the chaotic matter. Had he known earlier, his compassion would have been set aside, and he would have acted decisively before their confession. Chapter 92. Plasma Propulsion Chamber. Truman anxiously fixated on the screen, desperately seeking the presence of the minuscule chaotic entity. He was acutely aware of the immense destructive potential it possessed. Merely the disruption of order could spell disaster for the vessel. As the chaotic entity slithered through the ventilation ducts, it appeared to possess an uncanny awareness of its surroundings, flowing unhesitatingly from one duct's exit. In the plasma propulsion chamber, the 6 crew members meticulously rechecked the chamber door, ensuring it was sealed with utmost precision before allowing themselves a slight sigh of relief. "We are responsible for the most critical propulsion system. Let us not lower our guard," the team leader reiterated. "Understood." One crew member yawned and stretched lazily before inquiring, "What exactly do you suppose this chaotic entity is?" "Who knows what it truly is? It could very well be a highly evolved slug," another jested. "Those foul-smelling secretions do resemble mucus, haha." At that moment, the lights atop the plasma propulsion chamber flickered ominously, startling everyone. "Is it a voltage instability?" one crew member cautiously inquired. Suddenly, A crew member pinched his nose and frowned, exclaiming, "What a foul stench! Who soiled their trousers?" Without any warning, the chaotic entity launched itself like a cannonball, hurtling straight towards the plasma retreat chamber. "Oh dear, let's rotate the camera around. What is that odor? Is it truly that repugnant?" My nostrils flared as I caught a whiff of a putrid scent in the air. This confirmed to Truman that the chaotic entity must be lurking in the distance, likely within the plasma retreat chamber. Truman surmised that the unfortunate fellow must have directly gazed upon the chaotic entity, Summer. This also proved that even a fragment of the chaotic entity defied the principle of direct visibility. Gung Yuan speculated that perhaps only a portion of the chaotic entity was beneath the spacecraft, not its entirety, thus leading to a significantly chaotic state of affairs. At that moment, the interior of the plasma retreat chamber was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Truman could only guide the sighted Sai-Chi through his headset in search of clarity. Observing the situation, Truman promptly reappeared in the core control chamber, monitoring the conditions within via the feedback displayed on the screen. "We must maintain direct visibility of the chaotic entity. Shut down the plasma thrusters immediately. We need to withdraw." Gung Yuan shouted softly over the communication channel. Truman's figure swiftly appeared in an adjoining chamber adjacent to the plasma thruster. A space cluttered with an assortment of metallic materials, the raw supplies intended for our industrial equipment fabrication. We located a maintenance window in the corridor and connected the cables back to the main system of the surveillance equipment. An elite team member approached Truman, carrying a metal-sealed box that stood at half a person's height. "Sace, take 8 steps back. Don't move. You have sighted the target." The crew's expressions shifted slightly, instinctively checking their surroundings. The principle of observable reality was momentarily discarded amidst the chaos. Before securing the cloth strip, Sace took a deep breath, camera in hand, and retreated into the plasma propulsion chamber. Sensing no immediate presence, the surface of the chaotic entity began to reveal Jack's grotesque visage. I glared venomously at Sace, only to realize that he was oblivious to anything at that moment. An overwhelming stench of decay permeated the entire plasma propulsion chamber. The captain's gaze flickered as he surveyed his team, quickly activating his communication headset. "The chaotic entity has breached the plasma propulsion chamber. The target is maneuvering through the ventilation ducts. Seal off all chambers immediately." Just as Truman issued this command, a piercing scream echoed from the adjacent room. "Truman!" The captain's reaction was akin to seeing a long-lost relative, nearly moved to tears. "Summer, I have seen this creature." Following the sense source, Gung Yuan made her way toward the ventilation opening, glancing upward. In that moment, Truman comprehended how the chaotic entity managed to traverse such distance despite the chamber's door being closed. A series of hurried footsteps resounded from the corridor's end as Sace and his team rushed to the scene. Under the watchful gaze of the horse-faced figure, a white strip of cloth was drawn from his pocket and tied securely around his head, effectively shielding his eyes. "Gung Yuan, you should retreat with the camera to assess the situation," he instructed. He intended to confine this entity within the box he had prepared. The flickering lights in the corridor suggested a disturbance in the electrical system, likely caused by the chaotic rules at play. This disruption, albeit seemingly minor, was far from the level capable of transforming a nuclear bomb into fundamental particles as recorded. What a perilous scheme he had conceived. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Truman's mind. He could utilize the sealed box to contain that substantial mass of chaos. This would adhere to the principle of direct visibility. When the time came, whether to discard it or manage it otherwise would be simplified for Su Xiao. However, allowing the chaotic entity to roam freely outside the plasma propulsion chamber was a risky endeavor, for that was the most crucial propulsion device aboard the vessel. Any damage to it would render even substitutes non-viable. A mass of gray-brown slime came into view of the camera. Gung Yuan promptly halted the spinning horse-faced figure. This way, the core control chamber could observe the footage captured by our camera. I tapped the long knife and laser pistol at my waist. While those weapons might prove ineffective against the chaotic entity, they offered me a semblance of security. The horse-faced figure chuckled. "Let us first test the waters and see if it works." Several crew members restrained a grotesque individual, whose furious demeanor and incoherent speech prevented me from moving freely. I restrained the instinctual urge to activate the omniscient mode and stepped directly out of the metallic warehouse, just in time to see the captain emerging from the plasma propulsion chamber, accompanied by several crew members. It must be the unstable voltage. After all, most of the energy is allocated to the propulsion system in the agricultural sector, not to mention the supercomputer, which is a significant power consumer. The squad leader shook his head. My gaze then shifted toward the interior of the plasma propulsion chamber, daring to gaze upon the chaotic entity. However, simply observing the surroundings posed no threat. The visuals had vanished. The venerable elder EIK communicated through the headset to Says. Truman, you've brought the camera. Says waved his hand, and an elite team member approached, holding the camera, while another individual in front of me clutched a bundle of cables. Chapter 93. Full power near-light quantum spear. The chaotic entity hurtled towards Says, yet Truman exhibited no sign of panic. In the next moment, a sealed metallic box materialized between the chaotic entity and Says. The chaotic entity passed through the first layer of the box without hesitation, as if the box were merely a holographic projection. However, upon encountering the second layer, it emitted a thunderous crash as it collided with it. At that moment, the box transformed into a solid form, ensnaring the entity within. Truman had melded the seams of the box, rendering it a complete hollow cube devoid of any fissures. All right, Says, you may look now. A hand rested upon Says' shoulder, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Fortunately, he recognized that it was Truman's voice, prompting him to slowly remove the cloth from his head and cautiously open his eyes. He gazed at the swaying metal box, and with a blink, he inquired, "Is it sealed? What's inside?" Truman nodded, and to his astonishment, the box began to distort in a peculiar manner. Chaos ensued. It sought to escape. Eric's panicked voice immediately echoed through the communication headset, as he had been monitoring the situation through the surveillance cameras. Truman swiftly waved his hand, in a state of omniscience. He refrained from observing the chaotic entity and instead hurled the entire metal box out into the depths of space. Eric, set sail. If you recalled correctly, the Ziguang spear couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing. Indeed, we used to say the same thing during our youth. Did they genuinely believe the Empire lacked star-destroying cannons? Ziguang spear shook his head, bemused by their naivety. At that moment, Morgan initiated communication. Truman, have they come under attack on your end? Have you seen the particle beam from Gene Swan Eric? In the vastness of space, the metal box, struck by Gene Swan Eric's assault, had not yet succumbed to the conditions for nuclear fusion, but it only held for a fleeting millisecond before transforming into a dispersing mass of plasma. Engines off. Redirect all energy to Gene Swan Eric, commanded Ziguang Spear. Listening to Truman's words, Jiang Lishu nearly burst into laughter. Captain, that is Gene Swan Eric, the star-destroying cannon. You are in an escape vessel, not a Titan Colossus. The possibility of obliterating a chaotic entity that envelopes an entire planet with a single strike is rather dubious. I would suggest considering the construction of several repulsion devices on the garbage planet, thereby pushing it further from the sun, which seems far more feasible. Simultaneously, within the confines of the spaceship, all lights extinguished, and in an instant, the vessel's power was entirely drained by that nefarious figure, Jean Manjiang Lishu. One might consider that a form of annihilation, wouldn't one? Truman gazed at the screen in astonishment as the fleeting brilliance of the sun nearly blinded him. The chaotic entity within the box had vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Was that creature really Jean Manjiang Lishu? Truman was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a feeble display of power. After all, beneath the garbage planet, it had exhibited far greater strength. Below the garbage planet, energy was derived from generators and batteries, which at least accounted for 1% of Jean Manjiang Eric's potential. The Ziguang spear chuckled triumphantly, noting that during that encounter, you had siphoned the energy from 2 nuclear fusion reactors, causing even the engines to cease operation. C's paused for a moment. Do you recall that the Imperial Academy of Sciences stated that the planet-destroying cannon would be ready for deployment in less than 80 years? If we calculate the time, isn't it a bit off? Can Jean Manjiang Eric be utilized? Let us give that fellow a shot. Truman promptly led C's to the core control chamber. The impact of that entity was far too minimal. Truman shook his head in disbelief. A single shot could drain power in an instant, and if there were no safeguards against power outages, it would spell disaster. Do not hesitate. That thing cannot regulate its power, Jiang Lishu explained, her face flushing slightly. I did not mean any harm. You were merely attempting to test the limits of that device. Laughter erupted. It was just a jest. Truman awkwardly scratched his head, pondering. Isn't that quite a grand proposal? By the way, are there no annihilation cannons available outside the industrial materials? Why not construct one and give it a try? Without needing Truman's reminder, Eric, upon witnessing the metallic box appear outside the ship, immediately reactivated the plasma thrusters, slowly distancing himself from the distorted and twisted metallic object. With the full power supplied by 2 nuclear fusion reactors, Eric was reminiscent of those toys that once caused chaos on the garbage planet, powered merely by batteries. Ziguang Miao continued to click rapidly beneath the control panel, causing a hatch to open at the top of the world's ship, allowing Eric to rise from within. Upon hearing this, Morgan paused for a moment. The fuel and food supplies are somewhat lacking. Have you discovered any liquid resembling chaos matter outside the wreckage of Tunku 7? That is officially sanctioned by the Empire. A genuine interstellar combat weapon. If you encounter any issues there, fragments of chaos matter have returned below the ship. Yet you have not disposed of them using Eric. Industrial materials? Very well, since you are dealing with chaos matter, you should prepare for a hasty retreat. Truman expressed his frustration. During your last resupply, didn't you venture into the outer asteroid belt? How is resource collection faring on your end? You must depart from there as swiftly as possible. A robust beam of white particles struck the distorted metallic box in space at near light speed. The particle beam was even more substantial than the box itself. This was a grave mistake. It should not have occurred again. Truman, rendered speechless, could only shake his head in resignation. That was merely the photon spear, and even Seer was holding firm. Truman, who needed him to procure a military database from the Empire, perhaps still held a glimmer of hope. It was said that the power of the sun could eliminate such an entity, yet one could hardly imagine anything in the universe capable of doing so. The photon spear activated its detector, scanning the recent expanse of space, and it appeared that the issue was resolved. Chapter 94. Deep Space Communication Before Formally Docking. Truman instructed them to orbit around the central axis of the world's ship, allowing them to use their cameras to inspect whether they had come into contact with any chaotic fragments that might exist within the wreckage of Tunguska 2. After the inspection was completed, Morgan maneuvered the landing craft to reconnect with the docking passage, securing it to the world's ship. Seer promptly gathered his team and proceeded to the cargo hold at the bottom of the world's ship to meet Morgan. Naturally, conducting an internal inspection was also one of his objectives, as no one could guarantee that Morgan and his team had not been affected by the chaotic matter amidst the debris of Tunguska 2. Morgan's crew had also received notification to undergo an examination alongside the crew from the plasma propulsion chamber to ensure they had not been infested by the chaotic substance. Fortunately, Dr. Mostov collected their blood samples and, after conducting some routine medical checks, found no abnormalities. The supplies aboard the landing ship were meticulously categorized and transferred to their respective storage compartments, particularly those undamaged compressed foods and water, which were stored in batches across several warehouses to prevent a complete loss in the event of an accident. Just as everyone was prepared and about to propel the vessel, the world onwards, a sudden burst of light disrupted Truman and his team's plans. It was a pinpoint of light, seemingly minuscule, yet its radiance was remarkably dazzling. Eric halted his operations, squinting at the unexpected light in the depths of space. It was a deep space beacon. Inside the silvery white warship, a middle-aged woman clad in a white uniform gazed intently at the situation below the debris star through the monitor, her expression grave. Eric promptly ceased analyzing the communication content. The world adjusted its course, distancing itself by several dozen kilometers. As the tension among the crew slightly dissipated, they realized that the location of this transition beacon was, in fact, the same as where they later discovered the 7-dimensional fragments. That was the true annihilation cannon. The external communication indicated it was a patrol vessel from the 8th star zone, which detected irregularities and a tendency towards 7-dimensional transformation within the star system. It requested identification from the ship. They were obliged to provide information regarding the chaotic entity, and the star system's amalgamation would recognize their contributions accordingly. Aboard the world, Gus and the others piloted the ship with trepidation, feeling a slight sense of relief before departing. An officer reported, "Captain Baser, the large vessel is moving away. It appears we do not possess a transition engine." A radiant beam traversed the entirety of the garbage star, illuminating the vastness of the cosmos, causing even the stars at the heart of the galaxy to appear more vibrant in its glow. After speaking, Baser shook his head, remarking, "The experience of 7-dimensional transformation is truly exhilarating." We had not taken a step back to study it further, as we were focused on deciphering the fragments of 7-dimensionality. To our astonishment, we had directly leapfrogged to the location of this 7-dimensional fragment without a vessel. It seemed that the commander of that warship was exceedingly cautious. 7-dimensional transformation? Baser felt a hint of hesitation, yet years of prudence led him to eventually nod. Prepare the 7-dimensional dropper for malfunctioning energy, ready to initiate 7-dimensional transformation at any moment. At that moment, a deputy captain seated above Bicer suddenly interjected, "Bicer, are you preparing for a malfunction in 7-dimensional transformation? Patrol ship? We have no connection with the chaotic entities. What are the star systems and entities?" Eric and Morgan exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the unfamiliar terms. Had they not heard of such things during their time in the Empire? No one intends to leap to that exterior. Rod's voice was measured, yet his emotions ran high. Bicer tapped his temple, activating his portable holographic device to slowly peruse the historical records sent by Gus regarding the Empire, the chaotic entities, and our documentation. Since we had clarified friend from foe, it was best to maintain distance. We hoped to be of assistance. Gus made a decisive call, "Old man. Prepare the slow light spear for malfunction. Should we harbor no ill intentions, it would be prudent for you to use the slow light spear to slightly hinder our approach." That was indeed an Imperial warship, and the patterns below were unlike anything ever seen before. In the midst of Gus's bewildered gaze, Morgan spoke gravely. The beacon's flickering light ceased, and a radiant point, nearly at the conceptual origin, began to expand, swiftly morphing into a blue-white transition portal with a diameter exceeding 800 meters. The communication employed was in the Imperial code, yet it was accompanied by a decoding table and dictionary. In the words of Pioneer 3, it would take merely 7 minutes to decipher. Understood. A diminutive silver-white warship, over 1,000 meters in length, glided forth from the transition portal, its hull bristling with menacing cannon ports. A blue energy shield unfurled the instant it exited the portal, enveloping the vessel in a formidable protective barrier. "Not yet updated," Bicer remarked, glancing once more at the wreckage of the Tong Kexiafu 7 through the monitor, muttering to himself. "Another fool attempting to seize the chaotic entity. Maintain your distance. Advance. Advance." Upon hearing this, Gus noted that the white glowing transition beacon was a mere 10 kilometers away from our world. Indeed, a rather convoluted experience. Bicer pressed the bridge of his nose and subsequently issued a command. "The chaotic entity is still in its growth phase. You lack the time. Wait until we are farther away before launching an attack." This seemed quite reasonable. Shafu nodded, acknowledging Lade's perspective. "Given the current circumstances, it would appear that you must acquiesce." "No?" Gus chuckled helplessly. "Let us see what we shall discuss." "Understood." Before the arrival of the 10th hour, the world-class vessel had not yet traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers. At that moment, the silvery warship finally ceased its movements. Chapter 95, The Dimensional Defense Battle. The neutrino beam successfully penetrated the target planet. Fluctuations in the established order were detected, yet the target remained unharmed. Aboard the Argent Kelf ship, the crew continuously compiled the information they had gathered and relayed it to Captain Baishi, providing updates on the status of the target planet. With a wave of his hand, Baishi summoned a holographic projection screen before him, instantly revealing an image of the derelict planet. The target planet had not undergone disintegration. It was surmised that the chaotic entity had reconfigured the planet's structure. The first officer, Russell, felt a chill in his gaze. Theoretically, the neutrino beam could shatter the core of a large rocky planet, leading to its disintegration. However, under the pervasive influence of the chaotic entity enveloping the planet, the derelict planet had astonishingly regained stability without fracturing. Report from the Order Detection Module. An increase in turbulence levels has been detected, requesting the release of stabilizing measures. Permission granted to release stabilizing measures. Russell monitored the warship's various detection data and promptly reported to Baishi based on the current rate of turbulence increase. The target chaotic entity will reach maturity in approximately 1,145 hours. Pay close attention to my words. Is it true that the chaotic entity will awaken before the 18th hour? Could it be that this chaotic entity is still in its nascent stage? Is the information from the Empire of One indeed accurate? Baishi swiftly identified the critical information within the communications from Jiayu. If we were to tentatively seek assistance from the Kelf, although the probability of the Kelf being willing to help us is quite high, our chances of escape at this moment are absolutely zero. However, this resplendent beam has barely touched the meager atmosphere of the refuse star, akin to a cow plunging into the sea, disappearing without a trace. The gamma rays have utterly annihilated all living cells behind us, while the disintegration cannon has dismantled all molecular bonds. Once you depart, that star system will be saved. The Kelf is making contingency plans. Jiayu is contacting the star system and reporting the situation below. Before the report is completed, you must approach and attack, utilizing a stable position to deliver a strike. However, The propulsion of our ship is limited and relying on the jump engine. It is virtually impossible to escape in a short span of time. Truman was taken aback. I could refuse the report to the star system in the matter of the ship, but approaching for a shot seems too audacious. The turbulence index is rising, and it appears you have less than 10 minutes. The multidimensional tendency is also surging. To eliminate that entity, it may take a month, and that star system will inevitably fall. Captain, you have requested that each of your patrols carry essential equipment spares. Russell gripped his hands tightly, his gaze betraying no semblance of panic or confusion. As the captain of the Kelf patrol ship, I must always maintain composure. Even the Empire's weakest capital ship is likely more formidable than that patrol vessel. Exwick nearly tore out his own beard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Awake calculated and then, with a countenance marked by despair, remarked, "It is certain that our estimated time is erroneous. At least 18 hours will be required for you to reach the orbit of the 8th planet. This calculation still relies on the previous results of utilizing planetary retrograde gravitational slingshot acceleration." Before Jiayue could voice her thoughts, my crew responded in unison, as we had all joined the Star Sector Patrol fleet with noble aspirations. Thus, when confronted with such a perilous situation, we were far from adequately prepared psychologically. How long will it take for the target to fully awaken? That is far too risky. To stabilize the attack orbit, we would need to approach within the range of the atmosphere. Moreover, can you be certain that a level 7 stabilization can withstand the chaos of the opposing rules? That chaotic entity is a nascent individual, merely at the onset of its maturity. It has only retreated into a dormant state on that planet. It is still less than 1/10,000th, yet it continues to rise with the increasing turbulence value. You must attempt this. The star system and the colossal entity within are boundless. You must endeavor, lest that star system plunges into the 7th dimension upon the arrival of the giant. That would be a genuine dimensional defense battle. This is not a mere exercise. Are such feeble warships truly incapable of resolving this? Rod was somewhat taken aback. After all, this is a weapon of the Star Annihilation Cannon caliber. The patrol ship Kerf is on standby, and the chaotic entity of that star system is expected to fully awaken within 18 hours. Do you have the confidence to eliminate it? Let them flee. The communication from Jiayue left the hearts of Baze and the others feeling cold with foreboding. Can a mere fragment be compared to a being in its entirety? That chaotic entity appears rather feeble, does it not? What audacity does the Conca Corporation possess to pursue the study of such a being? Baze's astonishment at the frail strength of the Kelf ship is only surpassed by his astonishment at the weakness of the chaotic entity itself. He wishes them a safe journey ahead. The Kelf ship's strike was aimed at obliterating the chaotic entity completely. On the world ship, Bazer observed the Kelf ship's dazzling array of attacks, leaving him utterly astounded. However, no amount of mental preparation can alleviate the suffocating pressure that accompanies death. As some crew members pinned their farewell letters, tears flowed involuntarily. At last, a storage device the size of a thumb was extracted by Russell from the central systems port. This device contained 711 farewell letters from the 8,877 souls aboard. The remaining 101 individuals did not wish to write goodbye notes. Rather, they were simply aware of their solitary existence and knew to whom their letters should be addressed, thus opting to write. Upon hearing this, Russell gently closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them, a glimmer of determination igniting within. Let us swiftly eliminate that entity. The gamma annihilation and the fragmentation cannons shall be unleashed together. The world ship shall prevail, but you will sacrifice your lives to defend the dimensions of that starry expanse. The chaotic entity's tumultuous influence spreads, delaying the descent of the 7-dimensional galaxy. There will be no colossal figures to cleanse it in advance. On board the Kelf, some temperate crew members, while penning their last letters, cursed fervently, "By my grandmother. When my particles reassemble, I shall reduce that chaotic entity to its fundamental particles. I shall send it back through the random transition channels, scattering it across the universe, ensuring it can never coalesce again." The detection of disorder levels surged. It had not yet surpassed the special maturation stage of the chaotic entity. That being is merely in its growth phase, while it remains dormant. At present, the convoluted information of the Empire seems futile. Even the crew of the Kelf urged us to flee hastily, fearing that the entire star system could succumb to peril due to the chaotic entity. As we gazed at the communication from the Kelf, we were all dumbfounded. Before hearing Russell's decision, the crew fell silent for a moment. But it was Truman who spoke first. "From the very day we became members of the patrol ship, you have made such preparations. Even if your sacrifices merely delay the 7-dimensional descent of that starry expanse, it is still worthwhile. Surely we must adhere to the final plan and employ stellar retrograde acceleration. Correct? Elwick transmitted White's inquiry and request to the Kelth. Russell gazed at the translated document handed to him by his subordinate and sighed. Did you carry a spare transition engine on that occasion? Yet. Our offensive measures have not resolved the chaotic entity, have they? Say shook his head. You managed to eliminate a fragment with the slow-moving light spears prior to that. Perhaps the Empire is also oblivious to the true state of the chaotic entity, since it is a revival if there exists a dormant phase. Perhaps we have mistaken the chaotic entity of that period for a budding stage. Morgan speculated, collapsing into his seat, sweat streaming down his face. I felt vague, as escaping had now become a mere luxury. Suddenly, communications from the Kelf ship startled everyone anew. They are regrouping. Did they truly believe the words of these charlatans? Dead is dead. What excuses are they making? I am the one truly afraid of death. Truman's voice trembled. The chaotic entity in its dormant phase and one in its growth phase are entirely different. Contact them and inquire if we might be able to provide you with a jump engine. Bayes thought of the Kelf ship, which could still remind him to hasten his escape. At most, it indicates that we maintain a position of goodwill. The main cannon at the prow of the Kelf patrol ship gathered a brilliant radiance, and in an instant, a dazzling stream of particles mixed with low-energy radiation surged forth. You cannot leave together. Can they stop the world ship? The light indicates that the entire acceleration process will take over a week, not to mention the time required to depart the star system. Such a duration would suffice for us to annihilate it 10 times over. Bayes' tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. However, in comparison to the chaotic entity, he was more concerned about another matter. What is the current tendency of spatial two-dimensional collapse? No one should be compelled to sacrifice their life for the sake of dimensional stability. Chapter 96. A strike on the two-dimensional plane. The curve ship generously offered its spare jump engine and 2 quantum spears to the world vessel. Due to the limitations of the world's energy supply, Bicer only provided them with the 2 quantum spears as defensive weapons for emergencies. Accompanying this equipment was a storage device encased in a wooden box. Thank you very much, Bicer said, his face betraying no excess emotion. It is we who should express our gratitude. Without the jump engine, our escape from this galaxy would likely be impossible. With a wave of his hand, Bicer chose not to delve further into the topic. He reminded them, you have 9 hours to install the jump engine onto your ship. Should you require assistance, we can provide pilots to help. No need, Truman replied, observing the resolute features of the middle-aged man. We have already reserved the interface for the jump engine. It will be an easy installation. Is there anyone on your ship that you wish for us to take with us? None, Bicer responded firmly. Once the hope of survival arises, I fear we might lose the courage to fight against the odds. You must leave quickly. As the communication ended, Bicer gazed at the observation liquid in his hand, or rather, the Laplace agent, which enhanced the cerebellum's computational power to predict particle movements and foresee the future, a capability that also astonished Fong Bin. Stability under assault. Disorder levels are rising. Confirm the operational plan at the forefront. Captain Truman sat in the command seat, observing the few crew members behind him. Based on our steadfast position, approaching the target planet from 10,000 kilometers should not be our limit. Before reaching that distance, activate the 7-dimensional engine across the ship, autonomously descending dimensions to evade the chaotic influence of the rules. We shall advance with a preemptive strike on the 7-dimensional plane. You are temporarily venturing into their empire. Bice shook his head, gazing into the verdant eyes of the crew. I feared that this was not merely a symptom of the rising chaos value from our prolonged existence beneath the dormant planet. We shall proceed step by step. We will inevitably reach our destination. Fong Binwei, however, remained composed. I will recalibrate the faulty direction and conclude the deployment of the jump beacon. Beneath the Kelf ship, the slow Eric was uniquely outfitted as a close defense weapon. Thus, Truman could decisively take control, gifting slow Fong Binwei to the world ship. Meanwhile, he hurried to assist Ziguang Miao and Morgan in equipping new devices. The presence of a steadfast position caused the 7-dimensional fragments retreating into the Kelf's domain to vanish swiftly. After integrating the energy and control systems with slow Eric, we had momentarily completed the outfitting. As we drew nearer, the chaos and the rules diminished. By the time we approached a distance of 100,000 kilometers, the 7-dimensional fragments were scarcely visible. Is that so? I understand. Thank you, Captain Truman. Observing the future? Ah, he likely refers to the Laplace elixir, extracted from the chaotic fragments. That substance cannot significantly enhance the computational power of the human cerebellum. It temporarily grants individuals the localized capability akin to the Laplace demon. However, this merely represents an observation of the future, a mere projection deduced from the positions of particles. Even if one were to witness the fall of a city or the demise of 1,000 star nations, the end of days would still not come. The old gentleman possesses no foresight. He concluded operations beneath the steed. You have yet to deploy the beacons. It is anticipated that we can locate the nearby Cloran star system within 87 minutes. This region is also desolate, providing you with an opportunity for essential resupply before we confirm the direction of the Imperial directly governed planets. The energy reserves of your vessel are exceedingly limited, necessitating a rapid island-hopping method for traversal. From an external perspective, it is evident that the Kelf ship's technological prowess in terms of jump precision vastly surpasses that of the world ship. Prior to the completion of the modifications on the vessel by Baser, he retreated to the escape pod to conduct a thorough inspection of the ship's status. Old gentleman, prepare for the jump, Feng Bin remarked as he appeared in the core control chamber, addressing the venerable Ziguang spear. They must proceed with caution. The chaotic zones have yet to cease their expansion, and the 7-dimensional descent rate of that star system is accelerating. Should they proceed too slowly, they may find themselves in dire straits. Meanwhile, Feng Bin's demeanor was distinctly different. The latest technologies of our Imperial Ziguang spear have yet to transcend the speed limit of particles. Hence we have consistently regarded the slow Eric as the mainstream weaponry. The technological trajectory of the star system seems to place considerable emphasis on compatibility. There are countless variations in the energy interfaces of the jump engines. Who among the extraordinary would possess glowing eyes? Baisei extended his hand, and Captain Truman suggested that they first proceed to the star system for physical rehabilitation, as the technology here was not sufficiently advanced to mitigate the effects of high turbulence levels. It was said that even the maddened crew members could regain their sanity. Captain Truman, you still have half a jar of observation liquid. Consuming it allows for a brief glimpse into the future. Do you believe it would be of no use to them, or should I send it over? At this moment, Ziguan Miao and Morgan had yet to take over the jump engine and the 2 slow Eric units. The jump engine, for now, was a mere discussion, as it was an essential device for deep space navigation. Given this, it was imperative that they visit the star system. Saisei was already deeply concerned about these deranged crew members. After all, they were the bad brothers and sisters he had fought alongside for a decade. Nevertheless, Feng Bin's warning prompted by Southeast to place the Laplace serum in the storage compartment behind the escape pod seats. Is it truly a distance of merely 100 light-years? Morgan checked and shook his head at the vast distance. No wonder they had heard of such star systems while in the Empire. It turned out that the Empire was indeed a remote corner beyond the mountains. All hands, attention. Engage the engines. Approach the planet housing the Chaos entity. The old man shook his head. Although the jump engine was lost, and the slow Eric units were also gone, the output power of the 2 remaining nuclear fusion reactors aboard the ship had become exceedingly strained. With the propulsion of light mist, the Kelf ship was rapidly drawing closer to the garbage planet. Baisei decided to temporarily mount the 2 slow Eric units within the inner compartments on either side. In the state of omniscience, I find it far from effortless to execute such operations within the intricate structure of the world ship. The silvery battleship's rear erupted in a dazzling plume of luminescence, and our propulsion system bore a striking resemblance to the plasma thrusters of the world ship, suggesting an evident technological advancement over the antiquated propulsion methods of years past. Such was the reality. Captain Baisei sighed and conveyed the matter of the disorder value to the assembly. Captain Baisei, do you have any further concerns? Old Master Feng Binhua struggled to integrate it into the world ship's system, utilizing the Pioneer 3 supercomputer for regression control, yet failing to fully harness the potential of the jump engine, ensuring that the jump error would exceed 1 million kilometers at best. The communication from Truman elucidated some details regarding the Laplace serum, adding, "You possess nothing worse than that serum. It is better left with you. However, caution is advised. Prior to utilizing the serum, the disorder value will increase, and excessive use is perilous. Among them, there surely are none who have been in prolonged contact with the chaotic entity or have consumed the Laplace serum. It is advisable for them to seek regression treatment in the stellar system. A disorder value that is too low is exceedingly perilous and potentially lethal. To the Empire? Ah, indeed, you should first ensure that Captain Truman's last will is delivered to the stellar system." Later and Rod both nodded, for Captain Truman was our savior. Fulfilling our foremost duty is the least we owe to the sacrifice of the Kelf-class patrol vessel. So, is the change in your eyes a consequence of the disorder value? Morgan blinked, his pupils shimmering with a faint green luminescence. "That object may indeed assist us, Truman." Fongbin gazed at the nearly half-full vial of observation liquid in his hand, a substance capable of glimpsing the future, which could prove pivotal in critical moments. Thus, I immediately halted preparations for the Ziguang spear and once again engaged in communication with the Kelf. Below the Kelf, Captain Truman observed the world ship readying for its transition, and he closed his eyes once more. I took a moment to gather my thoughts before my eyes reignited with brilliance. Indeed, as I completed my inspections and prepared to inform the Ziguang spear to commence its transition preparations, I unexpectedly discovered a nearly forgotten silver flask in my pocket. A star map appeared on the screen, and Baishi pointed to a recent mark on the map. According to the star map provided by Captain Truman, the star system and body should reside within that particular stellar region. Indeed, acquiring such a limited number of undesirable items left Baishi far from fully satisfied. I first placed the box containing the Kelf crew members' wills into the most perilous escape pod. Chapter 97, The Kelf's Most Powerful Strike. The turbulence value has reached the limits of maintaining a stable position. Prepare for dimensional descent. 100 kilometers outside the garbage star, the Kelf battleship, under the imperceptible protection of a stable position, boldly approached this location amidst a chaotic field of rules. In a burst of distorted light, the Kelf appeared as though it had been flattened by an invisible giant of the universe, transforming into a two-dimensional vessel devoid of thickness and immeasurable mass within the three-dimensional realm. Upon undergoing dimensional reduction, the internal structure of the Kelf was completely unveiled, including the bodily tissues of its crew. In this realm of diminished dimensions, all beings exist as equals. Yet, within this context, a peculiar protective field enveloped the Kelf, an effect induced by the dimensional reduction engine. Without this protective barrier, the human body would be incapable of enduring prolonged exposure to such a dimensional contraction. Maximum thrust assault, commanded the dimensional white serpent, as the Kelf accelerated into the chaotic realm of distorted regulations. The rules that could have obliterated the spacecraft in unfathomable ways were now rendered ineffectual against the two-dimensional Kelf. Much like water can be easily disturbed, yet ice remains largely unyielding. The simplicity of the rules endowed the vessel with resilience against the chaos. Even in the presence of chaos, there exist methods to manipulate the regulations of the seven-dimensional world. Suddenly, the entire Kelf experienced a complete power outage, all lights and screens extinguished, plunging the chambers into a stark whiteness. 8,000 kilometers. Captain, have you succeeded? Stabilizing the field for guidance of the attack flow. At 1,100 kilometers. The Kelf momentarily expanded, reverting to its 8-dimensional form, while the stabilizing field simultaneously unfolded, repelling the chaotic regulations from within. Regardless of how Russell commanded the ship to alter its trajectory, escape from the labyrinthine space constructed by chaotic rules remained futile. The tone of White Sayre's voice suddenly turned stern, and I recalled the information about that youthful statistician. In a mere 2 seconds, the Kelf ship once again leapt from the 7-dimensional sea surface, transforming back into an 8-dimensional state. Shut down the 7-dimensional engine. You see, you have merely delayed the resurgence of the chaotic entity. The 7-dimensional nature of that galaxy should also be slowed down. Russell dared to speak in hypotheticals, as I too was only conjecturing based on the most recent visuals, though it was regrettable that within the Kelf warship, the lights flickered ominously, indicating the incursion of chaotic rules into the vessel. In the recently restored surveillance system, I seemed to glimpse a white ship flashing by. I scanned the command cabin where the crew resided, and White Sayre and others were intently paying their respects to their captain. At 1,002 kilometers away, Enilu steadied herself, her face revealing astonishment. I sensed something, and my expression gradually transformed into one of excitement. Attention, prepare for a turbulent impact. Russell had not finished his thought. Even if we succeeded in vanquishing that chaotic entity, in the absence of a stable position, we would likely be swept away by the entity's counterattack. You only thought of your mother. The statistician's voice trembled, nearly breaking as he recalled the moment he had sent you off the ship, mentioning how you had caused her distress. It's a matter of life or death. Russell's fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Suddenly, a subtle tremor ceased beneath the Kelf ship, enveloped in shadowy darkness. In the midst of darkness, chaos ensued among the crowd as the small families cried out, their voices merging into a cacophony that allowed us to vaguely sense the presence of our companions. However, the sound of weeping did not subside. Instead, It became more pronounced until a voice, tinged with sorrow, revealed itself to be that of the young navigator. As one of the elite patrol ships of the stellar system, the Kelf's hull integrity was remarkably reliable. Had it been an ordinary vessel, it might have suffered catastrophic structural failure under such impact. Understood. 1,200 kilometers. Baisei reacted slowly, managing to stabilize the chaotic situation. In an instant, he maneuvered the Kelf out of the cyclical space at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. World ship? 1,021 kilometers. A crew member asked Russell in a voice that trembled slightly. Baisei reminded him that just a second prior, Russell had exhibited no resolve whatsoever and had once again activated the standby seven-dimensional engine. The Kelf plunged back into the seven-dimensional realm, launching an assault on the chaotic entity. As Russell glanced at the distance remaining to the surface of the garbage planet, a daring plan began to form in his mind. Baisei furrowed his brow, employing his implanted optical brain to slowly simulate calculations. Moments later, I took a deep breath. There's a problem. Just 1 second. The faces of those below on the garbage planet seemed to contort further, almost losing their humanity in the grotesque transformation. Amidst the convoluted and chaotic rules, a multitude of colossal celestial bodies materialized behind the Kelf, attempting to obstruct its retreat. Silence. One might bite their tongue. Of course, before the entire battleship succumbed to paralysis. My commands could still have been relayed to the other compartments, allowing me to merely caution the crew in the command chamber. Is something amiss? The crew capable of boarding the Kelf are meticulously selected elites, thus they could endure such formidable impacts. Initially, due to that individual's excessive youth, Bays had even taken the initiative to scrutinize my background. The navigator was granted preferential treatment because my father had perished as a combat hero in the obliteration of the chaotic entities. Thus he was directly assigned to the Kelf as a navigator before my graduation. However, prior to dimensional ascension, the Kelf's very thickness was imperceptible. Consequently, it effortlessly traversed through the obstructing bodies without any hindrance. The stabilization field was activated instantaneously. Yet a minuscule portion of its energy was dedicated to guiding the attack flow towards the rear. All weapons, fire. In the dimness, faint yet heightened sobs could be discerned. The altitude above the target planet's sea level is 746 kilometers. We have yet to enter the stratosphere. Stabilization field has guided the attack. A navigator reported immediately upon confirming the target distance. 1,100 kilometers. ZZZ. 7,000 kilometers. 1,047 kilometers. Not now. Ascend dimensions. In a moment of disorientation, the lights within the Kelf flickered briefly before illuminating once more. Although Russell comprehended the gravity of the situation, he struggled to suppress the tumultuous churnings of his stomach, gripping the control panel with determination. The Kelf warship intruded upon the vicinity of the chaotic debris field with an audacity akin to that of a conqueror. 1,000 kilometers away, Russell exhaled heavily. Within the dim obscurity, human auditory perception experienced a fleeting enhancement, allowing all to hear the weighty cadence of Captain Russell's breaths. Yet, he paid little heed to this. His focus unwavering as he gazed intently at the screen, where particles of light collided with the debris field. The entire Kelf warship resembled an exploding firework, with streams of luminous particles bursting forth from its hull, subsequently directed upward to strike the debris field with precision. At this juncture, they had yet to reach the uppermost layer of the debris field, where chaotic rules rendered the surrounding space almost incomprehensible. Russell slammed his palm on the table and rose abruptly. This is dire. Our fate hangs on the tremors of your resolve. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Spare no energy on weaponry. Unleash every last ounce. Maximize the thrust from the power core. Ensure those weapons strike true. Utilize the Kelf as your foremost weapon. Weiser inhaled deeply, cursing under his breath. Which incompetent fool is responsible for this? It's merely a matter of life and death. What is there to fear? Am I not standing alongside the captain, sharing their fate? There is nothing to lament. Reflecting on the situation, Baisar sighed, and, with the gentlest tone he could muster, remarked, Indeed, he has not brought shame upon his father. You shall be my most esteemed son. And each individual aboard that spacecraft shall be regarded as the most venerable heroes of the star system and within their very beings. Even if the Kelf vessel descends into a lower dimension, it remains incapable of transcending the confines imposed by the chaotic distortions of space. This is the essence of ascension. You are afforded but a fleeting second. Charge forth. Yet, prior to that, you must descend. Russell clenched his teeth, realizing that they could minimize the time. They needed to preserve the initial 2 seconds to deliver a decisive strike. Visar, grant him a steadfast position for 1 second. Does he lack the confidence to surge ahead? Immediately, a violent tremor sent the occupants of Kelf spiraling into disarray. Even more disconcerting was the fact that in this stark darkness, we could perceive nothing, which undoubtedly exacerbated our sense of vertigo. The malfunctioning power system of the Kelf battleship had yet to indicate that the chaotic regulations had not infiltrated the vessel's interior. Descend. Descend. Visar, almost instinctively, murmured as he operated the controls, for I had already surmounted the obstacles. Further descent amidst the chaotic regulations would spell doom for the spacecraft. The turbulence level was far too low. Do you possess the means to navigate through? Visar, drenched in sweat, had even discarded the officer's cap adorned with a star that he had been wearing. Steadfast position? Visar was taken aback, however. In the context of ascending to a higher dimension, it was indeed possible to employ a stable position in a 7-dimensional state. 1,001 kilometers outside, Kelf's real-time altitude. Halt. Chapter 98. The reunion of ultimate destruction within the vessel known as the World. Truman and his companions remained in contemplative silence, awaiting the deployment of the transition beacon. They beheld the formidable Kelf ship as it resolutely advanced towards the garbage star. Their admiration for Captain Bess and the crew aboard the Kelf was immense. Oh, let us not dwell on it any longer. There is little we can do, Eric sighed, unable to bear the sight of these young souls embarking on what seemed to be a nearly certain charge into peril. Truman sat silently in his seat, his gaze fixed upon the receding Kelf, his lips pressed tightly together. Truman, do you think they will succeed? Even if only to delay the revival of the chaos entity? Says, observing Truman's distracted demeanor, inquired gently as she leaned closer. Perhaps they will, Truman responded, though uncertainty laced his words. He continued. Even we can incite a fleeting nuclear fusion reaction using a near-light-speed particle spear to eliminate a fragment of the chaos entity. Bess and her team possess technology that far surpasses ours by several generations. They will surely manage. Truman seemed to be searching for reasons to reassure himself. Clenching his fists as he turned to Says, they absolutely will succeed. Indeed, Says nodded vigorously, then lamented. If only we could cast the entire chaos entity into a fusion reactor, it would undoubtedly be vanquished. Morgan shook his head. Where would one find a reactor of such magnitude? Unless one were to cast it into the sun itself. Eric awaited the generation of the jump beacon. And with nothing else to occupy his thoughts, he continued along this line of reasoning. Constructing a small fusion reactor is indeed conceivable. The garbage star possesses an iron-nickel core, and if you could procure a fusion reactor, one could potentially activate it within the core of the garbage star. In the most ideal scenario, it may not trigger a full-scale fusion reaction across the entire planet. Rod surveyed the room, his gaze landing pointedly on the sunless Morgan. What are their thoughts? Should they retreat cautiously or dare to take a gamble? If they win, neither you nor Truman would survive. If they lose, they would face certain death together. I say, witnessing Truman's assistance in leading them to their demise, felt a sense of grim satisfaction. Upon hearing Rod's assertion that he could not assist them, he immediately rose in agitation. Before Eric exited the realm of omniscience, he regained his influence over the 8-dimensional particles. Opening the silver flask in his hand, Rod resolutely downed its contents. As the Kelf ship steadied itself and prepared to carve a passage into the void, Rod swiftly commanded the world ship station before the Kelf to surge backward. The moment the stability faltered, the lights within the world ship flickered, and the chaotic influences seemed to intensify within the planet's core. We placed 100 of the elderly elites aboard the landing craft, even filling the cargo hold with people and provisions. Upon hearing the theoretical implications of the photon lance, Morgan shook his head with a wry smile. Old man, theoretically speaking, it is not feasible. However, to initiate stellar core fusion using a fusion reactor, one must precisely master the movement of each atom and employ low-energy particle beams for retrogressive intervention. Otherwise, it is impossible to meet the requirements for fusion reactions. Meanwhile, Rod struggled to suppress the overwhelming pressure in his mind while maintaining the omniscient state of the world ship. Hasten the evacuation. Fusion has yet to achieve critical mass. We must retreat. That planet is about to ignite. We have triumphed. Rod observed the low-energy particle stream, which still lingered around the planet. As the chaotic entity was subsequently pierced by our cannon fire, it was still unguarded. The faction of rebels was not originally formed to resist Captain Jack for the sake of survival and freedom. Its members were primarily characterized by their straightforwardness and loyalty. Grateful for the generous donation of 1,500 from Lieutenant Andre, Although the low-energy particle stream had not entirely dissipated, the world ship, leveraging its omniscient state, swiftly retreated from the molten iron-nickel core of the debris star without delay, propelled by the fusion reactor. In light of this, Rod resolved, "Give us the landing craft. Let us flee as far as possible. Perhaps we can endure until reinforcements from the star system arrive." However, in the preceding moment, a sudden and excruciating pain surged through Rod's mind, nearly causing him to collapse. Rod merely needed to apply fusion methods to account for a few butterfly effects. Thus, Eric only required high-power launches, which were well within the tolerable limits of the two fusion reactors. However, the world ship's timeline remains unrestricted. Rod immediately issued the command, "Launch slow Eric. Activate the fusion reactor." Both Bays and Says expressed their dissent almost simultaneously. The world ship, akin to a shadow, clung to the front of the Kierf, while the scanners and tail flames of the Kierf had no discernible effect on the world ship in all-seeing mode. Rod was also somewhat ambiguous. It was highly improbable for our world ship to approach the garbage star on its own, with the assistance of maintaining our position. We had no possibility of getting closer. You previously mentioned that the exploration vessel utilized a fusion reactor. Although the extent of damage was somewhat mitigated, it lacked repair value. Nonetheless, you expected it to sustain for a while, serving merely as a lighter, which was entirely feasible. Truman informed you that the observation liquid was essentially the Laplace agent, allowing one to fully comprehend the particle trajectories within a certain range before consumption, thereby enabling the prediction of future events. Adjust the launch angle of slow Eric. Of course, Rod, we did not conceal that decision from the little family. I instructed Says to notify the rebel crew. Simultaneously, Rod activated all-seeing mode, and the entire world ship transformed into a phantom, successfully overlapping with the Kierf at the moment it retreated into chaotic rules. Rod took over the piloting seat from the old gentleman of the sublight spear, directly maneuvering the world ship along the edge of the steady position. And I immediately spotted the clearly identifiable fusion reactor within the all-seeing range from the side. I wished to establish communication with the Kelf. Yet it appears that our contact is hindered by the chaotic influence of regulations. The refusion process is also in a state of low-energy reaction, now activated. Seer, swift in action, hastily supported Rod. The Pioneer ship. The refusion reactor lies just outside. She has been scanning the surroundings for 7 cycles, and I have just discovered the colossal wreckage of the Pioneer vessel. It has not yet retreated into the debris star. Rod shouted, as the particle beam from the Kelf cleared our path, allowing us to ascend without losing ourselves in the depths of the earth, simply following the light beam upward. 2 beams of an exquisite emerald hue shot forth from the excitation port of slow Eric, striking the refusion reactor that was descending towards the core without any delay. This is not the critical moment. Rod, I must detect the motion of particles in the resonance to ensure that the refusion engulfs the planetary core of the trash star. Boom. Rod, grasping the silver flask, grew increasingly exhilarated. Surely, by employing the Laplace agent in conjunction with your abilities, you should be able to facilitate the world ship's direct descent into the core of the trash star. All that is required is a single refusion reactor. Otherwise, you cannot achieve the ideal state as posited by the old man. The half flask of observation liquid, which I had originally placed in the escape pod, now referred to as the Laplace agent, materialized in my hand. You refuse. Rod's expression bore no trace of joy or anger, his demeanor intense. As the refusion reactor exited the all-seeing state, slow Eric's superluminal particles struck below with immense energy. What perplexed Rod was that nearly all the rebels had rejected our decision. Many individuals, due to their lack of offspring, displayed a certain indecisiveness. Thus, you might say it was an ideal situation. The venerable Master Ziguang was quite exasperated. Theoretically, it was feasible, yet achieving such results was at least impossible without simulating the erratic motion of bad particles on a supercomputer. In reality, such an accomplishment was utterly unattainable. The mass of planets is limitless, and sustaining such a fusion would last only for a brief period before it naturally ceased. However, that little time should suffice to eradicate the chaotic entities clinging beneath the planet's surface. Meanwhile, aboard the Kelf ship, all attention was fixated on the chaotic entity beneath it, with no one noticing that the world ship had followed closely behind. Yet, the entirety of Kelf's attacks dissipated almost instantaneously. In an environment governed by chaotic rules, even maintaining a steady position could stabilize those frenzied, slow-moving particle streams. Within a mere 2 seconds, the Kelf ship unleashed a barrage of particle beams, striking towards the debris planet. The world ship, shrouded in the luminous cover of the particle beams, surged forth towards the debris planet. The outcome rested in your hands. Sex was exhilarated. However, the speaker's enthusiasm was met with indifference from the listener. Rod's eyes gleamed with a sudden brilliance. Could it truly be possible? Before making continuous adjustments to the firing, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Rod's face. We have succeeded. Chapter 99, Leap. Within the confines of the warship Corfu, Whitesay rubbed his eyes, marveling at the restored systems of the spacecraft, overwhelmed with joy. Initiate self-check for all systems. Activate the engines immediately. We must create distance. Whitesay promptly issued the command. He then accessed the surveillance footage surrounding the Corfu, yet found no significant developments. Puzzled, he recalled having fleetingly glimpsed the dark-coated vessel, world. Considering the limitations of optical detection, he activated the sensors once more. At last, he discerned the world, frantically accelerating 100 kilometers away from the Corfu. Indeed, it was them. What had they done? Whitesay understood that only the world could have salvaged the Corfu in such dire circumstances. However, he could not fathom how such a rudimentary civilian ship had managed it. He swiftly opened wideband electromagnetic communications to contact the world. Yet, Truman did not wait for Whitesay to speak, exclaiming urgently, "You must flee. The debris star is about to explode." Upon hearing Truman's frantic warning, Whitesay's expression shifted instantly as the sensors swept over the debris star, triggering a high-energy alert aboard the Corfu. At that moment, the world was positioned 180,000 kilometers away from the debris star, which had not yet undergone the process of nuclear fusion, but was already transforming into a blazing sun. This was indeed the case. After a brief discussion, Dan and the others had devised a minimally viable plan. Whitesay nodded slightly and then made a request to Captain Truman. "Captain Truman, you have decided to adopt their plan and proceed with the retrogressive jump. However, I would like to ask you to assist in evacuating the landing ship as well. Some of our companions were left behind on the landing ship before you decided to attack the chaotic entity." Aboard the world, Whitesay also noticed that the Kelfa had ceased its acceleration, which brought him a sense of relief. It seemed we were in good hands. Compared to the world, the situation aboard the Kelfa was considerably less dire. As the latest patrol vessel belonging to the star system and its body, the Kelfa was equipped with the most advanced retrograde propulsion technology. Even with a hull of merely 1,000 meters, it could easily escape the surging gravitational field. However, to execute a retrogressive jump within a weak gravitational field necessitated a thorough preparation for potential engine failure. One could not evade the influence of low-energy jets. Seeing that the others were somewhat unsettled, Whitesay asserted, "You cannot allow the world to revert to its previous state. Both matter and energy will impact you. However, you have a means to circumvent the gravitational forces. There is a way to facilitate your escape. In that case, you shall set forth ahead of us. Farewell to the star system and its body, Captain Truman." Whitesay initiated the foremost communication and signaled Eric to activate the jump engine. The physical armor, after all, had no limits. At this moment, the meager atmosphere of the garbage planet had already dissipated due to the collapse of its core and the overall tearing of the planet. The once fearsome visage that sprawled across the surface of the planet has now been torn into several fragments due to the planet's overall state, rendering it even more terrifying. At that moment, a transmission from the vessel Curve caught everyone's attention, suggesting that perhaps waiting outside until the refused planet's reaction commenced would be prudent. Siri's eyes sparkled with inspiration. If they were to utilize low-energy jets, it would indeed be wise to linger outside until the refused planet's core fusion reaction stabilized and gravitational anomalies ceased before making a swift exit. Technical matters, after all, were better left to the engineers to grapple with. Although Ceres had taken a brief respite, the personnel outside the core control chamber found themselves increasingly troubled. The precariously open transition corridor was alarmingly unstable. A moment's negligence could easily precipitate a spatial collapse. The world ship could barely withstand the repercussions of such an event. Ceres felt a surge of satisfaction, having finally contributed some technical suggestions. Observing that Baishi seemed to endorse the proposal, Eric remarked, "The signal has yet to be fully transmitted. We cannot initiate the jump at this moment." Amidst the grandeur of the fusion reaction, even the chaotic entity, which manifested as a liquid life form, was slowly evaporating. This evaporation was occurring at the fundamental particle level, as the small molecules constituting the chaotic entity were being torn apart by the forces of fusion, transforming into basic particles that scattered into the cosmos. Fusion, They had induced a fusion reaction within the core of this planet. Amidst the blaring alarms, Russell wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed softly, his tone laden with incredulity. But how did we achieve this? Yet, the world ship was not a mere haphazardly assembled vessel. Its propulsion systems were constrained by the environmental parameters. Overload the retro thrusters. Full reverse. Truman decisively commanded, fully aware that this would compromise the lifespan of the thrusters, compelling the Kelf ship to accelerate immediately. The jets of unengaged matter and plasma from the fusion reaction could sweep across half a galaxy, with repercussions that might even reach the innermost planetary belts of the galaxy. It is feasible. Even if you manage to maintain your current distance, the ejected material from the disrupted fusion of the garbage star will be unavoidable. Morgan's expression darkened. I have yet to calculate the mass of the garbage star. A planet of such size cannot sustain fusion for long. Detecting a surge in gravitational force, Eric gasped, realizing that the world ship was now a mere 100,000 kilometers from the garbage star, equidistant between Earth and the Moon. Both vessels had engaged their slowest speeds, desperately fleeing from the planet that had yet to disintegrate. Amidst the chaos, the chaotic entity flickered, attempting to retreat inward in a manner akin to teleportation. Once the garbage star stabilized its fusion, the immense energy generated and accumulated within would erupt uncontrollably. However, the core of the trash star was torn apart by the cataclysmic fusion reaction, unleashing brilliant flames that erupted from the minuscule fissures. We were devoid of fear as the plasma thrusters at the rear of the world ship operated at minimal power, propelling us through the transition portal. Yet, Eric and Morgan simultaneously rolled their eyes at Cez. Morgan sighed, acknowledging that while the fusion process of the trash star was indeed brief, it was brief only on an astronomical scale. By the time it fully calmed down, your son would likely have aged considerably. Before reaching that critical point, the chaotic entity seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation, gathering its remaining forces in a bid to flee the trash star. Morgan nodded. Neo, being among the older children, was naturally part of the robust group aboard the landing craft. I had been concerned about Neo's situation as well. Is that truly feasible? Eric blinked, expressing that he had never experienced the precarious use of a transition engine in such extreme gravitational conditions. Meanwhile, aboard the Kelf ship, as they frantically sought solutions, N.I. Donhow on the world ship was drenched in sweat, operating the vessel, yet the escape velocity was beyond what mere operation could rectify. Cez stood dumbfounded, scratching his head, and could only manage an awkward smile as he made an excuse to leave the core control room, stating he needed to inspect the ship. The world ship was ensnared by the gravitational field, and we struggled to reach escape velocity. Let's collectively brainstorm a solution. N.I. Dan was acutely aware of the wisdom that while one person's insight may be limited, the collective wisdom of many can be profound. He quickly gathered the crew to brainstorm together. The chaotic entity was on the verge of departing from the garbage star when, unexpectedly, the planet's crust collapsed. In an instant, the entire star imploded, the surging gravitational force overwhelming all efforts of the chaotic entity and forcefully dragging it towards the yet unexposed core of nuclear fusion. Morgan remained vague, asserting that the structural integrity of the world ship would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a violent impact. In fact, it could be said that no material in that world could endure the shockwave from a planetary nuclear fusion explosion. Truman was inclined to agree with such a request, for he understood that there was no way the world ship could venture forth without knowing the means to trigger the core's fusion reaction, and thus the Kirfu might also have a chance of survival. Beneath the garbage star, jagged crimson fissures marred the oceans of the small landmass, fracturing the planet into several segments, divided by narrow cracks several dozen kilometers wide. A shimmering blue halo appeared directly behind the world ship, seemingly stable amidst the chaos. The tearing of the chaotic entity had temporarily intensified the disarray of the rules. It resembled a taut rubber band, which one could not simply sever without preparing for the painful consequences. The surging gravitational forces firmly ensnared the world ship, rendering the plasma thrusters and ion thrusters, along with all chemical propulsion systems, fully operational under the command of Baishi and Eric. However, after some contemplation, Baishi deemed that the proposal put forth by Truman was not the worst option available. As long as we operate with audacity, the loss we incur is merely that of a single jump engine. Let us not forget that Truman has promised to provide us with another. It is not the spacecraft currently in use, but rather a gracious gift from another party. In moments of planetary rupture, the chaotic entity is prepared to attempt to reconfigure that planet using its own form, reminiscent of how the refuse planet was penetrated by the Kelf ship. Aboard the Kelf ship, hastily departing within the gravitational field, Truman gazes at the struggling world ship, a look of reassurance gracing his face. The jump engine is not merely a means to transcend spatial limitations, opening a direct passage between two coordinates. In the minuscule gravitational field, space is stretched by limited gravity, making the endeavor of boring through space in such an environment exceedingly perilous. Chapter 100. Nanshu 7 Space Station within the star system designated as A607, codenamed Nanshu 7. Colossal cargo ships can be seen entering and exiting almost everywhere. Near the orbit of the sixth planet, there exists a vast space station. Its diameter estimated to be over 1,000 kilometers. In the ports surrounding the space station, a multitude of cargo vessels is docked, accompanied by a fleet of silvery patrol ships akin to the Kelf. This constitutes the primary defensive and patrolling force of the Nanshu 7 space station. Serving as an aircrew member at the starport, Alexei finds himself engaged in the most monotonous task of allocating docking slots for cargo ships throughout his day. The Nanshu 7 space station, being the largest and most stable transit point in the third star zone, witnesses a flow of commercial cargo ships that far exceeds the dandruff upon Alexei's scalp. Countless cargo ships awaited their docking arrangements at the space station. When encountering a more amiable captain, perhaps they would offer Alexei some local delicacies to expedite the scheduling of their vessel. However, when faced with a more irritable captain, the invectives could be quite unpleasant. Initially, Alexei would engage in some banter with such individuals, but eventually he grew weary of their antics, opting instead to terminate the communication and relegating them to the back of the queue. Let them vent their frustrations as they pleased. If I manage to get my ship docked before my shift ends, that would be my victory. Another monotonous workday unfolded, and Alexei leaned back in his chair, delegating the task of berth allocation to the supercomputing AI. In most cases, the AI could handle the workload adeptly. However, in unique situations, Alexei had to intervene personally. Bored, he cast a glance at the starlit expanse outside the window, even losing interest in the quarrels of captains on the communication channels. Suddenly, a striking point of light appeared, approximately 800 kilometers from the space station. Stunned, Monsieur looked on as the anomalous event unfolded. His mouth agape. Who is this reckless individual daring to drop a vessel so close? Outside, our personal freedoms had been considerably constrained. Before Turkek temporarily confiscated our laser pistols, we had been allowed to move freely within a designated isolation zone. From the exploration ship, a craft resembling a mayfly emerged from the lower chamber, methodically scanning the entire vessel from bow to stern. Having confirmed that the world was indeed in alignment with previous indications, Telkek sighed in relief as the beacon welcomed them to the space station. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts that clouded his mind, Telkek promptly halted the actions of the Tucker. The scanning results emerged, revealing that the two slow Alec units were indeed spare parts belonging to the Kelf. The jump engine on the exterior of the spacecraft also bore the serial number associated with the Kelf. Before proceeding with his operations, Truman reported to Commander Telkek, emphasizing that the jump engine within the white spacecraft had yet to be repaired and appeared to have undergone a series of rapid jumps. Thus, it seemed that the Kelf had no connection to me at all. The furrow in Shurjia Yunka's brow finally relaxed as he instructed the team to remotely lock onto the slow Alec and jump engine beneath their spacecraft, advising them to refrain from making any decisions until the investigation clarified the situation. The world was docked in the designated area of the space station, and under the escort of armed personnel, Nancy retreated into the isolation zone within the station. Strangely, the ship was predominantly white, yet it was outfitted with silver patrol vessel standard weapons on either side. Below the exploration vessel, the deputy commander of the space station's patrol stood before a small screen, observing the flickering light. Could it truly be just an inexperienced novice adhering to protocol? Inside the world, Nansu and the others exhaled in relief. Having just emerged from the jump, the sight of the space station, almost within arm's reach, felt almost surreal. It was fortunate that they had not been immediately attacked as intruders, which would have been a rather dire outcome. However, the white spacecraft remained unresponsive. Subsequently, Captain Nansu must restrain the unruly crew members, as their actions could yield detrimental consequences. Within the quarantine zone, they are prohibited from roaming freely. The marketplace and library are decidedly inappropriate destinations. Moreover, you will undergo a health examination tomorrow to ensure that no chaotic entities have infiltrated your ranks. Your understanding and cooperation are greatly appreciated. Meanwhile, this transition event flickered ominously in the cosmos for a brief moment, yet the transition portal remained steadfastly shut. It was as though he had regressed to an interstellar era while still wielding conventional weaponry, engaging in tactical maneuvers aboard the spacecraft. The armed forces within the space station mobilized without delay. 8 patrol ships and a reconnaissance vessel swiftly departed the spaceport, encircling this transition historian from all angles. I remarked that we were assisting the Kelfa patrol ship in vanquishing the chaotic entities from the world. Tekek inhaled sharply, as I had only received a request for substantial support from the Kelfa, along with news that the vessel was prepared to sacrifice itself to delay the resurgence of the chaotic entity. The commander, Shurja-Yunk, paid no heed to Truman's jest, and I found myself increasingly astonished as I read the message. How could we still cooperate? Utilize gravitational waves and issue a final warning. Turkek's brow furrowed deeper. Truman, we must remain vigilant. The Carroll space station in the 4th star zone had only recently been targeted by a transition bomb. You too must lower your guard. The woman seated in front shook her head emphatically, then relayed the command. All ships, prepare for defensive measures. It is certain that what emerges is a transition bomb. Engage and eliminate it immediately. The situation was dire. It appeared that the opposing forces were oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. I furrowed my brow, pondering their audacity. How could they dare to challenge us? Even with our 8 formidable patrol ships in proximity? The external beacon signaled a space station patrol fleet, and I commanded them to immediately shut down their engines and identify themselves. Compliance was non-negotiable. Failure to cooperate would render them ineligible for any aggressive action against our fleet. Within the reconnaissance vessel, the fleet commander employed quantum broadcasting to convey our intentions. However, as time elapsed, the opposing ship, dubbed the jump ship, remained unresponsive, as though they had forgotten the transmission entirely. Where was the communication? Rising from my seat, I approached Deputy Commander Truman and issued further orders. Turkle, prepare to charge the alike, and be ready to threaten if necessary. On board the vessel World, the seasoned navigator, who had narrowly avoided a disastrous jump, received the communication from the fleet commander concerning the remote locking of the alike and its jump engine. The navigator was uncertain, and there was no sign of approval. After all, we were encircled by 8 imposing patrol ships, and the jump engine was hardly in disrepair. They could lock onto it if they wished. One of the patrol ships received the order, and beneath its hull, the alike gathered energy, launching a shot that narrowly missed the white spacecraft. Yet, astonishingly, this alabaster vessel seemed utterly indifferent, as if it had not received any communication. Oddly, the opposing forces appeared momentarily intimidated by the formidable presence of our 8 patrol ships, refraining from any reckless actions. There is evidence to substantiate the origin of the equipment aboard the World vessel. Turkek rubbed his slightly aching forehead, contemplated for a moment, and then stated, send us a message to inform us that we need to retreat to the space station. For now, dock the spacecraft at the designated berth. Furthermore, all of our crew members must undergo your monitoring until we establish contact with the Kelf. Just as everyone gathered, their eyes fixated on the transition portal. A peculiar medium-sized vessel, painted white, was expelled from the portal. Although referred to as a quarantine zone, it was not merely a solitary structure of 80 floors. The interior lacked adequate living quarters and was devoid of those who, for various reasons, were similarly stranded there, creating an atmosphere of eerie silence. Ultimately, after a brief wait, the transition vessel even flickered and expanded, opening a transition portal. However, I could never have anticipated that such an unassuming vessel would claim to have aided the Kelf in vanquishing the chaotic entity. Tekek swiped his hand across the screen held by a crew member, revealing a message that had arrived from the white vessel on the small display. At that moment, a crew member rushed over, breathless. Commander, we have received communication from the other party. It was a misunderstanding. We are still using electromagnetic communication. Montelchek expressed intrigue. In my youth, I had never encountered a novice brave enough to approach a transition so closely. Filled with anticipation, I yearned to discern the true identity of this enigmatic vessel. Activating the omniscient state, I glanced into the quarantine zone, only to discover a thriving market, suggesting that the history of this quarantine zone might indeed be brief. Just now, Turkek specifically sent a message to the patrol ship Kelf, confirming that it currently appears to be situated within a minuscule gravitational field, rendering communication temporarily feasible. The regression inspection poses a significant issue, especially considering that we are indeed wanted criminals in the South. Nonetheless, we have aided the Kelf in vanquishing the chaotic entity, which is quite heroic of us. The language utilized was the unified script. The historian gazed at the text on the screen, pursing his lips. Do you recall that your vessel within the unified was not so advanced? Could it possibly have been excavated from some spacecraft graveyard?